Who says a silver-shaded cat is just a pet? For young Su Ming, his Dabao is actually a bloodthirsty beast companion. As the sun set, the solitary Su Ming trudged home with his school bag, his steps heavy. His homeroom teacher's words, "Bring your beast companion to school for testing tomorrow," weighed heavily on his mind. 100 years ago, a massive shift in the world reshaped humanity's destiny. The emergence of a mysterious gas triggered the wild mutation of plants and animals. Mountains awakened, giants rose, and alongside mutated creatures, they launched the first beast wave, known in history as the Mountain Calamity. Though humanity barely held them off with firepower, they soon faced the forest calamity, as awakened forests encroached relentlessly on living spaces. Just as humanity was on the brink of extinction, a groundbreaking discovery changed everything. It turned out that through a blood pact, humans could form contracts with these creatures and become Beast Tamers. From then on, humanity not only reversed its decline, but even began to domesticate some of these mutated creatures as household pets. Arriving at his rundown neighborhood, Su Ming watched as his neighbors walked their massive pets in the courtyard. Passing through a hallway littered with cat and dog fur, he finally reached his home on the 7th floor. As he opened the door, a silver-shaded cat was quietly waiting for him. "Dabao, hang on, I'll get your dinner," Su Ming said hurriedly as he fetched some frozen fish. The cat he had once picked up from a gutter had now grown to a height of 1.5 meters. Before he could reminisce further, his phone chimed with a notification his scholarship had been deposited, 2,000 credit coins. Orphaned, Su Ming lived off government aid and scholarships. Despite saving up 50,000 to 60,000 credits, he constantly worried about Dabao's future. After all, raising a beast companion was far more expensive than keeping a pet. What troubled him even more was the mysterious beast compendium, which indicated that Dabao was a level 5 elite servant, white shadow cat, inherently violent and bloodthirsty. "Dabao, will you come to school with me tomorrow?" Su Ming asked tentatively. To his surprise, Dabao readily agreed. But at the mention of potential battles, it froze instantly, with clear drool dripping from the corner of its mouth. Resigned, Su Ming turned to the kitchen to make noodles. Suddenly, Dabao stood up and gracefully walked to the door. It raised its head, staring at the locked door, its pupils dilating as a fierce aura radiated from its entire body. Buzz buzz, the vibration of his phone interrupted Su Ming's actions. He was in the kitchen, cooking noodles that had just been dropped into the boiling water. Picking up the phone, he glanced at the caller ID and froze for a moment. His homeroom teacher? Calling at this hour? What could it be about? "Hello, Mr. Wong? Su Ming, have you thought about replacing your beast companion?" Mr. Wong got straight to the point. The white fluffy cat isn't suitable as a beast companion. It's a typical ornamental pet with little to no combat ability. Even with training, its battle prowess won't improve much. Su Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. His Dabao was clearly a white shadow cat, not a white fluffy cat. While the two creatures looked alike and were hard to distinguish at a glance, their temperaments and abilities were worlds apart. No, thank you for your concern, teacher. Dabao is doing just fine," Su Ming politely declined. On the other end of the line, Mr. Wong smacked his lips. "Su Ming, the school test tomorrow is crucial. It will determine every student's future as a beast tamer. I know you have feelings for it, but this is about your future." Teacher," Su Ming said awkwardly, scratching his cheek. "Dabao is actually a white shadow cat." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. A white shadow cat. Mr. Wong finally realized. No wonder. Back when you brought it to school, you took leave and went home after only a few classes. I thought, well, that's good then. I'm relieved. By the way, there will be a school bus picking you up tomorrow. Make sure to keep your beast under control on the bus. That's all. I'm looking forward to your performance tomorrow. After hanging up, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Back then, the reason he had rushed home wasn't because of ridicule or anything like that. It was because Dabao, the moment it stepped outside, behaved like a bloodthirsty predator, itching to hunt down anything that moved. Carrying a steaming bowl of clear broth noodles to the living room, Su Ming ate while scrolling on his phone. Dabao lay at his feet, its adorable eyes filled with confusion. Why is my master still eating this kind of thing? It's secretly resolved to hunt some delicious food for him on tomorrow's rare outing. As a beginner-level beast tamer, Su Ming still couldn't communicate with Dabao telepathically. This ability could only be unlocked after becoming an intermediate-level tamer and having his beast reach level 11. Because of this, beginner-level tamers could switch beasts freely, but at the intermediate level, every contracted beast had to be chosen with great care. After cleaning up the dishes, Su Ming slumped onto the couch and continued scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The Eagle Nation wants to explore the ocean? So confident. This piece of news reminded him of an official report he had read. The ocean is the most dangerous place on Blue Star. With humanity's current strength, attempting to explore it is nothing short of a death wish. Accidents often occur at sea, such as the mysterious disappearances of cargo ships and cruise liners. Even satellites fail to capture any signals, which has led to changes in travel preferences. Nowadays, people tend to choose flying over sailing when going abroad. Su Ming, intrigued, clicked the follow button on this news story. Looking up, he noticed the clock pointing to 10 o'clock, and the night had already fallen outside the window. He rubbed the fluffy Dabao beside him, got up, and headed to the bathroom to prepare for bed. Dabao gracefully licked its paw, but from an angle where its owner couldn't see. Its eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. Tomorrow, I, Dabao, will take my owner, and we will feast on meat, fiercely. Dabao, time to sleep, Su Ming called softly as he came out of the bathroom. Meow, Dabao instantly reverted to its soft and innocent demeanor, happily curling up in its little nest. Su Ming turned off the lights and went to bed. The night passed without incident. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Su Ming was woken up by a call from his homeroom teacher. Checking the group chat, he discovered that old Wang, to ensure no one would be late, had called every student and even reached out to parents if he couldn't get through. Su Ming could easily imagine some of his classmates sitting on the school bus with groggy, annoyed expressions. Dabao, time to head out, Su Ming said as he slung his bag over his shoulder. A white blur darted to his feet, and Dabao let out a sweet meow. Feeling slightly reassured, Su Ming put a leash on Dabao. As the door opened, the smell of the hallway wafted into Dabao's nose, and its demeanor changed instantly. Focused on descending the stairs, Su Ming didn't notice Dabao's twitching nose and the increasingly intense gleam in its eyes. Those cats and dogs have no clue who the true ruler of this territory is. Downstairs, a few early risers were walking their pets. Oh, Xiaoming, you're taking Dabao out today? That's rare. An elderly man with a fan chuckled. Before his words had fully landed, his Tunterlong dog suddenly began trembling and cowered by his feet. Wang Kai, what's wrong? The old man looked puzzled as he tried to straighten his dog's head. Su Ming quickly realized it was Dabao's doing and hurriedly said goodbye. Mr. Li, let's chat another time. After walking a short distance, he rubbed Dabao's head and warned, don't pull the same stunt as last time. If you actually bite someone, I can't afford to pay for it. Dabao let out a pitiful meow, and Su Ming sighed helplessly. Fine, just don't attack anyone unprovoked, and I'll let it slide. When they reached the entrance of the neighborhood, Su Ming was stunned by what he saw: a massive bus, nearly 30 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide, resembling a semi-truck, was parked there. Standing under the front of the bus was a dark-skinned man he didn't recognize. This school bus. It looks different from last semester's. The man approached, eyeing Dabao. Su Ming, right? Growl. Dabao suddenly let out a low, menacing sound. Sorry about that, driver. My Dabao is a bit wary of strangers, Su Ming quickly explained. The man flashed a wide grin, revealing a set of bright white teeth. That's a good thing. Get on. As they boarded, the man continued explaining, the evolution paths that are publicly available are the most basic ones, designed by governments for the general population. No one would openly share their own research on evolution paths. Only official institutions would do so, as it's necessary to boost the country's overall strength. Even the published paths are the most ordinary ones, leading to the first evolution at level 11. Once you reach that level, you'll have the means to venture into the wild and earn a living. Su Ming nodded and gently patted Dabao on the head. The large white cat finally started to calm down, though its eyes remained locked on the man. Even as Su Ming led it forward, Dabao kept turning back, glaring at him in a show of defiance. When Su Ming boarded the school bus, he expected to catch a whiff of the distinct scent of contracted beasts, but to his surprise, the air inside was fresh and clean. As he led the fluffy Dabao onto the bus, the attention of his classmates was immediately drawn to him. What an adorable cat. Is it a white fluff cat? I heard they shed a lot, but they make great companion beasts, one classmate said enthusiastically. What's the big deal? It's just a pet beast. Looks more like beast feed to me. A harsh voice suddenly interjected. Su Ming had intended to respond politely to the earlier greeting, but upon hearing this remark, his expression darkened. He turned to see who had spoken. It was a chubby boy decked out in flashy jewelry. Wang Jinbao. His family ran a business dealing in beast materials, and he was notorious for showing off. What's the matter? Never seen my black scorpion before? Wang Jinbao smirked smugly and kicked the massive black scorpion beside him. The creature, about 2 meters long, had a glossy, obsidian-like exoskeleton. Its long tail curled over its back, with a venomous stinger over 10 centimeters long glinting coldly. The scorpion, displeased by the kick, lifted its massive pincers and glared at Su Ming. The system immediately displayed information about the black scorpion. Contracted beast, black scorpion, elite level, level 7 subordinate ability. Though it was a powerful beast, suitable for beginner beast tamers, Su Ming noticed that despite its meticulous training, it was only 2 levels higher than his Dabao. While Su Ming was reviewing the data, Debeo had already crouched low like a hunting predator, its body stretching out as it crept forward. This little bug looks interesting. Never tried insect meat before, let me have a taste. Debeo's thoughts resonated in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming quickly restrained the ready to pounce Debeo, soothing it by scratching under its chin. He then found an empty seat and sat down. Debeo's claws scraped against the floor with a sharp, grating sound, leaving deep marks that startled everyone on the bus. Even Wang Jinbao, despite his boastful nature, wasn't foolish. He had noticed the unusual behavior no ordinary white fluff cat would display such aggression, let alone leave claw marks like that. A white shadow cat, he muttered under his breath. As the school bus was about to depart, the dark-skinned driver suddenly spoke up. In this world, if all you have is money, you're just a meat bun waiting to be eaten. The bus began to move slowly. While most of the students didn't understand the driver's cryptic comment, Wang Jinbao caught the meaning. It was a warning. Feeling a bit unsettled, he turned to look out the window in silence, while the black scorpion at his feet also lay still. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the concept of private schools had ceased to exist. Every school was required to be officially managed and regulated. The campus for senior high school students is indeed different from that of freshmen and sophomores. Since most senior students are already adults and capable of forming contracts with beasts, their campus is deliberately located in the suburbs outside the city. All senior students across the city are gathered to study in this specialized senior high school section. Each city's senior campus is adjacent to an armed police and new recruit training base. This layout not only ensures the safety of students, but also provides beast masters and their beasts with better opportunities to hone their combat skills in a natural environment. Debao's gaze wandered around the bus, greedily eyeing the other passengers' beasts. Its mouth began to water uncontrollably, making a slurping sound. So many tasty snacks. I want to try them all. Su Ming glanced at his own beast's gluttonous expression and sighed helplessly. Since Debao showed no signs of attempting to attack the other beasts, Su Ming decided to let it be, turning his attention back to studying the materials needed for Debao's evolution. The evolution conditions indicated: reaching level 11 elite, with materials including a century-old windgrass, an elite-grade wind element core, a century-old beast blood fruit, the heart of an elite-grade bloodthirsty tiger, and the marrow from its spine. Su Ming recalled the theories of beast evolution he had studied. A snake could potentially evolve into a flood dragon, much like how someone's dog had once evolved into a hellhound. However, the process could also backfire, such as a snake regressing into a worm. The National Research Institute had pointed out that this evolution process was entirely unpredictable, highlighting the critical role of beast cultivators. As Su Ming examined Debao's evolution requirements, he became contemplative. Compared to other beasts, Debao had only one evolution path, which was unusual. Could this guidebook only display the strongest evolution route? If that were true, the value of this guidebook would be extraordinary. Meanwhile, a lanky student named Lu Hai was ingratiating himself with Wang Jinbao. Known for his notoriety in the senior campus, Lu Hai had a habit of cozying up to classmates from wealthy families. Watching Lu Hai's sycophantic behavior, Wang Jinbao smirked disdainfully and casually promised him a piece of evolution material, easily brushing off this clueless follower. To Wang Jinbao, Lu Hai's inability to distinguish between a white shadow cat and a white fluffy cat made his attempts at currying favor laughable. This section weaves together several narrative threads: the unique nature of the senior campus, Debao's evolution requirements, and the interpersonal dynamics within the school. Through detailed descriptions and a smooth structure, the story's flow is enhanced while preserving all key elements of the original content. With the skilled driving of the dark-skinned driver, the absurdly large bus weaved swiftly through the city streets. The roads, widened and modified after the revival of spiritual energy, were just wide enough to allow this massive vehicle to move freely within the urban area. Su Ming sat in his seat, absent-mindedly stroking Debao's fluffy tail while gazing out at the rapidly receding cityscape. Despite the bus's bulky appearance, its speed was surprisingly fast. In no time, it had exited the urban area and entered a stretch of forest road that had undergone redevelopment. Through the window, Su Ming could already make out the outline of the school in the distance. Screech, the sound of brakes echoed. "All right, students, we've arrived," the dark-skinned driver announced, a cryptic smile on his face. "Please exit one at a time in an orderly fashion through the rear door. And make sure your beasts don't start fighting. There will be serious consequences if they do." Su Ming glanced down at Debao, only to find it burying its head. "Debao, we're here. Time to get off. Meow, have we arrived at the banquet?" Debao perked up excitedly. It was only then that Su Ming noticed a small puddle of some unknown liquid where Debao had been resting its head, soaking its fur. Seeing Debao's slightly disappointed, human-like expression, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If he weren't certain that Debao would behave, he'd have already stored it in the beast space before heading to school. Meanwhile, Wang Jinbao, holding the leash of his black scorpion, cast a meaningful glance at Lu Hai, noticing the eager expression on the latter's face. A cold smile tugged at Wang Jinbao's lips. Dahe, looks like your dinner is secured for today. Hiss. The black scorpion, though unclear about its master's meaning, instinctively sensed that a meal of beast meat might be on the horizon. As Su Ming struggled to keep Debao from running amok, Lu Hai discreetly signaled his beast to prepare for mischief. Debao's nostrils flared suddenly, as if detecting a looming threat. Its previously dejected eyes turned fierce in an instant. With lightning speed, it spun around and delivered a sharp claw strike at the incoming attack. A ripping sound echoed clearly screech as its claw tore through flesh. Warm blood sprayed out, splattering onto the surrounding students and their beasts inside the bus. Howl, yelp, bark. The injured beast let out pained cries. What happened? Su Ming turned around quickly, only to see Lu Hai's beast, which resembled a husky, sporting a deep, bone-revealing gash on its face. Su Ming's expression darkened immediately. Beast, Azure Hound. Talent, ripping wounds. Common grade. Level 3 servant ability. Evolution conditions, none. Encyclopedia entry. A creature with extremely low intelligence but absolute loyalty to its master. Its cultivation value is negligible, and it struggles to survive on its own. Negligible cultivation value. Struggles to survive on its own? Su Ming narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Lu Hai, care to explain what this means? Startled by the sudden confrontation, Lu Hai glanced around and realized that several classmates, including those who had already gotten off the bus, were watching the scene unfold. He quickly calculated that everything had happened so fast, no one could have seen exactly what transpired. Watching his beast companion writhing in pain on the ground, Lu Hai decided to go all in and turn the tables in his favor. What do you mean? I should be asking you that. Why don't you keep your white fluffy cat under control? As a beast tamer, don't you even know the basic rule of regularly trimming its claws? Hearing this, Su Ming's expression turned cold. His grip on the cat leash loosened slightly as he said in a frosty tone, "You have one last chance to tell the truth." The expressions of the onlookers became increasingly peculiar, but Lu Hai felt an inexplicable surge of anger rising within him. Emboldened, he snapped back. What do you mean? I'm telling the truth. Seeing the strange looks from the crowd, Lu Hai only became more determined to stick to his act. Su Ming, however, was all too familiar with Lu Hai's notorious reputation in the senior grade. He glanced at his white shadow cat, which was already poised to strike, and his gaze turned icy. Without hesitation, he released the leash. Lu Hai, oblivious to the impending danger, instead showed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Meow! A sharp, piercing cry shattered the air as the white figure darted forward like lightning. The sound of flesh being torn apart followed in an instant. The green hound that had been whimpering just moments ago fell silent. Warm blood splattered across Lu Hai's face as his beast's throat was ruthlessly torn open, leaving it writhing in its final moments. Lu Hai's eyes widened, his excitement giving way to terror. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his dying beast with reddened eyes. What happened to my green hound? Nearby, Wang Jinbao nearly burst into laughter, but quickly turned away only to bump into the dark-skinned driver. You're not exactly innocent either, the driver said calmly. Wang Jinbao's smirk vanished instantly, replaced by a look of unease. Drawing on his family's experience in business, he vaguely guessed the driver's identity, likely someone even his father would treat with utmost respect. At Wang Jinbao's feet, his black scorpion sensed its master's distress and raised its pincers in defiance. But one glance from the driver was enough to make it curl up, trembling as it shielded its head with its claws. The driver surveyed the scene with a complex expression. Are today's students incapable of understanding simple words? Never mind. I suppose this can serve as an early lesson. He stepped forward and nodded approvingly at Su Ming, who had managed to stop the white shadow cat from feasting after the hunt. You've trained your white shadow cat well, and you gave this classmate a fair chance. In a way, you did nothing wrong. Su Ming nodded silently, his gaze still icy as he looked at Lu Hai, who was clutching his now lifeless beast. Lu Hai looked up at the driver in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the driver seemed to side with the one who had attacked. The driver cast his eyes over the students, both on the ground and in the vehicle, and spoke in a commanding voice. Beast taming holds endless possibilities, but it's not a game you can play on a whim. Today, your assessment is the primary Beast Tamer examination. You've come here as apprentice Beast Tamers. The man stood in front of the vehicle, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group. Those who didn't show up have gone to study literature. Since you're here, you should understand the consequences of letting your beast recklessly attack someone else's beast. Suddenly, his piercing eyes locked onto Lu Hai, as sharp as a blade. Do I need to explain it to you in detail, Lu Hai? Lu Hai trembled under the intensity of the man's stare. The students inside and outside the vehicle wore varied expressions, their whispers filling the air. Letting your beast attack someone else, doesn't the other party have the right to fight back? And the attacker would face heavier penalties, right? Exactly. What was Lu Hai even thinking? Lu Hai felt the cold, lifeless body of the green hound in his arms, his anger surging. He abruptly stood up and shouted, "Why? Why is he not in the wrong?" The surroundings fell silent in an instant. Su Ming glanced at Lu Hai as if he were looking at a fool. The explanation from the others had already been more than clear. The man's gaze grew colder, and he let out a snort. "Did you think my words on the vehicle were meaningless? There's a storage bag on board. You can take your beast and head home to prepare for a life of studying literature. Being a beast tamer isn't child's play. Every command you give could lead to your beast's death." Lu Hai collapsed onto the body of the dead green hound. The other students watched the scene, filled with a lingering fear. By now, they all understood that Su Ming's beast wasn't just an ordinary white fluffy cat. This moment, coupled with the man's reprimand, was etched deeply into their minds. The man no longer paid attention to the distraught Lu Hai. Turning around, he said, "Follow me to the assessment grounds." Su Ming picked up the leash from the ground and spoke softly to his beast. "Let's go, Debeo. We have the right to fight back, but not the right to take what isn't ours." Meow. Debeo looked up at him, aggrieved, clearly disappointed at not being able to enjoy the spoils of victory. After a brief hesitation, Su Ming turned to Lu Hai. "Are you selling that greenhound's body?" 30,000 credits. Wang Jinbao, standing nearby, froze in place, his gaze shifting to Su Ming with a thoughtful expression. He couldn't tell whether Su Ming had planned this all along or was truly unaware. At that moment, Lu Hai, seeing the man walk away, suddenly harbored malicious intent and prepared to act. However, just as he moved, a low, menacing growl came from Debeo. "Meow?" Lu Hai froze on the spot, cold sweat dripping down his back. Su Ming saw through his intentions, his expression turning icy. "Debeo, carry it away." Debeo turned around to look at Su Ming in disbelief, his eyes full of confusion. Normally, his owner wouldn't even let him step outside the house. So why the sudden generosity today? Seeing Debeo's pupils dilate in excitement, Su Ming sighed inwardly, thinking, with your level of aggression, how could I dare take you out casually? As soon as Debeo received his owner's approval, he leapt forward enthusiastically and effortlessly grabbed the blue hound, which was even larger than him, in his jaws. Before leaving, he shot a fierce glare at Lu Hai, who quickly turned away in fear. Su Ming ignored Lu Hai's reaction as he led Debeo out of the car. This scene immediately drew shocked and even envious stares from the surrounding crowd. After all, a blue hound worth 50 or 60,000 yuan was just taken away like that. Meanwhile, Lu Jun, who had already stepped out of the car, rubbed his temples in frustration at the sight. Inside the vehicle, Wang Jinbao was just about to get out when he suddenly felt a tug on his pant leg. Looking down, he saw Lu Hai clutching his trousers with a pitiful expression. "Idiot, let go." Wang Jinbao snapped, kicking his leg free and causing Lu Hai to stumble to the ground. Watching Lu Hai get up with a hurt and confused look, Wang Jinbao sneered, "You fool. You raised a blue hound that's no better than a pet, and you dared to mess with a white shadow cat? Do you think my dad's money grows on trees?" With that, Wang Jinbao stepped out with his black scorpion and trailed at the back of the group. Up ahead, Lu Jun was recounting the earlier events to Wang Chuanfa. "Are you serious, Junzi?" Wang Chuanfa's eyes widened in surprise. "Look over there," Lu Jun pointed. "Isn't that it, carrying the blue hound?" Wang Chuanfa instinctively turned to look. After confirming it, he couldn't help but rub his shiny bald head. Noticing that most of the group had arrived, Lu Jun cleared his throat and began introducing himself. Just as Lu Jun started speaking, a loud, snorting and crunching sound interrupted him. Following the noise, everyone turned to see Debeo feasting heartily. "Debeo, stop eating for now. They're all watching." Su Ming quickly called out. "Meow? Meow meow. What? They're just watching me eat. Let them watch." At that moment, Su Ming looked up and inadvertently locked eyes with both Wang Chuanfa, the homeroom teacher, and Lu Jun. Su Ming's expression darkened as he lightly tapped Bao, who was still gnawing on the bone, with the tip of his shoe. In just a short moment, the green hound had already been 1/5 consumed by Bao, and the thick scent of blood filled the air. He noticed that many of his classmates' faces were turning pale, which was clearly why both examiner Lu and teacher Wang had turned their attention to the scene. Sensing the reminder, Bao raised its head in confusion. Its once pristine white fur was now stained with crimson blood, with strands of flesh still dangling from its mouth. "Meow." Bao looked at Su Ming quizzically, as if asking if its owner wanted to share. It then picked up the remaining meat and placed it at Su Ming's feet, gently rubbing its head against his pant leg. Su Ming, however, simply shook his head in silence, his gaze resolute as he met the eyes of the two teachers. "Is this really a white shadow cat? How can it be so obedient?" Lu Jun muttered in disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend why a creature infamous for its ferocity and typically avoided by novice beastmasters would behave so submissively. You can't put it that way, Wang Chuanfa replied, glancing at Lu Jun. Su Ming has always been diligent, though I admit this is unexpected. They had both noticed the discomfort among the students, but combat was an inevitable fate for beastmasters. We'll be stepping away for a while, Lu Jun announced, raising his voice. You all stay right here. No wandering off, and definitely no repeats of what happened on the bus earlier. Understood? Understood, came the unanimous reply. With that, the two teachers turned and walked away, conversing in hushed tones as they went. The moment the teachers left, the atmosphere grew lively. Many students stared at Dabao, still feasting, their eyes glinting with envy. A greenhound. Imagine how much that saves on feeding costs. There are wild monsters near our school. Should we try our luck? Forget it. Let's focus on the evaluation first. By the way, which class are you in? Let's get to know each other. As Su Ming watched Dabao devour its meal with single-minded focus, a familiar voice suddenly called out, Hey, Su Ming, want to team up with me? Dabao instantly became alert, moving to block its owner. Its pupils contracted, and its blood-streaked fur made it look especially menacing. Meow. It glared coldly at the approaching Wang Jinbao, as though warning him not to cause trouble. The sudden display of hostility startled Wang Jinbao, making him step back and accidentally tread on his pet black scorpion. The scorpion let out an irritated hiss and crawled forward, raising its jet-black pincers in a show of aggression as it squared off against Dabao. The confrontation immediately drew everyone's attention. Seeing Dabao still brimming with fighting spirit, the onlookers couldn't help but swallow nervously. Why is Su Ming's beast still so aggressive? Wang Jinbao forced a strained smile as he looked at the white shadow cat bearing its fangs in front of him. Doesn't the book say that beasts become more docile after they're well-fed? Relax, relax, he said, taking a deep breath to ease the tension. I just want to talk about a potential collaboration. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He had clearly heard Wang Jinbao's earlier remarks, and this sudden proposal for cooperation made him wary. You want to work with me? Do you even know what the assessment entails? And what kind of collaboration are you suggesting? Go on, let's hear it. To test Wang Jinbao's intentions, Su Ming deliberately loosened his grip on the cat's leash. The move immediately drained the color from Wang Jinbao's face, but when he noticed the white shadow cat didn't launch an attack like it had in the car earlier, he relaxed slightly. As he observed the white shadow cat's behavior, Wang Jinbao silently evaluated the situation. Based on his understanding, white shadow cats were typically not recommended for beginners to contract. While they were undeniably powerful in the early stages, they came with significant drawbacks. They were disobedient, enjoyed toying with opponents during battle, and there were even cases of them turning on their masters. How had Su Ming managed to tame such a creature? This question lingered in Wang Jinbao's mind. Suppressing his doubts, Wang Jinbao straightened up and began to explain his thoughts. The assessment is just about commanding our beasts in battle, which I'm sure we can handle. But have you thought about what comes next, after becoming a beast master? His words not only caught Su Ming's attention, but also drew curious glances from their classmates nearby. Seizing the moment, Wang Jinbao cleared his throat and continued, You know my family's background, and let's be honest, your financial situation might not fully support the path of a beast master. Wilderness exploration, resource collection, these are things I'm far more familiar with than anyone else here. But going at it alone is too dangerous, so I need reliable teammates. What do you think? Interested? The mention of resources made Su Ming hesitate. He knew that advancing Dabao to the elite level would require a significant amount of resources, and his current financial means were far from sufficient to support it. While he didn't particularly like Wang Jinbao's tendency to flaunt his status and cozy up to others, the proposal was undeniably tempting. Wang Jinbao quickly noticed Su Ming's hesitation. He was well aware that his black scorpion had no advantage against Su Ming's speed-oriented beast. Rather than clashing, it was smarter to dissolve any tension through cooperation. No rush, he said, patting his chest confidently. Take your time to think it over. Just give me an answer before the day's over. At that moment, Dabao, Su Ming's white shadow cat, picked up the leash from the ground and handed it back to Su Ming, letting out a questioning meow, as if asking whether it was time to act. Su Ming, knowing his beast's temperament, gently shook his head. This scene only solidified Wang Jinbao's determination to recruit Su Ming. A beast that obeyed its master flawlessly was invaluable to any beast master, especially for a beginner. If they could become teammates, it would be an ideal outcome. Wang Jinbao started the conversation, revealing quite a bit of information. He openly admitted that he needed friends. Though it was hard to tell whether he was being truthful, his eagerness for partners was unmistakable. Yet, whenever someone tried to approach him, they were met with a gaze full of rejection, keeping them at a distance. Watching those people leave in disappointment, a hint of disdain flickered in Wang Jinbao's eyes. To him, these people didn't even understand their own value as potential investments. yet they dared to try and get close. I don't like gambling. I prefer to see something tangible, Wang Jinbao said calmly. Su Ming, observing the scene, gave a helpless smile. He then sat down on the ground and began gently stroking Dabao. Is it tasty? Still hungry? He asked offhandedly. To his surprise, Dabao paused its eating and nodded earnestly. This reaction made Su Ming's heart tighten with a mix of emotions. He patted Dabao on the head with a tinge of affection. Fine, eat until you're full. Let's see if you can even manage that. Meow? Meow meow. Dabao responded excitedly, as if genuinely looking forward to this promise. Seeing Dabao's innocent reaction, Su Ming's expression grew more complex. From now on, they'll make sure you're well-fed, beautiful, and strong. Well, move forward together. Meow got it. Just as Su Ming was enjoying the moment, idly playing with the cat, a sudden rumble and humming noise came from the distance. Everyone instantly became alert, their gazes snapping toward the source of the sound. A massive truck slowly came into view, and faint roars and cries of beasts could be heard from within its cargo hold. Dabao immediately stopped eating, standing tensely as it fixed its gaze on the truck, now parked and still. Wang Jinbao turned to Su Ming, giving him a meaningful smile, as if to hint at something. Lu Jun and Wang Chuanfa stepped out of the driver's cabin and headed straight to the rear of the truck. They opened the soundproof doors of the cargo hold, and the previously muffled roars erupted into a deafening cacophony. A massive iron cage was pushed out, and what was pushing it was none other than a 6-meter-long bear covered in armor-like mud plating. The system quickly displayed the information about this beast. Beast, Earth Armor Bear. Talent, Exceptional Grade. Level, 35 Lord. Element, Earth. Abilities, Mighty Strength, Earth Armor. This Earth Armor Bear was not only a level 35 Lord class beast with exceptional talent, but also Liu's contracted companion. So far, Su Ming only knew of 4 talent levels for monsters: common, elite, exceptional, and rare. Talent was an innate trait, nearly impossible to improve except through evolution. Levels ranged from 1 to 100, with every 10 levels marking a new stage. This Earth Armor Bear had already reached the 4th stage, strong enough to obliterate the entirety of the senior year division in a single day. A flicker of disbelief flashed in Su Ming's eyes. How could an ordinary examiner possess such a powerful beast? What puzzled him even more was what kind of assessment creature required being guarded by such a high-level beast. Lu Jun seemed oblivious to the students' astonished expressions. He casually patted the Earth Armor Bear on its head. Come on, push this thing in front of the students. The Earth Armor Bear made a surprisingly human-like, okay gesture and effortlessly shoved a 5-meter iron cage, covered with black cloth, right in front of the group. The deep grooves the cage left in the ground caused many students to instinctively take half a step back, staring warily at the massive creature. Su Ming squinted slightly. Everything seemed to make sense now. No wonder such a large truck was needed. It was to accommodate this intimidating Earth Armor Bear. Having completed its task, the Earth Armor Bear lumbered to the side and flopped heavily onto the ground. It scratched the mud armor on its belly with its thick claws, letting out increasingly loud snores. Su Ming noticed faint flashes of earthy yellow light emanating from the bear's body, a mark of elemental control, a trait exclusive to Lord-level creatures. The student's expressions shifted from awe to something more peculiar, but Lu Jun paid no attention. He walked straight to the iron cage. Unexpectedly, instead of uncovering the black cloth, he directly opened the cage door. A tiny ant, barely over 30 centimeters long, immediately crawled out. At that moment, the Earth Armor Bear's snores abruptly stopped, while the ant began trembling violently. Creature Black Soldier Ant. Extreme Fear Talent, Ordinary Level, Level 3 Servant Ability. No encyclopedia entry. Its only duty is to serve the Queen Ant. Low attack power, relatively fast speed. Lu Jun shut the iron door again, replaced the black cloth, and frowned as he gave the quivering Black Soldier Ant 2 swift kicks, forcing it to crawl forward a few steps before stopping. As Beast Tamers, commanding your beasts in battle is a fundamental skill. Who wants to step up first and demonstrate for the rest of the class? I will. Wang Jinbao strode forward confidently with his black scorpion. Lu Jun nodded impassively. Command your beast to defeat this Black Soldier Ant. Black Scorpion, attack. Wang Jinbao issued the command concisely. The temper-long Black Scorpion wasted no time. It raised its pincers high and lunged toward the tiny opponent. Faced with the ferocious charge of the Black Scorpion, the Black Soldier Ant's antennae twitched frantically and its mandibles trembled. Yet, under the immense pressure from behind, it continued to inch forward. Hiss! The Black Scorpion let out an irritated screech, clearly displeased with the ant's movements. Its tail suddenly shot out like a spring, the stinger piercing straight through the Black Soldier Ant's head. Black and white liquid dripped from the stinger, and the battle was over in an instant. Take your spoils and step down, Lu Jun said, nodding at Wang Jinbao. Su Ming glanced thoughtfully at the iron cage. Wang Chuanfa made a few marks on the list, then looked up. Next. He could confirm that the cage held more than one monster, and this was precisely why the armored bear was needed to prevent infighting among them. Watching the black scorpion return with the black soldier ants, the crowd couldn't help but show envious expressions on their face. If they had known it was this simple and that the spoils would belong to them, they would have acted too. However, Su Ming was contemplating another possibility. Whether there was a higher level target in the cage that Dabao could safely take down. Just as he was pondering, Dabao suddenly tugged on the leash, signaling his eagerness to fight. Not yet. Let's wait and see if there's a better option. Meow. Dabao responded, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Another feast was on the horizon. Lu Jun skillfully opened the metal cage, and a dark green python, over 4 meters long and as thick as an adult's calf, slowly slithered out. Under the overwhelming presence of the armored bear, this creature, which should have been ferocious, appeared more obedient than a tamed beast. The illustrated guide immediately displayed. Monster, green venom python. Talent, ordinary. Level, level 3. Subordinate ability, paralytic toxin. Description: a common venomous snake that injects its toxin through its fangs. Its venom is not particularly strong, and it prefers to constrict and swallow its prey. The crowd, who had been eager to try their luck after Wang Jinbeo's success, instantly deflated. Wait, it was just small black soldier ants earlier. Why is it suddenly a massive python now? Didn't you notice? This python isn't meant for us. Remember what happened on the vehicle? Someone explained. The crowd suddenly understood. Seeing the python's size, Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately unfastened Dabao's leash. Dabao, it's our turn. Meow. Dabao responded confidently. As Dabao approached, the green venom python coiled itself tightly, flicking its tongue repeatedly and assuming an attack stance. Monsters could sense each other's threat levels, and this ability became increasingly precise as their strength grew. Dabao licked his lips and crouched into a pouncing position. This simple movement alone caused the green venom python to go on high alert, its body writhing nervously. Su Ming knew that snakes relied on muscle contraction to launch sudden bursts of speed, but in terms of agility, flexibility, and reflexes, feline monsters completely outclassed serpentine ones. Dabao, take it down. Upon receiving the command, Dabao became a blur of white as he charged toward the opponent. The green venom python continued flicking its tongue, the frequency increasing several-fold. It was waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. The crowd held their breath, some even clenching their fists in excitement. As the two were about to collide and the green venom python prepared to strike, Su Ming, though slightly anxious, could barely keep track of Dabao's swift movements. Dabao, who was sprinting at full speed, suddenly halted and smoothly pivoted to the left, continuing its run. This unexpected change in direction caught the green venom python completely off guard. Its head, already extended in preparation to strike, froze in confusion. Lu Jun observed Dabao's seamless movements and nodded in approval. Not bad. This little one has some clever ideas. Just as the green venom python tried to turn its head to locate Dabao, a blazing red blur slammed directly into its neck. In the next instant, searing pain surged through its body, and its head uncontrollably crashed toward the ground. After landing the blow, Dabao quickly retreated over 5 meters, gracefully crouching on the ground. It calmly licked the snake's blood off its claws, flawlessly executing Su Ming's command. Everyone stared at the green venom python on the ground, watching as it struggled to lift itself. Their hearts sank when they noticed the deep, bone-revealing wound on its neck. The python writhed and coiled in agony, its movements gradually weakening. Su Ming remained composed, knowing that the injury was fatal. All that was left was to wait for the opponent to stop moving entirely. The area fell into silence, broken only by the faint sounds of the python's struggles. Dabao stayed alert, keeping its eyes fixed on the enemy until it confirmed that the green venom python had completely lost all signs of life. Only then did it turn its gaze back to Su Ming. The surrounding classmates were stunned, unable to believe that this was the same white shadow cat known as the rookie beast master killer. Wait, didn't your white shadow cat already take down that green venom python? Why don't you just have your beast drag the snake away already? Someone impatiently questioned. As soon as the words left the person's mouth, Dabao spun around and locked its piercing gaze on the speaker. Slowly, it began to approach, its movements deliberate and menacing, a classic prelude to a feline attack. A chill ran down the man's spine as he instinctively tried to retreat into the crowd, only to realize that everyone had already backed away, unwilling to get close to the powerful white shadow cat. Dabao, come back, Su Ming called softly. Meow. Dabao obediently trotted back to Su Ming's side, tilting its head in confusion as it looked up at its master. Su Ming turned a cold gaze toward the person who had spoken earlier. Do you not know that a snake's nervous system runs throughout its body, not just in its brain? Or have you never heard of decapitated venomous snakes still biting people? I don't blame you for your ignorance, but next time, keep your mouth shut. The man turned red with anger after Su Ming's sharp retort. He wanted to fire back but was frozen in place under the intense gaze of the white shadow cat at Su Ming's feet, unable to utter a single word. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming turned to Lu Jun and said, "Examiner Lu, let's move on to the next test. Waiting like this will waste too much time." Lu Jun silently observed Su Ming, a faint trace of approval flashing through his eyes. This young man indeed had quick reflexes. Nodding to himself, Lu Jun called out, "Fatty, get to work." The previously snoring earth armor bear immediately rolled over and got up, lazily making its way toward the green venom python, whose neck was nearly severed. Just as the bear extended its massive paw, the seemingly lifeless python suddenly sprang to life. Its gaping mouth, filled with razor-sharp fangs, clamped down fiercely on the bear's paw. The unexpected turn of events caused the students to collectively gasp in shock. How could the green venom python, with its bones already exposed, still unleash such a ferocious attack? However, the earth armor bear remained unfazed. With a single backhanded swipe, it smashed the python into a pulp, its grip instantly breaking the snake's hold. With a casual shake, it flung the lifeless remains over 10 meters away. The giant creature then nonchalantly returned to its spot, lay down, and resumed its nap, scratching its belly as if nothing had happened. "So this is Examiner Liu's beast?" The students murmured among themselves as they stared in awe at the glowing aura emanating from the earth armor bear. "That's a lord-level beast. A powerful creature that could claim its own territory in the wild." A smile finally appeared on Su Ming's face. He hadn't dared to send Debao forward earlier, precisely because he was wary of this kind of post-mortem neural reflex that could be even faster than a creature's movements when alive. This was no ordinary animal, it was a monster born from the resurgence of spiritual energy. While it retained its basic instincts, its abilities could change unpredictably. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Jun scanned the group of students. "All right, who's next? To avoid what happened earlier, you all step forward first and I'll choose your opponent." Seeing no one volunteer, he frowned and added, "This is the test to become a true beastmaster. Think it through carefully." Before long, a sturdy young man stepped forward with a red-furred mouse about 40 centimeters long by his side. "Greetings, Examiner. My name is Wang Kong." The red-furred mouse immediately caught Su Ming's attention. According to the guidebook, this was a common-grade beast with a talent level of 3 as a servant. It had no evolutionary potential and was a relatively typical species of mouse found in urban areas. While it had a somewhat timid disposition, its teeth were exceptionally sharp. Su Ming glanced thoughtfully at Wang Kang's red-furred mouse before shifting his gaze to Lu Jun, who was in the process of opening a cage. As the cage opened once again, an enormous boar emerged. The creature was over 2 meters long, with 4 menacing tusks protruding from its mouth, making it a truly intimidating sight. Su Ming stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief. How could such a massive beast fit into such a small cage? However, when he saw the information about the boar in its illustrated profile, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He cast a peculiar glance at Lu Jun, who was now locking the cage. Beast, 4-tusk mountain boar. Talent, elite level. Level 13 elite. Element, earth. Ability, strength. Evolution requirements, none. Profile, dwelling in forests. These creatures enhance their physical strength by charging recklessly. Their powerful sprints enable them to fight opponents above their level. A beast, not a monster. Su Ming thought in realization. So this is also one of Examiner Liu's beasts? Wang Kang's face turned pale as soon as he saw the 4-tusk mountain boar. He glanced down at his own red-furred rat at his feet, his expression full of hesitation. At that moment, Lu Jun turned around and noticed his beast. Annoyed, he said, "Huh? Why did you come out? Get back over there." Not only Wang Kong, but the other students present also looked terrified. What was supposed to be an ordinary assessment suddenly featured a creature far beyond their capabilities. Fortunately, the boar belonged to Examiner Liu. Otherwise, they might all have had to quit on the spot. Su Ming seemed to grasp Lu Jun's intentions at that moment and gave a slightly awkward chuckle. "You really are young at heart, playing tricks like this even during an assessment." Irritated, Lu Jun kicked the 4-tusk mountain boar a few times, shooing it away. The boar obediently lay down next to the earth-armored bear and went to sleep. Lu Jun then opened the cage again. This time, Wang Kong watched intently. When he saw that the creature emerging was just a rat less than 2/3 the size of his own beast, he visibly relaxed. "Meow? Can I go now?" "No, absolutely not." Su Ming immediately rejected Debao's request without a second thought. The information for the new creature quickly appeared. Monster, large-toothed rat. Talent, common level. Level 1 follower. Ability, none. Profile: a forest-dwelling creature with a gentle disposition but an extreme aversion to its own kind. Its two front teeth are exposed, and it attacks other rats with all its might upon sight. Noticing Wang Kang's lingering tension, Lu Jun offered reassurance. Wang Kong, just command your beast to fight. There's no danger. At that moment, the large-toothed rat suddenly let out an angry squeaking noise and charged at Wang Kang's red-furred rat as if it had gone mad. Wang Kong froze for a moment before shouting, "Red-furred rat, don't be afraid. Charge back and knock it over." However, the red-furred rat hesitated, observing for a moment before finally following the command. This hesitation made Wang Kang's expression darken, but Lu Jun seemed unfazed. This was completely normal. Perfectly commanding one's beast, as seen with Wang Jinbao and Su Ming, was the result of extensive training. Successfully forming a contract didn't guarantee absolute obedience. It was never that simple. The two mismatched rodents were about to collide. At the critical moment, the large-toothed rat suddenly opened its gaping maw, its sharp white teeth aimed directly at the approaching red-furred rat. Oh no! Red-furred rat, dodge quickly. However, a horrifying scene unfolded. The red-furred rat didn't dodge. Instead, it opened its gaping jaws and charged at its opponent, readying itself for close combat. This made Wang Kang's face turn pale in an instant, his clenched fists trembling slightly with tension. The two creatures collided with a deafening crash, immediately engaging in a ferocious battle. Claws slashed through the air as they sought openings to sink their teeth into one another. Though the sharp-toothed rat was smaller in size, its razor-sharp fangs became its greatest advantage. It lunged forward and bit down hard on the red-furred rat's arm, then yanked forcefully, its teeth slicing through flesh in an instant. Blood gushed out, staining the ground crimson. The excruciating pain and the force of being dragged rendered the red-furred rat completely defenseless, its hind legs unable to muster any strength. Its agonized screeches echoed through the air, sending shockwaves through Wang Kang's nerves. His eyes grew vacant as he questioned himself over and over. How could this happen? Why couldn't he pass even the most basic assessment? Was he really going to watch his beast companion be torn apart? Just as despair consumed him, a thought flashed through his mind. Scratch out the sharp-toothed rat's eyes. This command gave the panicked red-furred rat a glimmer of purpose. Under the dual pressure of impending death and its master's order, it endured the pain and lashed out with its short but sharp claws, striking directly at the sharp-toothed rat's eyes. With a fierce swipe, it tore downward. The sound of flesh ripping was sickening. The sharp-toothed rat's eye area turned into a bloody mess, forcing it to release its grip as it thrashed on the ground in agony. Seeing the tide turn, a look of joy spread across Wang Kang's face. Despite its severely injured arm, the red-furred rat glanced back at its master before resolutely pouncing on the now-blinded sharp-toothed rat. Its sharp fangs clamped onto the back of its opponent's neck, and with a violent shake, the sharp-toothed rat's struggles quickly ceased. When the red-furred rat finally released its grip, it became clear to everyone that the sharp-toothed rat's spine had been crushed. A victorious squeal rang out as Wang Kong clenched his fists in celebration of his beast companion's triumph. Just then, the silence was broken by applause. The first to clap was Su Ming, followed by the examiner Lu Jun. Their lead sparked a thunderous round of applause from the crowd. Thank you, everyone," Lu Jun said, glancing at Wang Kong with approval. He praised sincerely. Although your skills in beast training and control are not yet on par with Wang Jinbao and Su Ming, your unwavering spirit brought you closer to your beast. It was this very spirit that allowed you to achieve an astounding comeback. Had you chosen to give up earlier, you would now be preparing to bury your red-furred rat. To become a powerful beast tamer, a strong will is absolutely crucial. As soon as Wang Chuanfa finished speaking, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone. The injured red-furred rat carefully dragged its wounded front paw while carrying the spoils of its earlier battle, the corpse of a large-toothed rat in its mouth. Step by step, it approached Wang Kong and gently placed the prize at his feet, its eyes filled with inquiry and anticipation. Wang Kong spoke gently, "This is your trophy, not mine." The red-furred rat froze for a moment, seemingly surprised by its master's generosity. Tentatively, it took a small nibble. Seeing that Wang Kong maintained an encouraging smile, it finally felt reassured and began to feast boldly. Watching from the side, Su Ming couldn't help but recall his own beast companion, Dabao. He thoughtfully noticed a detail. Wang Kang's red-furred rat had displayed combat techniques far beyond the level of a beginner. Typically, beasts of the same rank should perform similarly in battle, yet the red-furred rat's performance stood out remarkably. Students with injured beasts can come here to collect medicine, Wang Chuanfa announced as he returned to the scene, carrying a large bag. He retrieved a smaller pouch from it and handed it to Wang Kong. "Here, use this to treat and bandage your beast. You did very well earlier, keep it up." "Thank you, Teacher Wang." "I will," Wang Kong replied, taking the medicine and carefully approaching the red-furred rat. To everyone's surprise, the rat showed no signs of resistance. Instead, it trusted Wang Kong completely, allowing him to tend to its wounds. Wang Chuanfa observed this interaction and nodded subtly. Trust between a beast tamer and their beast was paramount, and Wang Kong had already established a strong bond with the red-furred rat in just one battle. This promising start made Wang Chuanfa optimistic about the boy's future, believing he could go far on the path of a beast tamer. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Lu Jun lifted the black cloth covering a cage and glanced inside. Turning around, he asked, "Is there anyone else who needs to take the test? There aren't many left. If you don't finish today, you'll have to wait until tomorrow." Anyone? As time passed, the atmosphere at the assessment site underwent a noticeable transformation. Initially tense and hesitant, the students gradually became more proactive, even competing to participate in the assessment. This change was triggered by an unexpected event. One student, despite failing to defeat the assessment beast, still managed to pass the test. Lu Jun provided a reassuring explanation. "It's perfectly normal not to win. This is your first time as Beast Tamers, and your first time commanding beasts in battle. There's no guarantee of victory in your first fight. Just having the courage to step forward and challenge the beast is already a significant step forward." His words acted like a shot of confidence, completely igniting the students' enthusiasm for the assessment. During this process, the seemingly idle four-tusked mountain boar revealed its true value. It would charge out immediately to intimidate the assessment beasts whenever a student's beast faced mortal danger. This scene unconsciously drew Su Ming's gaze to the other side, where the earth armor bear was snoring thunderously. He understood perfectly well that if the four-tusked mountain boar was the security guard of the assessment site, then the Lord-level earth armor bear was the anchor of stability. Its presence alone was enough to deter low-level monsters within a 10-mile radius, forming a dual layer of protection alongside the boar. While Su Ming was observing other students taking their assessments, a crisp cracking sound caught his attention. Looking down, he noticed that the attribute panel of his white shadow cat, Debeo, had changed. Beast, white shadow cat. Talent, elite level. Level 6. Subordinate ability, rapid speed. Evolution conditions, unknown. Encyclopedia description. A bold yet somewhat ruthless creature with a strong territorial instinct, a fierce desire to attack, and a love for the thrill of hunting. Leveled up? Su Ming smiled as he crouched down, gently rubbing Debeo's now round belly, which had been filled from its feast. Nearby, the corpse of a greenhound had already been half devoured. Meow, so full, Debeo lay contentedly on the ground, exposing its soft belly for Su Ming to pet, wearing an expression of utter satisfaction. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Debeo, previously relaxed, instantly became alert. The visitor was Wang Jinbao, who now wore a friendly smile, a stark contrast to his arrogance on the bus earlier. "Su Ming, I noticed your white shadow cat doesn't seem to eat these internal organs. How about selling them to me for 10,000 credit points? My black scorpion loves them, and that black soldier ant doesn't have much meat, just a lot of shell." After confirming with Dabowit's disdainful push of the organs with its paw made its opinion clear, Su Ming readily pulled out his phone and completed the transaction. As the 10,000 credit points appeared in his account, Su Ming felt a bit dazed. This was an amount he would normally have to save for an entire year, especially with Debeo's upkeep causing his daily expenses to soar. His gaze unintentionally fell on the formidable green venom python corpse nearby, its head already severed. A spark of inspiration lit up in Su Ming's mind. This unexpected windfall had opened the door to new possibilities. Accompanied by the rustling sound of arthropods crawling, Wang Jinbao arrived with his black scorpion. Debeo noticed the familiar black scorpion standing ready, its pincers slightly raised. With a dismissive glance, Debeo stepped aside. "Su Ming, how did you train your white shadow cat to be so obedient?" "My black scorpion has been raised since it was young, but it's never been this well behaved," Wang Jinbao asked with a slight raise of his eyebrow as he observed the scene. "My Debeo?" Su Ming patted Debeo's head. "It's been through thick and thin with me, sometimes going without meals. It's all about sharing hardships together. But yeah, I've raised it since it was little." Sharing hardships? Wang Jinbao fell into deep thought. Su Ming's words made sense. His own black scorpion had been meticulously fed with a breeder-recommended diet since it was young, never lacking food or drink. Though beasts weren't fools and their intelligence grew with their level, the bond formed through enduring hardships together was evidently deeper. He glanced at his black scorpion, which was happily eating, and began to wonder whether he should lower its food standards a bit. "Wang Jinbao, are you interested in buying the corpse of my green venom python?" Su Ming suddenly asked. "The green venom python? Of course, I'll take it. Name your price." Wang Jinbao replied without hesitation, snapping out of his thoughts. Su Ming gave a simple description. "It's over 4 meters long, just a single bone structure. Without the skin, it's about as thick as an adult's calf. stripped with the internal organs. It's probably around 100 to 200 kilograms. When it came to the price, he hesitated for a moment. It's my first time selling something like this, so I'm not sure. You can decide the pricey, it can be cheap. You want me to decide? Wang Jinbao narrowed his eyes with a sly smile, looking like a cunning fox. Since you trust me so much, how about a portion of low-grade cultivation fluid? I'll bring it to school for you tomorrow. Su Ming let out a surprised huh. The offer was unexpected. Low-grade nutrient fluid? Sure, deal. He didn't hesitate to extend his hand for a handshake. On the market, low-grade nutrient fluid was worth 200,000 credit points, while the green venom python corpse was worth no more than 150,000. Wang Jinbao was calculating in his mind as well. The biggest challenge for beast material merchants was sourcing supplies. Building a good relationship with a beastmaster was equivalent to securing a stable supply chain. Taking a small loss could be seen as an investment. Besides, Su Ming seemed quite satisfied, and in the future, had likely consider Wang Jinbao first if he had anything valuable. The two exchanged smiles, both feeling they had struck a good deal. In unison, they said, "Pleasure doing business." "All right, it's settled. I'll call someone to transport the green venom python, and I'll make sure to bring the fluid for you tomorrow," Wang Jinbao said. Su Ming simply nodded with a smile and sat back down, continuing to stroke Debao. As for whether Wang Jinbao would go back on his word, that wasn't even a concern. There were plenty of witnesses present, and Wang Jinbao's family had built their reputation as a reliable beast material merchant in Baiyun City. Clearly, Wang Jinbao was sharp. From this moment on, every student here could potentially become a customer or supplier for his family. After all, for newly minted beast masters, this stage was when their expenses were at their peak. Not bad. Lu Jun took the report card from Wang Chuanfa and nodded slowly. He surveyed the examinees in front of him, his voice steady and authoritative. Zhang Ya, Li Lin, Su Hua, Zhao Yuyo 4 failed the assessment. You can go home and study. The four, who were busy packing up their equipment, froze in place at the announcement. Zhang Ya was the first to speak, her voice tinged with confusion. "Examiner Lu, why did we fail? We participated in the battles. We just didn't win." Lu Jun put away the report card and cast a cold glance at the girl. "Zhang Ya, right? The four of you treated beast combat like child's play. You didn't care whether your beasts followed your commands, nor did you consider that your poor direction could cost them their lives. This kind of indifferent attitude will lead to painful consequences on the path of a beast tamer. For your own sake, and for the sake of your families, I'm asking you to leave now." The harsh words left the four speechless. The surrounding students quickly distanced themselves, their initial thoughts of offering help vanishing in an instant. Watching the four walk away in dejection, Lu Jun's expression remained impassive. This was an annual occurrence, students who could pass if they took the assessment seriously, but couldn't even be bothered to put on a pretense. It wasn't just irresponsible to themselves, it was irresponsible to their families. Turning to the remaining students, Lu Jun continued, "From now on, you are the students of Beast Taming Class 1, 40 in total. Based on the scores, Su Ming will serve as class leader, and Wang Jinbao as vice class leader. They will guide you in building bonds with your beasts and training them." Seeing no objections to the arrangement, Lu Jun nodded in satisfaction. This was the natural authority that came with Su Ming and Wang Jinbao's abilities. As class leader, you'll receive 1 vial of basic nurturing fluid each month. If anyone believes they are better suited for the position, they can apply to challenge them. In the world of beast tamers, strength speaks for itself. Understood? Understood. The group responded in unison. Su Ming had initially been reluctant about becoming class leader, but upon hearing that the role came with a vial of basic nurturing fluid as a reward, his eyes lit up. Combined with the vial Wang Jinbao would bring tomorrow, it seemed likely that Debao could advance to level 7. "This is your practical training ground," Lu Jun said, paying no attention to his two beasts napping nearby, as he and Wang Chuanfa led the way. "Now, follow me to see the classroom where you'll spend the next year." Su Ming instinctively tried to drift to the back of the group, but Wang Jinbao grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. "You and I are class leaders now. We should walk at the front of the class." "Why do we need to do that?" Su Ming asked, puzzled. Wang Jinbao didn't explain, simply motioning for him to look ahead. Ahead of them, 3 classes were marching in formation under the guidance of their respective instructors. Su Ming noticed that, aside from the instructors and teachers, the leading class monitors all carried themselves with pride, their heads held high and exuding confidence. "You think I brag and show off for no reason?" Wang Jinbao rolled his eyes. "It's all about making people think I'm tough to deal with so I could get this class monitor position. Never thought you'd snatch it from me." Sensing something unusual, Su Ming lowered his voice and asked, "Does being the class monitor of the Beast Master class come with hidden perks besides the basic cultivation serum?" Wang Jinbao nodded earnestly but didn't answer directly. Instead, he explained, "Ordinary families don't have access to this kind of knowledge. The class monitors of the Beast Master class are almost always from wealthy and influential families. It's not about corruption, it's just that only these families can afford top-tier beasts and better cultivation resources for their kids. He glanced at Su Ming's white shadow cat and added, I have no idea how you've raised your white shadow cat to the point where even my black scorpion is afraid of it, but look at the other students' beasts in our class, they all look malnourished. I get that. Tell me the important part, Su Ming urged. Wang Jinbeo's expression turned serious. The most important thing is this. When you graduate as a class monitor, the school guarantees that your beast will undergo an evolution. They'll provide all the materials and the evolution plan, and it's guaranteed to succeed. On top of that, they'll arrange for a breeder to plan the next evolution materials for your beast, also with a guaranteed success rate. This revelation left Su Ming stunned. With Wang Jinbeo's family background, his beast would likely reach the elite level by graduation. This meant the school would need to provide evolution materials and plans for elite or even commander-level beasts, which would cost at least $1 million to start, not to mention how difficult it would be to gather the materials. And for those wealthy students, their beasts might require even rarer resources. And that's just one part. Wang Jinbao continued. I don't know all the details, but there are more perks, and they're tied to the interclass competitions. He gestured. Keep your head up, chest out, and glare back at them with that banks of her eyes kind of look. Su Ming frowned deeply. Though he wasn't sure about the full extent of the benefits, the guaranteed evolution perk was undeniably enticing. Debeo, show some ferocity, Su Ming commanded. The previously lazy white shadow cat immediately became alert, its pupils narrowing into slits as it scanned the beasts from other classes like a predator. The faint scent of blood lingering on its body spread with its imposing aura, instantly unsettling the other beasts. Although the students quickly worked to calm their respective beasts, the commotion drew the attention of the examiners. Lu Jun glanced back at the composed Su Ming in surprise, thinking to himself that this saved him some trouble. A well-dressed young man turned to look at the white shadow cat in astonishment. Is that a white shadow cat? Since when did White Cloud City have such a well-trained one? Beside him, a casually dressed vice monitor shrugged. Good question. I don't know either. But judging by the looks of it, that guy's the class monitor, and Wang Jinbeo's the vice monitor. Now that's interesting. Yingli glanced at Zhao Guang, who wore a completely indifferent expression, and shook his head silently. This guy was always so careless and carefree, only realizing his mistakes after getting into trouble. Hopefully, someone in the class would give him a proper lesson. Dabao's earlier antics had drawn the attention of students from the other 3 classes to Su Ming. This didn't surprise Su Ming. The school's intentions were clear. Not only to ensure steady progress for the Beastmaster class students, but also to foster outstanding Beastmasters through healthy competition. It was a good idea, though he wondered if it could ultimately be implemented smoothly. Not long after, the 4 classes followed their respective instructors to their classrooms. To Su Ming's surprise, each class was assigned its own independent teaching building. He couldn't help but wonder, had things changed this much in their senior year? As the class monitor, Su Ming naturally sat in the front row with Wang Jinbao and their respective beasts. Once everyone was seated, Lu Jun placed a stack of documents on the podium and began. Congratulations, everyone, on officially becoming Beastmasters. Your Beastmaster certificates are currently being printed and will be distributed soon. Now, let me introduce the course schedule and some key points about beast training. Lu Jun connected his phone to the projector, and a schedule appeared on the screen. The entire class, including Wang Jinbao, was stunned. Only 2 days of classes a week? And just 1 session per day? This unheard-of arrangement left everyone questioning if they had misread it. It was a stark contrast to the days of being buried in classrooms from morning to evening. Seeing the students' shocked expressions, Lu Jun nodded seriously and confirmed. Yes, this is the schedule. 1 day for cultural studies, 1 day for training. It's simple. If you have questions, ask now. Wang Kong immediately raised his hand and stood up. Instructor Lu, what about the other 5 days? Those are for you to manage on your own, Lu Jun replied meaningfully. Any other questions? The classroom fell silent. No one asked further questions, but everyone understood the implications. Lu Jun continued, when it comes to beast training, I want to emphasize not just feeding but also commanding and combat techniques, like the situation Wang Kong faced during the assessment. Seeing no more questions, he nodded. All right, they'll now hand it over to Teacher Wang for today's cultural lesson. As Lu Jun stepped aside, Wang Chuanfa, who had been almost invisible until now, walked to the podium. The projector screen switched to a new slide, and at that moment, Su Ming's eyes lit up. As the first cultural class of their senior year began, the teacher sternly emphasized the foundational knowledge of beast cultivation. The purpose of this lesson is to prevent you from feeding your beasts random things and accidentally poisoning them to death. There have been real cases of this happening. The teacher's words silenced the classroom, and every student listened intently. The hour-long class passed in the blink of an eye. As the class was about to end, Lu Jun returned to the classroom holding a stack of small cards and 2 vial-like items. He walked over to Su Ming and Wang Jinbao, distributing the items to them. These are your basic cultivation solutions and Beastmaster certificates. Don't lose them. Replacing them is a hassle, he said before continuing to hand out the credentials to other students. The moment Su Ming received the cultivation solution, an unexpected illustrated guide suddenly popped up before his eyes, making him light up with excitement. With this guide, he wouldn't have to worry about accidentally poisoning his beast in the future. Looks like we got a perk upgrade. Even the deputy class monitor gets a share, Wang Jinbao joked, handing Su Ming an additional vial of cultivation solution. Su Ming accepted it with a small smile. I guess that completes the transaction, but you still haven't had anyone deal with the corpse of that green venom python, right? Are you sure there won't be any issues? Issues? Don't worry, it'll be fine, Wang Jinbao replied confidently. Su Ming nodded, his gaze briefly landing on the seemingly lifeless black scorpion lying at Wang Jinbao's feet, before pulling out his phone to start searching for something. Have you decided on the evolution plan for your black scorpion? Su Ming asked suddenly. Wang Jinbao, while examining his Beast Master certificate, looked at Su Ming in surprise. The evolution plan for black scorpions has been public knowledge for a while. Just follow the steps. Once it reaches the elite level, it's good to go. He paused. Wait a minute. Since when do you know about beast cultivation? Su Ming responded with only a mysterious smile, saying nothing further. Wang Jinbao felt something was off but, trusting his instincts as a businessman, decided to set the question aside for now. The guide displayed detailed information about the black scorpion. Talent, elite level, level 7 minion. Ability, toxin. Evolution requirements, 1 elite level poison core, 1 deadly soul grass, 1 elite level insect monster carapace, 1 dead blood frog poison sac. Su Ming noticed that for most creatures, the evolution requirements listed first were typically the optimal choices. However, his guide only displayed a single set of requirements, which seemed unusually unique. Could this be the strongest and only evolution path? With a mindset of mutual benefit, Su Ming considered helping Wang Jinbao. After all, the materials listed in the guide were part of an evolution plan not officially disclosed, while the publicly available plans had thousands of possible routes. This unexpected guide might truly hold the key to the most powerful evolution strategy. After distributing all the certificates, Lu Jun gave a nod to Wang Chuanfa at the podium before leaving the classroom. Wang Chuanfa then announced, all Beast Master certificates have been handed out. Today's class is over. Tomorrow morning, the school bus service will no longer be available, so make sure to take the public bus to school. Class dismissed. The students left the classroom, chatting and laughing as they went. However, just as Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were talking and heading toward the school gate, someone stopped them in their tracks. Blocking their way was a young man with a sunny appearance. He stood there, flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. But there was an inexplicable hint of eeriness behind that supposedly cheerful expression. Oh, you're the class president of Class 1, right? Let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Guang, the vice president of Class 2. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before extending his hand. Class 1 President, Su Ming. Standing nearby, Wang Jinbao quickly chimed in to explain. Su Ming, he's here to challenge you to a duel. This guy is well known in our circle for being a spirited fighter, had plenty of matches with others. Su Ming frowned slightly, thinking to himself, so he's a battle enthusiast. Well, that suits me just fine. Meow? A fight, you say? Upon hearing the word fight, Debao immediately jumped out from behind Su Ming to the front. The sudden movement startled Zhao Guang, who instinctively took a few steps back, studying Debao in surprise. Wow, I only caught a glimpse before, but this really is a well-trained white shadow cat. That other guy's white shadow cat is nothing compared to yours. That other guy's white shadow cat? Su Ming's interest was piqued at once. It seemed there were others at school who owned white shadow cats. But on second thought, it made sense students from wealthy families would naturally choose high-quality beasts. Meow? Meow. Another white shadow cat? Bring it here and let me show it who's boss. Debao suddenly grew agitated. Zhao Guang's eyes narrowed with interest. Intriguing. This white shadow cat has an unusually strong hostility toward others of its kind. Now that's the kind of opponent that makes things exciting. Let's go to the arena. The group began heading toward the dueling grounds. On the way, Su Ming asked Wang Jinbao, will these kinds of duels happen often? And who else has a white shadow cat? Lili has one, but it's nowhere near as good as yours, completely outclassed. You'll see what I mean, Wang Jinbao replied with a knowing smile. Other students lingering nearby decided to follow, their curiosity piqued by the upcoming duel. After all, scenes like this were likely to become common in their final year of high school, so it wouldn't hurt to get a preview. When they arrived at the open space, Wang Jinbao's black scorpion tugged at his pant leg with its pincers, letting out a series of squeaky noises. Are you hungry again? Or is it time to molt? Wang Jinbao's eyes lit up with excitement. Hang tight, watch the match first, and then we'll head back. In the arena, Su Ming and Zhao Guang stood 15 meters apart. Zhao Guang raised his hand, and a layered formation inscribed with intricate, arcane runes appeared behind him. With a commanding shout of "Rampage Monkey, come forth!" the formation trembled and shifted. A monkey with black and red fur leapt out, landing steadily in front of him. The riot monkey was about the same size as Debeo, resembling a mandrill, but its face lacked the vibrant markings. The moment the riot monkey appeared, the previously lazy Debeo instantly switched to combat mode, its fur bristling slightly, pupils narrowing into slits, body taut as it advanced, eyes locked firmly on its opponent. Zhao Guang raised an eyebrow at the sight. No attack yet? Fine, I'll start. Riot monkey, grab a sturdy branch from the nearest tree. At his command, the riot monkey sprang into action, using all four limbs to quickly dash toward the closest tree. Using a branch as a weapon, Debeo, intercept it. Hitandran tactics target its hind legs. Su Ming ordered decisively. In a flash, Debeo became a streak of white, its speed clearly outpacing that of the riot monkey. Sensing trouble, Zhao Guang quickly adjusted his tactics. Riot monkey, stop and use a back fist. Back fist? Su Ming was momentarily puzzled, but reacted swiftly. Debeo, pull back and observe. Just as Debeo was about to reach the riot monkey, it abruptly halted and sprang backward at an unbelievable angle. At that moment, the riot monkey crossed its fists, tilted its body backward, and slammed its fists into the ground with immense force, creating a crater nearly half a meter wide. What the? Perfectly coordinated with the white shadow cat. Zhao Guang stared in disbelief, running his hands through his hair as if he'd seen a ghost. Seriously? Did Ouyang Li somehow foresee this? The unfamiliar name caught Su Ming's attention, but he remained focused on the riot monkey, which was now struggling to its feet. The battle escalated quickly, with Debeo leveraging its feline instincts and natural agility to move at lightning speed. Each attack was precisely aimed at the riot monkey's legs. Zhao Guang watched anxiously, but Debeo's speed was overwhelming. By the time he noticed the attacks, it was already too late to react. Just as the riot monkey tried to rise, Debeo seized the opportunity, leaving a bloody scratch on its calf. The riot monkey stared in shock at its bleeding wound, its black eyes gradually turning crimson. Zhao Guang's expression darkened, understanding that the situation could spiral out of control if this continued. Grab some of the broken earth and get ready to climb a tree with all your strength. The injured riot monkey moved even faster now, scooping up chunks of dirt and rushing forward. Su Ming wondered if the creature was immune to pain, or if its frenzied state had dulled its senses. Regardless, he resolved to end the fight quickly. Debeo, cut it off. Zhao Guang only hesitated for a brief moment before regaining his composure. He knew that while his riot monkey couldn't match the white shadow cat's speed, it far surpassed it in endurance and strength. As the white-shadowed cat darted forward like a flash of lightning, passing by the rampage monkey, Zhao Guang's breathing grew noticeably heavier. His eyes locked firmly on the opponent, and he immediately issued a command. Throw the mud block. The rampage monkey, already prepared, hurled the mud block in an instant. The moment the block left its hand, it produced a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the air, shooting toward the white-shadowed cat like a cannonball. Rampage monkey, charge at full speed. Zhao Guang barked his next order. With a furious roar, the rampage monkey's legs dug shallow pits into the ground as it launched forward with a speed rivaling that of the white-shadowed cat. Although its earlier attacks had been repeatedly dodged, almost mockingly, and it had even sustained some injuries, its true strength was only now beginning to emerge. Seeing the battle turn in his favor, Zhao Guang felt a brief sense of relief. As long as the rampage monkey could engage in close combat, victory was within reach. Facing the cannonball-like charge of the rampage monkey, Su Ming felt a surge of pressure. He knew full well that a hidden clash was not Debao's strength. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he immediately gave an order. Legs redirect the force. Debao understood instantly. Lowering its body to the ground, it stretched forward with its forelimbs, channeling its entire body's momentum toward the rapidly approaching rampage monkey. The move left Zhao Guang and the watching students stunned, unable to comprehend the white-shadowed cat's intentions at such close range. What happened next left everyone utterly speechless. With a graceful twist, as light as a ribbon, the white-shadowed cat sent the rampage monkey, whose fist was already raised, flying several meters away. Zhao Guang shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. My rampage monkey would never make such a basic mistake. Then, as if realizing something, his sharp gaze shifted to Su Ming. What was that move just now? Wang Jinbao gasped audibly. No way was it during that split-second twist? The other students held their breath, waiting for an explanation. Su Ming calmly retrieved a vial of basic nutrient solution and explained evenly. During that twist, Debao used its claws to sever the tendons in the rampage monkey's right leg, causing it to lose balance abruptly. The arena fell into a dead silence. The onlookers' gazes shifted back and forth between Su Ming and the white-shadowed cat, now licking its claws, as if they were witnessing something terrifying. In that moment, everyone present came to a stark realization. It was this decisiveness and ruthlessness that made the white-shadowed cat a dominating force in the early stages of a Beast Tamer's journey. Su Ming's flawless beast commanding skills left the students present utterly astonished. The precision of the white shadow cat's combat moves, twisting its body nimbly at the moment of collision and aiming its sharp claws directly at the opponent's Achilles tendon was a tactical maneuver no one could have anticipated. Hearing this, Zhao Guang immediately rushed to check on his beast. Just as Su Ming had described, the rampage monkey's Achilles tendon on its right leg had been severed by the claws, with blood still oozing out. What was even more surprising was that the violent red glint in the rampage monkey's eyes had faded, replaced by a look of confusion, as if it couldn't comprehend why its right leg had suddenly become powerless. Well, that's something, Zhao Guang said with a bitter smile. If your white shadow cat had kept attacking, my rampage monkey would probably have died. Now it's just a severed tendon. Luckily, my family has a healing-type beast, so no money needs to be spent. In fact, I should thank you for helping me realize my shortcomings as a commander. As he spoke, Zhao Guang stood up and made a gesture of reconciliation, placing his left palm over his tightly clenched right fist and giving a slight bow forward. Su Ming was momentarily stunned but quickly returned the gesture, albeit a bit clumsily. Reconciliation, they both said in unison. Applause erupted around the arena, gradually blending into a unified ovation. After the reconciliation ritual, Zhao Guang turned around, summoned a magic array, and recalled the injured rampage monkey into his beast space. Muttering under his breath, he walked off, complaining about the scolding he would face at home. Wang Jinbao, who was familiar with Zhao Guang's behavior, found the situation all too predictable. Meanwhile, the white shadow cat, Debao, strutted proudly to Su Ming's side, its head held high as if seeking praise. Meow? Meow. Su Ming crouched down and patted Debao's head. Amazing, amazing. My Debao is the best. Let's go, Wang Jinbao said. That guy always spaces out at times like this. No need to wait for him. I crippled his beast's leg tendon. Can a simple reconciliation really settle everything? Su Ming asked, puzzled. Wang Jinbao snorted. It depends on the person, but Zhao Guang, despite his arrogance, respects the opponents he acknowledges. He's challenged me to duels plenty of times. As long as you didn't let your white shadow cat kill his rampage monkey or completely disable its limbs, he won't hold a grudge. This response left Su Ming quite surprised. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a strikingly handsome young man step out from the crowd and head in Zhao Guang's direction. Hit a dead end? Still dare to act so arrogant in the future? Zhao Guang's mocking voice rang out as he turned to Ouyang Li. I've told you to restrain yourself, but you insisted on treating Su Ming like Li Li, thinking he was easy to bully. Ouyang Li remained calm, his expression as serene as still water, as if Zhao Guang's words had nothing to do with him. How can you improve without sparring with people on the same level? Zhao Guang continued. What, are you planning to venture into the wild? At least you know there's no comparison. Ouyang Li replied indifferently. I watched the whole duel. By the way, your mom's at my house playing mahjong. Better go home and prepare for your punishment. Zhao Guang's eyes widened in shock. Why is she at your house playing mahjong again? Isn't she supposed to be working as the director of the beast taming hospital? All she does is play mahjong. Ouyang Li remained unfazed, his tone light. Your dad, the deputy director, can handle the hospital just fine. My mom just called to rush me, so I need to head back. With that, he turned and walked away. Although clearly annoyed, Zhao Guang quickly followed after him. Who was that guy? Su Ming, who had been watching the exchange, couldn't help but ask, puzzled by Zhao Guang's sudden change in attitude. Ouyang Li, Wang Jinbao explained. His father is the president of the Beast Taming Breeding Association in Baiyun City. Because of work, their families are really close. On the surface, they seem to bicker a lot, but they've been best friends since they were kids. If anyone tries to drive a wedge between them, Wang Jinbao's smile turned icy. They'll end up in a very bad place. Su Ming nodded in understanding and patted his pocket, where 2 bottles of basic cultivation fluid were tucked away. Thanks. I'll head back now. See you tomorrow. After Su Ming left with his white shadow cat, Wang Jinbao immediately pulled out his phone. Hello, send someone to the outskirts of the senior high division. There's a green venom python corpse that needs to be moved. Be quick. Meanwhile, Lu Jun, who had been hiding in the shadows, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Standing beside him was the 4-tusked mountain boar that had appeared during the assessment. Is Su Ming really just starting to command beast battles today? Old Wang, don't lie to me. Wang Chuanfa rolled his eyes at the remark. What would I gain by lying to you? Do you think beast tamers can bluff their way through? Is it so hard to admit the kid is talented? Lu Jun's expression darkened. When did I say he wasn't good? I just think his talent is ridiculously high. Especially during the fight with the frenzy monkey before it went berserk, there were plenty of chances for the white shadow cat to kite and harass it, but all he focused on was controlling the monkey's movements. Ha! Wang Chuanfa shook his head in surprise. I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and righteous demeanor, to be so bloodthirsty. Lu Jun's thoughtful expression froze, and he looked helplessly at his friend and rival. You do realize what my job is, right? It's just a professional habit. Sure, whatever you say, Wang Chuanfa replied with a smirk. Noticing the dissatisfaction on Lu Jun's face, Wang Chuanfa immediately adopted a mocking tone. Suddenly, he spotted someone in a uniform approaching and narrowed his eyes. Looks like you've got your hands full again. I'll take my leave. Seeing there was official business to handle, Lu Jun gave a slight nod, silently allowing Wang Chuanfa to depart. The uniformed individual stepped forward and reported, there's been a medium-scale disturbance in the forest about 40 miles east of the school. Based on our analysis, it seems to be caused by more than one battle-class creature. More than one battle-class creature? Lu Jun narrowed his eyes, pondering why such an anomaly would occur during the senior division's assessment period. He quickly reassured himself, it's probably nothing unusual. Territorial disputes and mutual hunting among wild creatures are common. Despite his rationalization, the seriousness on his face did not waver. I can't leave right now. Is Team 1 at the base? Are their beasts injured or undergoing treatment? Reporting in, Team 1 is fully stationed at the base, and their beasts are in good health. None are under treatment. Hearing this, Lu Jun relaxed slightly and nodded. Ensure that nothing happens within a 50-mile radius of the school. Notify Team 1 to head out immediately and clear the area, but under no circumstances are they to go beyond the 50-mile boundary. Even if the targets escape, do not pursue them. Understood? Understood. After the messenger left, Lu Jun remained standing, a troubled expression on his face. Another day, another headache. Guess I'll have to send Fatty out on patrol again. As he spoke, he nudged the four-fanged wild boar beside him. Go get your big brother and have him patrol around the school and the base before he goes back to sleep. The four-fanged wild boar nodded in understanding and bounded away, its footsteps fading into the distance. Lu Jun lingered for a moment before finally leaving. Meanwhile, seated on a bus at the school gate, Su Ming was excitedly inspecting the beginner Beastmaster certificate in his hand. Wait, this thing gets me free bus rides? Why didn't anyone tell me earlier? The city had a dedicated bus line connecting directly to the senior division, with buses stationed at the school gate around the clock to transport newly certified Beastmasters. At that moment, Su Ming finally understood why so many people fought tooth and nail to become Beastmasters. This was just the first of many perks. He carefully tucked the certificate away and glanced down at Debeo, who was resting quietly at his feet with its eyes closed. Thankfully, Debeo wasn't drooling or hungrily eyeing everything on the return trip like it did earlier, likely because it had been well fed by the Blue Hound. The Blue Hound hasn't fully digested yet, so I can't use the beginner cultivation liquid today. The effects might not fully activate, I'll have to wait a few days. Thinking of the 2 vials of beginner cultivation liquid he was carrying, Su Ming felt a wave of satisfaction. Despite the rocky start to his visit to the school, the day had ended on a high note. However, when he remembered the evolution materials needed for Debeo, his expression darkened again. Hastily, he pulled out his phone. I better ask Wang Jinbao how much an elite-grade wind core costs on the market. At the school, Wang Jinbao was directing his staff to transport the corpse of the green venom python. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and a message from Su Ming appeared on the screen. What's the general price for elite wind attribute inner cores on the market? Elite wind attribute inner cores? Wang Jinbao murmured to himself, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. It seemed that Su Ming had already started preparing evolution materials for the White Shadow Cat. Perhaps it was worth investing even more in this. After a moment of thought, he replied, the attribute inner cores condensed within elite monsters are the most valuable. The price of an elite wind attribute inner core typically ranges from 80 to 100,000. The stronger the monster was in life, the better the quality of the inner core, which directly impacts the success rate and effectiveness of a beast's breakthrough. Su Ming, who had just stepped off the bus with Debao in tow, saw the price and couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. Since he had chosen the path of a Beast Tamer, he naturally wanted to select the best materials for Debao. He already knew that century-old windgrass cost 10,000 per stalk, leaving only the price of the century-old bloodfruit unknown. What about century-old bloodfruit? Su Ming followed up with another question. Wang Jinbao, having just finished overseeing the loading of the truck, almost popped his eyes out when he saw the message. The evolution of the White Shadow Cat required bloodfruit? And century-old ones at that? His thoughts were interrupted by one of his subordinates. Young master, everything's loaded. Please get in the car. Sitting in the car, Wang Jinbao was utterly puzzled. From what he knew, bloodfruit was primarily used for strength-type and defense-type monsters, with minimal effects on other types. Using it recklessly as an evolution material could pose a significant risk, potentially endangering the beast. Recalling a failed case from Bayun City's 3rd High School Division, Wang Jinbao anxiously typed back, "Don't mess around. The White Shadow Cat's publicly known evolution chain doesn't include blood fruit at all. Don't make a mistake." Su Ming wasn't surprised that Wang Jinbao had figured out his intentions, but he hadn't expected such a detailed explanation. Deciding to change the subject, he replied, "You're overthinking it. I just want to strengthen Dabao a bit. After that last battle, I feel like its speed and strength are still lacking." This response left Wang Jinbao even more bewildered. The White Shadow Cat had just turned the tide of battle in an instant, rendering the rampage monkey incapacitated. Such strength wasn't enough, and now he wanted to enhance it further? And with a mismatched century-old blood fruit, no less? Wang Jinbao couldn't begin to fathom what Su Ming was planning. Wang Jinbao scratched his head in frustration, debating whether to offer a friendly discount for the century-old beast blood fruit. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and quickly typed out a message. "A regular beast blood fruit costs around 2,000, but a century-old one is much more expensive, about 650,000. At that moment, Su Ming was lounging on his sofa at home, one hand petting his cat while the other scrolled through his phone, researching. When he saw Wang Jinbao's message, he paused for a moment before switching to the official Beast Taming Store's page. Product: century-old beast blood fruit. Price: 1 million. Description: a fruit mutated from spirit plants due to the lingering corpses and blood of monsters after deadly battles during the spiritual resurgence. It significantly enhances a monster's overall abilities and is recommended for strength type and defense type monsters. Su Ming's pupils slightly contracted. "$1 million item offered to me for 650,000? Am I really worth this level of generosity? If Wang Jinbao's father finds out, wouldn't he break his legs?" But soon, a bigger concern dawned on him. Just evolving Dabao would cost 760,000 credits, and that was with Wang Jinbao's clearance sale price. The regular price would easily exceed 1 million. How much for an elite-grade bloodthirsty tiger's heart and spinal marrow? Su Ming continued to inquire. Wang Jinbao, sipping water in his car, glanced at the message with a hint of confusion. Was Su Ming planning to develop his White Shadow Cat toward the tiger lineage? But that clashed with the elite-grade wind element core he asked about earlier. Still puzzled, he responded, "Each costs at least 300,000 separately, but if you buy both, I'll give them to you for 500,000. Got it. Thanks for the info. I need to cook now, so let's talk later," Su Ming replied succinctly. "If you have any questions about materials or need anything, let me know. I know way more about this than you." Wang Jinbao sighed in relief, turning off his phone screen and casually stroking the tail of his pet black scorpion. Clearly, this wasn't the first time the scorpion was already accustomed to it and lay quietly. From the passenger seat, a man cautiously spoke up, "Young master, you seemed a bit troubled just now. Should we inform the family head?" Wang Jinbao's face instantly darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Are you trying to meddle in my business now? Do you think I need your concern? What? You think you can solve problems my old man can't?" The man immediately sat up straight, not daring to move an inch. Wang Jinbao sneered, "Just do your job and keep your mouth shut. Since it's your first offense, I'll let it slide this time. But if it happens again, pack your things and leave." "Yais, understood, young master," the man stammered repeatedly. The driver, not daring to glance at the rearview mirror, thought to himself how lucky the newbie was. If it had been any other day, the young master might have thrown him out of the car halfway through the journey. In the beast taming materials trade, discretion was everything. Meanwhile, back at Su Ming's home, he took advantage of the time while boiling water to retrieve 2 vials of basic cultivation liquid from his bag. He set one aside and brought the other to Dabao. "Here, Dabao, open your mouth and drink this sugar juice." "Meow? Sugar juice?" Dabao curiously eyed the unfamiliar liquid. Despite seeing it for the first time, its trust in its owner made it open its mouth without hesitation. Uncertain about what was happening, Dabao instinctively opened its mouth. As the white-blue nurturing fluid entered its throat, Su Ming clearly saw Dabao's pupils contract into needle-thin slits. "Dabao, don't spit it out," Su Ming quickly shouted. "This stuff is precious. Each sip costs tens of thousands. You absolutely can't waste it." "Meow. Master doesn't love me anymore." Dabao whimpered pitifully, tears streaming down its face. Seeing Dabao stop struggling, Su Ming hurriedly wiped its tears and released his grip, letting it lie weakly on the ground. The system interface immediately displayed the beast's information. Beast, White Shadow Cat upgrading. Innate talent, elite level. Level 6. Companion ability, rapid evolution. Encyclopedia entry. A bold yet ruthless creature with strong territorial instincts, intense aggression, and a love for hunting. Su Ming noticed the words upgrading next to the beast's name in the entry. He had already discovered during his earlier conflict with Lu Hai that the encyclopedia updated in real time to reflect the status of beasts or monsters. Before long, Dabao, who had been lying on the ground looking lifeless, suddenly perked up, its big eyes filled with curiosity. "Meow? Meow." Debao called out excitedly. My stomach feels so comfortable. I feel stronger. What did you give me, master? I want more. In an instant, the once resistant Debao now clung tightly to Su Ming's pant leg, refusing to let him head to the kitchen. Debao, the water's boiling. I need to cook noodles, Su Ming said helplessly. Meow, master. I want more, Debao pleaded, acting spoiled. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. He had seen this kind of clingy behavior countless times before. You can't have too much of it at once. You still have blue hound meat in your belly, plus you just drank a vial of basic nurturing fluid. You'll have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, the effects won't fully kick in, and it would be wasteful. Only then did Debao reluctantly release its grip. Meow. Meow, master. You promised? Don't worry, I won't forget, Su Ming assured him before heading to the kitchen to bring back a bowl of noodle soup with a poached egg. Just as he sat down to eat, his phone buzzed with a notification. Thinking it was probably a message from classmates or a group chat, he casually opened it, only to see a news alert from the account he had followed yesterday evening. Shocking. The ocean exploration team led by Eagle Nation's king-level beastmaster, Townsend Pad, has gone missing today. Su Ming froze upon reading the headline, a chill running down his spine. What is a king-level beast tamer? This question left Su Ming deep in thought. According to the information available, a beast tamer can form bonds with a maximum of 6 beasts in their lifetime. A king-level beast tamer not only reaches this limit but also requires their most powerful beast to surpass level 51, achieving king-level strength. Unlike lords who can harness elemental forces or domain masters who can control elements within their territory, king-level beasts have begun to merge with nature itself, wielding the power of the entire territory. Creatures at this level can communicate with humans through brainwaves, and even missile strikes would barely scratch their defenses. The news left Su Ming increasingly uneasy. A team composed of such formidable beast tamers had vanished just 173 nautical miles offshore, and their fate was confirmed within a single day. To annihilate a team of this caliber, the enemy must be at least a level 60 king-level beast. This short distance of 173 nautical miles disturbed Su Ming even more. In the vastness of the ocean, it was like the distance from one's doorstep to the local store. Yet, such a powerful entity had been encountered so close to shore. What level would the true rulers of the ocean depths be? Could they really be as legendary as level 90 or higher? As Su Ming sank deeper into his thoughts, his bowl of noodles had gone cold. Lying on the ground, Debao noticed his master had been motionless for some time, and gently nudged Su Ming's leg with its head. Meow, meow. Debao softly reminded its owner that it was time to eat. Feeling the touch on his leg, Su Ming snapped out of his reverie and looked at the now lukewarm bowl of noodles. Why am I thinking so much about this? It's not like I can change anything. I should just focus on living my own little life. Seeing its owner return to his usual self, Debao lazily flopped back down. In its mind, Su Ming often spaced out like this, but compared to the monsters outside, it much preferred its owner paying attention to this adorable cat instead. As night fell, the lights in the living room dimmed. However, in the dead of night, a pair of glowing flashlights suddenly lit up in the darkness. They were Debao's eyes. Meow, meow. Debao felt an inexplicable hunger. It wondered if the honey-flavored snack from earlier was to blame. A thin silver line of drool trailed from its mouth. Unable to bear the hunger any longer, it skillfully opened the window, its glowing feline eyes scanning the ground below like a predator in the night. Debao stretched its body like a leopard by the window, claws gripping the window frame tightly. Its sharp green eyes glimmered in the darkness, scanning the movements below. Soon, it locked onto a shadow darting around in the courtyard. Licking its lips, Debao leapt gracefully onto the air conditioning unit of the downstairs neighbor. Despite its considerable size, it landed with barely a sound. Using the air conditioning units on each floor as stepping stones, Debao skillfully descended from the 7th floor to the 1st in just a few bounds. The shadow on the ground revealed itself a grimy rat about 30 centimeters long, gnawing on leftover scraps left behind by pet owners during the day. What puzzled Debao was that the rat, even as it noticed the approach, showed no fear and continued eating as if nothing had happened. Meow. Debao's eyes flickered with confusion, then quickly turned to fury. Meow. A sharp cry tore through the night. Startled at last, the rat dropped its food and bolted. Debao followed unhurriedly, sometimes speeding up to close the gap, other times slowing down, as if toying with its prey. When the rat's stamina waned and its pace visibly slowed, a blur of white pounced. The only sound that followed was a crisp crunch. As dawn broke and the clock struck 5:30, the alarm buzzed on time. Su Ming woke up to see a dripping wet Debao emerging from the bathroom. Debao, you took another bath by yourself? Su Ming asked helplessly, recalling the cat's peculiar habit. Debao let out a soft meow, indicating it had just cleaned off some dirt. Su Ming glanced at the wet bathroom floor, sighed, and rubbed Debao's head. Next time, Let me know when you want a bath. It'll help you. Dabao, lying at the bathroom door, let out a satisfied burp as it watched Su Ming begin his morning routine. Soon after, Su Ming, fully dressed, headed out with Dabao to catch the 6 a.m. bus to the senior school building. After walking a few steps, he noticed a puddle of foul-smelling red liquid in the courtyard, surrounded by bits of flesh and tufts of unidentified fur. Another tamed beast must have come out to hunt. I wonder who's going to clean this up. Su Ming shook his head with a sigh, tugging Dabao along as they made their way to the bus stop. Su Ming walked along, completely unaware of Dabao's unusual behavior, its head lowered, staring at the ground the entire time. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Ming? Where are you going? Hurry over here. The voice made Su Ming pause for a moment. It was Wang Jinbao. A strange car was parked by the roadside, and Wang Jinbao was leaning out, waving at him. Out of politeness and curiosity, Su Ming led Dabao over. At that moment, Dabao seemed to sense something, lifting its head and quickening its pace to walk ahead of Su Ming. Get in, Wang Jinbao said briskly, opening the car door. Put Dabao in the back. It's designed for pets and beasts, lots of space. Without waiting for a response, he climbed into the driver's seat as the rear door opened automatically. Through the windshield, Su Ming could see that Wang Jinbao was indeed the only one in the car. Standing outside, Su Ming hesitated and said, Wait, what's going on? Tell me first. You're being so enthusiastic. It's making me a bit uneasy. Wang Jinbao chuckled, as if he'd expected this reaction. Do you know why there's a 6-story building for just one class? The top 5 floors are all single dorm rooms for students. I drove here specifically for today's matter. It's a long story, so just get in. Today's matter? Is the school making another announcement? Still puzzled, Su Ming placed Dabao in the back seat, where Wang Jinbao's black scorpion beast was already waiting. As soon as the car door closed, Wang Jinbao handed Su Ming a food bag while starting to eat a bun himself. You haven't had breakfast, have you? These meat buns are stuffed with green venom python meat from yesterday. Not bad, right? Buckle up and give them a try. Just as Su Ming fastened his seatbelt, the car began to move. Wang Jinbao explained as he drove. The third-year division outside the city is different from the first and second years inside the city. Dorm living is mandatory. Yesterday, you were allowed to go home mainly to inform your family about the assessment. Yeah, I know. I just saw the message from Teacher Wang in the group chat. Su Ming mumbled, his mouth full of bun. Good then. The dorms on the 6th floor are fully furnished, so you don't need to bring anything, Wang Jinbao continued. The mandatory dorm living is to help you focus on training and nurturing your beasts. It also makes it easier for us to assist you when needed. He gave Su Ming a meaningful glance. Oh, and you can go home on weekends, but you must stay on campus from Monday to Friday. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but recall the schedule from yesterday. Only 2 days of classes a week, with just 1 period each day. It seemed the school was really putting students' self-discipline to the test. Su Ming looked at the list of 38 students in the class and couldn't help but sigh at the pressure of being the class monitor. Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Jinbao cast a curious glance his way. How's the bun taste? Not bad. Su Ming snapped back to reality and answered after a brief moment of thought. Tastier than the chicken flavor. Wang Jinbao nodded in satisfaction at the review. After a short silence, he continued. No classes this afternoon, just the morning training session. Our senior year division is located outside the city. Want to go explore together? Su Ming was about to agree to the suggestion after all. He understood this was also one of Wang Jinbao's attempts to build rapport with him. Both of them needed to grow stronger. However, before he could respond, Dabao, sitting in the back seat, suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Meow, meow meow. Master, I want to go. Fight, fight, fight. Seeing the overly enthusiastic Dabao and the curled-up black scorpion beside him, Su Ming shook his head silently. Wang Jinbao, observing through the rearview mirror, asked curiously, Your white shadow cat seems way too aggressive. It's nothing like the ones I've seen before. Yeah, that's why when I brought him to school in sophomore year, I had to take him back quickly, Su Ming said helplessly as he tried to calm the restless Dabao. I haven't even agreed yet, and you're already this worked up. Besides, we still have the morning training session. Wang Jinbao wasn't surprised Su Ming would agree. He knew the latter could see through his intentions. Hearing Su Ming's words, Dabao finally settled down. Meow, no worries. We don't need training. Thinking about the afternoon's trip into the wild, Su Ming felt a little uneasy. News reports often emphasize the dangers of the wilderness for ordinary people and novice beast tamers. Even in the vicinity of the senior year division, only monsters at the warlord level and above were regularly cleared out, while elite level ones were only partially dealt with from time to time. Just the two of us, will that be enough? Su Ming asked. At a red light, Wang Jinbao turned to him with a surprised look. What are you thinking? Neither of us even has an elite level beast yet. Just the two of us going would be asking for trouble. The class monitor and vice monitor of class 2 will team up with USI. Already discussed it with them yesterday. The monitors of classes 3 and 4 will also collaborate, forming two 4-person teams. Hearing this arrangement, Su Ming felt a bit more at ease. He then recalled yesterday's conversation. What about Li Li? What's her deal? Li Li. Wang Jinbao glanced at Su Ming before nodding slowly. Indeed, white shadow cats are not the kind of creatures rookie Beast Tamers would dare to contract easily, Wang Jinbao explained while driving. They are extremely picky about their owners, with a chance of turning on their masters ranging from 10 to 50%. For a Beast Tamer like you, who can perfectly handle a white shadow cat, the probability is as rare as 1 in 1,000. When he mentioned Class 3's monitor, Li Li, his tone shifted subtly. Her white shadow cat is barely passable, but compared to your Debeo, it's not even close. As he spoke, his brows furrowed suddenly. By the way, if you run into Li Li, you'd better watch out for her friend Wang Hui. That woman is nothing but trouble. Hearing the name Wang Hui, Su Ming's expression changed abruptly. Wang Hui, the female version of Lu Hai? She actually succeeded? But why do I have no impression of her? The traffic light turned green, and Wang Jinbao restarted the car calmly. Do you think someone who can shamelessly move into another person's house, eating and living off them, could be anything good? That idiot Li Li must have fallen for some kind of spell she cast. If we hadn't grown up together, I wouldn't even bother with her. Even Wang Hu's contracted beast, that wind wolf cub, was bought with Li Li's money. Su Ming fell into thought. He had heard of even more absurd cases on the news, and considering Wang Jinbao's personality, he could understand why he disliked Wang Hui so much. I always thought kids from wealthy and powerful families would be pretty smart, more or less, but there are always exceptions. Don't Li Li's parents intervene? Su Ming asked, puzzled. Before he could get an answer, Wang Jinbao had already driven into the school campus and found a parking spot. However, as soon as the car came to a halt, their expressions turned quite intriguing. A white shadow cat was sprawled on the hood of the car. Meow? Where'd this dumb cat come from? Debeo noticed the white shadow cat and the two girls standing beside it through the windshield. Well, isn't this a coincidence? Debeo, it's one of your kind, Su Ming joked. Meow. Meow. Debeo looked at Su Ming in disbelief, an expression of utter disdain written all over its face. Wang Jinbao reminded, it's not surprising they came looking for you. Everyone knows your Debeo is well behaved. But remember, don't pay any attention to that Wang Hui. Will she cause trouble? Heh. Wang Jinbao sneered. Ever since she latched onto Li Li, she's been giving everyone this snobbish attitude. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Later, don't go easy on that self-important leech. Let your Debeo show them what real strength looks like. Debeo stared at Wang Jinbao in amazement. Who would have thought this chubby guy understood exactly what the grand cat was thinking? As soon as Su Ming tugged on the leash and lifted Debeo out of the car, he felt a scrutinizing gaze on him. Turning abruptly, his eyes met Wang Hu's. The situation was not as dire as Wang Jinbao described. Su Ming noticed that while Wang Hui's gaze carried a hint of scrutiny, it lacked any hostility. It seemed more like pure observation. This discovery puzzled Su Ming, and when he turned to Wang Jinbao with a questioning look, he caught sight of an enigmatic, cold smile on his face. As Su Ming mulled over whether Wang Hui was as scheming as Wang Jinbao claimed, his attention was suddenly drawn to a wolf pup over a meter long. He quickly scanned the information about the beast. Beast, wind wolf. Talent, elite level. Level 4 servant capability. Trait, hardened bone evolution. Encyclopedia entry, copperhead, iron bones, and a soft waist. A prairie hunter known for its excellent mobility and offensive prowess. At that moment, Wang Jinbao sneered and spoke abruptly. What are you looking at? Never seen a white shadow cat under a master's command? This remark instantly darkened the expressions of both Li Li and Wang Hui. As an outsider, Su Ming sensed the tension and decided to observe quietly for now. He keenly noticed the undisguised disdain in Wang Hui's gaze toward Wang Jinbao. A thought crossed Su Ming's mind. Could these two have some unresolved grudge that led to mutual slander? Seeing the tired expression on Li Li's face, Su Ming became even more convinced of his suspicion. He decided to quietly withdraw from this brewing conflict and planned to ask Zhao Guang for clarification later in the afternoon. After all, as someone within their circle, Zhao Guang was likely well informed about such disputes. However, just as Su Ming was about to leave, Li Li suddenly called out to him, Su Ming, could I ask for your advice on raising a white shadow cat? My Debai doesn't always follow commands. Before she finished speaking, Debeo immediately turned to glare at the more elegant-looking counterpart by Li Li's feet. Su Ming first took a moment to observe this poised young woman, then carefully examined her beast. Beast, white spirit cat. Talent, elite level. Level 6 servant capability. Trait, sharp claw evolution. Encyclopedia entry, a variant of the white shadow cat, similar in appearance but with stronger attack power. However, it is lazy by nature and not particularly keen on hunting. Ming suddenly understood and realized why DeBeo had been so resistant earlier. He directly asked, "Are you sure it's a white shadow cat?" The question caught Wang Hui and Li Li off guard, and they gave Ming a surprised look. But Ming remained composed and continued to explain, "I'm not certain if it's a white shadow cat, but its behavior doesn't quite match. Have you ever seen a strange beast this friendly with humans?" Ming noticed that the white shadow cat had merely shifted from lying down to sitting up, a subtle detail that caught his attention. While he was contemplating this, Wang Jinbao interrupted his thoughts with a frown. "What is that? Could it be a white fur cat?" Wang Jinbao asked, puzzled. "Ha, Wang Jinbao, just shut up already." Wang Hui shot back immediately. "What do you know? Is your beast companion a white shadow cat? Showing off your family background again? Have some shame, will you?" Ming glanced at the two bickering individuals with mild surprise, beginning to understand the tension between them. Ignoring their argument, he took out his phone and started researching information about the white spirit cat. At that moment, Li approached hurriedly, holding her white spirit cat. "Isn't it a white shadow cat? Can you tell me how you figured it out?" she asked anxiously. Ming looked up at her, thinking that Wang Jinbao's concern wasn't entirely unfounded. This girl seemed far too naive and easily deceived. On the other hand, Wang Hui was like a thorny rose, aggressive at every turn. He was glad he hadn't blindly trusted Wang Jinbao's judgment. Otherwise, DeBeo might have already stepped in. "About half a month ago, the monster compendium added a new variant," Ming explained. "What you have is a white spirit cat, not a white shadow cat. While it shares the white shadow cat's excellent combat abilities, its personality is the exact opposite's incredibly lazy. It's not disobeying your commands. It just can't be bothered to move unless there's danger." Meow. The white spirit cat let out a lazy meow, almost as if to confirm Ming's words. DeBeo, meanwhile, took a few steps back with a look of disdain. "Is there any way to make my Debai less lazy?" Li asked expectantly. Seeing the hopeful look in her eyes and catching DeBeo's obvious expression of disgust, Ming thought for a moment. "There might be a way, but class is about to start. Let's talk about it another day." "Okay," Li replied, a little disappointed. As Ming was about to step in and pull Wang Jinbao away, Wang Hui could no longer hold back. "Just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm not Wang Jinbao." Immediately, Wang Hui's Windwolf and Wang Jinbao's Black Scorpion stepped forward, tension filling the air as they prepared to fight. Seeing this, Ming sighed in exasperation. "Now I finally know who the real fools are," Ming muttered, shaking his head. He turned to DeBeo. "Put some pressure on them." Without hesitation, DeBeo leapt between the two beasts, elegantly laying down and nonchalantly licking his paws. This simple act made the Windwolf and Black Scorpion freeze in place, turning back to their respective owners for instructions. Li, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, couldn't hide the admiration in her eyes. Looking down at her own white spirit cat, she silently encouraged herself. "Come on, Li, you can do this. Ming, move your beast aside. Today, I must show Wang Hui what I'm capable of." Wang Jinbao shouted furiously. Although their beasts had stopped moving, the two continued to hurl insults at each other. DeBao lay on the ground helplessly, looking as though it couldn't bear to watch any longer. "We have 10 minutes to get to the training grounds," Ming said coldly, glancing at the time. "If that's the case, fine. You two can skip class. I'm leaving." "DeBao, let's go." Hearing this, DeBao immediately leaped up and bolted away as if running for its life. Before leaving, it even turned back to give a disdainful glance. Beside it, the white spirit cat let out a soft meow, as if to say, "If you're going to fight, just fight. Stop wasting time with all this bickering." That contemptuous look from DeBao left the two arguing individuals momentarily stunned. They exchanged awkward glances for a few seconds, rendered speechless, and finally huffed in frustration before heading off to different training grounds with their respective beasts. Wang Hui suddenly noticed that Li had already gone far ahead and quickly jogged to catch up. "Li, how did it go? Did you manage to ask about the white shadow cat's training? I just saw that white spirit cat of yours. It really seems obedient. It's the complete opposite of your Debai." "And why didn't you wait for me?" she asked, glancing down at Li's white spirit cat. Li rolled her eyes. "Didn't you hear what they said? We have 10 minutes before we're considered late, and being late equals skipping class. Besides, my Debai isn't a white shadow cat. It's a white spirit cat, a variant of the white shadow cat. Here, let me show you." Wang Hui took the phone Li handed her and saw a monster compendium entry for the white spirit cat, which detailed it as a branch of the white shadow cat. "Huh, when did they add this new entry? Well, that makes sense. Looks like I was right to suspect it wasn't a white shadow cat." Li retrieved her phone with a tinge of exasperation. "Sigh, I just hope this little one changes its behavior as it evolves. After all, evolution brings endless possibilities. And you, Wang Hui, tone down that boisterous personality of yours. No wonder Wang Jinbao misunderstood you." I'll find time to explain things to him. Hey, don't you dare. Wang Hui immediately objected. I won't be satisfied until I beat him so badly he calls me auntie. Don't you interfere, all right? Lily felt utterly speechless at her friend's stubbornness. Wang Hui continued with a cold snort. Wang Jinbao only knows how to do business. He's a fool who loves to judge people with a biased perspective. But it's all right. One beating will set him straight. Meanwhile, on the other side, a now much calmer Wang Jinbao finally caught up to Su Ming. I just heard you say Li Li's beast is a white spirit cat and not a white shadow cat? Is that really the case? Su Ming cast him a sideways glance, noticing his earlier aggressive attitude had faded. Only then did he nod slowly. That's right, it's a white spirit cat. I knew it at first glance. A white shadow cat wouldn't lie on the ground like that. No wonder my Dabao reacted so strongly when I mentioned it might be of the same species it clearly isn't. Wang Jinbao nodded silently. Su Ming squinted his eyes, looking at the crowd ahead, and said softly, I told you, I've never seen such a lazy white shadow cat. What a coincidence though. The white spirit cat situation was officially announced just a week ago, and she actually ran into one. As the two walked to the front of the class and stood still, Lu Jun immediately shot them an approving glance. As the class monitor, arriving just on time impressive, both of them froze awkwardly for a moment. Su Ming quickly smoothed things over, saying, we had a bit of a verbal dispute with some pedestrians on the way and got delayed apologizing. Ah, that's a pretty creative excuse, Lu Jun remarked, clearly recognizing it as a pretense, but nodding in approval nonetheless. At least you know to apologize. Now that everyone's here, let's begin today's training. Have your beast stand in front of you. Most of the students easily completed this simple instruction, though a few took a few extra seconds. Lu Jun observed everything keenly and only spoke once everyone was in position. A few seconds of delay might not matter much to you now, but today's training is focused on ensuring your beasts obey commands absolute obedience, especially in combat situations. As his words ended, the four-tusked mountain boar from the previous day snorted out of the bushes, stopping a short distance in front of the group. Today's training is straightforward. Command your beasts to attack the four-tusked mountain boar. Class monitor, you go first. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao exchanged a glance, and Wang Jinbao spoke up first. Dahe, go give that fat pig a jab. Lu Jun's face darkened instantly, and even the mountain boar, which had been lying there, suddenly stood up, snorting louder. Su Ming gave Wang Jinbao a meaningful look, and the latter, realizing his slip, cleared his throat and corrected himself. Dahe, attack. The black scorpion sprang into action, pincers wide open, clattering as it rushed toward the mountain boar. Unexpectedly, the boar, upon seeing the scorpion approach, lay back down again. The scene left Wang Jinbao speechless. Feeling insulted, the black scorpion emitted a sharp, grating sound. As it neared, it immediately lashed out with its massive pincers. Clack, clack, something felt off. It had only managed to grab a tuft of unmoving fur. Overwhelmed by humiliation, the black scorpion swung its stinger, jabbing it into the boar's fur, only to see the stinger bounce right off the creature's tough belly. Wang Jinbao took a deep breath after witnessing the scene. A whole major tier of difference, and it can't even break the defense? Not even a single haircut. Lu Jun, standing at the front and witnessing the scene, nodded slowly and said in a steady voice, next. Black Scorpion walked back to the group with a bewildered look. Seeing its expression, Su Ming immediately grasped Lu Jun's intention. Dabao, your turn. Learning from Black Scorpion's failure, Dabao was exceptionally cautious this time. It crouched low, its gaze locked onto its opponent. Suddenly, it transformed into a streak of white lightning, swiftly darting past the body of the four-tusked boar. A few strands of dark brown fur scattered on the ground, emitting a metallic clang as they landed. Wang Jinbao's eyes lit up in realization. So this four-tusked boar is in a defensive state. No wonder Black Scorpion couldn't even cut its fur. Now it all makes sense. Lu Jun glanced at Wang Jinbao and began an important lesson for the day. Remember, don't entertain the fantasy of fighting beyond your level. Advancing a level and crossing a tier are two entirely different concepts. Crossing tiers is nearly impossible. The gap between tiers can be several times, or even dozens of times greater a qualitative leap. Every year, self-proclaimed chosen ones perish in the wild, leaving behind nothing but tattered clothes and broken bones. I don't care what notions you have, but keep this in mind. If you encounter a height-ear beast in the wild, retreat immediately. With only a servant-level beast under your command, you have no grounds for a heathen fight. Next. As the test continued, a new situation arose. One student's beast froze in fear, refusing to move forward. This left the student deeply embarrassed. Seeing Lu Jun remain unresponsive, Su Ming stepped in to explain, when faced with higher-tier monsters, beasts can sense the threat. If their obedience level is high enough, they will follow orders. This, in a way, serves as a warning to the Beast Master about the potential danger. The student instinctively looked to Lu Jun for confirmation, but Lu Jun simply turned away. Left with no choice, the student retreated with their beast. At this moment, Wang Jinbao also understood Lu Jun's intention and shouted loudly. Next, once all the students had completed the test, their gazes remained fixed on Lu Jun. However, he stayed silent. Seeing this, class monitor Su Ming announced, dismissed. Head home on your own. Noticing the student's hesitation, Lu Jun shot Su Ming a glare before finally speaking. Alright, now you all understand the importance of the gap between monster tiers. This area will serve as your beast training ground. You can have your beasts practice attacking tree trunks to improve their skills, or continue challenging the four-tusked boar to enhance their obedience. Training sessions last 2 hours. Hearing that they could continue challenging the four-tusked boar, Su Ming appeared thoughtful and quietly moved closer to Wang Jinbao to exchange whispers. Wang Jinbao was intently focused on training the ejection speed of the black scorpion's tail stinger when he suddenly heard Su Ming asking about the value of four-tusked wild boar fur. His eyes immediately lit up. Not bad. This stuff can be used in medicine or for crafting armor. The market price starts at 3,000 credits per pound. I'll take it for 2,500. How about that? Seeing Su Ming nod slightly, Wang Jinbao immediately turned to Debao, who was lying on the ground, and shouted, "Keep going, attack." Debao had thought he could slack off during this session, but was surprised to learn there was still work to do. Meow? Meow? Master, I can't even break that boar's defense. Should I still fight it? Yes. Su Ming replied without hesitation. That boar's fur can get you a ton of food and drinks. It's worth a lot of money. Lu Jun, who was standing nearby checking his phone, tightened his grip unconsciously upon hearing this conversation. Meanwhile, the moment Debao heard a ton of food and drinks, his spirits soared, and he even began drooling. Without hesitation, he darted forward, lightly brushing against the four-tusked wild boar's belly. The boar, which was about to fall asleep, groggily opened its eyes, only to see the same white cat from before running off with some of its fur. Strangely, the force was just enough to feel pleasant. Soon, a flurry of massages spread across its body, so comfortable that it fell into a deep sleep, completely unaware that its fur was rapidly disappearing. The students training nearby all stopped to watch the scene unfold. Su Ming crouched down and scooped up the pile of brownish fur, which was nearly a meter high. Looks like about 20 pounds. Give it a try. Wang Jinbao took the pile, weighed it briefly and said, close to 30 pounds. Let's call it 30. That's 75,000 credits. I'll transfer it to you right now. Lu Jun silently watched from the side, his expression as calm as water. The other students glanced at the now bald, sleeping wild boar and then at Su Ming, who had effortlessly earned a hefty sum. Their envy was evident, though they weren't resentful, knowing their own beasts lacked such skills. Just as the transaction was completed, Wang Kong approached with a red-furred rat in tow. Class leader, vice class leader, hello? My red-furred rat lacks combat experience. Could I ask for your help in training it? The Beast Encyclopedia showed it was a red-furred rat with ordinary talent and level 4 servant abilities. Su Ming quickly deduced that it must have leveled up after devouring the large-toothed rat, which explained why its owner was seeking guidance. While decent among ordinary students, it was still far from the elite talent class leaders of each group, making the request seem overly ambitious. Noticing that the red-furred rat's injuries had healed, Wang Jinbao chuckled lightly. Go find Su Ming. His white shadow cat is an expert at catching rats. Want to give it a try? It was meant as a joke, but Wang Kong took it seriously. Sure. No problem. Wang Jinbao and Su Ming froze upon hearing this, their gazes falling on Wang Kong, who wore a serious expression. Nearby, Debao merely glanced at Wang Kang's red-furred rat, and the poor creature stumbled in fright, scurrying behind its owner and trembling uncontrollably. Su Ming noticed this and said in a heavy tone, "Are you sure? This is a contest with a foregone conclusion." However, Wang Kong stood firm, exuding confidence. It's fine. I believe in my red-furred rat. What is this? Wang Jinbao frowned and muttered. Su Ming just casually praised him yesterday, and now he's this inflated? It wasn't just Wang Jinbao who noticed the issue. Su Ming also recognized Wang Kang's severely distorted mindset. If left unchecked, this could become a fatal obstacle to his future development. Not far away, Coach Lu Jun had been observing the students. From the moment Wang Kong arrived with his red-furred rat, Lu had taken note of the situation. When he saw Wang Kong insist on initiating a contest, his expression immediately darkened. In his eyes, sending a significantly disadvantaged creature to challenge its natural predator wasn't confidence, it was sheer foolishness. Your beast is clearly showing signs of avoiding battle, Su Ming said, taking a deep breath and speaking earnestly. As class monitor, I hope you can face this problem directly. Don't let the trust and bond you've worked so hard to build fall apart. But these words only made Wang Kang's expression sour. He retorted, "You're the class monitor. Coach Lu said this is your responsibility." Su Ming's face froze at the remark. Beside him, Wang Jinbao couldn't help but snicker. "Ah, I see now. Someone's got their eyes on the class monitor position, huh?" Seeing Wang Kang's attitude, Su Ming decided not to argue further. He simply nodded in agreement to the contest and turned to the already angry Debao. "Debao, stick to a normal fight. Get ready. Meow. Rat brat, don't let me catch you slacking." Debao growled threateningly. The red-furred rat trembled even more, clutching Wang Kang's pant leg tightly, refusing to step onto the field. "Do you need me to create some distance?" Su Ming asked calmly. Wang Kang's face stiffened at the question. Reluctantly, he dragged his unwilling red-furred rat to a more appropriate distance. This sudden turn of events immediately caught the attention of their classmates nearby. Isn't this Wang Kang acting strange? He was fine yesterday. Why is he suddenly challenging the class monitor? Not sure, but Su Ming really does take his role seriously. Doesn't matter. We'll see what happens after the fight. Su Ming glanced at the reluctant red-furred rat. He had no intention of commanding Debao during this contest. In this situation, the rat would struggle just to track Debao's movements. "Meow," Debao said lazily. "I had a little rat for dinner last night. Too bad I can't eat this one today." Ignoring Debao's teasing, Su Ming gave a simple instruction. "Go ahead, but don't cause any serious harm." Debao nodded and began walking forward. Meanwhile, Wang Kang crouched down, coaxing and pleading with his red-furred rat to ease its resistance. As the contest was about to begin, Su Ming's gaze landed on the rat, which was still trembling slightly. "Are you sure you want to fight? No matter the consequences?" Wang Kang hadn't fully processed the question and casually waved his hand. "It's just a loss, that's all. Let's get started. Just a loss." Su Ming's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he spoke softly. "All right, Debao, move in slowly." The white-shadowed cat, Debao, immediately understood and began moving gracefully toward the red-furred rat. Its playful, mocking eyes locked onto its opponent, a gaze so piercing that even Wang Kang could feel the condescension. The quiet chuckles from the surrounding crowd made his face burn with embarrassment. He hastily shouted at his beast, "Red-furred rat, charge. Show them what you're capable of." After the events of yesterday, combined with Wang Kang's blind confidence and tone of encouragement, the red-furred rat, having begun to trust its master, chose to follow his command. It charged forward, but Su Ming merely waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Debao's eyes glimmered with amusement. It crouched low to the ground, front paws overlapping, observing the approaching red-furred rat like a tiger sizing up its prey. That single gaze awakened a primal fear deep within the rat, and its charging pace began to falter. Nearby, Wang Jinbao watched the scene unfold without surprise. The white-shadowed cat naturally enjoys the hunt, like a game of cat and mouse. After this match, Wang Kang might as well give up on being a beast master. His red-furred rat will probably be humiliated to the point of turning against him. Noticing his beast slowing down in fear, Wang Kang took a deep breath and shouted, "Red-furred rat, attack. The opponent is wide open. This is your chance." The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief at Wang Kang's words, some turning away to focus on training their own beasts. Su Ming, meanwhile, was quietly chatting with Wang Jinbao, occasionally breaking into laughter. This only deepened Wang Kang's frustration and helplessness. After all, everything was still within the rules. His opponents were simply mocking and humiliating him. "Attack, red-furred rat." Wang Kang yelled again, his face now flushed red. This time, it seemed to work. The red-furred rat regained its speed and charged at Debao. Su Ming sighed and clicked his tongue in mild exasperation. Beside him, Wang Jinbao commented, "Rodent-type beasts are naturally skilled at digging and ambushing. And here he is, making the red-furred rat charge heedin." Honestly, before he could finish, Debao made its move. With a swift motion, its paw slashed through the air, sending the red-furred rat flying 5 or 6 meters away. Debao then stood up lazily and let out 2 triumphant meow-meow sounds. The game of cat and mouse had officially begun. In an instant, the red-furred rat, which had been knocked away, began trembling violently at the sound of those 2 sharp cat cries, even more intensely than before. Wang Kang froze, noticing the white shadow cat approaching step by step. Even though its predatory gaze wasn't directed at him, it still sent a chill down his spine. Forcing himself to swallow his fear, Wang Kang shouted at his beast companion, "Come on, red-furred rat, you can do it." Before his words even finished, Debao suddenly accelerated. Just as the red-furred rat struggled to its feet and tried to create some distance, Debao lunged forward in a flash, delivering another heavy blow that sent it flying. Wang Kang could only watch helplessly, realizing that fear had completely taken over his beast companion, leaving it unable to even attempt an escape. Su Ming's earlier warning echoed in his mind, and Wang Kong finally understood his own recklessness. Su Ming, class monitor, I forfeit. I surrender, all right, he called out urgently. Su Ming, who had been conversing with Wang Jinbao, turned his head along with the latter. Their eyes lingered on Wang Kang's motionless hands for a brief moment before they resumed their conversation. This dismissive attitude ignited Wang Kang's fury. Looking down on me? Redford rat, fight back. Just like yesterday for its weak spots. Wang Kong shouted hysterically. Su Ming shook his head with a look of disdain, while Wang Jinbao's smile faded as he glanced calmly at Wang Kong. He gently nudged the black scorpion beside him, signaling it to quietly circle behind Wang Kong. Dabao, go all out, Su Ming ordered coldly. Meow. The white shadow cat transformed into a lethal predator, darting past the Redford rat like a streak of lightning. A spray of blood followed, and the Redford rat was sent flying again, unable to stand from the searing pain. Before Wang Kong could react, Dabao struck again, this time slashing deep, bone-revealing wounds into all four of the rat's legs. The Redford rat let out a heart-wrenching scream, and Wang Kong finally panicked. I surrender. I surrender. Su Ming, call off your beast. Su Ming cast a cold glance at Wang Kang's still hanging hands, but said nothing. In the next moment, the Redford rat was flung into the air. Dabao leaped up, timing its attack perfectly to tear through the last intact leg. As the next strike threatened to be fatal, Lu Jun finally spoke up. In the fight, Wang Kong. The words hit Wang Kong like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly understood why Su Ming had been fixated on his hands earlier. It was because of this. Anger surged within him as he blamed Su Ming for not reminding him, only to quickly realize it was his own panic that had caused this mess. Without wasting another second, Wang Kong made the gesture to end the fight and sprinted toward his severely injured Redford rat. Stop, Dabao, Su Ming commanded his beast just in time. Dabao, who was already planning to scratch the one-eyed Redford rat next time, reluctantly walked towards Su Ming when called, letting out disgruntled meows. Why stop? Wouldn't it be better to just eat it? Dabao looked at Su Ming with a pout. Su Ming chuckled and gently rubbed Dabao's face. Silly, the other side just had an attitude problem, but they didn't do anything too outrageous. The punishment this time was harsh enough. Besides, they don't have something like the big-toothed rat to nourish your beast, and it's even less likely they'd conveniently help it upgrade to quickly recover from injuries. Hearing this explanation, Dabao finally brightened up, enjoying Su Ming's affectionate strokes while purring contentedly. No matter how many times I see it, your white shadow cat always makes me jealous. I wonder if my black scorpion will ever be this obedient. As he spoke, Wang Jinbao suddenly noticed something and hurriedly patted Su Ming on the shoulder. Wait, stop petting the cat for a second. Look at Wang Kong over there. Though puzzled as to what could be worth looking at, Su Ming followed Wang Jinbao's gesture and turned to look. At that moment, Wang Kong was holding the Redford rat, muttering to himself. Redford rat? Why can't you even touch Su Ming's white shadow cat? Looks like we'll need to strengthen your training. He was fully focused on examining the rat's severely injured limbs, with wounds so deep the bone was visible. His hatred simmered and grew, but he completely failed to notice the crimson glow slowly spreading in the rat's eyes. Squeak, squeak. The Redford rat seized the moment when Wang Kang's attention wavered, suddenly raising its claw and swiping viciously at his neck. What are you doing, Redford rat? Wang Kong cried out in shock, leaning back just in time to avoid a fatal blow. Even so, a bloody scratch was left on his neck. The Redford rat didn't stop after missing its mark. Instead, it opened its blood-stained jaws and lunged for Wang Kang's arm. In that instant, all the fear, despair, and helplessness it had accumulated during the battle erupted in a frenzy. Wang Kong finally snapped out of his daze and hastily flung the rat away. Betrayal? Su Ming and Dabao stared wide-eyed at the scene. At that very moment, a shadow as dark as night whipped through the air like a lash, piercing straight through the Redford rat's head. Warm blood splattered across Wang Kang's shocked face. Staring blankly at the blood staining his clothes, he murmured, "My beast is dead?" Meanwhile, the victorious black scorpion carried its prize, the tip of its tail impaled with the rat's body, letting out a triumphant sound as it quickly scurried back. Su Ming couldn't help but take a sharp breath, turning his back to Wang Jinbao as he asked, "You anticipated that Wang Kang's Redford rat would turn on its master, so you had the black scorpion prepared in advance?" Quite the calculation. Wang Jinbao, standing behind him, froze for a moment, his eyes flickering. His original plan had been simple: wait for Wang Kong to admit defeat, then have the black scorpion administer a dose of anesthesia, resolving the matter with at most some compensation for medical expenses. But the black scorpion's reaction had completely exceeded his expectations. It had directly pierced the Redford rat's head with its stinger and dragged it away. Huh. Wang Jinbao snapped out of his thoughts and quickly went along with Su Ming's words. Yes, didn't I say earlier? Wang Kang's red-furred rat was bound to turn on him. The main issue is Wang Kong himself. His beast fought for him and got injured. Yet instead of showing concern, he blamed it. That kind of trust, once broken, makes betrayal inevitable. Seeing how Wang Jinbao smoothed things over, Su Ming immediately gave him a thumbs up. As expected from someone raised in a merchant family, your foresight is impressive. I pale in comparison. The compliment made Wang Jinbao feel a bit embarrassed, knowing full well it was a complete fluke. He looked at the black scorpion, which had returned to his side and was now presenting its spoils like a trophy. Clearing his throat, he said, "All right, go ahead and eat. No need to show it to me." What neither of them expected was for the black scorpion to place the red-furred rat's corpse in front of Debao, who was enjoying being petted. Debao looked surprised as it listened to the vibrations of the black scorpion's mandibles, then began eating without hesitation. Meow, meow, meow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Meow. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao exchanged puzzled looks, utterly baffled. As beginner beast tamers, they couldn't yet communicate precisely with their beasts, let alone understand the conversation between two of them. All they could see was that the black scorpion seemed even more excited, standing guard like a dutiful sentinel while Debao ate. Why does this look like it's paying protection fees? Su Ming joked half seriously. Wang Jinbao's face darkened at the remark. He immediately crouched down and knocked on the black scorpion's head. Are you stupid? Now you're paying protection fees? Hiss. You like eating innards, huh? Fine. When we get back, no more meat for you, just innards. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In stark contrast to their light-hearted exchange, Wang Kong had descended into turmoil. Why did my red-furred rat betray me? No. Why was Wang Jinbao's black scorpion behind me? No. The real question is what gave him the right to kill my beast? This has to be a conspiracy. With that thought, Wang Kong abruptly stood up, ready to confront Wang Jinbao. But just then, Lu Jun's commanding voice rang out, freezing him in place. All right, stop your training for now. Everyone, look over here. As all the students' attention turned to Lu Jun, Wang Kong suddenly interrupted, just as the instructor was about to start his speech. Instructor Lu, Wang Jinbao recklessly killed my beast. He should compensate me. Wang Kong shouted furiously, his voice echoing across the training field. However, the sympathy he anticipated was nowhere to be found. Instead, he was met with the cold stares and derisive chuckles of his classmates. Even instructor Lu Jun merely cast him a fleeting glance, offering no response. Lu Jun scanned the group, his voice steady and authoritative. Listen carefully, everyone. Never force your beasts into battle, especially when you're still building trust with them. If your beast hesitates when facing an obviously stronger opponent, it is not weakness. Such hesitation reflects the trust you've begun to establish and an awareness of the gap in strength. His tone grew heavier. The most terrifying consequence of forcing a battle isn't the death of your beast, but the possibility that it may choose to turn against you afterward. At that moment, everyone's eyes instinctively shifted to Wang Kong, as if drawn by an invisible force. The weight of their collective gaze left him paralyzed, his face pale, and cold sweat dripping down his back. Only then did Lu Jun fix his eyes directly on Wang Kong. Wang Kong, in that situation, your beast had already prepared to attack you and was about to act. The wound on your neck is proof of this. If it weren't for Wang Jinbao's black scorpion intervening in time, you'd be dead. Not only do you fail to show gratitude, but you also twist the truth. After a brief pause, Lu Jun continued, your behavior repaying kindness with hostility might barely be tolerated in the senior division. But he hesitated for a moment, then added, your beast is already dead. Take some time off, return after forming a new contract with a beast, and reflect on your actions. The implications were clear. Wang Kong might bond with the new beast, but Class 1 would no longer welcome him. However, Wang Kong seemed oblivious to this underlying meaning. Muttering about finding a new beast to contract with, he hurriedly left the scene. TCH, what an idiot. He still doesn't realize Class 1 won't have him anymore, Wang Jinbao sneered. Su Ming remained silent, clearly unwilling to associate with someone like Wang Kong. Glancing at the time, Lu Jun declared, that concludes today's training. As for dorm assignments, Teacher Wang has posted the details in the class group. Check it yourselves. His gaze shifted to Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. Class monitor and vice monitor, stay behind. The two froze momentarily before calling back their beasts, who were still enjoying their meals. Debao, stop gnawing on that bone. Black Scorpion, leave it for now. We've got important business. With reluctant glances at their unfinished food, the beasts returned to their owners, who then followed Lu Jun away. The remaining students exchanged looks. Someone remarked meaningfully, thinking about giving your beast extra nutrition? Sure, go ahead. But first, ask yourself why they're the monitor and vice monitor, and why the instructor called them specifically. With that, the speaker headed toward the Class 1 teaching building. After some hesitation, the others eventually gathered their beasts and left the training field. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao followed Lu Jun to the empty classroom. Lu Jun turned to Wang Jinbao, who was still laughing, and said coldly, "Stop laughing. Don't think I don't know what you were trying to do by having Black Scorpion sneak behind Wang Kong." Wang Jinbao's smile froze instantly. Lu Jun snorted, "If it weren't for a twist of fate saving Wang Kang's life, I wouldn't have praised you." "Drill instructor Lu, is there a specific reason you called us here?" Su Ming asked. Lu Jun glanced at Su Ming. "Do you have something urgent to attend to?" After a brief pause, Su Ming nodded. "Wang Jinbao said he wanted to introduce me to two friends. I'm curious who they are. Are they guys or girls? And are they good looking?" Lu Jun's expression darkened immediately. "So that's the nonsense you came up with? Is that what you're talking about?" Facing Su Ming's calm nod, Lu Jun sighed helplessly. "All right, I called you here to talk about the upcoming free periods when you don't have classes. Don't just stay cooped up in the school all day. Within a 10-mile radius of the school, it's safe for all of you. Take some time to go out, explore, and enjoy the scenery." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming exchanged wary glances. "Safe for our class leader within a 10-mile radius? What does that mean? Could it be that there are no elite-level monsters in this area, and even the servant-level monsters are weak?" Seeing the thoughtful expressions on their faces, Lu Jun knew his words had hit the mark. He quickly dismissed them. "Don't go spreading what I just said. Weren't you about to meet new friends? What are you waiting for, an invitation?" The two snapped out of their thoughts, bid Lu Jun farewell, and left the classroom in a hurry. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Jun muttered to himself, "If you've already set things up with class 2, then just admit it. Why pretend to make new friends?" Realizing something, his expression turned exasperated. The younger generation today so quick-witted. Wang Jinbao's habit of exaggerating is predictable, but even Su Ming's words are half-truths. Shaking his head, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Since the dormitory building was behind the classroom, the two didn't encounter any other students and headed straight for the school gate. "Ouyang Li and Zhao Guang are already waiting for us at the gate," Su Ming said, glancing at Wang Jinbao, who was replying to messages. He asked curiously, "The gate? Weren't we going to climb over the wall?" Wang Jinbao paused mid-text. "Climb the wall? Why would we do that? Just follow the road ahead. The area behind the school is the training base. Climbing over would definitely get us in trouble." Only then did Su Ming realize that the school not only allowed but even encouraged students to explore within a designated range, as long as they didn't exceed the 10-kilometer limit Lu Jun had mentioned. Before long, they arrived at the school gate and saw Ouyang Li and Zhao Guang waiting for them. "You're here? Let's go. My riot monkey can't wait any longer," Zhao Guang said as the riot monkey beside him let out an excited roar. Wang Jinbao gave the riot monkey just a glance before his gaze shifted to Ouyang Li's beast. Su Ming also followed his line of sight. It was a raven, but one unlike any ordinary raven. Perched on Ouyang Li's shoulder, its sharp claws lightly gripped his clothing, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Most striking of all was its single crimson eye, while its feathers were as black as ink, shimmering faintly with a violet sheen under the sun. This was a one-eyed doom raven, a beast of exceptional rank with an 8th-level servant capability, possessing the potential for sharpness and eagle-eye evolution. According to the Beast Compendium, though it had only one eye, it could achieve a full 720-degree field of vision. However, in the eyes of the world, it was seen as a harbinger of misfortune and calamity, its appearance often associated with death. Su Ming quietly marveled to himself Ouyang Li's beast, whether in terms of potential or rank, was undoubtedly among the top tier of their grade. Their gazes met briefly, and they exchanged a knowing nod. "We're all here, and everyone looks ready. Let's move," Wang Jinbao said simply. "Black Feather, go." At Ouyang Li's command, the Doom Raven leapt from his shoulder. Its wings, nearly a meter wide when fully spread, flapped powerfully as it ascended rapidly. Within seconds, it had become a small black dot high in the sky. Noticing Su Ming's surprised expression, Ouyang Li voluntarily explained, "Black Feather handles aerial reconnaissance. Its diving speed is incredibly fast, and it can return within seconds, ensuring no delays in relaying information." "I know about the one-eyed Doom Raven," Su Ming responded. "Its beak and claws are extremely sharp, and its eyesight rivals that of a hawk." His words left Ouyang Li slightly surprised. Zhao Guang, accompanied by his rampage monkey, chimed in, "One-eyed Doom Ravens are really rare. Usually, they're killed on sight. Even though the authorities have clarified that they're not omens of misfortune, the stigma runs deep." He glanced at Ouyang Li. "Don't let his quiet demeanor fool you. He used to talk as much as I do, but ever since he got this beast, he's become more reserved." Suddenly, a loud, irritated meow interrupted their conversation. Everyone turned to see the rampage monkey clutching a few strands of white fur in its hand. Su Ming's expression instantly darkened. "Zhao Guang, control your crazy monkey." Wang Jinbao snapped. Zhao Guang smacked the rampage monkey on the head, yanked out 2 more strands of fur, prompting the monkey to let out a disgruntled screech before another slap silenced it. "That's a white shadow cat, not a white fluffy cat, you idiot," he scolded, then turned to the group. "Sorry about that. This monkey has the worst memory, it never remembers getting punished." When Su Ming heard the comment about never remembering being punished, he seemed to ponder something briefly before letting it go. Surveying the group, he remarked, "Our lineup is pretty well balanced. Defense, mobility, reconnaissance, and defense are all covered." The three of them nodded silently, for at that moment, the road ahead of them had disappeared. The path ahead came to an abrupt end, giving way to a patch of low trees, and beyond that, the dense depths of a forest. At the entrance, several prominent warning signs and banners stood tall, with the words "Danger ahead, do not proceed" clearly written on them. "The instructor specifically directed us to head this way," Su Ming said, glancing at his companions for confirmation. Wang Jinbao nodded after a brief moment of silence. "We received the same instructions. These signs must be here to deter other new students. After all, it's only been a few days since the term started, and most people's beast taming skills and control abilities aren't developed enough to handle the dangers here." Ouyang glanced indifferently at the warning signs before stepping forward without hesitation. "The others aren't strong enough, which is why the coach didn't inform them. Let's not waste time, keep up." The group followed suit, with Wang Jinbao close behind Ouyang, while Su Ming and Zhao Guang brought up the rear. The forest was lush and overgrown, with layers of branches and leaves forming a dense canopy that blocked out most sunlight. Only faint rays of light occasionally filtered through the gaps. As they walked, Su Ming sidled closer to Zhao Guang and lowered his voice. "Zhao Guang, what's going on between Wang Jinbao and Wang Hui?" "Wang Hui? You mean Li Li's best friend?" Zhao Guang's face lit up with a mischievous smile. "It's actually a misunderstanding. Wang Hui comes from a modest background, while Li Li's parents are particularly strict with her because she has such an outstanding brother. They became close friends later. One time, Wang Jinbao and I ran into Li Li at the mall. She was about to buy new clothes for Wang Hui, and Wang Hui was visibly thrilled. After all, she's just a student from a small town and isn't used to seeing so many nice things." But Wang Jinbao misunderstood the situation. "I tried explaining, but he wouldn't believe me, so I decided to just watch the drama unfold." Su Ming listened, eyeing Zhao Guang's amused expression with suspicion, wondering if his so-called explanation had only made things worse. Up ahead, Wang Jinbao suddenly turned around and gave the two of them a peculiar look. "What are you two whispering about back there? Talking so quietly, are you discussing something shady?" At that moment, Ouyang, who had been calm and composed the entire time, suddenly tensed up. "My black feather is descending, it spotted an enemy." Before his words had fully registered, the one-eyed morning raven perched on his shoulder had already swooped through the branches and descended. The others immediately commanded their own beasts into a state of readiness. The faint rustling of movement echoed through the forest, and the group's expressions grew increasingly grim. "Ouyang, did your beast get a clear look at what it is?" Su Ming asked while gently patting Debao to keep it alert. "Something squirrel-like. It's coming." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a shadow, over half a meter tall, suddenly dove down from the branches above, aiming straight for Ouyang at the front. It moved so swiftly that all they could see was a blur of darkness. Yet, Ouyang remained completely still, calmly raising a hand to adjust his glasses. Qua! A sharp caw pierced the air as the shadow suddenly burst with a streak of blood, then fell heavily to the ground about a meter in front of Ouyang. Only then did the group finally get a good look at what the creature truly was. Illustration display. Shadow Demon Mouse Common Level. Level 5 Servant Ability. Traits. Monogamous, inseparable, resides in dense forests. Abilities. Tail possesses ton-level explosive force, highly predatory. At this moment, a one-eyed morning raven was leisurely feasting atop the Shadow Demon Mouse's head. Zhao Guang widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the jet-black creature over half a meter tall in front of him. Its massive build and thick tail were nothing like an ordinary squirrel. It resembled his riot monkey more than anything. Unable to resist, he stepped forward and grabbed the mouse's front paw for a closer look. Though the paw was only half the size of a human palm, it was rugged, pitch black, and radiated an unsettling aura. Just then, Su Ming, who had just finished reading the illustration, gasped, his pupils contracting in urgency. "You fool, get back here. These creatures always appear in pairs." The relaxed expression on Zhao Guang's face froze instantly. Almost simultaneously, a furious screech roar exploded from above. A shadow demon mouse, twice the size of the one before, lunged down from above. In the panic, Zhao Guang found himself unable to move, while the one-eyed morning raven continued to eat without a care. At the critical moment, Ouyang and Su Ming shouted in unison, "Black Feather, block it." Big Bao charge. Big Bao became a blur, intercepting the male mouse just in time and knocking it away. Zhao Guang barely had time to exhale in relief before Ouyingli strode over, yanked his hair back and barked, "What are you spacing out for? Get your riot monkey out there." Ignoring the pain in his scalp, Zhao Guang quickly issued the command, "Riot monkey, go. Show this damn squirrel." His voice trailed off as he finally got a good look at the male mouse. It stood a towering 1.5 meters tall. Its thick arms and ferocious, bared teeth left no trace of a squirrel-like appearance. Illustration display. Shadow Demon Mouse Elite Level. Level 7 Servant Ability. Traits. Same as common level. Level 7 Elite. Sweat beaded on Su Ming's forehead. The male mouse's eyes glowed blood red, and its tail pounded the ground with resounding thuds. Its burly physique was more reminiscent of a kangaroo or gorilla. Screech roar. Meow. Despite the Shadow Demon Mouse's intimidating display, Big Bao showed no fear. Instead, it adopted an unprecedentedly fierce stance, a sight that even caught Su Ming off guard. The white shadow cat is a bold and ferocious beast with an intense desire to attack. Thinking of Dabao's traits, Su Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath. The usually docile Dabao, who acted like a house cat around him, was now staring intently, waiting for his command. "Su Ming, it was my mistake earlier. Let me help you," Zhao Guang volunteered. "No need. Just have your riot monkey stay on the sidelines for support. My beast will attempt a solo kill." Su Ming raised his hand to stop Zhao Guang. Noticing the guilt on Zhao Guang's face, Su Ming was about to explain the situation but was cut short by Wang Jinbao's slap to the back of his head. "You fool. Do you think you're still in the safety of the city or school? Stop being so careless. Don't tell me you actually think the white shadow cat is a gentle creature?" Wang Jinbao scolded Zhao Guang on the spot, clearly annoyed. Nearby, Ouyingli, seeing that his own beast was unharmed, immediately gave commands. "Black Feather, get up in the trees and keep watch on the surroundings." Black Feather responded instantly with a sharp cry, "Caw, caw." Black Scorpion, stay with us and guard against other beasts' sneak attacks and any sudden threats from underground. Black Scorpion hissed in acknowledgement. This series of quick reactions spurred Zhao Guang into action as well. Riot Monkey, block the Shadow Demon Rat's escape route and keep an eye on the rear. The previously idle Riot Monkey instantly perked up, dashing on all fours with excitement. Roar. The Shadow Demon Rat's attention was drawn to the Riot Monkey, which seemed like the easiest target to bully, its gaze fixed on the moving figure. "Dabao, Shadow Claw," Su Ming suddenly shouted. The three others turned to look, only to find that the white shadow cat, which had been locking eyes with the Shadow Demon Rat, had vanished in an instant. Just as the Shadow Demon Rat was about to shift its focus, a sharp pain shot through its hind leg. Its entire body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Zhao Guang, watching this unfold, asked nervously, "It cut the tendons again? What, do you want the white shadow cat to face this monster heathen in a contest of strength?" Wang Jinbao shot him a glare. Zhao Guang, knowing he was in the wrong, fell silent and could only fix his attention on his riot monkey, ready to issue commands at any moment. Dabao, having successfully landed the attack, slowly reappeared, now standing behind the kneeling Shadow Demon Rat, closing in step by step. Su Ming noticed Dabao's intent, and his pupils contracted. "No, pull back and stay away from its tail." Before the words had fully left his mouth, both sides moved simultaneously. The Shadow Demon Rat leaned back slightly, pushing off the ground with its powerful legs to launch itself backward. Its massive, meter-long tail swung high into the air, ready to strike down. But as a feline beast, Dabao was even faster. The moment its opponent made a move, Dabao arched its body and leaped back, narrowly avoiding the attack. With a thunderous crash, the Shadow Demon Rat's missed tail strike created a massive crater in the ground, sending tremors that felt like an earthquake to the four onlookers. Staring at the alarming pit, Su Ming, for the first time, felt the weight of true pressure. The wild monsters, though lacking the guidance of a beastmaster, possess battle instincts honed through countless life-and-death struggles, something far beyond the grasp of a novice beastmaster. Su Ming watched as the Shadow Demon Rat delivered a powerful strike, knowing that if it landed on Dabao, it wouldn't be fatal but would certainly cause severe injury. Dabao, exploit the opening, sever its tail, and retreat immediately. The white shadow cat let out an enraged growl, meow. Its figure blurred into a streak of white as it pounced toward the Shadow Demon Rat. The rat attempted to prop itself up using its healthy left leg and tail, but the excruciating pain from the torn tendons in its right leg caused a fatal delay in its movements. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, followed by a spray of blood. The once mighty tail drooped instantly, revealing stark white bone and distinct claw marks at the severed connection, soon drenched in fresh blood. Losing its balance, the Shadow Demon Rat flailed its arms in panic, desperately trying to steady itself. In that split second, a second gleam of cold light streaked past. The blood-stained form of the white shadow cat darted over the rat, and with a heavy thud, the rat collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound on its neck. The scene left Zhaoguang gasping. The White Shadow Cat's attacks are that straightforward and brutal? Straightforward and brutal? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This is precision. My Dabao isn't like your riot monkey, relying solely on brute strength to solve everything. Zhaoguang frowned slightly, feeling something was off. My riot monkey can solve everything with brute force? That's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? How about I give it a shot with the next monster? Get lost. Wang Jinbao shoved Zhaoguang aside. The next one's mine. You just watch and learn. After a moment of thought, Zhaoguang nodded. You've got a point. Now you're getting it. Wang Jinbao said with satisfaction, then began assigning roles. Ouyang Li's crow likes brains, Su Ming's Dabao enjoys gnawing on meaty bones, and my big black loves internal organs. The rest can go to your riot monkey. Fine by me. My guy's not picky and eats everything. Zhaoguang agreed happily. Wang Jinbao pulled out a small knife and circled the male shadow demon rat twice before looking up. The tail's over a meter long. If I strip off the meat and extract the bone, it'd make a great staff. You want it? Zhaoguang's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to Su Ming. Su Ming, will you sell it? How much? Su Ming, about to let Dabao enjoy its spoils, froze and instinctively looked at Wang Jinbao. The latter stroked his chin with a feigned air of seriousness. Su Ming doesn't know much about these things. Since we're all comrades, just transfer him 50,000 credits. 50,000? Su Ming was stunned. Noticing Wang Jinbao raising his eyebrows at him discreetly, he immediately understood the misunderstanding. If you want this tailbone, just take it, Su Ming said directly to Zhaoguang, meeting his gaze. It's not easy to sell it out in the wild, and I don't have any use for it. We're classmates after all. Wang Jinbao froze for a moment upon hearing this, then fell silent. Zhaoguang, on the other hand, lightly patted his cheeks, looking at Su Ming in disbelief. You're really just giving it to me? Yeah, take it if you need it, Su Ming replied with a firm nod. At this moment, Ouyang Li also turned his attention toward them. Su Ming knew this wasn't a coincidence. Ouyang Li was clearly surprised by his actions as well. Su Ming calculated in his mind. Zhaoguang's parents were the director and deputy director of Baiyun City's official beast taming hospital, and each city only had one official hospital of this kind. This connection would definitely come in handy in the future. Selling the tailbone would only fetch 50,000 yuan, which was negligible compared to the materials needed for Dabao's evolution. However, for Zhaoguang at this moment, it was an urgently needed item, akin to providing help in a dire situation. Instead of selling it for a small amount, it was better to earn some goodwill. After confirming Su Ming's sincerity, Zhaoguang gratefully patted his chest and then happily ran over to Wang Jinbao. Look at how happy you are, Wang Jinbao said with a shake of his head, feigning disdain. All right, stop grinning. I'll help you strip the meat off. Still basking in his joy, Zhaoguang suddenly noticed the small knife in Wang Jinbao's hand and exclaimed, that knife, its material must be extraordinary, right? 40 or 50,000, maybe. It's made from the claw of a battle-grade Gale wolf. Wow, no wonder your family is in the materials business, so much money to spend, Zhaoguang remarked in admiration. Wang Jinbao said nothing in response, deftly stripping the tailbone and tossing it to him. It's a bit thick, though, Zhaoguang said, examining the tailbone. No problem, riot monkey can still grow bigger. Worst case, it'll just hold it with both hands for now. While their beasts were eating, the four of them passed the time chatting idly. Once the beasts had finished, Zhaoguang, still fiddling with the bone club, asked, so, do we keep going deeper, or what? Ouyang Li glanced at his phone. It's only 1 p.m. We can keep going. The beasts are mostly done eating, and the smell of blood here is spreading. Let's move quickly. With that, the group, along with their respective beasts, continued forward. Ouyang Li's one-eyed red crow took to the skies again to keep watch. About 15 minutes after they left, faint rustling sounds emerged from where they'd been. In an instant, a scythe-like sharp limb flashed through the air, effortlessly slicing off a bloodied rat's thigh and dragging it into the underbrush. The group moved forward, their nerves on edge. Before long, they came across a peculiar clearinga space devoid of trees and even grass, as if meticulously trimmed. Yet, the air was thick with the stench of decay. Ugh, what a stench! A foul odor rushed toward them, causing everyone to instinctively cover their noses and mouths. Even the beasts accompanying them reacted, each finding its own way to avoid the nauseating smell. As they searched for the source of the odor, they quickly noticed a peculiar plant growing in the shadows of the forest across the clearing. Resembling the infamous corpse flower, this plant had a flower mouth with a diameter of less than 20 centimeters, continuously emitting a white powdery substance into the air. What is this thing? Is it some kind of spiritual entity or a plant-type monster? Zhaoguang asked, shielding his nose with his hand and directing his question to Wang Jinbao. Your family deals with this stuff, give us a definite answer. Wang Jinbao squinted at the plant, studying it thoughtfully. It looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Yang Li stood silently nearby, not out of aloofness, but because Su Ming had already explained the situation to him earlier during their journey. It's a spiritual plant, a poison stench corpse flower, Su Ming said, turning to Wang Jinbao with a hint of surprise. According to the guidebook, it's a plant that grows in jungles. Not only does it release a foul odor, but the liquid accumulating in its flower mouth is highly corrosive and extremely toxic. However, for venomous crawling insects, this liquid is actually a powerful supplement. Your black scorpion might want to give it a try. Yes, that's its poison stench corpse flower, Wang Jinbao exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. I dealt with one before, but it was so smelly I didn't want to touch it again. Hey, Dahe, go eat. His beast perked up at the command and eagerly darted forward. But what's with this clearing? Zhao Guang asked, gesturing around. It looks like it's been trimmed or maintained by someone. You'll understand in a moment, Wang Jinbao replied curtly. The group watched as the black scorpion approached the flower. It hesitated briefly before using its tail stinger to poke a small hole in the flower. Immediately, the liquid inside began to flow through the opening and into the scorpion's mouth. As the liquid diminished, the flower stopped emitting the nauseating white powder. After finishing the liquid, the scorpion suddenly turned and began gnawing on the grass. What's it doing now? Zhao Guang asked, puzzled. Su Ming frowned and explained. The flower's liquid is bitter, smelly, and highly toxic. Nothing but venomous insects can consume it. It's eating grass to rinse its mouth. Judging by the marks around here, this seems to be a spot frequently visited by monsters. We should leave quickly. Hearing this, the group wasted no time and resumed their journey. Sometime later, a brownish crawling insect, about 1.3 meters long, appeared in the clearing. Resembling a mantis, the creature's sharp, scythe-like forelimbs held the severed leg of a shadow rat. Dragging its prey, it moved directly toward the poison stench corpse flower. It instinctively leaned its head toward the flower's mouth, only to find a hole at the base of the flower. Its brownish eyes instantly turned crimson, glowing with a menacing red light. The sky grew darker as Zhao Guang irritably swatted a large mosquito, about 5 or 6 centimeters long, and shook his hand in disgust. The system immediately popped up with an identification prompt. This is a blood-sucking mosquito, mutated from an ordinary mosquito before the revival of spiritual energy. It is classified as a level 1 servant class creature with low attack power and minimal cultivation value. It's almost 4 o'clock. We should head back. At this pace, we'll probably reach the school around 6 or 7, Zhao Guang said. Wang Jinbao also swatted a blood-sucking mosquito, his expression serious. If these mosquitoes are here, there's likely a stream nearby. Nights in the wild are especially dangerous near water. We need to turn back immediately. Su Ming looked up at the gradually dimming sky. Indeed, the light in the forest was fading quickly, and water areas at night concealed countless hidden threats. Let's just turn back now, Yang Li said, adjusting his glasses in agreement. Zhao Guang glanced at his rampage monkey, which was still playing with a large bone club, and sighed regretfully. What a shame. I didn't get the rampage monkey to bless this bone club. Don't worry about it. There'll be plenty of chances next time, Su Ming reassured him. At that moment, Dabeo nudged Su Ming's pants lightly with its head. Meow? Are we going home? Yeah, but we're heading back to school. We'll be staying there for now, not going home. Meow? Meow? Do I have a bed? What about food? Dabeo, with blood still on the corner of its mouth, put on an exaggeratedly pitiful face. Of course everything's there. The school has dorms specially prepared for students and their beasts. You'll have everything you need. Watching Su Ming and Dabeo communicate so seamlessly, Yang Li and Zhao Guang were visibly surprised. You can communicate with a white shadow cat without any barriers? Isn't that an ability only intermediate Beast Tamers have? Zhao Guang asked, unable to hide his curiosity. It's not really barrier-free communication, just a skill that comes with practice, Su Ming replied modestly, leaving Zhao Guang momentarily speechless. Just as they were about to set off on their return journey, an abrupt change occurred. Dabeo, who had been acting cute just moments ago, suddenly tensed up, its eyes sharp as blades. It crouched low, staring intently at a clump of bushes directly ahead. This sudden shift in demeanor caught the group off guard, and only Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Something extremely dangerous was watching them with intense hostility. Whoa, your white shadow cat is like a living radar. How did it even notice that? Zhao Guang exclaimed in shock. Yang Li's expression turned serious. In the wild, never doubt a white shadow cat's instincts. They're natural-born hunters. My black feather lost its vision earlier because of the dim light, which is why I agreed to turn back. Hearing that even the white shadow cat was on high alert, the group's tension escalated, surpassing even the anxiety they had felt when facing the shadow demon rat earlier. Wang Jinbao's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. The forest was eerily silent, with nothing but the faint sound of wind breaking the stillness. Su Ming, can your white phantom cat sense how far away the enemy is from us? He asked. Su Ming didn't answer directly. Instead, he bent down and gently stroked Debao's chin. The target is ahead of us to the left, closing in steadily, he finally said. You can figure that out just by petting it? Zhao Guang asked skeptically, mimicking Su Ming's action by stroking his own riot monkey's chin. All he got in return was a bewildered look from the monkey. Su Ming blinked several times to confirm. Indeed, there was movement ahead and to the left. It's a killer mantis. Zhao Guang, have your riot monkey use its tailbone sweep to force it out into the open. Zhao Guang acted immediately. The riot monkey bit itself, its eyes turning blood red in an instant. It then swung its massive tailbone with ferocious strength, sweeping through the grass ahead on the left. Wait, it can go berserk like that? Su Ming asked in surprise, as he watched the riot monkey swing its tailbone with the agility of a ribbon. Zhao Guang laughed awkwardly. It's a little trick I came up with yesterday, just in case I needed an extra burst of power when battling your white phantom cat. The tense atmosphere lightened a bit at this remark, and Wang Jinbao even let out a chuckle. Smart thinking. While Ouyang Li's face twitched slightly, his gaze remained locked forward. Black Feather, strike as soon as you spot it. Don't give the killer mantis a chance to react. Before he finished speaking, the black crow perched on his shoulder shot forward like an arrow. With a faint clang, the grass about 4 meters ahead of the riot monkey trembled slightly. There it is, Su Ming said, narrowing his eyes before shouting a warning to Zhao Guang. Pull your riot monkey back. Ouyang Li added quickly, my black feather can pinpoint the killer mantis, but the only one fast enough to keep up with it is probably your white phantom cat. Su Ming nodded firmly. All right, have your black feather lead the way. Debao will handle the attack. As soon as the plan was set, Ouyang Li directed his one-eyed death raven to launch an assault. Debao follow. Wang Jinbao, who had been observing from the sidelines, felt a bit left out. But as he glanced at his black scorpion, an idea suddenly struck him: it could dig tunnels. Dahe, burrow underground. Wang Jinbao crouched down, patting the head of the black scorpion. Go straight to where the killer mantis is. Su Ming's white phantom cat will drive it toward you. Seeing the black scorpion raise its giant pincers in confusion, Wang Jinbao added, don't worry, the plan is foolproof. The black scorpion emitted a few strange clicking sounds with its mandibles before aiming its massive pincers at the ground, as if confirming the direction. In the next instant, its pincers pierced into the soil, and its 8 legs quickly shoveled away the surrounding dirt. In the blink of an eye, half of its body was underground, and within a few breaths, it had completely disappeared. Just as Su Ming was about to speak, Wang Jinbao cut him off. You're worried the killer mantis will notice? You're overthinking it. Low-level creatures can't understand human speech unless they're tamed beasts. Although the killer mantis is fast, its greatest strengths are its stealth and those scythe-like arms. As long as your beast keeps attacking at a high frequency, my black scorpion will adjust its position. It digs incredibly fast. Su Ming nodded and exchanged a glance with Ouyang Li to confirm the plan. Black Feather, increase the speed of your thrusts. Debao, stay close and don't give it a chance to react. The two beasts immediately sprang into action. The one-eyed doom raven's hardened beak couldn't directly pierce the killer mantis's scythes, but its relentless attacks left the mantis's arms trembling with strain. Debao seized the opportunity during the raven's ascent after each strike to attempt a flank attack, aiming to slice the mantis in half. The killer mantis, with its keen instincts, quickly realized Debao's intent. Even with its arms numbed, it spun halfway around and managed to deflect Debao's claws. Watching Debao retreat swiftly after a missed strike, the killer mantis's gaze stayed locked on the large cat. Now on the defensive, the killer mantis seemed to be assessing the situation. The relentless aerial assaults from the raven required both of its arms to block effectively. If it tried to flee, it risked exposing a vital point to the raven's beak, and the combined attacks with the large cat would put it in even greater danger. Despite its desire to avenge the poisonous Stinkflower King, the odds were stacked against it. The killer mantis began to use the recoil from each block against the one-eyed doom raven's attacks to retreat slowly toward the bushes behind it. All 4 humans noticed this shift. Zhao Guang gestured to his riot monkey, who promptly slung its tailbone weapon over its shoulder and returned an OK gesture. Just as the killer mantis thought it was about to escape, it suddenly felt an unusual movement beneath its feet. Instinctively, it tried to leap backward, but it was already too late. The ground suddenly loosened, and a dark shadow shot out from beneath the soil. The killer mantis had barely leaped 30 centimeters off the ground when its abdomen was pierced by a pitch-black tail. Its entire body hung like a specimen on the tail stinger of the black scorpion. The scorpion's stinger, along with part of its tail, was deeply embedded in the mantis's abdomen. Riot monkey, go now, Zhao Guang shouted, seizing the opportunity. Remembering the earlier humiliation, the riot monkey let out an angry roar, gripping its tailbone club tightly as it charged toward the killer mantis. Even with its abdomen impaled, the mantis refused to give up. It immediately raised its scythe-like arms, preparing to slash at the tail beneath it. At the critical moment, a massive bone club came crashing down on its head, sending brownish-green fluid splattering everywhere. The killer mantis head was smashed to pieces, its upper body nearly severed from its lower half, and it slumped lifelessly. Sensing its prey was dead, the black scorpion smugly crawled out from the ground, swinging its tail in triumph. This bizarre spectacle made Su Ming glance curiously at Wang Jinbao, who was grinning. Not bad. I'll give you an extra meal when we get back, Wang Jinbao said to the black scorpion. Hiss hiss. Huh. Su Ming, why are you looking at me like that? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to ask how much this killer mantis could sell for. Su Ming quickly changed the subject, though his mind was racing. Can the personalities of a master and their beast really be so similar? How does this happen? Is it through some kind of mental connection? The killer mantis? This thing isn't worth much. It's a total money pit. Su Ming looked at the still smiling Wang Jinbao in confusion. You're smiling so happily, but it's not because the killer mantis is valuable? Wang Jinbao explained. The killer manticides are good, but humans can't use them. Its venom evaporates quickly after death. As for the meat, aside from the abdomen, the whole body is just hard shell with stringy bits of flesh. Otherwise, Ouyang Li and your beast wouldn't have struggled so much to remove its scythes. Su Ming sighed. Well, if it's not valuable, it's not valuable. At least we gained some experience. But the wild creatures out here are definitely on a different level than the ones in yesterday's test. No wonder the instructor gave us so many warnings. And it seemed like this killer mantis was trying to retreat into the bushes at the end, using Ouyang Li's beast's attacks as cover. Ouyang Li, who was soothing his one-eyed morning raven, nodded. Yeah, the creatures yesterday were also captured in the wild, but they were guarded by elite beasts and of a lower level. Today, we're on our own. He frowned as he turned to Zhao Guang, who was taking selfies with the killer mantis corpse. Idiot, stop taking pictures. We need to move. Interrupted, Zhao Guang showed a relieved smile, took out his phone, and snapped a picture of the scene in front of him. This time, I won't get scolded when we go back. Let me see. All right, let's head back. Seeing Zhao Guang taking pictures, Su Ming suddenly thought of a question. Do you think we've walked more than 10 kilometers? We've been walking since noon, and now it's almost evening. Ouyang Li immediately provided an answer. You're overthinking it. If we hit 10 kilometers, there would be a warning line, and the area is checked twice daily, once at noon and once at midnight. The first check happens right when we finish class. Besides, in the forest, every step we take is really slow. All right, let's go back and take a shower, Wang Jinbao said. Our class monitor has some privileges, like ordering food directly from the school. Ordering food directly? Su Ming turned to Wang Jinbao in surprise. Yeah, it's a benefit every class monitor gets. Considering what you went through this morning, having a few meals from the school is well deserved. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Being the class monitor today had indeed been no easy task. As Zhao Guang was scrolling through his photos, he suddenly chuckled. You guys had a rough time this morning too? Was someone in the class causing trouble? Wang Jinbao and Su Ming looked at him curiously, while Ouyang Li turned his head away. Before speaking, Zhao Guang gave Ouyang Li a meaningful glance. This morning, there was a girl in our class who tried to pursue Ouyang Li, and it ended up with the two of them fighting. Wang Jinbao lost interest and impatiently pushed Zhao Guang. Come on, with Ouyang Li's perpetually expressionless face, do we even need to guess how that turned out? Boring. Let's hurry up. It's almost dark. The four of them retraced their steps along the path they came from. With their beasts leading the way, they had no fear of getting lost. The dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting scattered shadows on the ground. Thankfully, the journey back was uneventful. After about an hour, they finally emerged from the dangerous wilderness and found themselves back by the familiar roadside, where the same signpost stood tall. Suddenly, a strange, pungent smell wafted through the air. The four of them exchanged knowing nods, bid each other goodbye, and headed toward their respective dormitories. When Wang Jinbao and Su Ming reached the dormitory entrance behind the teaching building, they could hear the sound of arguing from a distance. A faint sense of unease crept into Su Ming's heart. Should we step in and stop the fight? Wang Jinbao turned to look at Su Ming with an odd expression. You're overthinking it. Not only is it not our responsibility to stop fights, but the school actually encourages students to settle things through duels. At most, they'll use their beasts to spare. It rarely leads to serious injuries. Unless, of course, it's something extreme like what happened this morning. Su Ming felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. It turned out that the class monitor's duties were simply to help classmates with questions during class time, which was far from the babysitter role he had imagined. As the two climbed the stairs, Su Ming began to understand the layout of the class monitor's dormitory. Between the 5th and 6th floors, there was a password-protected door that required a junior Beast Tamer credential to unlock. Their destination was on the top floor, where there were only 2 dorm rooms, situated on either side of the staircase. The moment the door was pushed open, Su Ming was stunned. The dorm room was unexpectedly spacious. Upon closer inspection, its layout resembled that of an ordinary apartment, with separate rooms for sleeping and a private bathroom. The overall area was around 100 square meters. The bow, don't you prefer showering first? Go ahead. I'll organize the bed, Su Ming said as he headed straight for the bedroom. He had to admit, this dormitory was leagues above the places he had stayed before. After taking turns showering, the exhaustion of the day finally caught up to them. They fell asleep almost as soon as they hit the bed. As night fell, the lights in the dormitory building gradually went out one by one. However, on this seemingly tranquil night, an unsettling conversation was taking place in the training camp at the back of the school. What? Class 1 and Class 2 took down a pair of shadow demon rats and even dismembered a killer mantis? Lu Jun's face took on a peculiar expression as he listened to his subordinate's report. Confirmed, the reporter said, flipping through the documents in his hands. Colleagues near the perimeter discovered clear scratch marks and traces of paralyzing toxins. The surveillance footage also captured Zhao Guang's riot monkey carrying the tailbone of the male shadow demon rat. Lu Jun ran a hand through his hair. These freshmen are something else. Li Li's group retreated after taking down just one. But these kids, working as a team, are on another level. After a moment of silence, Lu Jun's gaze deepened. What about the situation at the Great Lake on the other side of Bayun City? Not good, the reporter replied with a grim expression. Aquatic monsters of servant and elite levels keep coming ashore from the lake. There have even been sightings of commander-level creatures like the ironbone lungfish and the torrent snapper turtle. Although the second and third squads managed to eliminate them, both squad leaders suspect that a lord-level monster might be lurking in the lake. Lu Jun closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Damn it, that lake's been quiet for 5 years. Why would a lord-level creature suddenly show up? He issued orders to the subordinate, who stood with his head lowered. Notify the second and third squads to hold their positions at all costs. Have the first squad move in for immediate support. If energy levels beyond commander class are detected, retreat without hesitation. Understood. Watching the reporter leave, Lu Jun slumped into his chair. After a moment, his eyes sharpened with resolve. We need to figure out exactly what's in that lake. Once we know, we'll lure it ashore and deal with it. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and the night passed without incident. The next morning, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, stretching his body, which felt slightly stiff from sleep. He sat up immediately, his gaze instinctively searching for Debeo. He spotted Debeo curled up at the edge of the bed, softly snoring in deep slumber. The heartwarming sight brought a gentle smile to Su Ming's face. As he slipped on his slippers and prepared to get up, he was reminded that he was in his school dormitory, not at home. Looking around, the room was bare except for some basic living essentials. At that moment, he recalled Wang Jinbao mentioning the meal ordering system the day before, and his attention was drawn to the display screen near the door. Curious, Su Ming walked over to the screen and tentatively tapped on it a few times. The screen lit up immediately, displaying an interface resembling a restaurant menu, clearly divided into breakfast, lunch, and dinner categories. He quickly found what he wanted for breakfast: a bowl of yak beef noodles, and clicked to confirm. The screen then displayed "Please wait." While waiting, Su Ming sat on a chair, holding his beginner Beast Tamer certificate in hand, ready to get up and retrieve his meal at any moment. About 10 minutes later, an unusual sound came from outside the door, not a typical knock, but something that sounded like a sharp object lightly poking the door. Meow. Debeo, startled awake by the noise, jumped up from the floor with his fur bristling and darted toward the living room. Seeing Su Ming sitting there unharmed, Debeo let out a confused meow. Meow? Beep beep, your meal has been delivered. Please open the door, the display screen suddenly announced. Su Ming glanced at the still alert Debeo and then at the balcony without security bars. A thought forming in his mind: it must have been a flying-type beast delivering the food. Although the dormitory door lacked a peephole, having Debeo as his bodyguard gave Su Ming a bit more courage. He approached the door, and Debeo immediately crouched low, ready for action, following closely behind. As the door opened, the sight before them left both Su Ming and Debeo momentarily stunned. It was indeed a bird-type beast, but this giant bird stood over 2 meters tall, its body covered in snow-white feathers. Its jet-black talons gleamed like obsidian under the sunlight, and its jade-like, translucent beak currently held a plastic bag containing the yak beef noodles. The majestic and elegant creature stood at the dormitory door like a natural masterpiece, though the ordinary plastic bag it carried somewhat disrupted the otherwise picturesque scene. A white jade Yaoclaw crane, resembling a celestial crane, appeared before Su Ming. This was a level 31 Lordier elemental beast with talents such as wind manipulation, eagle vision, and blade-like feathers, possessing extraordinary strength. Its obsidian-like sharp claws could easily tear through the defenses of monsters of the same level. Another Lord-Ear beast? Su Ming was stunned as he observed the scene before him. The third-year division actually has two Lord-Ear beasts? And such an elegant and powerful creature is here. Delivering food? The Yaoclaw crane gracefully lowered its head, presenting a neatly packaged meal to Su Ming. He quickly accepted it, speculating about the beast's owner. Could it be Instructor Liu? It was certainly possible. After all, Instructor Liu was already a master-tier beast tamer capable of contracting 4 beasts, and his Earth Armor Bear was also Lord-Tier. However, raising 2 Lord-Tier beasts required an astounding amount of resources rumored to start at tens of millions each. The Yaoclaw crane spread its wings, spanning over 5 meters, and soared into the sky. Su Ming watched it leave, his gaze fixed. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. I see now. The Earth Armor Bear handles ground defense, while this Lord-Tier flying beast dominates the skies. Who knows, maybe the third-year division has other hidden Lord-Tier beasts. With a setup like this, studying in the wild must feel as safe as a vacation. As Su Ming marveled at this revelation, Debeo stared at him with a pitiful look in its eyes. Debeo, are you hungry? Should I order something for you too? Meow. Debeo lay on the ground, letting out a soft, plaintive cry, as if accusing its owner of neglecting it. Of course not, Su Ming quickly explained. I was just curious about the new Lord-Tier beast I saw. Meow. Debeo tilted its head skeptically. Really? Su Ming reassured it with an okay hand gesture. Until you evolve, I won't even consider a second beast. Don't worry, you silly thing. Hearing this, Debeo's mood instantly shifted like a child receiving candy, its expression brightening. Su Ming opened the food delivery interface and noticed that the only option for beast food was shadow demon rat meat. He guessed these ingredients were probably hunted by the soldiers during patrols. After placing the order, Su Ming enjoyed his noodles in the living room while Debeo rubbed against his leg affectionately. Before long, a knock came at the door. Debeo sprang into action, darting to the door and flawlessly executing a sequence of opening the door, grabbing the meat, and closing it again. The efficiency of it all made Su Ming burst into laughter. All right, your food's here too, Su Ming said, pointing at the prepared food bowl. Go ahead and eat while I catch up on the news. Picking up his phone, Su Ming settled into his meal, indulging in his usual dining routine. Ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the news had become far more exciting than before. The first headline immediately caught his eye. World-class evil organization Cathedral's high-ranking member, Joker, spotted in Longhua. When Su Ming saw the headline, his mind immediately connected it to the infamous church organization. He was all too familiar with their atrocities. Not only did they kill, plunder, and burn, but their main business was stealing treasures from wild monsters. Their targets typically fell into 3 categories. First, spiritual plants guarded by monsters. Second, items collected by monsters that were beneficial to humans. But the most heinous of all was the third category, stealing monster offspring. From the young of level 10 elite monsters to the progeny of level 60 royal monsters, as long as someone was willing to pay the price, they dared to act. The reason this organization managed to remain standing on a global scale was precisely because of the lucrative trade in these high-value monster offspring. After all, for some people, ensuring a better future for their children was worth any amount of money. As for moral accountability, pursuing justice after the beast tides subsided would be akin to cutting off one's own arm. However, the church's actions were not without consequences. Whenever the offspring of a royal-level monster were stolen, the enraged parents would unleash apocalyptic beast tides, launching relentless revenge against human cities. Although Su Ming hadn't witnessed it firsthand, the scenes described in the news were terrifying. The skies darkened, elements ran wild, and an endless surge of energy flowed toward the furious royal-level monsters like a tidal wave. Notably, there were 3 nations whose monster offspring the church dared not touch lightly: Longhua, Xiongua, and Inghua. Rumor had it that each of these nations had legendary beast tamers guarding them. Whether the rumors were true or not, they certainly served as a deterrent. When Su Ming read about the clown, a newly emerged high-ranking member of the church mentioned in the news, a trace of worry flickered in his heart. But he quickly brushed it aside. Whatever happened, as long as he didn't add to the country's troubles, that would already be good enough. Soon, his attention was caught by another job advertisement, and he began browsing it intently. The bold words, Tinya Security Company hiring, caught Su Ming's eye. The job requirements listed were straightforward: elite-level beast tamers as a minimum, strong sense of responsibility, and a willingness to take risks. Beyond the basic salary, each completed assignment came with a commission ranging from 20 to 50. Su Ming stared at the job posting, lost in thought. In this world, the most common path for ordinary people to become beast tamers was to join a security company. It was a way to earn protection fees, and any spoils gained during missions were theirs to keep. However, this line of work had once been highly chaotic, until the government implemented a strict regulation. If the employer died but the bodyguard survived, the bodyguard would be sentenced to 20 years of compulsory service. This service essentially meant being sent to the front lines to deal with terrorist uprisings, border skirmishes, and various beast-related conflicts. Though the term was 20 years, no one had ever truly endured it to the end. After tidying up the dining table, Su Ming glanced at Debeo, who was lying on the floor, content and full, and started planning his next steps. His current situation made him anxious. The 100-year beast blood fruit that Debeo needed for evolution alone cost $1 million, and his savings weren't even a fifth of that, let alone the elite-level wind attribute core and 100-year windgrass he also needed. Hunting in the wilderness near the school allowed him to gather some small materials, but he couldn't handle the carcasses of larger monsters on his own. Wang Jinbao and his wealthy family clearly had no interest in such meager profits. As Su Ming was fretting, he caught sight of the floating guidebook frame near Debeo, and an idea struck him. Of course. He jumped to his feet. I can take the breeder certification exam. Breeders earn a lot of money. Debeo looked up at his suddenly energized owner in confusion. Meow. Debeo, I'm going to get certified as a breeder. Maybe I can get you some materials? Stay home and wait for me, Su Ming explained. The exam rules didn't allow beast companions to participate, to prevent cheating and avoid conflicts between beasts. Watching his owner hurriedly leave with his beginner-level Beast Tamer certificate, Debeo turned and went back to his room. He lay down and muttered, Meow. Those places I'm not allowed to go. I'll visit them all someday. Su Ming walked briskly toward the school gates. While students weren't usually allowed to leave campus freely, as class monitor, he had special privileges. He could go out without prior approval, as long as he returned before class on Monday. However, if he failed to show up, he would not only lose his position as class monitor but also forfeit his eligibility to run for it again. This rule made Su Ming acutely aware of the convenience that came with authority. At the bus stop outside the school gate, Su Ming was waiting for the bus when he encountered Wang Hui, who was also waiting. Hey, Su class rep, heading out of school for something too? Wang Hui greeted him proactively. Yeah, planning to take the certification exam for a breeder's license, Su Ming replied, noticing the book Wang Hui was holding, Beginner's Guide to Breeding? Su Ming was a bit surprised after reading the title. Are you also planning to take the breeder's license exam? As soon as he said this, he recalled Zhao Guang mentioning yesterday that Wang Hui's family was not well off. Wang Hui nodded openly. Yeah, my family doesn't have much money. My parents passed away early, and I live with my grandparents. I want to earn more to help out, so I thought I'd give the breeder path a try. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but slightly part his lips. At that moment, he deeply realized how severe Wang Jinbao's prejudice was. From Wang Hui's words and behavior, she clearly seemed like a cheerful and outgoing girl. Although Su Ming couldn't yet fully tell whether her efforts were genuine or not, she was nothing like the negative image Wang Jinbao had painted. Wang Hui wasn't surprised by Su Ming's momentary distraction and simply opened her book, studying intently. I know Wang Jinbao must have said a lot of bad things about me to you, she continued. Wang Jinbao isn't a bad person at heart, but his prejudice is pretty extreme. Like I said last time, he needs to be taught a serious lesson. That's also one of the reasons I want to get the Beast Master license. While some materials for beast evolution are publicly available, the extraction process and proportions aren't disclosed. Hiring a breeder for the configurations costs money. What she said aligned perfectly with Su Ming's own thoughts. He had the same plan, except he had the advantage of a guidebook. Taking the certification exam wasn't just practice for him, but also a way to earn some extra cash. The guidebook contained detailed instructions for extracting the evolutionary fluid for Dababeo. Is that so? Well, let's work hard together then, Su Ming replied. Wang Hui smiled in response and soon immersed herself back in her book. Not long after, the bus arrived. The vehicle was empty, and only the two of them were at the stop. After boarding, the bus promptly set off. It wasn't until the bus entered the city that Wang Hui suddenly looked up and asked in surprise, Su Ming, aren't you going to review your notes? Su Ming, deep in thought, was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. He had planned to rely entirely on his guidebook to breeze through the exam without studying. After a brief pause, he casually replied, I'm memorizing it silently. Memorizing it silently? Wang Hui looked puzzled, clearly doubting that anyone could memorize such a large amount of content. She herself was merely skimming through to familiarize herself with the material. The bus route for third-year students had fixed stops: the school, the Breeder Association, the Beastmaster Hospital, the Beastmaster Inspection Bureau, and the Beast Materials Market, with a few other stops in between. We've arrived at the Breeder Association. Please exit through the rear door in an orderly manner. When they got off the bus, what greeted them wasn't a grand building but a long line of people, mostly adults and students like them. The massive square in front of the Beastmaster Association was bustling with people. Nearly 10,000 examinees stood in neat lines, creating a grand and imposing scene. At the very front of the queue, a few staff members were distributing numbered tags. For Su Ming, who was visiting for the first time, The sight instantly reminded him of the military training days back in his first year of high school. Wang Hui lightly tapped the distracted Su Ming with her book and explained, feeling overwhelmed by the crowd. Honestly, if it weren't for the rule that you have to wait a month to retake the exam after failing, this place would be even more packed, probably blocking the streets, too. Su Ming picked up on something unusual and asked sharply, "How do you know all this so well? Did you look into it on purpose?" "Not at all," Wang Hui replied with a candid smile. "This is my second time here. I almost passed before the school term started. But those rules I mentioned don't actually apply to students who already have a Beast Master certificate. You brought your Beast Master certificate, right?" Wang Hui asked, changing the subject. Su Ming quickly pulled the certificate out of his pocket. "Got it. Honestly, if I hadn't needed it to open the stairwell earlier, I might forgotten about it." "Good. Just show it to the staff," Wang Hui said, leading him toward the distribution area. The staff scanned Su Ming's certificate with a machine and handed him a green tag marked with the number 160, directing the two of them toward a special entrance. The other examinees in line cast envious glances their way. Su Ming noticed that they were holding white tags. Once inside the hall, the atmosphere became significantly more crowded. The masses had gathered around a central display screen and speaker system, waiting. While Su Ming was studying the information on the screen, Wang Hui suddenly patted him on the shoulder. "Su Ming, there's a guy over there glaring at you. Is he an enemy of yours?" Following her gaze, Su Ming immediately recognized the man shooting him a hostile look. It was Wang Kong. "Oh, it's him," Su Ming said calmly. "What? Did something happen between you two?" Wang Hu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "You've probably heard about the Beastmaster betrayal incident in Class 1, right? That was him. He was sent back home, but he still holds a junior Beastmaster certificate." Wang Hu's expression shifted to one of disdain as she glanced at Wang Kong. "What a piece of trash. You were kind to him, and he repaid you with betrayal." Her voice wasn't particularly loud, but it was enough to draw attention from those nearby. Several people turned to look, and Wang Kang's face darkened with anger. At that moment, the broadcast system cut through the noise of the hall. After repeating the announcement twice, 303 and 304 appeared on the display screen, along with seating arrangements. "Let's go. It's time for the assessment," Su Ming said. The two had barely taken a couple of steps when they saw Wang Kong already ahead of them, stepping onto the staircase. By the time they reached the third floor, an awkward scene unfolded. Wang Kong was leaning casually against the wall, looking as though he had been waiting for quite a while. Well, Su Banzhong here for the breeder certification too? Someone like you thinks you're qualified?" Wang Kong sneered, a mocking smile curling at his lips. This scene quickly drew the attention of many candidates waiting outside the examination room. With 5 minutes still left before they could enter, the bystanders decided to stay put and watch the drama unfold. Su Ming silently regretted not bringing Dabao with him, but then again, the Breeder Association's rules explicitly prohibited bringing beasts to the assessment. It seemed there was no way around this predicament. Unable to stand it any longer, Wang Hui, standing nearby, spoke up. Her delicate features were marked with disdain. "Oh, look at you. Feeling smug now, are we? Su Ming gave you some genuine advice, and this is how you repay him? What kind of person are you? Sneaking around doing shady things behind everyone's back. He warned you that sparring recklessly could damage the trust between you and your beast. And now look what happened. Your beast turned on you and killed itself. Both you and your beast lost." The surrounding candidates, initially entertained by the confrontation, turned to Wang Kong with contempt in their eyes after hearing Wang Hu's words. Without a word, they began filing into their respective examination rooms. Wang Kang's face flushed crimson with a mix of shame and fury. "You're the vice monitor of Class 3, aren't you?" Wang Kong said, struggling to suppress his anger. He resorted to ridicule. "I heard you did well in high school, but some people's humanities scores were just average. Why not cling to Wang Jinbeo's coattails instead of wasting time on this breeder certification?" Seeing that Wang Hui was about to retaliate, Su Ming stopped her in time. "Don't bother with him. It's just the barking of a powerless stray. If Dabao were here, he wouldn't even dare utter a word. Don't let someone like him ruin your mood for the exam." "You're right. The assessment is what matters." Wang Hui took a deep breath, smiled, and extended her hand for a high five. "Let's do our best." As the two of them ignored Wang Kong and prepared to enter the examination room, Wang Kong, enraged, reached out to grab Su Ming's arm. "Stop right there." Su Ming abruptly turned around, his cold, piercing gaze locking onto Wang Kong. Those deep, ghostly eyes sent an involuntary shiver down Wang Kang's spine. "Think carefully. I raised a white shadow cat, not a fluffy pet monster," Su Ming said in a low, icy tone. Wang Kong froze in place, too intimidated to make another move. Wang Hui, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but laugh softly. After the two entered the examination room, Wang Kong finally snapped out of it, glaring daggers at Su Ming's back as if plotting something. Moments later, he followed them into the room. Number 160 and number 123, right? You're the last two. Take your seats. On the podium stood a middle-aged examiner wearing glasses. He adjusted his glasses, cast a brief glance at Su Ming and Wang Kong as they entered the examination hall, and then resumed observing the rest of the room. Su Ming chose a seat and sat down, deliberately ignoring the occasional glances from Wang Kong. As he looked around, he noticed that the classroom was unusually spacious, with a 1-meter gap between each seat both front and back. However, having only one examiner seemed a bit sparse. As Su Ming surveyed the room, his gaze swept over a corner of the wall, and a bestiary entry suddenly appeared. Beast, concealed giant lizard. Talent, elite level. Level 15 elite. Element, wood. Ability, invisibility. Bestiary description, a neutral creature with a gentle temperament and exceptionally sharp dynamic vision. Remains invisible when stationary and attacks using its tongue, which can strike 100 times per second. So that's it. The empty area in the back of the room was reserved for this concealed giant lizard. At that moment, the examiner stood up, holding a stack of test papers, and instructed the students in the front row to pass them back. Open the drawer in your desk. Inside, you'll find the materials needed for the exam, he announced sternly. Cheating during the written test is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified and banned from taking the exam for a year. With that, he left the examination room. Su Ming quickly opened the drawer and found a pin and several spiritual plants inside. Upon seeing the first question on the test paper, he suddenly understood. If a green caterpillar experiences spasms and begins spinning silk uncontrollably, which of the spiritual plants in your drawer can effectively treat this condition? Please describe the plant's appearance and its properties. No wonder Wang Hui had advised him to familiarize himself with spiritual plants. This was a test of plant identification and their effects. Carefully examining the plants in the drawer, Su Ming soon found the answer. One piece of bark caught his attention. Spiritual item, Qingding wood bark. Bestiary description, a common type of tree. Its bark is bitter in taste and rich in nutrients, making it a favorite food for herbivorous creatures. It can treat seizures or spasms in both humans and creatures. It can even treat human ailments? Su Ming thought, feeling as though he were studying traditional medicine. He quickly transcribed the information from the bestiary and finished the first question within minutes. The second question read, among the evolution materials for red-furred rats, which item in your drawer is most likely to be used? Su Ming immediately identified the key plant. Spiritual item, oil hair grass. Bestiary description, resembles a clump of hair and secretes plant oils. Commonly used in evolution fluids for creatures with fur. As his pen moved swiftly across the paper, Su Ming could feel the gaze of the concealed giant lizard on him. While other candidates were still identifying plants or hesitating, he had already moved on to the third question. 5 minutes later, the examiner returned with a cup of water and was surprised to see that Su Ming's pen had never stopped moving. Although the concealed giant lizard had not raised any alarms, such speed in answering questions was indeed unusual. Gradually, more and more candidates began to look in astonishment at the boy who seemed tireless in his writing. Even the examiner narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Suddenly, Su Ming stood up, the screech of his chair breaking the silence. The student sitting behind him couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Dude, are you serious? You're handing in your paper in less than an hour?" The exam was barely halfway through when Su Ming stood up to hand in his paper, immediately catching the examiner's attention. The examiner strode down from the podium, suspicion evident on his face as he took the test paper. His eyes scanned the answers, and his initial doubt quickly turned to astonishment. He couldn't help but glance toward the back of the classroom, where the elusive chameleon was located, as if confirming something. Only then did he nod slowly. Carefully folding the test paper and placing it into his pocket, the examiner looked at Su Ming with a complex expression. You passed this round of the exam. Follow me. I'll take you to the second stage. Just as Su Ming was preparing to leave with the examiner, Wang Kong suddenly erupted. The pen in his hand snapped audibly, and he shouted, "I accuse him of cheating." His words instantly caused an uproar in the classroom, though the candidates who had been observing from outside were not entirely convinced of the accusation. The examiner froze for a moment at the outburst, noticing Wang Kong glaring furiously at Su Ming. Understanding dawned on him. Candidate, I must remind you that cheating during this assessment is harder than stealing from the Bureau of Inspection itself. Do you understand? Candidate 123, focus on your test and refrain from making baseless claims. Turning back to Su Ming, the examiner's tone softened considerably. Candidate 160, don't let this distract you. Stay calm and prepare for the next stage. Follow me now. Understood, Su Ming replied calmly. As he reached the doorway, he glanced back at Wang Kong. His gaze was serene, yet it sent a chill down Wang Kang's spine, as if he were being stared at by death itself. Show me respect, and I will return it tenfold. Cross me, and I will take back more than you can afford. These words echoed in Wang Kang's mind, causing his hand, still holding the broken pin, to tremble slightly. What did that look mean? I don't even have a beast under my control anymore. Surely he's not planning to trouble me further? Su Ming followed the examiner to the 5th floor, where the decor clearly resembled a cultivation lab rather than a testing room. Entering one of the rooms, the examiner immediately explained the second stage of the assessment. This is a plant-based creature that has been sent here for cultivation today. Your task is to complete its cultivation. The room contains various materials, and you'll need to identify the right combination to extract and apply in order to finish the process. You have only 1 hour. I'll stay here to monitor you and ensure no mistakes occur. Keep in mind, there's no room for trial and error or failure. Many have failed at this stage, so take it seriously. You're staying here the entire time? Does one examiner really oversee just one candidate? Su Ming asked, puzzled. What happens if someone else finishes their written exam early? The examiner glanced at his watch. There's still over an hour left for the written test. At most, they'll just have to wait a bit. Besides, it's not uncommon for an entire round of candidates to fail the written portion altogether. Your time starts counting from the moment I finished explaining the rules. It's already been 4 minutes. Su Ming remained silent, his gaze fixed on the peculiar plant on the table. This plant, resembling a small sapling over a meter tall, had the most striking feature: its snake-like, winding branches, each covered in sharp, menacing thorns that sent a chill down one's spine. He carefully examined the plant's information panel. Beast, tentacle thornwood tree. Ability, concussion. Level, elite. Rank, level 5 servant. Traits, no evolution conditions. The compendium detailed the characteristics of this plant. It possessed a strong territorial instinct, capable of extending its branches to ensnare enemies while striking with sharp thorny vines. It could also manipulate its leaves to launch attacks, with the strength of these attacks increasing alongside its power. Any creature bold enough to trespass into its territory would face these formidable defenses. Under the section for evolution conditions, Su Ming noticed the term cultivation. This reminded him that most beasts could grow with regular feeding, or in more difficult cases, by using cultivation fluids. However, for a unique organism like the tentacle thornwood tree, which lacked feeding organs, it could only be nurtured through specially formulated cultivation liquids. There were 2 cultivation methods provided. Plan 1. Mix 100 milliliters of natural water with 10 grams of rock ash for purification, then add 10 drops of tree green caterpillar extract and stir thoroughly. Pour the mixture from the base of the tree upwards. Plan 2. Boil 1000 milliliters of natural water, add 20 drops of tree green caterpillar extract, and pour it over the tree from the top while still hot. The examiner, noticing Su Ming's prolonged silence, asked curiously, did the other party specify what aspect they want to cultivate? The employer didn't make any specific requests, Su Ming replied. With that, he headed straight to the sink to fetch water. Spotting an induction cooker nearby, he unhesitatingly placed the measuring cup on it to heat, while simultaneously searching for the tree green caterpillar extract. The examiner's expression froze slightly as he observed this. His gaze instinctively shifted to the shelves holding professional refining tools. That induction cooker was actually his personal appliance for heating up midnight snacks. He initially wanted to point this out, but a sudden realization stopped him. This candidate probably only had theoretical knowledge. Even if he were given professional equipment, he might not know how to use it, so he had opted for the simplest heating method. On the shelf, Su Ming quickly found a test tube labeled tree green caterpillar extract. The label explained that it was a solution made by filtering the caterpillar's blood and mixing it with an equal amount of natural water. This discovery made him pause for a moment. He hadn't expected it to be a diluted solution. At that moment, he noticed a professional measuring cup heater sitting nearby. His actions faltered briefly, but he still picked up a dropper and moved toward the almost boiling measuring cup. As he watched the water nearing its boiling point, a bitter feeling rose in Su Ming's heart. He hadn't noticed the professional heater earlier and simply assumed the induction cooker would suffice for boiling water. Modern measuring cups were designed to withstand high temperatures, so he hadn't given it much thought before proceeding this way. The water bubbled vigorously in the pot. Su Ming deftly opened a reagent bottle and used a dropper to precisely add tree green caterpillar extract into the boiling water. The moment the first drop hit the surface, the transparent water rippled with a vivid green hue. Once he finished adding the prescribed amount, he quickly grabbed the measuring cup with tongs and strode toward the tentacle thornwood tree. Green steam rose continuously, filling the air with the fresh scent of leaves. Gotta pour it from head to toe while it's still hot, Su Ming murmured to himself. He raised his hand and slowly poured the mixture over the crown of the tentacle thornwood tree. As the cultivation liquid made contact with the beast, a chemical reaction seemed to occur, causing a surge of green mist to billow upward. The examiner, quick on his feet, immediately activated the ventilation system. Bold and capable, very good. Your assessment is complete. Hand me your junior beast master certificate, and I'll process your junior cultivator certificate, the examiner said approvingly. Thank you, Su Ming replied respectfully, handing over the certificate. You've got potential, young man. Keep it up, the examiner said with a nod. Oh, and don't wander off, wait here for me to return. As soon as the examiner left, Su Ming pulled out his phone and began browsing storefront rental listings in the Beast Material Street district. What he found shocked him. Even the cheapest shop at the far end of the street cost 10,000 credit points per month, and the prices only climbed as you moved closer to the central area. These remote shops barely saw any traffic on regular days, while the truly successful businesses were all located in the bustling heart of the street. Renting a shop with decent foot traffic would require at least tens of thousands of credit points, nearly depleting his entire savings, not to mention the additional costs for renovations. Looks like opening a shop isn't realistic, Su Ming thought to himself, before a sudden idea struck him. What if I advertise myself on a forum? Being an experienced internet user, he knew that many cultivators started their careers online before expanding offline. Without hesitation, he logged into a cultivation-related forum and carefully crafted a personal advertisement. From Bayun City High School Division 3, a junior cultivator who completed the entire assessment within an hour. Fair prices and great value, don't miss out. Interested? Click my profile and send me a message. After posting, Su Ming turned his attention back to the still unconscious tentacle thornwood tree. The tranquilizer dosage was strong, still hasn't woken up, he muttered. As the most visited beast cultivation forum, Su Ming's post quickly garnered widespread attention. Keywords like cultivator, affordable, and great value attracted a large number of users, including senior students from Bayun City's Beast Mastery University. Among them was Lu Ting, who was browsing the forum while worrying about the cost of evolution liquid cultivation for her pet. Her giant horned sheep had already reached level 12, and she had gathered all the necessary evolution materials. All she needed now was an affordable cultivator to prepare the mixture. However, the market price for such services started at 100,000 credits, a price far out of reach after her significant investment in materials. Lu Ting felt a wave of nervousness about the upcoming outdoor team activity. She was eager to have her beast companion complete its evolution before departure, hoping to reduce potential risks. Driven by this urgency, she started searching online for relevant information and was quickly drawn to a local beast cultivator's profile. Senior high schooler, completed all beginner-level cultivator assessments within an hour, she murmured as she stared at the screen. Affordable and reliable seems like a steal if I miss this. The profile felt like a beacon of light in the dark, giving Lu Ting a glimmer of hope. With a mindset to give it a shot, she clicked into the homepage of the cultivator named Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming was idly sitting in the Beast Cultivators Association. To pass the time, he alternated between observing a tentacle thornwood tree in front of him and scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his forum account, instantly catching his attention. Someone contacted me within just 10 minutes of posting? Su Ming muttered in mild surprise. He then saw a message from a user named I Love Sheep Riding asking, "Is your profile description real?" Without over-explaining, Su Ming directly sent over a freshly taken photo of the tentacle thornwood tree and replied, "Evil silver gradient, guaranteed authentic. Just finished a cultivation session. What service do you need? Are you looking to replan an evolution route, or simply need cultivation?" Lu Ting was momentarily stunned by the reply. She knew that the evolution conditions publicly released by the government were usually the most basic options, designed for the average person. While some of these offered decent evolution paths, they required a high-quality beast as a foundation. To achieve a unique or more powerful evolution, one would need the help of a skilled cultivator to customize the evolution route. Replanning an evolution route? Are beginner-level cultivators this confident nowadays? Lu Ting thought to herself in amazement. Still, she quickly made up her mind and replied, "No need for that. I've already prepared the evolution materials. I just need you to extract the evolution serum. My beast is an elitist big horned sheep. Could you let me know how much the extraction would cost?" Su Ming looked at the other party, inquiring about the preparation status of the evolution materials for the level 12 elite tier great horned sheep, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he switched screens, carefully searching for the materials required for its evolution, while also checking the market prices of each item. After some calculations and deliberation, he typed his reply in the chat box. Evil silver gradient. Refining the evolution liquid will cost 100,000 credits. We can trade in person, what do you think? Meanwhile, Lu Ting was lying on her couch at home, anxiously tapping her fingers on her phone screen. The offline stores, which charged exorbitant prices of 100,000 credits or more, had left her feeling increasingly frustrated. This online breeder she had contacted was her last hope. However, when she saw that his quoted price was also 100,000 credits, a surge of anger instantly flared up within her. Are you serious? 100,000 credits? Offline stores charge the same. Is this what you call affordable and economical? She quickly typed out in frustration. Seeing her agitated response, Su Ming remained unperturbed and instead gave a confident smile. Everything is going according to plan, he thought, as he began composing his next reply. Lu Ting, now so furious that her chest was heaving, was on the verge of shutting off her phone and heading out to cool her mind. Just then, her phone chimed with a new message notification. She opened it with a cold smirk, expecting the usual promotional rhetoric, but her pupils contracted sharply as she read its contents. The other party had sent a series of messages. 100,000 credits isn't cheap, I agree, and it may seem comparable to offline stores. But consider a crucial point. During the refining process, there's a risk of material wastage due to errors, and most ordinary stores won't take responsibility for that. Even worse, an improperly proportioned evolution liquid could cause permanent harm to your beast companion. The reason I charge this price is that I guarantee. If the refining process fails, I will fully compensate you for the cost of the materials, and I assure you that the evolution liquid will absolutely not harm your beast. Thump. Thump Lu Ting's heartbeat quickened. Full compensation? Guaranteed effectiveness? Such terms were almost unheard of. Her heart was already swayed, but her rational mind urged her to confirm the details further. Su Ming stood in front of the Breeder Association's laboratory, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. This deal was crucial, but without access to the lab, everything would fall apart. Just then, the lab door opened. The examiner walked out, holding brand new dual certifications for Junior Breeder and Beast Tamer. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he accepted the credentials as if they were a priceless treasure. He immediately asked, "Examiner, may I use the lab? I need to prepare a cultivation solution for my beast. The tools at home aren't sufficient, and the equipment here is much more advanced." The examiner, initially prepared to dismiss Su Ming, paused in surprise. Glancing at his watch, he adopted a more serious expression. "There's another assessment in 45 minutes. Are you sure your family can deliver the materials in time for you to finish the preparation and clean up the lab?" Su Ming quickly pulled out his phone and typed a message. "I'm at the Breeder Association. Can you deliver the materials within 25 minutes? Lu Ting, who was just about to head out, saw the message and nearly choked on her drink. The Breeder Association? The official one? Her surprise quickly turned to excitement. The Breeder Association, being an official institution, was known for its high Fisan evolution solution from them could cost 300,000 credit points. Yet this evil silver gradient only charged 100,000 and even offered better guarantees. "This is a jackpot," Lu Ting exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. Grabbing the pre-packed materials, she bolted out the door while replying, "I live nearby, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Upon receiving the reply, Su Ming nodded confidently at the examiner. "No problem. My sister will arrive within 10 minutes, and I'll ensure everything is completed within the allotted time." The examiner agreed. "They'll check back in 40 minutes. They went downstairs together. The examiner headed to the exam hall on the 3rd floor, while Su Ming waited on the 1st floor. Before long, he spotted a woman weaving through the crowd, carrying a bulging bag and scanning her surroundings. "Are you Ai Chiang?" Su Ming called out. Lu Ting froze for a moment upon hearing him, then hurried over. However, she didn't hand over the materials right away. Instead, she cautiously demanded, "Your evil silver gradient? Let me see your junior breeder certification." Su Ming, anticipating this, promptly displayed his newly acquired credentials. After confirming their authenticity, Lu Ting finally handed over the materials. Su Ming carefully opened the bag after receiving the materials and meticulously inspected its contents. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he relaxed and opened the payment code. "You can wait in the lobby on the 1st floor, or you can stay here. It should take about 30 minutes. I'll contact you when it's ready for you to come down." Okay." Lu Ting nodded in agreement and then asked, "By the way, which floor is your lab on?" Su Ming, who was about to turn away, paused for a moment. 5012. Hearing the specific lab number, Lu Ting's last trace of vigilance disappeared. The surrounding crowd, who had briefly glanced over at the commotion, quickly returned to their own activities. Su Ming briskly walked back to the assessment lab with the materials in hand. He moved the spiny wood tree on the table aside and quickly set up his workstation. He methodically laid out the equipment and arranged the necessary materials in an orderly manner. Taking out his phone, he searched for images of the elite-tier bighorn sheep. As the images loaded, the related guidebook appeared as well. Among the various evolutionary branches, he quickly identified the route Lu Ting had chosen. The evolution conditions were clearly outlined. External application: crush beast blood fruit and mix with an elite-tier metallic inner core in 3,000 milliliters of natural water. Refine or simmer at 2,000 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, replenishing water as needed. The final product should yield approximately 500 milliliters of a paste-like substance, which must be evenly applied to the horns of the bighorn sheep. Internal consumption: crush the leaves and stems of diamond grass along with beast blood fruit into a pulp. Add 20 milliliters of natural water and stir for 1 minute. Repeat this process 10 times, then refine for 10 minutes to produce around 50 milliliters of evolution liquid, with an allowable margin of error of no more than 1 milliliter. No wonder private breeders hesitate to guarantee results. Su Ming remarked, shaking his head. Even the slightest distraction could ruin the process, especially with the strict requirements for the internal liquid. He immediately got to work. Using an automatic grinder, he crushed the external application materials into a paste and poured the mixture into the refining furnace. He activated the machine and set a timer on his phone. The more challenging task of creating the internal evolution liquid began next. Su Ming prepared the 10 portions of water in advance and started the repeated mixing process with the crushed materials. As time passed, a faint golden liquid gradually took shape, and his heartbeat quickened with anticipation. Carefully using tweezers, he lifted the test tube containing the liquid and placed it on a specialized measuring device. When the digital display showed 50 milliliters, Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief, his tension easing. After tidying up, he cleaned the used equipment and waited for the final external application paste to be ready. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lu Ting had been waiting for nearly 40 minutes and was growing increasingly anxious, wondering if she had been scammed. Just then, she felt a hand gently tap her shoulder. Lost in thought? I didn't expect you'd wait right here by the door. Your items are ready, the external paste and the evolution liquid. Exactly 50 milliliters. Lu Ting let out a startled cry as Su Ming suddenly appeared, causing her to spin around hastily. When her eyes landed on the vial of nutrient solution and the bag of pale red, mud-like substance in Su Ming's hands, her face immediately lit up with a bright smile. Su Ming skillfully pulled out his phone and opened the payment QR code. As the notification chimed, 100,000 credit points received, a satisfied smile spread across his face. By the way, Su Ming began to explain, use the evolution liquid first, then apply this paste evenly on your bighorn sheep's horns. Make sure it stays still while you're applying it. Nodding eagerly, Lu Ting grabbed the items and, without waiting for Su Ming to finish, hurriedly disappeared into the crowd of people waiting in line. I was going to ask if she needed help, Su Ming muttered, clicking his tongue as he watched her hurrying away. Oh well, she'll definitely be back. Once she reached home, Lu Ting, still panting from the rush, set her things down and immediately summoned her beast companion. With a ripple of light spreading across the floor, an enormous bighorn sheep materialized before her. It measured over 3 meters in length, with shoulders standing more than 1.2 meters tall. Its most striking feature was its unique pair of horns not growing upward, but extending outward on either side, like a neatly parted hairstyle. Each horn was over a meter long, covered with sharp spikes more than 10 centimeters in length. May, stop bleeding and drink this. Lu Ting quickly uncorked the vial and poured the evolution liquid into the bighorn sheep's mouth. While her beast companion smacked its lips, Lu Ting carefully began applying the paste to its horns. About 10 minutes later, an unexpected aroma of roasted lamb began wafting through the air. Shocked, Lu Ting leaned closer to her beast, only to confirm that the smell was indeed coming from it. Her face instantly turned pale. I've been tricked, she stammered, stumbling back and collapsing onto the floor. Moments later, her eyes reddened with anger as she bolted out the door. The loud slam of the door reverberated behind her, leaving no doubt about her fury. Storming back to the assessment venue, Lu Ting's fiery demeanor and reddened eyes drew curious stares from those waiting in line. It didn't take long for her to spot Su Ming casually standing at the entrance, as if expecting her. You're back? Su Ming greeted her calmly. Let me guess you smelled roasted lamb, didn't you? The words Lu Ting had prepared to confront him with suddenly got stuck in her throat. She pointed at Su Ming, momentarily at a loss for words. You left in such a hurry, you didn't even let me finish, Su Ming said with a helpless shake of his head. Now, can you still control your beast? Who do you think you're doubting? Perfect command, thank you very much. Lu Ting retorted indignantly. Su Ming nodded. All right then, let's head to your place. Hopefully, your house is still standing. What do you mean by that? A sudden sense of foreboding welled up in Lu Ting's chest. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, he noticed Lu Ting's face turn deathly pale. It turned out that the evolution path he had chosen for the golden-horned ram had a peculiar trait. After evolving, the ram would instinctively rub its large horns, which now covered its entire body, against everything around it. This was its natural response to adapt to its newly evolved form. With a loud thud, Lu Ting felt as if she could hear her own heartbeat. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck her. Quick, you have to come with me and check this out. Lu Ting grabbed Su Ming, who was just about to head off to find the examiner. Why do I have to go with you? Su Ming barely finished his sentence before Lu Ting dragged him, weaving rapidly through the crowd. I'm afraid you're lying to me, Lu Ting shouted over her shoulder without slowing down. Su Ming was left speechless by her reasoning. It seemed his first attempt at nurturing wasn't going as smoothly as he'd hoped. Still, he quickly saw the silver lining. This could turn out to be great publicity. When they arrived at Lu Ting's house, loud cracking sounds of wood breaking echoed from inside. Su Ming couldn't help but comment, oh no, looks like your furniture's taken a hit. Lu Ting immediately pushed the door open and rushed in, with Su Ming following close behind. What greeted them was a chaotic scene with splinters scattered everywhere, and a massive ram over 4 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder, its horns almost reaching the ceiling. Luckily, its horns grew outward to the sides, or the ceiling would have been punctured already. The Beast Taming Index automatically appeared. Golden Horned Ram. Talent. Elite. Level. Level 14 Elite. Element. Metal. Abilities. Horn Strike. Iron Defense. Description. A bold yet gentle solitary creature that enjoys rubbing its horns against hard objects, making survival in the wild rather challenging. Looking at the description, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Such a bold yet solitary personality was indeed a recipe for disaster. Just as the golden horned ram was about to attack the television, Lu Ting decisively activated her beast taming space. A glowing magic array appeared beneath the ram, pulling it inside. Surveying the wreckage around her, Lu Ting collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed with regret. If only I had known, I wouldn't have chosen this in the first place. Su Ming shook his head at her. You picked the evolution path yourself? Didn't you check what changes would happen after the evolution? I didn't read that much. Sorry for embarrassing myself in front of you, Lu Ting replied weakly. Su Ming smirked and seized the opportunity to pitch his services. Well, if you're interested, you could recommend me to your friends. Next time you come, I can offer you discounts on custom evolutions, nutrient refinement, or evolution solutions. Hearing this, Lu Ting's mood lifted slightly. After thinking it over, she nodded. I misunderstood you earlier, but you don't even have to ask. I'll definitely help promote you. Quite a few of my friends' beasts need nurturing and evolving. Su Ming's eyes lit up at her words, and a grin spread across his face. Great. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Seeing his goal achieved, Su Ming turned and walked away, heading toward the Breeder Association. As he approached the entrance, he spotted Zhang Shang, the examiner from earlier, waiting for him. Sorry to trouble you, Zhang Gu. How much can the leftover materials sell for? Su Ming called out from a distance. Zhang Shang pulled out his phone and gave a direct quote. The Vajra grass without its stems and leaves, we'll buy it for 30,000 credits at the Breeder Association. Deal? 30,000 credits? Not bad. Deal. Thanks, Zhang Gu. Zhang Sheng nodded in confirmation and completed the transfer immediately. Watching his account balance jump from 200,000 to nearly 300,000 credits, Su Ming couldn't help but feel elated. The leftover Vajra grass came from the materials Lu Ting had provided. Since the evolution fluid only required the stems and leaves, the rest could be sold off. This transaction reinforced Su Ming's appreciation for the lucrative nature of the breeding profession. While waiting for Wang Hui, Su Ming's attention was drawn to a dejected figure entering his line of sight. Wang Kong. One look at his defeated demeanor made it clear he had failed the assessment. Su Ming frowned and turned away, intending to wait elsewhere, but this movement caught Wang Kang's eye. Wang Kang's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. The betrayal and death of his beast companion, combined with his recent failure, caused his pent-up resentment to explode. In his mind, if only Su Ming had warned him earlier, none of this would have happened. Su Ming, he roared, drawing the attention of passers-by. Onlookers instinctively stepped aside to clear the way, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Hearing the shout, Su Ming turned to see Wang Kong charging at him like a madman. A vein bulged on Su Ming's forehead. As Wang Kong swung a punch, Su Ming swiftly sidestepped and countered with a clean, direct punch to Wang Kang's face, dropping him to the ground instantly. The sudden altercation was over as quickly as it started, leaving the surrounding crowd stunned. Witnessing the scene, Wang Hui quickly pulled out her phone to call the authorities. Meanwhile, murmurs broke out among the bystanders. Seriously, Wang Kong? Does he not know Su Ming tamed a white shadow cat as a kid? Who in their right mind would pick a fight with someone like that? Foolish. How did your assessment go? Su Ming asked as Wang Hui approached. Failed the written test last time, and now the practical one. Hopefully, I'll pass next time. Wang Hui replied with a shake of her head. What about you? You left the exam early. Su Ming was about to pull out his junior breeder certificate when two uniformed inspectors entered, accompanied by a massive Biasta canine creature 3 meters long and 1.4 meters tall at the shoulder. Who made the call reporting a disturbance here? One of the inspectors asked. A large, pure black wind thunder dog came into view, panting heavily with its tongue out. Its expression was oddly reminiscent of a husky. Su Ming carefully examined the details in the guidebook. Beast, Wind Thunder Dog. Attribute, Thunder. Level, Level 18 Elite Elemental. Traits, exceptional speed, strength, and tracking abilities. Capable of using thunder elements for attacks. Accompanied by thunderclaps during attacks and fiercely loyal to its master. This was Su Ming's first encounter with a thunder element beast. Although wind thunder dogs were not particularly rare, they were generally not available for public sale. Monsters with rare attributes like this one, upon reaching the elite level, could harness elemental powers to deliver formidable attacks. The servant level was merely the starting point. The true path of mastering beasts began at the elite stage. After reading the guidebook, Su Ming raised his hand to signal two inspectors in the distance. Upon seeing the unconscious Wang Kong on the ground, they quickly approached with the Wind Thunder Dog in tow. One of them crouched down to examine Wang Kong and confirmed that he was merely unconscious. The inspector then stood up and asked sternly, "What happened here?" "He failed his beast breeder assessment and tried to cause trouble for me. I was scared. So I fought back and hit him on the head, which knocked him out," Su Ming explained. "The surveillance footage and the people around can testify he charged at me in a fit of rage." The two inspectors exchanged glances before one of them pulled out a notebook to record Su Ming's name and details. At that moment, Su Ming produced his beginner-level beast breeder and beastmaster credentials. After examining the credentials, the inspector's expression turned peculiar. "You're Su Ming, the class president of Senior Year 3, Class 1? And the person on the ground is Wang Kong." Upon confirmation, the inspector immediately announced, "All right, that's all for now. We'll contact you if needed." With that, they instructed the Wind Thunder Dog to carry Wang Kong away. Su Ming pondered for a moment. The inspectors letting him off so quickly likely meant that Instructor Liu had given them a heads-up, anticipating such an incident. Nearby, Wang Hui noticed the beast breeder credentials in Su Ming's hand. She blinked in surprise and asked, "You finished the test? Passed it?" "Yeah, I waited here specifically to tell you. I'll head home in a bit to grab something." "That's fine. Go take care of your stuff. I'll head back to school. See you next time." Wang Hui quickly waved him off. Su Ming blinked, slightly surprised by how quickly things were progressing. He couldn't help but admire Wang Hui's straightforwardness. After carefully storing the certificate, he hailed a cab and headed home. Once there, he went straight to the storage cabinet to retrieve the beginner-grade cultivation liquid he had stored earlier. On the market, cultivation liquids are divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding to the companion, elite, and champion stages. These are general-purpose cultivation liquids suitable for beasts at all stages. They have mild effects and are the most cost-effective choice for ordinary people looking to enhance their beasts. However, for those wanting to accelerate the process, custom-made cultivation liquids are necessary. After all, each beast has unique traits, and even those of the same species can differ in their digestion abilities. At this point, a cultivator acts like a beast's personal doctor, tailoring the formula based on specific needs. With the beginner-grade cultivation liquid in hand, Su Ming immediately set out for school. Meanwhile, at Lu Ting's home, the golden horned goat had fully recovered from its post-evolution symptoms and was now lounging leisurely on the floor. Lu Ting gently stroked its newly evolved silver-gray horns while excitedly taking photos, which she promptly shared in their beast taming group chat. In the group chat, "I love riding goats. Picture how about this? Cool, right? Refinement costs 100,000 credit points, guaranteed one-hit kill. Spicy rabbit head. Seriously? Guaranteed one-hit kill? Looks like you're here to be their ambassador." Lu Ting, unfazed by being called out, quickly replied, "Rabbit, didn't you say your beast's appetite has been decreasing? Want to give it a try?" He does custom evolution, cultivation liquid formulation, and evolution liquid refinement. As Lu Ting was reading the messages, she received a video call. She answered immediately, pointing the camera at the golden horned goat. "Look, its horns have changed from fluffy to silver gray after evolving, and they've grown small spikes. They're warm to the touch." The person on the other end was silent for a moment before saying, "You have his contact, right? I'll add him once I'm done with my current tasks." After hanging up, Lu Ting smiled and forwarded Su Ming's contact information to her friend. She then sent Su Ming a message, "Silver Gradient. I recommended you to my friend. She has a lightning hair and probably wants to customize a cultivation liquid. Shall add you soon." Sitting in the car, Su Ming felt his mood brighten as he read the message. Not only could he now focus on preparing cultivation liquid for his treasured companion to accelerate its progress, but this new client referral also helped him shake off the discouragement caused by Wang Kong. "Evil Silver Gradient. Next time you need my help, I'll give you a 12 discount. The more people you refer, the bigger the discount. Cheer up emoji. I love riding goats. Deal." Just as Su Ming was about to relax and enjoy the passing scenery, a message from Wang Jinbao suddenly popped up. "Did you really pass the beginner cultivator certification? You actually passed?" The moment Wang Jinbao's message came through, Su Ming immediately realized that Wang Hui must have already passed the news back to the school. After a brief moment of thought, he replied, "Yes, do you want a customized evolution route? I'll only share this with you." In the dormitory of Class 1, Senior Year 3, Wang Jinbao, the vice class monitor, suddenly sat up straight on his bed, staring at his phone screen with widened eyes. A customized evolution route? So, he wasn't joking in class before? His heart raced as a thought flashed through his mind. I bet right. Not only did I find a reliable source, but I also discovered a prodigious talent in beast cultivation. As he pondered whether to entrust his black scorpion to Su Ming for cultivation, his phone vibrated twice, and two images popped up. Tentacle Thornwood.jdp. This one's for assessment purposes, involves modulating the cultivation fluid. Su Ming sent along with the first image. Golden Horngoat.jdp. This is an evolution fluid I extracted in my spare time. Trust me, it'll be perfect for your black scorpion's cultivation. Followed the second. Wang Jinbao immediately jumped out of bed, pacing back and forth while muttering to himself. My instincts were spot on. Although beginner cultivators typically only create cultivation and evolution fluids for common beasts, for a prodigy who's already passed the written exams early, a customized evolution route didn't seem impossible. Why not give it a shot? The potential loss is minimal, and I can treat it as an investment. If Su Ming becomes a top-tier cultivation master in the future, my family's shop might expand nationwide. With that thought, he quickly typed a response. All right, go ahead and customize it. I'll get my family to prepare the materials. What's the cost? On the way back to school, Su Ming was a bit surprised by Wang Jinbao's decisiveness. Without hesitation, he listed the materials. Elite grade poison inner core X1, soul severing grass X1, elite grade insect type beast molt X1, dead blood frog poison sac X1, beast blood fruit X5. After sending the list, he opened a forum to check the market price for customized evolution routes for elite grade beasts ranging from 500,000 to 1 million yuan. The 5 additional beast blood fruits were included to obscure the specifics of the evolution materials. I had this prepared for you earlier, but you seemed hesitant, so I didn't mention it. As for the cost, 1 century-old beast blood fruit, Su Ming added. Wang Jinbao hesitated briefly. A century-old beast blood fruit? Could he be gathering evolution materials for his white shadow cat? However, on second thought, the listed materials were indeed unpublished, proving this was a genuine customized plan. Even if it fails, losing 1 century-old beast blood fruit is worth the gamble. All right, can you prepare the cultivation fluid for my black scorpion? Let me know what materials you need, Wang Jinbao asked. We'll discuss that later. I need to assess your black scorpion's specific condition first, Su Ming replied cautiously, which only reassured Wang Jinbao further. This prudent attitude significantly reduced the risk of a failed investment. All right, Wang Jinbao replied succinctly. During the conversation, Su Ming's car had already arrived at the school. Carrying a bottle of standard beginner cultivation fluid, he headed toward his dormitory. As soon as the door opened, Dabao eagerly trotted over, rubbing against Su Ming's legs back and forth while letting out soft, meow sounds, as if complaining about his owner being gone for too long. Su Ming closed the door and took out a vial of basic cultivation fluid from his pocket. Instantly, Dabao seemed to understand and obediently sat on the ground, staring intently at the vial. Come on, open your mouth. This time, feeding went unusually smoothly, unlike the previous occasion when coaxing was necessary. Watching Dabao lick his lips with relish, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Do you remember the face you made the last time you had this? Su Ming teased. Dabao tilted his head and let out an innocent meow, pretending not to understand, which made Su Ming decide not to call him out. Silently, Su Ming calculated. With 2 vials of basic cultivation fluid, and the amount consumed over the past 2 days, Dabao should be able to reach level 7. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock at the door. Su Ming, open up. It's Wang Jinbao. As soon as the door opened, a black scorpion scuttled in impatiently. I heard the sound of the hallway door unlocking and knew you were back, Wang Jinbao said. Take a look at my black scorpion. Su Ming carefully examined the raised pincers of the black scorpion, his expression gradually turning peculiar. Which direction do you want to cultivate it? He asked. I have 2 suitable plans. One enhances its burrowing and ambush abilities, while the other strengthens its venomous stinger for counterattacks. Of course, it can also have a combination of both. Wang Jinbao was momentarily stunned. Although his black scorpion was only at the servant level, wasn't it true that only intermediate cultivators or higher could offer such plans? He cautiously asked, This impressive? Can you explain the materials needed for the combination? After consulting his guidebook, Su Ming decisively listed the ingredients. 1 stalk of blood fusion grass, the full liquid extract of a toxic kingflower, marrow from elite-level earth attribute and poison attribute monsters, and a 10-year-old Lingji mushroom. This will both increase its level and enhance its abilities. As Wang Jinbao listened, he calculated the cost, and when he realized it totaled 960,000 credits, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. How many doses can these materials make? 3 doses, enough to last your black scorpion until its next evolution. This answer left Wang Jinbao stunned. He immediately contacted a shop to prepare the materials. How about I pay you 200,000 credits per dose for the preparation fee? Su Ming didn't answer immediately, instead reviewing Dabao's cultivation needs. Seeing his hesitation, Wang Jinbao added, Or how about I trade it for your white shadow cat's evolution materials? I'll cover all of Dabao's pre-evolution materials. Su Ming finally spoke. All right then, 10 pounds of elite-level wind attribute flesh, plus 1 cat fruit. Cat fruit? What? Wang Jinbao's expression froze instantly. Cat fruit? Are you serious? Wang Jinbao's voice was filled with disbelief. Isn't that specifically used to cultivate skeleton-type creatures? And you're going to use it to make nutrient liquid for a white shadow cat? He quickly elaborated, cat fruit comes from stillborn or abandoned cat-like creatures, usually discarded by their mothers. It's typically used in the evolution and preparation of skeleton-type or spirit-type monsters. The starting price for an elite grade 1 is at least 200,000. Hearing this, Dabao, who had been playing with Black Scorpion, immediately perked up its ears. It lifted its head abruptly, its round eyes wide with alarm. In a flash, it darted to Su Ming's side, clawing anxiously at his pant leg. Meow, meow, meow. Dabao cried out frantically, its meaning unmistakable. Master, I don't want to turn into a skeleton monster. Su Ming crouched down helplessly, gently rubbing Dabao's head. Don't worry, you won't turn into a skeleton monster. It's just for making the nutrient liquid. Seeing that Dabao still looked doubtful, he nodded solemnly to reassure it. By the way, Su Ming turned to Wang Jinbao. Make sure the cat fruit is mashed into a pulp before you deliver it. Wang Jinbao gave Su Ming a peculiar look. While cat fruit was expensive, it wasn't particularly rare. What was truly baffling was that Su Ming wanted to use it to make nutrient liquid for a living white shadow cat. I also need a liter of heavenly cold water, Su Ming added. Wang Jinbao opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he silently instructed the staff to prepare the materials. Cat fruit, heavenly cold water, and 10 pounds of blood and flesh from an elite-grade wind element monster. This combination was undeniably strange. While waiting for the materials, the two started chatting about Su Ming's encounter at the Breeders' Association earlier that day. That Wang Kong guy. Wang Jinbao shook his head. Human nature is like that, people can't stand to see others succeed. And with the grudge between you two, it's no surprise. Just then, his phone buzzed. After glancing at the message, he stood up. The materials are ready. Let's go pick them up. But seriously, are you actually going to use an induction stove, measuring cups, and a pressure cooker? That's how it is when you're broke, Su Ming said matter-of-factly. Those specialized tools cost at least hundreds of thousands, and the good ones are even more expensive. I don't need them for now. Wang Jinbao nodded silently. The two headed out to the stairway, and soon, they saw two staff members approaching with several large bags. Young master, everything's here, one of them said. Wang Jinbao took the bags and simply said, you can go now, dismissing them. The two staff members exchanged a glance and quietly walked downstairs. The recent experience of a new hire had taught them that asking fewer questions was the wisest choice. After placing the materials in Su Ming's dormitory, Wang Jinbao clapped his hands and left without hesitation. I've left the stuff here, Su Ming. I'll head off with the Black Scorpion first. You take care of your work, Wang Jinbao said before leaving. For a cultivator, choosing the right materials isn't difficult. The real challenge lies in controlling the quantities and the sequence of use. After nodding in acknowledgement, Su Ming immediately got to work. He set up a small induction cooker and a pressure cooker next to the dormitory's gas stove. As he opened the bag of materials, a strong, foul stench filled the room. Su Ming frowned in disgust, while Dabao, on the other hand, was wide-eyed with excitement, its feline pupils fixed on a pitch-black jar inside the bag. Hold on, this has to be used with the right combination to be effective, Su Ming said as he took out the black jar labeled cat fruit and a container of Tianhan water. He casually tossed a piece of elite-grade monster meat to Dabao. Here, a treat for you. As Dabao eagerly devoured the meat, Su Ming carried the materials into the kitchen in 3 trips. He began by preparing a feral cultivation liquid, pouring the mashed cat fruit pulp into a 5-liter measuring cup and adding Tianhan water. Interestingly, the two substances didn't mix but remained distinctly layered. This type of cultivation liquid was known to enhance the ferocity of a white shadow cat. Most cultivators avoided using it, but Su Ming had full confidence in Dabao. The bond they shared reassured him that Dabao would never turn on him. In fact, he believed that a bit of added ferocity might be beneficial. Next, Su Ming started preparing Wang Jinbao's Black Scorpion cultivation liquid. He placed blood fusion grass, toxic stink king flower extract, and 2 types of elite-grade monster bone marrow into the pressure cooker, adding a liter of natural water before setting it to simmer. With everything in place, Su Ming waited in the kitchen, scrolling through his phone. The accompanying reagents were neatly arranged within arm's reach. As the cooking progressed, the pungent stench gradually gave way to a mouth-watering aroma. Meanwhile, in the living room, Dabao, having polished off 7 pounds of meat, was about to rest. Suddenly, a tantalizing scent wafted into its nose, causing it to drool silver-white saliva uncontrollably. Staggering slightly, Dabao made its way toward the kitchen, thinking, what is that delicious smell? What is master cooking? The aroma wafted through the air, and Daba's nose immediately perked up. It eagerly leaned closer to the stove, but Su Ming quickly stopped it. Hold on, it's not ready yet. Su Ming couldn't help but smile at the impatient expression of his companion beast. This little one had developed a gluttonous appetite due to its unique experiences growing up. He glanced at the heated measuring cup, where the red substance was continuously being extracted and blending into the cold water. The foam had reduced significantly, now down to about a quarter of what it was initially. He estimated it would take another 10 minutes or so to finish. This peculiar refining process filled Su Ming with awe. As a novice just starting out on the path of cultivation, he knew there would be many more amazing sights awaiting him in the future. Seeing that its attempts were futile, Daba reluctantly lay down at Su Ming's feet to wait, but its eyes remained fixed on the refining Mauer fruit. Unconsciously, it began to drool, forming a small puddle on the floor. Su Ming shook his head at the sight. Hadn't it just eaten a ton of meat earlier? Why was it still so greedy? Could it be that the scent of the cultivation liquid was particularly irresistible to companion beasts? 15 minutes later, the toxic cultivation liquid was ready and set aside to cool. Meanwhile, the savage cultivation liquid for Daba was nearing completion. When Su Ming finally poured out the jelly-like liquid, it oddly reminded him of something. Why does this look so much like cat treats? Su Ming muttered to himself. Meow? Meow. Cat treats? I haven't had those in ages. I want some. Daba, hearing the familiar term, immediately perked up and tried to climb onto the stove, only to get a light tap on the head from Su Ming. Defeated, Daba shrank back to the floor, covering its head with its paws and looking pitifully at its owner. Meow. Master, I'm hungry. It's still very hot, and you have a cat's tongue. Wait until it cools down, Su Ming explained helplessly. Only after hearing this did Daba settle down, though its eyes remained glued to the cooling cultivation liquid. Su Ming cleaned up the remnants and picked up 3 vials of the toxic cultivation liquid, preparing to leave. I'm heading out to deliver this to Black Scorpion. That's your dinner you're staring at, and it won't be ready for another 2 hours. This news hit Daba like a thunderbolt. Its eyes widened in disbelief as it clung to Su Ming's pant leg. Meow? Meow. 2 hours? Master, didn't you say I could eat it once it cooled down? Meow master, how could you do this to me? Su Ming crouched down, gently stroking Daba's cheeks and chin. You just finished eating meat from an elite wind elemental monster. If it weren't for how greedy you look right now, I'd have made you wait until tomorrow. Hearing this, Daba froze as if struck by lightning, dramatically flopping onto its side. Its eyes lost their sparkle as it stared at the ceiling, letting out a mournful cry. Meow meow. No love left, master doesn't feed me anymore. Watching Daba's overly dramatic performance, Su Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was the first time he had seen his companion beast act so theatrically. Ugh, you hopeless thing. Fine, fine. Once it cools down, you can have it, okay? Su Ming said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Dabao, who had been sulking moments ago, sprang to life and let out a cheerful meow. Master, you're the best. Watching Dabao's sudden transformation, Su Ming shook his head with a smile. He had already planned to wait until the solution cooled before feeding it, but he couldn't resist teasing the little guy. What surprised him was seeing such a lively side of the usually composed Dabao. Holding 3 vials of solution, Su Ming headed to Wang Jinbao's room next door. Before he could even knock, the door swung open. Black Scorpion had used its tail to hook the doorknob. Spotting the vials in Su Ming's hand, the scorpion excitedly pointed to its mouth with its pincers, emitting a hissing sound. That was quick. Wang Jinbao stepped out upon hearing the commotion and was taken aback to see his black scorpion so eager. Huh, since when were you this greedy? Ignoring the scorpion sprawled on the floor begging for the solution, Su Ming stepped over it and approached Wang Jinbao. The black scorpion obediently followed behind. I've had breeders look into this before, but I've never seen black scorpion act like this, Wang Jinbao said in amazement. And those were mid-level breeders from the Breeders' Association, no less. Handing over the 3 vials, Su Ming gave a serious warning. Remember, when this stuff cools down, it smells awful and contains neurotoxin. The liquid is poisonous, so avoid skin contact. When feeding it, you'd best wear a gas mask. If that's too much trouble, just let Black Scorpion swallow the vial directly. Its digestive system is strong enough to handle the glass. Once it's fed, step back and keep your distance. Wang Jinbao took the still warm vials, thinking, awful smell. Must be the stinkflower toxin. How bad could it be? Returning to his room with 1 vial, Wang Jinbao crouched down and patted Black Scorpion's head. You were drooling over this, huh? Open wide. Su Ming's face immediately darkened. Without a word, he darted out of the room and slammed the door shut behind him. What's his deal? Wang Jinbao muttered, puzzled. Meanwhile, Black Scorpion had already crushed the vial and swallowed its contents. In the next moment, an indescribable stench flooded the room, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Oh my god, this is unbearable. Even Stinkflower wasn't this bad. Wang Jinbao gagged, retching uncontrollably. Ugh, ugh, huh? Hey, that's weird. My whole body feels icy cold. Outside. Su Ming rubbed his temples and muttered to himself. Why does he have to act so quickly? Oh well, maybe he'll learn his lesson this time. Pulling out his phone, Su Ming started a timer, ready to observe the effects of the solution on Black Scorpion and see if it lived up to its legendary reputation. Su Ming stood patiently in front of Wang Jinbao's dormitory door, waiting. From inside, he could occasionally hear the sound of retching. He waited for nearly half an hour until the vomiting sounds completely ceased. Only then did he raise his hand to knock on the door. This time, unlike before, the door didn't open immediately. It took over a minute before it slowly creaked open, revealing Wang Jinbao's pale face. The floor of the living room still bore remnants of vomit. Next time, take your time. I hadn't even finished speaking, Su Ming said with a frown. Stop seeking thrills. You should be thankful that the materials Black Scorpion used weren't too toxic. Otherwise, next time, Instructor Liu might have to call your dad to collect your body. Wang Jinbao swayed weakly, waving his hand. No, no, I won't do it again. He'll listen to you next time. He pointed urgently inside. Come in quickly and check on my Black Scorpion. When it drank the cultivation liquid, its pincers and tail were thrashing around wildly, almost hitting me. Now it's lying motionless on the ground, like it's dead. Su Ming quickly stepped past Wang Jinbao and entered the room. His eyes immediately landed on the Black Scorpion in question. Its tail and pincers were limp on the ground, and even its claws were splayed outward, making it look truly lifeless. The system promptly displayed the Black Scorpion's information. Beast, Black Scorpion unconscious. Talent, Elite level, level 8 servant ability. Toxin evolution conditions, 1x elite grade poisonite core, 1x Duanhuan grass, 1x elite grade insect monster remnant, 1x deadblood frog poison sac. Bestiary description, a neutral monster with a strong territorial instinct and considerable attack capability, best suited for counterattacks. After consuming specially formulated cultivation liquid, it has fallen unconscious but is undergoing a terrifying mutation. Su Ming hesitated slightly upon seeing the phrase, terrifying mutation, but he decided to calm Wang Jinbao first. Alright, your Black Scorpion leveled up, didn't you notice? The cultivation liquid was too potent, and it couldn't handle it, so it passed out. But the enhancement is still ongoing. Leave it alone, and it'll be fine by tomorrow. Wang Jinbao, hearing this, fell into thought and recalled that during his vomiting earlier, he had indeed heard something like the sound of something shattering in his mind. However, at the time, he was too overwhelmed by the stench and the accompanying nerve-numbing sensation to think clearly and assumed it was just an illusion. Now that you mention it, I think that did happen. You've really put my mind at ease. Thanks. Seeing that everything was in order, Su Ming nodded. Alright, feed it the remaining 2 doses of the serum when it reaches levels 9 and 10, respectively. The effects will be even better. He'll head back now. Wang Jinbao smiled and waved a goodbye gesture. 15 minutes earlier, in Su Ming's dormitory kitchen, just as he had left, Debao nimbly leaped onto the stovetop. It leaned closer to the bowl of ferocious cultivation liquid, which was emitting a tantalizing aroma. Meow? What's this cat fruit thing? Why does it smell so good? Debao curiously extended its tongue and cautiously licked the edge of the bowl. After confirming the temperature was just right, its eyes lit up with excitement. The nutrient solution was still slightly warm, but Debao couldn't suppress its curiosity any longer. Like a guilty thief, it cautiously peeked around, its eyes darting nervously. Although it couldn't catch the scent of its owner, Su Ming, it kept double-checking, just to be sure. Debao's head bobbed in and out of view, its gaze filled with hesitation. Maybe just a tiny taste? It seemed to ponder. The temperature was just right, and it was almost ready to eat. Surely a small taste wouldn't hurt? With a mix of excitement and apprehension, Debao edged closer to the bowl, sticking out its tiny pink tongue for a tentative lick. A soft slurp followed, and as the diluted, meat sauce-like solution touched its tongue, Debao's expression turned puzzled. Meow? Meow. The temperature was perfect, but why did it taste so strange? The aroma was rich and inviting, but the flavor didn't match the scent at all. Unconvinced, Debao leaned in for another lick, the sound of its tasting echoing softly in the kitchen. The more it ate, the more it seemed to enjoy it. Debao's cautious licking soon gave way to enthusiastic guzzling. Meow. Meow. It chirped joyfully. This is even better than the usual meat. My owner really loves me the most. In just 2 minutes, Debao had devoured the entire bowl of nutrient solution, leaving it spotless. Even the bowl itself was licked clean. Still craving more, it smacked its lips and wobbled down from the countertop, heading toward the living room. Meo burp. Debao let out a satisfied burp, feeling drowsiness setting in. Remembering that its owner had mentioned sleeping in the room, It staggered over to the small bed Su Ming had prepared for it beside his own. Meow, my owner is the best, it murmured softly before curling up and falling into a deep sleep. When Su Ming returned from his visit to Wang Jinbao, he noticed a trail of red marks stretching from the kitchen to the bedroom. Following the trail, he found Debeo curled up and fast asleep in its little bed. Smiling, Su Ming fetched a damp towel and began carefully cleaning the nutrient solution off Debeo's fur. As he cleaned, Su Ming noticed something unusual. Debeo's once snow-white fur had turned an ashen gray, resembling the color of weathered walls. Thin black lines extended outward from the corners of its eyes. Checking his beast encyclopedia, Su Ming discovered that Debeo had gained a new ability called Fearful Gaze. This reminded Su Ming of Wang Jinbeo's Black Scorpion. If a nutrient solution could grant a beast new abilities, could the Black Scorpion have undergone a similar transformation? And why was there no mention of this in the Black Scorpion's entry? Puzzled, Su Ming decided he would investigate further tomorrow. Gently stroking the sleeping Debeo, Su Ming got up and headed to the bathroom to rinse the towel. He was just about to settle in for some food and news when his phone pinged with a notification of friend request from someone named Spicy Rabbit Head. Recalling how Lu Ting mentioned earlier that her best friend wanted to add him as a contact, Su Ming directly clicked accept. The other person's username was Spicy Rabbit Head. Right. Lu Ting told me that the evolution serum for her golden horn sheep was refined by you? She said you can customize evolution paths? A message immediately popped up from the other side. Su Ming's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily doubting what he just read. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and check again. Customizing evolution paths? This could be a major client. Yes, I can customize. What's your contracted beast? If you're looking for a custom evolution, do you have any specific abilities or forms in mind? Su Ming quickly replied. No sooner had he sent the message than the other person responded, clearly prepared. Yes, how about the direction of a moon rabbit? Question mark. Su Ming froze. A moon rabbit? As in the mythical moon rabbit? Su Ming was skeptical. Was this really Lu Ting's best friend? Starting off by mentioning a mythical creature? While it was true that some people had successfully bred beasts resembling mythical creatures like the foreign trainer who bred a two-headed hellhound, it still paled in comparison to the legendary three-headed Cerberus. There were many similar examples, but as for the rumors of someone in Longwa breeding a true dragon, no concrete evidence had ever surfaced. Perhaps the authorities deliberately suppressed such information. After a full day of travel, Su Ming was utterly exhausted, not even having had time for lunch. Faced with such an outrageous request, he concluded the other person must be messing with him. Did you drink fake wine? Starting off with a moon rabbit? Are you seriously here for a custom evolution? Su Ming replied. Meanwhile, in a villa in Baiyun City, a woman was teasing her contracted beast with a carrot. This rabbit was far from ordinary. Its exposed front teeth glowed faintly yellow, its fur was a pale yellowish white, and most striking of all, its eyes were a pure, vivid blood red. Its claws were 4 to 5 centimeters long, sharp enough to seemingly tear through solid iron with ease. When the woman heard the notification ping on her phone, she casually tossed the carrot into the air. The rabbit immediately stood upright, its right front paw slicing through the air, cutting the carrot into several pieces in an instant. It gracefully caught the fragments and began munching on them leisurely. Huh, not overly arrogant, are we? Looks like this junior trainer Lu Ting introduced might have some potential after all. But this junior is so easy to rile up, just a little teasing and he's already flustered. The woman smirked playfully as her fingers danced across the phone screen, typing out her next message. Spicy Rabbit Head. My beast is a blood-eyed rabbit. A new message popped up in the chat window. The sender detailed the characteristics of the blood-eyed rabbit. It wasn't particularly fast, but its claws, incisors, and dynamic vision had all been specially enhanced for close combat. Shortly after, another message followed, requesting a custom evolution serum to address the rabbit's weaknesses. The beast was already at level 18, an elite tier. Su Ming was about to delete the conversation when another message arrived just in time, interrupting his action. Seeing the content return to normal, he let out a cold chuckle. He was skeptical about the idea of cultivating mythical creatures using a bestiary, but as he read through all the details the sender provided, his sneer gradually faded. It's already 5 o'clock. I'm currently in the senior high department and don't have time to assess your beast in person or plan a custom evolution route today. Let's do it tomorrow, replied the user with the ID Evil Silver Gradient. They'll bring my beast to you. Wait for me downstairs, the other party responded urgently. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, then considered the urgency reasonable. After all, beasts could evolve once they reached level 11 in the elite tier. Yet this blood-eyed rabbit had reached level 18 without finding a suitable trainer to design its evolution path. After quickly researching, Su Ming identified the rabbit's issue. Its close combat abilities are strong, but its powerful forelimbs compromise the explosive speed and endurance of its hind legs, creating a severe imbalance. This glaring weakness, however, made Su Ming's eyes light. It would require more expensive materials, which meant he could charge higher fees. He could even involve Wang Jinbao to earn more together. With that thought, Su Ming headed straight to Wang Jinbao's place. Wang, who was in the middle of eating, opened the door with food still in his mouth. Once inside, Su Ming noticed the black scorpion still lying in its usual spot. Did you clean up its vomit? Why not let the black scorpion rest on the bed? Su Ming asked. Does your Debao sleep on your bed? Wang Jinbao raised an eyebrow in retort. When Su Ming remained silent, he chuckled and said, Relax, just kidding. Honestly, I did think about moving it, but it's been growing more and more little spikes lately. Su Ming eyed the venomous scorpion cautiously, a hint of apprehension in his heart. He was worried about being scratched by its poisonous stinger, so he decided not to touch it for now. Instead, he began to look forward to how powerful his black scorpion would become after its cultivation was complete. Your Debao is also in the cultivation process like my black scorpion, right? How about we take them out for a field test tomorrow after they're both done? Su Ming suggested to his companion. After a moment of hesitation, his companion nodded in agreement. By this time, Wang Jinbao had already returned to his seat and was focused on devouring the pork knuckle rice in front of him. So, what brings you here at this time? Wang Jinbao asked, his words muffled through a mouthful of food. Su Ming quickly explained the situation. I just picked up a commission for the customized evolution of an 18th level blood-eyed rabbit. The client specifically requested to address its speed deficiency and emphasized that money isn't an issue. I was thinking we could get them to buy materials from you, and we could both profit from this. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao's eyes widened in disbelief. A blood-eyed rabbit? A customized evolution to fix its weaknesses? And its 18th level? Is there really someone in Bayun City bold enough to do this? How come I haven't heard anything about it? Bold? Su Ming asked, puzzled. Is it because of the high level and the difficulty of the evolution? Wang Jinbao swallowed his food and nodded slowly. That's part of it, but it's not the main issue. The blood-eyed rabbit's speed is even worse than your white shadow cat's, and its specialization is extremely unbalanced. Sure, its claws are sharp and it can control them individually, and its strength isn't bad either, but its speed is a major drawback. So I find it strange why would someone with money choose to contract with a creature like that? Su Ming simply shrugged nonchalantly. What does that have to do with me? The blood-eyed rabbit is nicknamed the violent rabbit for a reason. Its forelimbs are strong and powerful, but its hind legs are weak, resulting in poor speed. I'm just a cultivator. They pay, you sell the materials, and I provide the expertise. Problem solved. Wang Jinbao froze for a moment, blinked, and after a few seconds of thought, nodded decisively. You're right. The more fools like this, the better for us. Beep, beep. The notification sound from the phone rang. After quickly skimming through the message, Su Ming looked up at Wang Jinbao. She said she's arrived. Let's meet her at the entrance of the senior high department. Wang Jinbao wiped the leftover sauce from his pork knuckle rice off his mouth and stood up. All right, let's go. I'd like to see who's bold enough to meet us. The two headed to the entrance of the senior high department, where a car similar to Wang Jinbao's was parked. Wang Jinbao suddenly frowned. Huh, why does this license plate look so familiar? What, do you know this client? Su Ming asked, surprised. Wang Jinbao paused, shook his head, and replied, not sure. Let's get closer and see. As he spoke, he tried to search his memory. As they approached the car, the door opened. A stylish woman stepped out gracefully, dressed in a short lavender cape jacket paired with a pale yellow knee-length dress and black knee-high boots. She took off her sunglasses. Qian Yeye? Wang Jinbao's eyes widened in shock. The woman chuckled and glanced at Wang Jinbao. Well, if it isn't little golden nugget. It's been a while. Did you miss your big sister? Wang Jinbao's lips twitched involuntarily, clearly unwilling to respond to her question. He thought to himself, if I had known it was Qian Yeye, I wouldn't have come even if someone paid me. Qian Yeye didn't seem to mind his cold reaction. Instead, she turned her gaze to Su Ming. Oh, a junior? So, you brought someone you know to help you make money off your senior? Su Ming hesitated briefly before replying. An 18th level blood-eyed rabbit. I just wanted to make things more convenient for the client. Having a businessman present ensures the material pricing is more accurate. Raising an eyebrow, Qian Yeye didn't respond directly. Instead, she opened the rear car door. A rabbit, roughly the size of Su Ming's white shadow cat, hopped out. Its appearance was strikingly unique. Its front limbs were unusually robust and muscular, while its hind legs were disproportionately thin, creating a stark contrast. Beast attributes: blood-eyed rabbit, melancholic talent, excellent grade, level 18 elite elemental, earth ability, claw mastery, great strength. Evolution count: 1. The blood-eyed rabbit stood quietly beside Qian Yeye. Although it was born with genetic defects, it wasn't entirely immobile. However, its speed was limited. requiring assistance from other beasts to fully unleash its strength. Su Ming quickly noticed this detail but focused on the task at hand. Senior Qian, your blood-eyed rabbit seems a bit melancholic. I assume it's also concerned about its hind legs. As he spoke, he began professionally inspecting the rabbit's condition. Qian Ye gave Wang Jinbao a brief, unexpected glance before turning back to respond to Su Ming. The blood-eyed rabbit's anxious expression carried a hint of anticipation. Its greatest fear was failing to cooperate with other beasts during battle. Su Ming quickly noticed this issue, leaving Wang Jinbao rather surprised. You figured out the beast's emotional problem so quickly? Not bad, Junior. Wang Jinbao remarked in amazement. The blood-eyed rabbit also looked at Su Ming curiously, as if it saw a glimmer of hope. None of the previous intermediate breeders had identified its emotional issues this fast. After carefully reviewing all the evolution paths, Su Ming gently patted the blood-eyed rabbit's head. I think I have some ideas about the evolution materials. Want to hear them? This statement left both Wang Jinbao and Qian Ye stunned. A flicker of hope flashed in Qian Ye's eyes, while Wang Jinbao appeared uneasy. He quickly grabbed Su Ming's hand and whispered a warning. Su Ming, listen. This lady's not as nice as she looks. She can really lose it. Let's take our time. Think it through, no rush. Hearing Wang Jinbao's trembling voice, Su Ming glanced between the two of them, gradually forming an opinion in his mind. Junior, are you serious? Qian Ye frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with Su Ming's quick conclusion. After about half an hour, Su Ming confirmed that the 296th evolution route in the guidebook was the most suitable. He listed the required materials: 1 core from a battle-level mountain stone man, an elite-level wind-chasing tiger inner core, 200-year-old beast blood fruits, 1 blood jade carrot, and 2 liters of wind-summoning tree sap. Actually, I had already studied the blood-eyed rabbit's data before coming here. I've been drafting a plan for over an hour. Observing it just now was to confirm whether it fits and see if adjustments were needed. Wang Jinbao froze at this. Weren't they just chatting the whole time? Was Su Ming multitasking? He was utterly shocked. Qian Ye hesitated as well. If that's true, I suppose it makes sense why you worked it out so quickly. All right, I believe you. Little Jinbao, have your family send over the materials. You pay for it. Wang Jinbao exclaimed, clearly agitated. You're always taking stuff from my family without paying. How am I supposed to make a living? Just as Su Ming was taken aback, Qian Ye suddenly leaned in, wrapping an arm around Wang Jinbao's shoulder. She pinched his cheek teasingly and said, Fine, then give your big sister a pry. Su Ming tactfully stepped back a few paces. At that moment, he understood these two had a very unusual relationship, likely childhood friends. This made him even more curious about Qian Ye's background. Wang Jinbao's expression softened slightly. He pulled out his phone and began calculating. 200-year-old beast blood fruits cost 2 million credit points. A battle-level mountain stone man core is 500,000. An elite-level wind-chasing tiger inner core is 150,000. A blood jade carrot is 50,000. And 2 liters of wind-summoning tree sap is 10,000. After reviewing the final number, his eyes lit up, and he cleared his throat. Ahem, that's a total of 2.71 million credit points. I'll round it down for you. 270,000. 270,000? Qian Ye's brows furrowed as her tone turned displeased. And I should be thanking you for that? After throwing a sarcastic remark at Wang Jinbao, Qian Ye turned to Su Ming with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The materials for my blood-eyed rabbit cost so much because of its level, right? That's correct. Su Ming nodded and explained. When a beast reaches the point where it needs to evolve, it's best to do it as soon as possible. The longer you wait, the more the beast adapts to its current level, making evolution increasingly difficult. Of course, wild monsters aren't restricted by this. They evolve naturally without forming contracts with humans. Qian Ye nodded repeatedly in agreement, clearly convinced by his explanation. All right, 2.7 million it is, she said, then asked, So, Junior, how much will the custom evolution serum and customization fee cost altogether? Su Ming chuckled softly. Considering how close you and Jinbao are, I'll give you a special price. 1.3 million? 1.3 million? Qian Ye exclaimed in shock. Junior, isn't that a bit too steep? Didn't Tingting say you're usually very affordable? Beside her, Wang Jinbao couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration, secretly thinking, Su Ming is ruthless. Asking for 1.3 million and calling it a discount? Impressive. Even Qian Ye's blood-eyed rabbit sensed something was off. Its monthly food expenses were only 30,000 to 40,000. So how could a single evolution cost 4 million? That would cover 10 years worth of food. Seeing Qian Ye's stunned reaction, Su Ming remained unfazed. Typically, a custom evolution route for an elite-level monster, including material refinement, would cost between 500,000 and 1 million. Wealthy people might have deep pockets, but they weren't fools. Qian Ye quickly composed herself and smiled. All right, Junior, can you explain the effects of this custom evolution in detail? I almost forgot to ask the most important question. Can it solve my blood-eyed rabbit speed problem? If it can, I wouldn't mind paying 3.1 million, let alone 1.3 million. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao couldn't help but roll his eyes. This rich girl really had no concept of money. Good thing he was in charge this time. Otherwise, they'd be making a loss again. Before Su Ming could respond, the blood-eyed rabbit eagerly leaned closer, gazing at him intently. Seeing the rabbit's desire to grow stronger, Su Ming became thoughtful. The intelligence of contracted beasts varied. Those at the servant level were akin to human infants, while elite-level ones were comparable to young children. Clearly, this blood-eyed rabbit didn't want to hold its owner back. Su Ming reached out and gently rubbed the rabbit's chin, and it obediently let him. The issue with the blood-eyed rabbit's hind leg stems from its genetic traits. While it can't be completely fixed, it can be significantly improved. The custom evolution plan I've designed will not only enhance its strength and defense, but also greatly improve its hind leg performance. After finishing, both Su Ming and the blood-eyed rabbit turned their gaze toward Qianye. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and lightly tapped Wang Jinbao's face, signaling him to process the payment. Seeing that Wang Jinbao already had the payment code ready, she raised an eyebrow. Make the transfer 2.7 million. Payment received, 2.7 million credits. Junior, it's all yours. Su Ming walked forward with a serious expression, though he was secretly suppressing his excitement. After Qianye swiftly paid 1.3 million credit points, she released Wang Jinbao's hand and gestured for him to prepare the goods. Turning to Su Ming, she asked with genuine concern, how long will it take to complete the blood-eyed rabbit's evolution serum? The core of the mountain earth golem is quite complicated to process, Su Ming explained. It will take 5 days. Today's Wednesday, so you can pick it up next Monday. He added an important reminder. During this period, don't feed the blood-eyed rabbit any monster meat or spiritual plants. Regular food will suffice. Qianye nodded silently, then suddenly patted Su Ming on the shoulder with an encouraging tone. Keep it up. Even the president of our White Cloud City Breeder Association is only a senior breeder there, hasn't been a master-level breeder yet. Before Su Ming could fully process her words, Qianye had already left with the blood-eyed rabbit, driving off. He couldn't help but reflect. This client is probably trusting me this time because of Wang Jinbao. After all, custom evolution and refining evolution serums are indeed two different things. I originally planned to rely on Wang Jinbao to make money, but in the end, it was also because of him that I gained this client's trust. Just as Su Ming was contemplating the importance of connections, Wang Jinbao finished his phone call and walked over. Does it really take that long to refine this? Do you need to keep an eye on it the whole time? No. Su Ming shook his head. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to test the black scorpion after its cultivation tomorrow? Should we head to the wilderness together? Wang Jinbao immediately gave an okay gesture. I've already called someone to deliver the goods. It should arrive soon. Let's wait here. The mountain earth golem's core is pretty heavy, so I told them to bring a large pot. But seriously, have you thought about buying a proper set of lab equipment? Su Ming decisively declined. He only had around 1.6 million credit points saved, just enough to cover the cost of elite-level evolution materials for Debao. Buying lab equipment, even the cheapest kind, would likely exceed his budget. No need. I think a pressure cooker and an induction stove work just fine. True, same results and saves money. Wang Jinbao agreed wholeheartedly. About an hour later, Wang Jinbao's team arrived. When Su Ming saw the irregularly shaped mountain earth golem core, a mixture of crystal and mud-like material, he finally understood why Wang Jinbao suggested waiting here. Right, weighed over 100 pounds. Do you need Debao to help out? Wang Jinbao asked with concern. No need. Just have your employees put it directly into the large barrel they brought, Su Ming replied. Wang Jinbao patted his chest confidently and approached his employees. His expression turned serious, and his tone became stern. Don't hear what you shouldn't hear. You understand, right? Seeing the two employees remain silent, he nodded in satisfaction before turning back to Su Ming. All right, let's go. We need to unlock the front gate. Early the next morning, as the first light of dawn broke through, the silence was interrupted by a series of slurping sounds. Su Ming, still deep in sleep, frowned slightly and instinctively turned to avoid the disturbing noise. However, the sound persisted. Half asleep, he waved his hand aimlessly a few times before continuing to sleep. Suddenly, a sharp, fishy stench invaded his nostrils. Su Ming's eyes flew open, and what met his gaze was a grotesque beast's facian, unsettling creature crouched by his bedside. Its eyes were particularly chilling. Tiny pinprick pupils surrounded by a vast expanse of whites, making it look terrifyingly eerie. What kind of monster is this? Where's Debao? Su Ming's pupils contracted as he stared warily at the creature before him. At that moment, the creature's expression shifted. Its pupils widened, and the corners of its mouth curved upward into a peculiar, almost mocking smile. Meow? Master, are you scared? The familiar sound left Su Ming momentarily stunned. Debao? He asked tentatively. A glowing interface suddenly appeared before him. Beast Companion, White Shadow Cat. Talent, Elite. Level, 7. Abilities, Super Speed, Fearful Glare. Evolution conditions, Unknown. Description: bred through mutation, it has a cruel nature, strong territorial instincts, and an intense desire to attack. Its methods are brutal, and it enjoys hunting. It really is Dabao? Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he confirmed the information. Just one dose of the cultivation fluid caused such a transformation? This is practically evolution. He carefully inspected Dabao's body, particularly its sharp claws. Not only had they grown larger, but they also appeared as if forged from solid steel. Meow. I'm amazing, aren't I? Dabao purred smugly. Su Ming nodded. The changes are definitely significant. If not for your size and overall appearance remaining mostly the same, I'd have thought you'd already evolved. That look in your eyes earlier, that must have been the fearful glare ability, right? Meow. Master is so clever. Dabao blinked playfully. But I can be even scarier if I want to. What do you mean? Never mind. Su Ming quickly waved his hand dismissively. Let's test your abilities later when we're out in the wild. Before he could finish speaking, a series of urgent knocks came from the door. Su Ming, open up. Hurry. Is that Wang Jinbao? Su Ming muttered, slipping on his slippers and heading to the door, still in his pajamas. Outside, Wang Jinbao stood in an equally disheveled state. What's going on? Why are you in such a rush? Su Ming asked as he opened the door. Before he could get an answer, Dabao's head popped out from behind him. Its menacing face, slightly parted jaws revealing sharp, glistening teeth, and those fierce, glowing eyes pupils contracted to nearly nothing were all fixed intently on Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao's face turned ghostly pale. He seemed to lose the ability to speak as his body instinctively shifted to the side, trying to get away. What's wrong with you? Su Ming noticed Wang Jinbao's strange behavior and followed his gaze. There stood Dabao, glaring at Wang Jinbao with a predatory stance, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Su Ming noticed the change in Dabao's description and immediately grabbed the fur on Dabao's neck. Get inside, Dabao. No biting. At Su Ming's command, Dabao licked its lips, its expression returning to normal. It gave Wang Jinbao a dissatisfied glare before turning around and heading back into the house. Only then did Wang Jinbao let out a sigh of relief, his chest still heaving. Your Dabao has changed so much too, huh? I almost felt like that wasn't a white shadow cat anymore. The way it looked at me just now, it seemed like it wanted to eat me alive. Su Ming gave an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. This little one was just messing with you. It scared me the same way this morning when it woke me up by licking me. Tisk, tisk. Wang Jinbao shook his head repeatedly. Now I get why you use the cat fruit. The effects are ridiculous. White shadow cats were already fierce, but now it's like it's a completely different cat. That look in its eyes, I couldn't even recognize it as your Dabao anymore. The change is even more dramatic than my black scorpion. Your black scorpion? Su Ming suddenly realized the purpose of Wang Jinbao's visit. Come on, let's go check on your black scorpion. The two of them headed to Wang Jinbao's room. As soon as the door opened, Wang Jinbao pointed inside. Look, see for yourself. See what? Just from opening the door? Su Ming cast a doubtful glance at Wang Jinbao before turning his gaze toward the room. When he finally saw the black scorpion, he froze in place. The black scorpion now looked completely different from before. Its eyes had turned into an eerie red-purple color, and its carapace was covered in spikes of varying sizes. Even its tail stinger had taken on a deep, dark purple hue. Stunned? Huh? Wang Jinbao couldn't resist teasing when he saw Su Ming's reaction. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Of course I'm stunned. I only got my breeder certification yesterday. How much experience do you think I have? Getting back to the main point, Su Ming asked, you said it hasn't moved. What exactly happened? Yeah, it moved a little this morning, but after that, it's been completely still. Su Ming carefully examined the black scorpion's condition. Beast Companion, Black Scorpion, Hunger Talent, Elite Level, Level 8 Servant Ability, Venomous. He quickly skimmed through the description and finally concluded, this guy's just hungry. When the black scorpion gets hungry now, it doesn't want to move at all. Doesn't want to move when it's hungry? Wang Jinbao blinked in confusion, as if trying to confirm whether he had heard correctly. Is it a side effect or something? Wang Jinbao asked with a puzzled expression. Not exactly a side effect, Su Ming replied. Just take it out for a few fights, and it'll be fine. Let's head to the wild after breakfast. 30 minutes later, after washing up and eating, the two of them, along with their beasts, stood at the school gate. Stretching his limbs energetically, Wang Jinbao said with excitement, its true eating fills you with energy. Su Ming, your nutrient solution really works. My black scorpion is way faster than before. I think it's ready to go on the offensive now. Su Ming noticed Wang Jinbao fiddling with the black scorpion's tail and chuckled. You can let it try burrowing later. Like that assassin mantis from before your black scorpion should be able to take it down instantly now. The black scorpion seemed to understand, its pincers waving excitedly, but it was soon swatted down by DeBeo and received a sharp glare. Meow. The black scorpion froze under DeBeo's fierce gaze, too scared to move. DeBeo's gotten even more protective of you, Wang Jinbao remarked in amazement. Honestly, I'm more curious about your DeBeo than my black scorpion. Su Ming smiled sheepishly, patting DeBeo on the head as he glanced at the sulking black scorpion. It's just trying to thank me, you silly thing. DeBeo turned its head with a dissatisfied meow, as if to say, no one's allowed to mess with you. Let's go to the wild at the end of the road, Su Ming suggested. Should we invite Ouyang Li and Zhao Guang? Wang Jinbao shook his head quickly. Even though we're on good terms, the class showdown is coming up. They've probably already headed out to train. The class showdown? Su Ming smacked his forehead. I almost forgot about that. The two chatted as they walked, eventually arriving at the notice board they had seen 2 days earlier. The board had been moved, and the dirt beneath it showed prints slightly smaller than an adult male's hand. That's probably from Zhao Guang's rampage monkey, Su Ming remarked, raising an eyebrow. Definitely. Besides us, who else would dare leave the school grounds? As they were about to enter the wild, DeBeo and the black scorpion suddenly stepped in front of them protectively. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions growing serious. Something's not right, someone else is here, they said in unison. Could it be Wang Hui and Li Li? Wang Jinbao squinted. By the way, my black scorpion senses and smell have become much sharper too. Su Ming looked down at DeBeo, who was clinging to his pant leg. Let's go in first. No beast masters from the city would come here, it's probably someone from another class. Maybe even the class leader from class 4. DeBeo, don't mind the strangers. Let's just focus on our own training. Meow. DeBeo released Su Ming's pant leg and let out a cheerful cry. DeBao immediately took the lead, while the black scorpion instinctively guarded the rear. The two of them, along with their beast companions, quickly disappeared into the forest. Unlike last time, when faint insect sounds could still be heard, the forest was eerily silent this time. After covering some distance, the tension gradually eased. Su Ming casually chatted with Wang Jinbao, that evolution serum for Qian Ye's blood-eyed rabbit, when you set it to auto-fire, you're sure it didn't overheat? It won't. The core of a battle-level mountain stone golem is pretty tough. It won't be done so easily. Wang Jinbao had barely finished speaking when he abruptly stopped. Both of them frowned simultaneously, their noses twitching as if they had detected something. A scent, Su Ming said cautiously. Smells like flowers. A plant-type monster, or a spirit plant. They had taken a different route this time, and it was surprising to encounter their target so quickly. Both men immediately covered their noses and mouths, wary of any potential danger from the mysterious floral scent. DeBao sniffed the air and suddenly darted into a nearby bush. Moments later, it emerged with a flower in its mouth, a rose-like bloom about 20 centimeters long. The system promptly issued a notification. Monster identified. Rose flower monster. Common grade, level 2 servant ability, no evolution conditions. According to the encyclopedia, this is a fairly common plant-type monster found in forests. It has no offensive or defensive capabilities and relies solely on sunlight and water for growth. When leveling up, it emits a calming, non-toxic fragrance, but it undergoes a transformation upon reaching elite grade. A rose flower monster? Wang Jinbao's eyes lit up. The powder from its flower buds can sell for thousands of credits. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately signaled DeBao to discard it. Obediently, DeBao spat out the flower and slashed it into pieces with one swipe before continuing to lead the way. Amusingly, as the black scorpion passed the scattered petals, it couldn't resist using its pincers to pick up a piece and taste it. The result was immediate. It started foaming at the mouth wildly, causing Wang Jinbao to burst out laughing. Such a glutton. Serves you right if it poisons you, Wang Jinbao teased. Catch up by tunneling later. Let's see how fast you really are. With that, he and Su Ming continued forward. The black scorpion, left behind, quickly burrowed underground as its owner moved ahead. After just 100 meters, the ground behind Wang Jinbao suddenly split open. The spiky black scorpion emerged with a hiss, the entire process taking less than 3 seconds. Watching this unfold, Su Ming seemed thoughtful. That fast? We might as well have your scorpion follow behind us. Who knows? It could serve as bait for a trap. Wang Jinbao's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He gave Su Ming a thumbs up. Great idea. The two men and a beast walked cautiously on the surface, unaware that hidden dangers lurked beneath the ground. A black scorpion was silently trailing them, ready to launch a sudden attack. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound caught the attention of Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. DeBeo immediately stopped in his tracks, slightly tilting his head back, prepared to turn and confront any threat. Stay calm, Su Ming whispered. The black scorpion is behind us. Did you hear the sound of loosened soil? A faint rumble vibrated from beneath their feet, gradually shifting backward. Let's keep moving forward, Su Ming added. DeBeo reluctantly glanced at Su Ming, lowering his head in frustration as he continued forward. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out to scratch DeBeo under the chin. Silly thing, the next one is yours. This time, I want to study the changes in the black scorpion. Meow? Really? DeBeo stopped immediately, looking up at his master with eager anticipation. Of course. Low-level wild monsters can't understand our words. To the one behind us, we probably look like easy prey. Although Wang Jinbao didn't turn around, his focus remained entirely on the sounds coming from behind, his unease growing. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed from behind them, as if a massive creature had broken through the ground. The two men spun around to see a dense thicket about 10 meters to their left shaking violently, accompanied by a chilling hissing sound. Wait, is that the sound of a snake? Wang Jinbao exclaimed. DeBeo, go check it out. Meow. DeBeo was just about to leap forward when a black scorpion, covered in sharp spikes, crawled out from behind the thicket, gripping a snake's head in its jaws. A system notification immediately popped up. Monster, Forest Python Toxic Death Affinity, Common Grade, Level 7 Servant Ability, No Evolution Potential. Encyclopedia Entry. A rare python monster found in forests. Non-venomous, but with greatly enhanced constriction abilities. Female pythons lay eggs in nests, driving out males. These snakes rarely stray far from their nests and prefer to chew their prey thoroughly with sharp teeth before swallowing. The black scorpion proudly raised its pincers, showing off its prize to Wang Jinbao. DeBeo curiously approached, and together, the two beasts dragged the prey into full view, a nearly 8-meter-long python with the thickness of an adult's thigh, its body covered in grass-green scales. Wang Jinbao stared in stunned disbelief, his heart pounding violently in his chest. Oh my god! In just a matter of seconds, my black scorpion took down such a massive forest python? Su Ming chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Impressive, right? I forgot to mention your black scorpion's venom is now an extremely potent neurotoxin. See the puncture wound on the python's upper jaw? The scorpion's tail stinger pierced straight into its brain. Its struggles only sped up the venom's spread. In less than 20 seconds, the venom completely destroyed its nervous system. Su Ming's explanation struck a chord deep within Wang Jinbao. He had never imagined that nurturing could achieve results so close to evolution. The realization left him utterly astonished. Suddenly reminded of the concept of tailored evolution, Wang Jinbao's eyes lit up as he looked at Su Ming. My black scorpion will probably break through to the elite level next week. Can you customize a route for it then? No problem, Su Ming agreed readily. The black scorpion, however, had already started eating eagerly. Nearby, DeBeo stood with a constant grumble of dissatisfaction in its throat. It wasn't that the black scorpion was hogging the foot, it was that the snake itself was completely venomous, making it inedible for DeBeo. The black scorpion, picky as ever, only consumed the internal organs, leaving the meat untouched. This scene left DeBeo both envious and frustrated, and it could only vent by clawing at the dirt. After its cultivation, the black scorpion not only had enhanced abilities, but also ate faster and became more selective with its diet. Wang Jinbao observed the black scorpion avoiding the intestines and nodded in satisfaction. Finally figured out not to eat that nasty stuff? Huh? You know to go for the good stuff now, don't you? The black scorpion paused briefly, its pincers gripping the snake's heart and gallbladder, then continued devouring with gusto. As the son of a materials merchant, Wang Jinbao understood better than anyone how essential a talented cultivator was. Thinking about this, he suddenly sighed. Damn it, such a loss. Su Ming, who was busy calming DeBeo, asked curiously, what's wrong? I feel like I undercharged that girl Qianyaya. Only 1.3 million? I can already picture her blood-eyed rabbit punching things into the air one after another. Wang Jinbao complained, pounding his chest in frustration. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Needing a moment to process before replying, didn't you just say on the way here that you two were childhood friends? Now you're acting like T-Sit doesn't quite match, does it? Wang Jinbao's expression immediately turned awkward, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Su Ming quickly caught on and probed. Did she bully you a lot when you were kids? As soon as the words left Su Ming's mouth, Wang Jinbao's face turned bright red. At this point, the black scorpion had nearly finished consuming all the nutritious organs of the forest python. Sensing the shift, Su Ming smoothly changed the subject. Let's go check out the forest python's den. Forest pythons don't usually stray far from their nests, they hunt close to home. Since your black scorpion emerged from underground, if the python's den is right behind that bush, no creature would risk eating in such an uncertain situation. He patted DeBeo on the head. DeBeo, search. Hearing that the snake's nest might be nearby, DeBeo, who had been sulking, immediately perked up and dove into the bush where the forest python had appeared. Why are we looking for the python's den? Is there something valuable? Wang Jinbao asked, then suddenly realized, wait, are you saying something took over its den, forcing it to hunt outside? Su Ming nodded. Exactly. Unlike other snake-type creatures, forest pythons are monogamous. A pair of forest pythons will raise their offspring until they can hunt independently, then leave the nest for their young. What? Are you serious? Wang Jinbao's eyes widened in disbelief. Snakes, these cold-blooded creatures, have situations like this? He shook his head, his tone tinged with a bit of admiration. Tisk, being out here really makes you breeders stand out. All I know is how to appraise and sell materials. In response to Wang Jinbao's reaction, Su Ming merely chuckled softly without offering much explanation. Not long after, Debao, who had been sent out to locate the forest python's nest, returned. Meow meow. Debao called out excitedly. A snake. A really red snake. A really red snake? Su Ming muttered in confusion, while Wang Jinbao immediately turned his gaze to the forest python's corpse on the ground. Could snakes really have this kind of cross-species romance? Su Ming frowned slightly. It's possible, but it could also be that the red snake took over the forest python's nest and drove it out. Let's go check outside. Wang Jinbao nodded in agreement, and then nudged the now sluggish and full black scorpion with his foot. Black scorpion, time to work. The black scorpion seemed reluctant, raising its pincers in protest before burrowing into the ground. Debao, lead the way. Debao licked its lips and immediately took the lead. The group followed it, retracing their steps for about 30 meters before changing direction and walking another 100 meters. They finally stopped in front of a large tree, which had a conspicuous hollow in its trunk. Man, these snake fangs are something else, Wang Jinbao said, gazing up at the thick tree. Even managed to hollow out a tree this big. Su Ming ignored Wang Jinbao's comment, focusing instead on observing the inside of the tree hollow. A faint breeze seemed to carry a rancid smell from within. Soon, he could make out the scene inside just as Debao had said. A crimson snake was coiled motionlessly inside. The snake was much smaller than the forest python, only about 4 meters long and a third of the python's girth. A bulge in its body made it evident that it was laying eggs. A monster profile appeared. Crimson fire snake. Currently laying eggs. Talent. Elite level. Level 5 subordinate ability. Fire poison evolution condition. Profile. A solitary venomous snake that causes a burning pain when it bites. Most fire snakes prefer to mate with other snake species to produce larger offspring. Su Ming blinked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, the issue with the tree hollow was clear while Debao could fit inside. The space was far too cramped for it to move freely. He turned his gaze toward Wang Jinbao. What is it? Wang Jinbao asked, looking puzzled as he awaited instructions. Su Ming explained. There's a crimson fire snake inside, laying eggs. It probably won't come out. Debao can go in, but it can't do much in such a tight space. Wang Jinbao immediately caught on. All right, black scorpion. This time no poison, just drag that crimson fire snake out into the open. Debao lay down on the ground, clearly frustrated. It understood the situation but seemed annoyed at its inability to act. Inside the tree hollow, the crimson fire snake, busy laying eggs, glanced toward the entrance as if sensing something. It had noticed something observing it earlier but hadn't paid much attention, assuming that the narrow entrance would deter most creatures. This was a common occurrence for it. However, just as it prepared to resume laying eggs, it suddenly felt a slight tremor in the soil beneath it. Instinctive vigilance made the red fire snake want to move immediately, but a massive, spiked pincer clamped tightly onto its tail first. Before it could even call out to the forest python, its entire body was violently dragged underground. It was only then that it realized its attacker was a strangely shaped black scorpion. Intense pain caused the red fire snake to twist its body and open its gaping jaws to bite at the black scorpion, but the scorpion easily blocked the attack with its free pincer. In this underground space meticulously dug by the black scorpion, the snake, burdened by its condition of being close to giving birth, struggled to exert strength. Meanwhile, the scorpion instinctively used its hind legs to drag the snake further backward. After its second attack failed again, the black scorpion retaliated even more ferociously. Its spiked pincer clamped down directly on the red fire snake's head. The sound of bones cracking echoed relentlessly as foul-smelling blood sprayed from the wounds on the snake's head. The black scorpion let out a victorious screech, gripping its now weakened prey tightly as it began retreating along the path it had come. Just as the black scorpion confirmed its position and prepared to dig its way out, the seemingly lifeless red fire snake suddenly twitched unnaturally. Even with its head crushed and deformed, its eerie gaze remained fixed on the scorpion climbing upward. Above ground, Wang Jinbao was about to ask something when a red figure suddenly shot out of the hole, biting down hard on the leg of the emerging black scorpion. The black scorpion, slightly confused, continued climbing out of the hole. Su Ming, Do you think that egg holy crap? Wang Jinbao's words were cut short as he jumped in shock at the sight of the mangled snake head clinging to the scorpion's leg. A flash of white light streaked by, and the snake's head and body were instantly severed. The headless snake carcass fell back into the pit. Are you serious? You let that snake bite your leg without finishing it off first? Wang Jinbao exclaimed in frustration. Only then did the bewildered black scorpion notice the oddity on its Liga snake head, still making chewing motions. After inspecting the bite site carefully, Su Ming explained, "It's fine." The black scorpion crushed the snake's head so badly that its attack power is basically gone. It can't bite through the exoskeleton. Wang Jinbao glanced at the cleanly severed stump where the snake's head had been and asked instead, "Hey, your Dabio has its claws gotten sharper? This cut is way too clean." "Yeah," Su Ming replied tersely. Over the next 10 minutes or so, the two beasts feasted on their respective prey. However, both stopped after eating only a portion, aware that the day's hunt was far from over. The black scorpion, however, was in a unique situation. It needed more energy to handle the exertions of underground vigilance, so it consumed more of the snake's internal organs. Once Dabeo had finished licking its claws contentedly, it gave the black scorpion's head a gentle pat, as if expressing some kind of mutual understanding. The two of them, along with the cat, continued their journey through the forest, this time slowing their pace and focusing more on staying alert to their surroundings. Wang Jinbao couldn't help but feel puzzled when they had first entered the forest. They had clearly seen another group of students go in as well, yet they hadn't heard a single sound from them since. I think it's a bit strange too," Su Ming began to speak, but before he could finish, Dabeo, who was walking ahead, suddenly bristled all over and came to an abrupt stop, blocking their path. "Meow." Dabeo gave a low warning. "Something's here." The two immediately heightened their vigilance. At the same time that they stopped moving, the black scorpion underground also slowed its pace, eventually halting just 50 centimeters behind them. Wang Jinbao nervously scanned their surroundings, but couldn't spot anything suspicious. "Su Ming, do you see where the monster is?" Su Ming shook his head gravely. "Not yet. I'm looking." Strangely, despite carefully scanning the area several times, no guide or identification popped up. However, seeing the wary stance Dabeo had taken, Su Ming trusted his companion's instincts. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Ming's mind. What if the monster was above them? The idea sent a chill down his spine. If that were true, it would mean the creature had been watching them from above the whole time. Su Ming pressed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Wang Jinbao understood the gesture and watched as Su Ming's gaze shifted upward. A second later, beads of cold sweat formed on Wang Jinbao's forehead as he finally realized why they hadn't noticed anything unusual before. Hanging upside down on a branch above them was a massive, brown spider. Its 8 legs, each a meter long, were curled tightly around the branch. The fur on its abdomen pulsed rhythmically, as if a crawling insect were moving across it. 8 brown compound eyes were fixed intently on the trio below. The monster's information appeared. Venomous bird catcher spider. Talent: exceptional level. Level: 10. Ability: minions. Trait: venomous. Evolution conditions: unknown. Guide description: a hermaphroditic spider with a massive body that does not spin webs. Its mouthparts, located beneath its compound eyes, can inject a large amount of corrosive venom in an instant. It often lurks in treetops, using the fur on its abdomen to mimic crawling insects and attract birds. It reacts swiftly, with limbs as sharp and deadly as spears. After reading the description, Su Ming was deeply shocked. This level 10 monster with exceptional talent had strength approaching that of an elite-tier creature. What did this mean? Even though Dabeo had grown stronger through cultivation, Su Ming had no confidence in facing such an opponent. This was an overwhelming gap in power. Dabeo suddenly bristled, and Su Ming immediately realized the gravity of the situation. They were within the hunting range of a spider. Though the height was only 7 or 8 meters, at the spider's speed, it could launch an attack from above in just 1 or 2 seconds. "What did you see?" Wang Jinbao noticed the cold sweat forming on Su Ming's forehead, his already uneasy heart sinking further into panic. Su Ming turned his head with difficulty, forcing a wry smile. "It looks like a level 10 venomous bird hunting spider. Quite talented. We're directly beneath it, and if it wanted to, those spear-like limbs could pierce us in an instant." "What?" Wang Jinbao's heart sank, realizing they could end up as spider prey at any moment. "You're saying there's a monster like that perched right above my head?" "Don't panic," Su Ming said in a low voice. "It's in a hunting stance right now, but it doesn't seem too interested in us. Judging by the way the hairs on its abdomen are moving, it's likely waiting to ambush some bird-like creature. Let's just act natural and keep walking forward." Wang Jinbao nodded in agreement. This was indeed their best option at the moment. Dabao, though eager to act, reluctantly obeyed under Su Ming's stern gaze. The two men and the cat deliberately maintained a steady pace as they moved forward. The venomous bird-hunting spider on the treetop observed them silently for a moment before shifting its attention elsewhere. After walking a dozen meters, they finally let out a sigh of relief. At this distance, even if the spider launched a sudden attack, they would have enough time to react. On flat ground, with Dabao and Black Scorpion working together, they might even stand a chance in a fight. Only 4 kilometers in, and we've already run into a near-elite level 10 monster? Wang Jinbao spat on the ground. Another 4 kilometers, and will it all be elites? We should report this to Instructor Liu. Su Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. Reporting won't help. The wilderness is just this dangerous. We got lucky this time. We'll have to be more vigilant about what's above us next time. Just as Wang Jinbao was contemplating whether to find a way to lure the venomous bird-hunting spider down for a fight, a sudden commotion erupted from the forest behind them. Dabao quickly darted to their rear, cautiously watching the direction of the noise and occasionally glancing up at the treetops. Meow. I'm tasting bug meat today, no matter what. Wang Jinbao's expression turned serious as he lightly stomped the ground, signaling Black Scorpion to prepare for a sneak attack. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry cut through the tension. It turned out the spider had caught its prey. A bird carcass thudded heavily to the ground, and the venomous bird-hunting spider leapt down after it, landing precisely where they had first spotted it. The venom-fanged tarantula cast a cold, indifferent glance at them before shifting its attention back to its prey, a bird-like creature about 60 centimeters in length, resembling a sparrow from before the spiritual revival, but with a crimson beak. A straight, gaping wound ran across the bird's chest, with blood and internal organs spilling out as it writhed in agony on the ground. The fatal injury was clearly inflicted by the tarantula's barbed legs. When Su Ming examined the creature's entry in the bestiary, his expression darkened. The bestiary displayed: Beast Companion, Crimson-beaked Skybird. Talent: Elite Tier. Level: 6. Companion Ability: Keen Sight. Bestiary Description: a relatively common aerial creature with a friendly disposition and average attack capabilities. Its crimson beak is merely a color trait with no special effects. It is a popular choice among humans as a beast companion. This is a beast companion? Su Ming pondered to himself. Could it belong to that unknown group we encountered earlier? A level 6 creature with elite tier talent, could it be the class monitors or vice monitors from class 4? Wang Jinbao noticed the crimson-beaked skybird staring at them intently. With each labored breath it took, more blood gushed from its chest. Su Ming, something's off about this bird. Why does it keep looking at us? It's like it's pleading for help. Su Ming deliberated briefly. There's a good chance this isn't a wild monster but a beast companion. Remember how we spotted another group besides Zhao Guang's team when we arrived? Wang Jinbao froze for a moment, then took a deep breath. Damn, didn't its owner teach it not to hunt recklessly in the wild? Gazing at Dabao crouched on the ground, Su Ming realized this could be an opportunity. The venom-fanged tarantula was entirely fixated on its meal, paying them no attention, while the crimson-beaked skybird took its last breath. Dabao, move in slowly. When you find the right angle, deliver a fatal blow. Silently, Dabao advanced, moving like a true feline predator, stealthy and deliberate, as it closed in on the feeding venom-fanged tarantula. When Dabao was about 5 meters away, the tarantula's bristly hairs suddenly stood on end. Sensing the shift, Dabao didn't hesitate. Before the tarantula could turn, Dabao leapt forward in a blur. Simultaneously, the black scorpion lurking underground emerged, surging toward the tarantula at high speed. Hissed, the tarantula let out a warning sound and lashed out with its hind leg, aiming to pierce Dabao midair. Dabao's pupils contracted sharply as its front paw shot out with precision. Razor-sharp claws extended from its paw, glinting coldly as they severed the tarantula's hind leg in one swift motion. A spray of dark purple liquid erupted from the severed limb. The searing pain forced the venom-fanged tarantula to drop its meal and whirl around to face Dabao. When it saw the intruder holding its severed leg in its jaws, the tarantula's previously brownish compound eyes turned blood-red with rage. Its mandibles emitted a furious hiss-hiss sound, vibrating with menace. Still screaming? Even with a broken leg? You dare cry out? Wang Jinbao roared furiously. Black Scorpion, strike it. On the ground, the venomous Goliath bird-eater, missing one of its legs, continued to thrash and screech in pain. Feeling the vibrations from underground, it immediately raised an intact limb in preparation to counterattack. At that critical moment, a jet-black whip burst out of the soil like lightning, striking the spider squarely in the face and sending it flying. Nice one, Black Scorpion, Wang Jinbao shouted in excitement. Dabao, now's your turn, Su Ming commanded sharply. Remember, avoid the head focus on taking out the remaining 7 legs first. In an instant, Dabao became a blur of white, darting past the spider the moment it hit the ground. Another leg was severed cleanly, arcing through the air before landing with a thud. A piercing screech escaped the spider as it writhed in agony. Its ruptured compound eyes, oozing with fluid from Black Scorpion's strike, glared at the ground with ferocity. It remained vigilant against the black whip lurking below while keeping a sharp eye on Dabao, who circled it, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This thing isn't so tough after all, Wang Jinbao commented casually. Don't underestimate it, Su Ming warned with a shake of his head. The Goliath bird-eater can control up to 4 legs simultaneously. Do you know what that means? Control 4 limbs at once? Wang Jinbao's expression shifted instantly. No wonder you're having us take out its legs one by one. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Wang Jinbao dropped his nonchalant demeanor and offered a suggestion. Right now, it's watching both the ground and your Dabao. Let my Black Scorpion take the lead again. Have your White Shadow Cat make some feints to distract it. By the way, this creature doesn't spit silk, does it? Su Ming glanced at Wang Jinbao in surprise. You're correct, it doesn't. To gain its terrifying close combat abilities, it gave up that function. Dabao, circle around it, and make your steps heavier. Dabao sprang into action, racing around the spider at lightning speed until it became a blurred white ring. Even though the spider could sense the danger lurking underground, its focus was entirely disrupted by the sound of Dabao's rapid movements. Suddenly, as blood continued to drip from its wounds, the spider's eyes turned blood red. Without warning, it charged recklessly towards Su Ming and the others. Shit! Su Ming, get back! Wang Jinbao shouted, but before the words were fully out of his mouth, Su Ming had already leaped backward, grabbing Wang Jinbao and pulling him back as well. Meanwhile, Black Scorpion, who had been closing in for another strike, swiftly repositioned itself to adjust to the spider's sudden attack. Underground, the Black Scorpion had a distinct speed advantage, moving far more swiftly than the venomous bird-eating spider on the surface. At this moment, it was trailing the spider closely, suddenly flicking out its dark purple stinger with precision, piercing the spider's abdomen. Having struck its target, the Black Scorpion quickly withdrew its tail and burrowed deeper underground. The impact sent the bird-eating spider crashing heavily to the ground, even flipping it over backward. Taking the opportunity, Dabao lunged fiercely from the side. Its sharp claws slashed across the exposed abdomen of the spider, producing a harsh tearing sound. A torrent of dark purple blood, mixed with the Black Scorpion's venom, gushed out from the wound. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao, who had retreated to a safe distance, were overjoyed at the sight. Su Ming immediately commanded, Dabao, fall back. Be careful of its last-ditch counterattack. Black Scorpion, stay on it, don't let it escape. The venomous bird-eating spider, now realizing it had been let loose, caught a glimpse of the white cat crouching at a distance and the scorpion seemingly vanishing underground. The excruciating pain in its abdomen and the loss of internal organs left it both furious and helpless. It was so close, just one step away from reaching elite status, where it could have easily crushed these opponents. Watching the trembling spider, Su Ming sensed something was wrong. Wang Jinbao, something's off. Have Black Scorpion and Dabao coordinate for another attack. What's wrong? Isn't it dying already? Wang Jinbao asked, puzzled. It's been shaking non-stop. I'm worried it might break through its limits and counterattack at the last moment. Better to finish it quickly. Realizing the urgency, Wang Jinbao immediately instructed the Black Scorpion to extend its tail 6 meters away to provoke the spider. The venomous bird-eating spider turned cautiously to investigate, just as Dabao launched a stealthy attack, targeting the bleeding abdomen. But as Dabao was about to strike, the half-turned spider suddenly froze. Su Ming's pupils constricted, and he shouted, Dabao, pull back. Though confused, Dabao obeyed the command without hesitation. In the next instant, the previously retreating spider spun around abruptly, thrusting 2 of its legs forward like spears. They stopped just 20 centimeters short of Dabao, who narrowly avoided a grave injury or worse thanks to the timely retreat. Realizing the truth, Su Ming gasped for air, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. This sight left Wang Jinbao, who was standing nearby, utterly shocked. This creature actually used a strategy? It's that cunning? Once his breathing steadied, Su Ming carefully examined the abdomen of the venomous bird-eating spider and explained. It was already gravely injured and on the brink of death. That sudden, violent move earlier was to worsen its own abdominal wound. It wanted to take me down with it before dying. Wang Jinbao shuddered at the thought. And this isn't even an elite level one? Looks like I really need to work on improving my strength. The venomous bird-eating spider, now critically wounded, was at its limit. Its abdominal wound had worsened, and 2 of its legs were severed. Within minutes, it collapsed to the ground, its remaining 6 legs curling tightly together. The system's interface promptly displayed. Monster, venomous bird-eating spider. Death talent, exceptional level. Level 10 minion ability, toxic evolution. Seeing the death confirmed, Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. Good, it's dead. Let your Black Scorpion eat it. My Dabao probably won't like this thing. However, to Su Ming's surprise, Debeo immediately ran over, rubbing his head against Su Ming's leg while letting out soft cries. This unexpected behavior left Su Ming stunned. Looks like your white shadow cat isn't exactly what you thought it was, Wang Jinbao remarked with a raised eyebrow. Although, to be fair, arthropods don't have much meat. At best, it could eat those two severed spider legs. Looking at Debeo's eager little eyes, Su Ming sighed helplessly. Fine, go ahead and eat those two legs. Leave the rest. He'll find you something better next time. Debeo let out a cheerful cry and scurried over to the severed legs. Just as the two of them began to relax, and their beasts had only just started eating, two figures suddenly rushed out from a skinny man and a hook-nosed man, accompanied by a beast. The skinny man immediately recognized the corpse on the ground. Running over to the red-beaked skybird, he noticed the bite marks on its chest. His eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. That's my beast. Did your beasts kill it? Wang Jinbao was furious at the accusation. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Ming quickly held back the enraged Wang Jinbao and calmly explained. Take a closer look. It was this venomous bird-eating spider that killed your beast. We avenged it for you. Any other questions? At this point, the hook-nosed man spoke up. If that's the case, then this venomous bird-eating spider should belong to us. After all, it was the red-beaked skybird that fought it to the brink of death. You two just picked up the scraps. We're all classmates here, so this division seems fair, don't you think? Su Ming glanced at their beast, his gaze turning icy cold. You've got some nerve, don't you? Debeo, take out his beast. The beast controlled by the hook-nosed man was a bear-like creature with a peculiar appearance. This 2.5-meter long, 1-meter tall beast resembled a bear in outline but had a horse-like elongated face, with a body shape closer to certain canine monsters of today. Beast Codex. Name: Horse-faced bear. Talent: Common level. Abilities: Level 7 minion, thick skin evolution. Codex description: Mutated from the Malayan sun bear during the spiritual energy resurgence catastrophe. It retains its original foraging habits, favoring honey, insects, and small mammals. Though slow-moving, it possesses high pain tolerance and poses a lethal threat to humans. Its thick layer of fat makes it a tempting delicacy for other predatory monsters. Wang Jinbao was taken aback at the sight. Su Ming, that's a bear. Do you need my black scorpion to back you up? Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile at the suggestion. No need. This horse-faced bear is considered a delicacy in high-end restaurants. In the eyes of powerful predators, it's just another dish. Wang Jinbao froze. As someone focused on his trade, he had never imagined that bear-like creatures, comparable to tigers and lions, could end up as gourmet meals. As the two conversed, Debeo shot out like an arrow from a bow. Skinny, alarmed at the sight, hastily dropped the carcass of the red-beaked void bird in his hands and scrambled behind the hook-nosed man, shouting in panic, Li Qi, quick! That white shadow cat is charging at you. Use your bear to take it down. Li Qi's expression turned grim. Although he had heard of the white shadow cat's fearsome reputation, his beast was still a bear, and its size was double that of the feline. In his mind, one mistake from the white shadow cat could be fatal, whereas his horse-faced bear had countless opportunities to counterattack. Horse-faced bear, attack. Show them the might of a bear and take it down, Li Qi commanded decisively. The horse-faced bear roared in response and charged toward the approaching white shadow cat. Just then, Debeo activated its fierce stare ability. Its pale pupils locked onto the opponent like the gaze of death itself. The horse-faced bear froze instantly, its pupils trembling violently. With a swift slash, Debeo's sharp claws cut precisely at the joint between the horse-faced bear's forelimb and torso. Blood sprayed, and white bone was exposed as a harrowing wail echoed through the surroundings. Having struck successfully, Debeo elegantly sat behind the fallen horse-faced bear, facing away from Li Qi and the others. It leisurely licked the blood off its claws, its eyes glinting with a mocking light. Meow? That's all you've got. Debeo elegantly licked its paw, a teasing tone in its voice. Meow, my hunt has just begun. Stay a little longer. The tall, skinny man turned pale as he watched his companion's beast get knocked to the ground by a cat. He grabbed Li Qi's arm in a panic. Your beast is a bear, isn't it? How could it be taken down by a cat? Li Qi's face froze, dark and stormy. You're asking me? How would I know? He spat through gritted teeth. That white shadow cat must be something special. You saw it yourself in the way here. My horse-faced bear took down a monster all on its own. Now stop talking and let me focus on commanding. Standing nearby, Wang Jinbao observed their interaction with amusement. Su Ming, do you think they're just inexperienced? Su Ming hesitated briefly. Probably. I only recently gained some confidence myself. Before that, I wasn't much different. Li Qi glanced at Su Ming and Wang Jinbao, who were completely ignoring them and not even bothering to command the white shadow cat, letting it act on its own. The veins on his forehead bulged in anger. Looking at his horse-faced bear's nearly useless right arm, He understood that running on all fours was no longer an option. If four legs wouldn't work, then it would have to use two. You think you can look down on me? Horse-faced bear, get up. Hearing its master's furious roar, combined with its own anger from the pain of its injuries, the horse-faced bear shook off its fear of those piercing eyes. Ignoring its injured right forelimb, it planted its hind legs firmly and pushed itself upright. That's it. Show them your strength. Li Qi shouted in encouragement. The horse-faced bear let out a deafening roar at Debeo, revealing the ferocity expected of a bear. Debeo stopped licking its paw and instead licked its lips. Meow? Don't like running, or don't like living? Each step the horse-faced bear took caused a dull thud to echo through the ground. Debeo's eyes locked onto the approaching opponent as it slowly crouched lower, its feline gaze growing sharper and more chilling. Seeing this, Li Qi misinterpreted Debeo's posture as fear and smugly bragged to the tall, skinny man. See that? I told you a bear is a bear, and a cat is just a cat. So what if there's been a spiritual revival? A cat taking down a bear? What do they think it is, a tiger? The tall man nodded eagerly. Exactly. Once we kill this cat, we can sell it for some money as compensation. Then you can help me find a new beast in the wild. No problem. Their loud, unrestrained conversation reached Wang Jinbao's ears. He frowned, thought for a moment, and then decisively took 2 steps back. He knew Su Ming too well. This boy, who had grown up as an orphan due to his unusual family circumstances, treated the white shadow cat as his entire world, allowing no insult or harm to come to it. The two from Class 4 had been infuriating from the start, and now their blatant arrogance was practically inviting disaster. Initially, Wang Jinbao thought Su Ming might just cripple their beast, but now it seemed he might go as far as silencing them completely. Sure enough, as Li Qi's brazen words reached Su Ming's ears, a murderous glint filled Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming silently observed Li Qi. Li Qi, who was boasting about his beast taming skills to the lanky guy, suddenly felt a chill creep over him. Following the sensation, he turned his head and met Su Ming's icy gaze. Afraid, Su Ming softly uttered the word before taking an action no one could have anticipated. He began walking towards Li Qi and the lanky guy, his steps steady and resolute. Wang Jinbao, noticing this, immediately realized his suspicions were correct. He muttered under his breath, already about to shed blood after just a few days? And all for a plate of meat. Quietly, he summoned the black scorpion hidden underground and whispered instructions to it. On the field, the horse-faced bear was closing in on Su Ming's white shadow cat. The white shadow cat remained in a low, crouched position, motionless, its sharp gaze locked onto the horse-faced bear's neck. Though it was clearly a battle, Su Ming's eerie, deliberate approach unsettled Li Qi. Hey, aren't you the class monitor for Class 1? What's this supposed to mean? You're not fighting anymore? Su Ming didn't respond. At that moment, Debeo, who had been silent all along, suddenly let out a low, warning growl, instantly drawing the attention of the hook-nosed man and the lanky guy. Ignore him. Take down his beast first. The lanky guy's words had barely left his mouth when Debeo moved. Like a phantom, it appeared midair 4 meters away from the horse-faced bear, landing lightly before quickly returning to Su Ming's side, never sparing a glance at the still-moving horse-faced bear. This scene left the two men utterly baffled. The lanky guy, noticing the horse-faced bear was heading toward them, uneasily spoke up, Li Qi, why is your beast coming toward us? Li Qi also sensed something was wrong, but couldn't believe that his beast had already been defeated. It was still moving, after all. Horse-faced bear, attack that white shadow cat. Do you hear me? The lanky guy, catching on to what was happening, started retreating as Li Qi shouted. Su Ming spoke coldly, why not try calling it again? Only then did Li Qi realize that Su Ming and the white shadow cat were now standing not far from his front right side. His pupils contracted sharply. Feeling increasingly alarmed, he panicked. You? What do you want to do? Su Ming simply stared at him coldly. Horse-faced bear. Horse-faced bear, come protect me. Horse-faced bear. The horse-faced bear, which had been slowly advancing, suddenly stopped. Just as Li Qi thought his beast was finally obeying and coming to protect him, a fleeting sense of relief appeared on his face. But in the next instant, the horse-faced bear's head detached from its neck, thudding to the ground and rolling across the field. Scarlet liquid spurted skyward through the gash, accompanied by the sound of splashing. The faint smile of relief that had just appeared on Li Qi's face froze in an instant. His pupils quivered violently, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. His face turned pale as he struggled to swallow, slowly turning his head towards Su Ming. When he saw Su Ming and the white shadow cat still standing motionless in their places, he felt slightly relieved. Can we leave? It was our mistake. We'll go now. Before Li Qi could finish his sentence and turn to leave, he suddenly realized there was no one behind him. The tall, skinny figure had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Though he already knew the answer in his heart, Li Qi couldn't stop himself from blurting out the question. Su Ming replied coldly. He ran. The moment you called for the horse-faced bear to protect you, he began retreating step by step until he disappeared. Upon hearing this, the fear in Li Qi's eyes was instantly replaced with resentment and unwillingness. Why didn't you stop him? Is that your final statement? Su Ming asked indifferently. Final statement? What do you mean? My beast is already dead, what more do you want? Li Qi's voice trembled. Su Ming didn't respond. He simply raised his hand lightly. In an instant, the bow dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Li Qi felt the world spin around him, and before he could utter another word, his life ended as his body collapsed to the ground. A rustling sound followed. After glancing at the corpse on the ground, the bow returned to Su Ming's side. Just as Su Ming was about to question the situation, Wang Jinbao's black scorpion crawled out, its tail skewering a large chunk of meat. The scorpion raised its claws excitedly when it saw Su Ming. Don't forget what my family does for a living. Wang Jinbao's voice rang out. We trade in beast materials. In times like these, countless people die in the wild every day. Hoes to say how they died? Besides, the scent of blood will soon attract monsters. Consider this a warm-up. Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao, who appeared completely unfazed, and suddenly chuckled. You're right. Not bad at all. Yeah, not bad. Wang Jinbao replied with a grin. The two exchanged a knowing smile. By the way, you said this meat tastes great. Is that true? Su Ming asked. It is. Once you remove the outer fat layer, the meat inside is incredibly tender. That's exactly why this type of beast struggles to survive. Even the strongest known wild horse-faced bear in the world is only at the elite level. Wang Jinbao smacked his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. To be honest, I quite enjoy this kind of meat. Let Dabeo slice me a piece. Make sure it's nicely marbled with fat and lean. I'll take it back to the 3rd division tonight and cook it. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. You do have a refined palate. He lifted the piece of meat in his hand, and Dabeo immediately understood. Its claws moved with surgical precision, effortlessly cutting through the skin and separating the fat with practiced ease. Just as it was about to make the cut, Dabeo turned to Su Ming and let out a soft meow. Not too much, just 10 pounds will do. Wang Jinbao quickly said. Fried with some chili, it'll last me 10 days. With Su Ming's approval, Dabeo swiftly cut off a large chunk of meat. Wang Jinbao caught it securely, beaming with delight. This is my first time eating something like this. I hope it tastes as good as you say. Dabeo then sliced off another piece of meat for Su Ming, weighing around 20 to 30 pounds. Meanwhile, Black Scorpion cast a disdainful glance at Wang Jinbao and busied itself with gutting the horse-faced bear. All right, hurry up and eat, Su Ming said, scanning the surroundings warily. The smell of blood here is too strong. We need to leave quickly before it attracts more monsters. Dabeo had only taken 2 bites before its eyes lit up, and it began devouring the meat with relish. Black Scorpion, on the other hand, dove straight into the carcass, leaving only its tail and hindquarters visible. After about 10 minutes, the scent of blood had begun to drift away on the wind. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao stopped their conversation, both realizing that monsters might already be tracking the scent. Let's go, Dabeo. Lead the way. We need to hurry back. Dabeo, its mouth still glistening with grease, nodded and responded with a meow. Black Scorpion, already adept with its enhanced abilities, disappeared into the ground in an instant, guarding the rear. Not long after the trio left, a massive bird with a 6-meter wingspan began circling overhead, letting out an ear-splitting screech. The forest around them erupted with rustling sounds in response. Even as they moved farther away, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao could still hear the bird's cries clearly. Seeing Dabeo's fur bristle once again, Su Ming's expression grew grave. We need to pick up the pace, Wang Jinbao. Start running. What's with that bird behind us? Wang Jinbao asked as he ran. Can you tell what kind of monster it is? I'm not that skilled. I can't tell, Su Ming replied, his tone heavy. But my Dabeo is on edge. The last time it reacted like this was when that venomous bird-eating spider was right above us. Wang Jinbao's face turned pale. Are you saying that bird is a level 10 as well? Level 10? Su Ming hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I don't think so. We were nearly a mile away when we first heard its cry, and even from that distance, it's still giving Dabeo this kind of pressure. That's definitely an elite-class monster. Hearing that it was an elite-class bird monster, Wang Jinbao's face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the urgency of escaping, he might have already started cursing. This was completely unexpected. There shouldn't have been any elite-class monsters within the supposedly safe zone. Where did this giant bird come from? We can't report this to Instructor Liu just yet, Wang Jinbao muttered under his breath. After all, we're carrying a huge chunk of meat back to the school. Su Ming paused for a moment, then frowned and said, but the consequences of hiding this could be worse. Ouyang Li and his team are also in this area. His carrion crow must have already spotted this monster. They're probably on their way back now. With the surveillance at the senior department entrance and our situation, this chunk of meat might raise suspicion. Before he finished speaking, Su Ming decisively tossed the piece of meat he was holding to the side. Although Wang Jinbao felt a pang of heartbreak, he reluctantly followed suit. When our beasts evolve to the elite class, we'll come back and kill that mangy bird for its core. Wang Jinbao consoled himself with a harsh vow. The two of them ran for an unknown amount of time. Only when the piercing cries of the bird could no longer be heard did they finally stop. Debeo sniffed cautiously around the area. After confirming it was safe, the creature affectionately rubbed against Su Ming's leg. Meow? Master, are you tired? Not really. Su Ming panted heavily. The bird didn't follow us. We can rest for a couple of minutes before moving on. He glanced at Wang Jinbao, who was sprawled on the ground, heaving and retching, and hesitated before suggesting softly, "Have you considered losing some weight?" Wang Jinbao couldn't muster a reply, having emptied his stomach completely. After about 4 minutes of rest, the two finally resumed their journey back. At this rate, it should take about a week for our beasts to break through to the elite class and for us to become intermediate beastmasters, Wang Jinbao said, his face brightening slightly as he began to daydream about the future. Your identity as a nurturer won't stay hidden for long. You'll be the hottest topic in the senior department. Su Ming chuckled. Hot topic? How many families can actually afford nurturing fees? Your family having materials is one thing, but just the cost of preparing the nurturing liquid is enough to deter most people, not to mention they'd need to bring their own materials. If we really want to make money off them, we'd have to wait until they become intermediate beastmasters and can form teams to hunt for resources. For now, it's just wishful thinking. Wang Jinbao nodded in agreement, then suddenly perked up. It looks like we're approaching the intersection ahead. There's more sunlight now. Come on, pick up the pace, Su Ming said, his expression lighting up. Once we're out, we'll head straight to the office building to report to Instructor Liu. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of the senior department at White Cloud City High School, Lu Jun was staring sternly at the panting Zhao Guang and Ouyang Li. Ouyang Li, you're saying that within the 10-mile safe zone, your beast detected an elite-class bone-eating vulture from a distance, and you immediately retreated at full speed? Lu Jun paused. Did you see any signs of the class monitors or vice monitors from classes 1, 3, or 4 during your withdrawal? Hearing Lu Jun's words, Zhao Guang and Ouyang Li froze simultaneously. What? Wang Jinbao and Su Ming also went into the wilderness. And Li Li and the others too? Zhao Guang looked puzzled, frowning slightly. Is everyone this competitive? We just got a day off, and they're already out there again? Ouyang Li adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the office lights. We were the first ones to enter the wilderness. As for who went in after us, we have no idea. If Wang Jinbao and Su Ming really went in, they didn't come to find us. We didn't see any trace of others while we were out there. Lu Jun fell into deep thought upon hearing this, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The fact that all the class leaders and vice leaders from 4 classes had left the school to enter the nearby wilderness sent a chill down his spine. If anything went wrong, how could he explain it to their parents? His scalp tingled, his breathing grew shallow, and an overwhelming sense of unease gripped him. After a long silence, Lu Jun let out a heavy sigh. All right, you two go rest for now. I'll handle the situation in the wilderness. Zhao Guang and Ouyang Li exchanged a knowing glance and nodded silently. Understood, Instructor Liu. Well, take our leave then. Just as the two turned to leave the office, a loud bang echoed as the door was flung open from the outside. Already on edge, Lu Jun's temple throbbed with anger. What's going on? Don't you know to knock first? But when he saw Su Ming and Wang Jinbao standing breathless at the door, his anger dissipated instantly. The class leaders and vice leaders of 2 classes had returned, which gave him some relief. Now only the members of classes 3 and 4 were still unaccounted for. Hurry, get them inside and help them catch their breath, Lu Jun ordered quickly. Zhao Guang and Ouyang Li stepped forward immediately, each supporting one of them and gently patting their backs. After catching his breath, Su Ming spoke up. Cough, cough, Instructor Liu. There's an elite-tier bird-type monster. We were pretty far away, but when it screeched, my white shadow cat's fur stood on end. It's definitely elite-tier. Lu Jun stood up, scrutinizing the two of them. Zhao Guang and Ouyang Li already mentioned this. It's an elite-tier bone-eating vulture. Did you see the leaders from Class 3 and Class 4? The two shook their heads in unison, as if they had rehearsed it. No, we didn't see them. We'd just finished taking down a forest python and a crimson fire snake when we heard the commotion. So we ran back immediately, Su Ming said, then suddenly paused, his expression turning grim. If it really is a bone-eating vulture, then something must have died to attract it. And what it loves most is human bone marrow. The room fell silent at those words, and Lu Jun's face darkened. This was exactly what he feared the most. Someone might have died in the wilderness, drawing the bone-eating vulture to the scene. The bone-eating vulture indeed has a unique sense of smell. It can accurately detect the scent of human blood from over 10 kilometers away, yet it is not particularly sensitive to the scent of monster's blood. That thing feeds on human bone marrow? Zhao Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. An elite-class bone-eating vulture? Just how many people would it have to consume? As soon as he finished speaking, the office fell into a dead silence. Not necessarily, Su Ming explained. Humanoid monsters are also part of their prey. For instance, your riot monkey, the shadow demon rat we encountered last time, or other types of monkey-like creatures. He glanced at Zhao Guang meaningfully as he spoke. That look sent a shiver down Zhao Guang's spine. Good thing I went with Ouyang Li, otherwise I might not have made it out alive. Lu Jun, who had been silently listening on the side, already felt a chill creeping through his heart. You all stay here. I'm going to take a trip outside to check things out. With that, he strode out of the principal's office. The remaining 4 people exchanged glances in the office, momentarily speechless. After a while, Zhao Guang hesitated before speaking, watching Su Ming, who had begun pouring water for the white shadow cat. Su Ming, don't you think it's kind of not great to use that cup to give the white shadow cat water? Meow. The Bao, who had been about to drink, immediately turned around and glared fiercely at Zhao Guang, scaring him so much that he almost fell off his chair. Su Ming glanced at the disposable paper cup in his hand and frowned slightly. It's a single-use cup. It should be fine, right? I didn't mean it like that, Zhao Guang quickly clarified. It's just that this office has only one cup, and it's disposable. Most importantly, Lu instructor used it before. This revelation froze both Su Ming, who was in the middle of feeding water, and De Bao, who was about to drink. De Bao's tongue stopped midair, clearly shocked by the statement. Wang Jinbao couldn't hold back a chuckle. Zhao Guang, are you doing this on purpose? Why not just say it outright? Don't slander me, Zhao Guang protested. When I noticed, De Bao was already drinking. Even if ID said something right away, it would have been too late. He glanced at De Bao again, still visibly shaken. De Bao spat out the water in disdain, while Su Ming sighed helplessly. That was careless of me. De Bao, let's wait until we get back to drink. Well, stay here and wait for Lu instructor. Though dissatisfied, De Bao always obeyed its master's commands. It began plotting in its mind. I may hate this cup that the dark-skinned guy used, but I can't beat him now. One day, though, I'll make sure he knows what my saliva tastes like. Suddenly, Wang Jinbao noticed something unusual. That's strange. Why haven't we heard the armored bear? Shouldn't the ground be shaking whenever that thing moves? As Wang Jinbao finished his sentence, Ouyang Li glanced down, scrolling through his phone. Shortly after, he looked up and explained. The school's Lord-level White Jade Radiant Claw Crane belongs to Instructor Lu. It recently advanced to Lord level at the Bayun City Breeders Association. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao exchanged puzzled looks before turning their gazes to Ouyang Li in unison. Feeling their stares, Ouyang Li frowned. What's the matter? You didn't know? How could we possibly know? Wang Jinbao rolled his eyes. I've been busy managing my family's business. As for Su Ming, he's even busier helping people with breeding, designing evolution paths, and refining breeding and evolution solutions. This statement immediately caught the attention of the others. Zhao Guang's eyes widened, and even Ouyang Li glanced over in surprise. Wait, so much work? Didn't you just pass the junior breeder certification yesterday? As the son of the president of the Bayun City Breeders Association, Ouyang Li was well aware of the White Jade Radiant Claw Crane situation. It was a beast nurtured by his father. He had planned to announce this news during next week's class, pairing it with the student welfare policy he and his father had devised to attract attention and revenue. However, his focus was now entirely on Su Ming's workload. A junior breeder who had only been certified yesterday, already receiving custom evolution requests? His skills might surpass most intermediate breeders in the association. Silently applauding Wang Jinbao's keen business sense, Ouyang Li noticed the smug raise of Wang Jinbao's eyebrows. Turning to Su Ming, he asked, have you considered joining the Breeders Association? It's an official organization, and it could… Sure, Su Ming interrupted decisively. What are the benefits? This unexpectedly straightforward response left everyone momentarily stunned. Ouyang Li quickly recovered and replied, aside from the standard benefits for junior breeders, we can waive the income commission. However, the association doesn't provide equipment for experiments or refinements. Deal. Su Ming agreed without hesitation, extending his hand. Ouyang Li was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time actively trying to recruit someone, emulating Wang Jinbao's approach to building connections. He had even prepared to make further concessions. He hadn't expected Su Ming to agree so readily. Snapping out of his daze, he shook Su Ming's hand. Your official identification documents will be delivered by tonight. From now on, you're a member of the Breeders Association. All right. Su Ming nodded with a polite smile, then pulled out his phone and began updating his promotional profile on the forums. Su Ming took a moment to check the comments section. As expected, Most people expressed skepticism and disdain toward him, except for a user named I Love Riding Sheep, who left a positive comment. However, this remark quickly triggered a chain reaction, and the commenter became a target of online harassment. That said, Lu Ting was clearly not someone to be trifled with. She fiercely defended the comment thread, pushing it to over 1,000 replies. Seeing this unfold, Su Ming sighed inwardly, thinking, how terrifying, before turning his attention to updating his personal profile. Senior Year Division, Baiyun City. A certified junior cultivator capable of completing all assessments within an hour. Affordable and reliable services. Now officially invited to join the Baiyun City Cultivators Association. As for whether I Love Riding Sheep might have second thoughts about their support in the future, Su Ming wasn't concerned. As long as they were satisfied with the evolution fluid he refined, there wouldn't be any issues. After finishing the update, Su Ming leaned back on the office sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Wang Jinbao sat beside him, having already stored his black scorpion in his beast space. The room was quiet, except for Zhao Guang, who was still engrossed in messaging someone. Meanwhile, by the artificial lake behind the Senior Year Division's kitchen, a Baiyu Yaoclaw crane was meticulously cleaning its feathers. Behind it stood a communication device resembling a telegraph machine, silently in place. Suddenly, the crane froze mid-action, as if receiving a command. It immediately took flight, disappearing into the sky with a few powerful wing beats. Outside the office building, Lu Jun was waiting. Soon, he saw the beast descend before him. Let's go. Time to pick someone up. There's been an incident within a 10-mile radius. A clueless bird has crossed the boundary. Hearing this, the Baiyu Yaoclaw crane lowered itself, allowing its master to climb onto its back before taking off into the air. High above, Lu Jun stood on the crane's back with unshakable composure. The fierce winds from their flight didn't even ruffle the edges of his clothes. It took only 2 minutes to cover the roughly 10-kilometer distance from the office building to the designated area. Find that bone-eating vulture for me. Lu Jun's voice wasn't loud, but the Baiyu Yaoclaw crane could clearly sense its master's anger. It quickly located the target. Squawk. The crane indicated that it had spotted the vulture devouring a human, and Lu Jun's heart sank, only to be replaced by a surge of fury. Alive. Capture it alive, he commanded. Squawk. The crane nodded in response, its eyes glowing with an eerie greenish-blue light. In an instant, the surrounding winds came to a halt, only to gather above the bone-eating vulture. The ground seemed to come alive. Trees were crushed into splinters, and the earth began to cave in. Leaves, shrubs, and branches were pulverized into dust, swept into the air by unseen forces and scattered like ash. The forest echoed with the terrified cries of various creatures, their fear palpable in the chaos. Accompanied by an inexplicable burst of blood, mist, and scattered flesh, a strange disaster suddenly erupted in the air where the bone-eating vulture hovered. Although nothing was visible in the sky, an invisible force instantly stripped the ground within a 100-meter radius. The once lush forest was reduced to a desolate wasteland in an instant, standing in stark contrast to the vibrant greenery surrounding it. At the center of the clearing, the bone-eating vulture was forced into the ground under the immense pressure of wind elements. Countless sharp air currents tore through its body like blades, sending blood spraying in all directions. This elite-level monster, which had ruled over an area of several miles, now resembled a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter in the presence of a lord-level entity. Scattered around it were 2 mangled chunks of flesh, and in its beak, it still clutched a final leg bone. Nearby lay the stripped skeletons of other devoured creatures. The elite rank marks the starting point where both monsters and beast tamers gain mastery over elemental forces. Those at the rank above, the vanguard rank, possess the ability to externalize their elemental power, unleashing devastating attacks. As for the lord level, not only can they control their own elements, but they can also manipulate the surrounding elements in a compatible environment to amplify their strength. Beyond this lies the domain lord rank, capable of altering the environment itself to suit their elemental needs. And those above the domain lord rank possess abilities that are beyond imagination. Lu Jun sat upright on the back of his white jade claw crane, his cold gaze fixed on the bone-eating vulture, which was still struggling in vain. Cut open its stomach and retrieve everything it has eaten for me, he commanded. As his words fell, the wind in the area abruptly shifted, changing from an upward to a lateral direction. A razor-sharp wind blade precisely sliced open the vulture's abdomen, and a torrent of wind elements surged in, extracting the contents of its stomach entirely. As Lu Jun looked at the red and white remains scattered across the ground, a flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes. This was the inescapable darkness and despair that lay behind the glamorous facade of the Beast Tamer's profession. Take everything back for DNA analysis. What level is this bone-eating vulture? With perfect understanding, the white jade claw crane used a gust of wind to cut off a piece of the vulture's flesh and placed it in its mouth. Shriek. Level 17? Lu Jun repeated in disbelief. A level 17 bone-eating vulture dared to cross the danger zone and invade the white jade claw crane's territory? It wasn't until his gaze fell upon the remains of arthropods on the ground that realization dawned on him. The shattered shell and unique form reminded Lu Jun of spider-like monsters. Although this one hadn't reached the elite level, it was likely not far off. He murmured his speculation. Li Qi and Jiang Qin were probably injured while fighting such a creature, and their contracted beasts were killed. The scent of their wounds carried by the wind must have attracted this bone-eating vulture, leading to this tragedy. He recalled past cases. Bone-eating vultures were known to feast on human bone marrow. There had even been reports of elite-level bone-eating vultures invading the territory of lord-level beasts to satisfy their hunger. This seemed like the most plausible explanation, yet Lu Jun couldn't shake the feeling that something felt off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. The Bayou Yaoclaw crane hovered in the air, waiting for a long time without receiving any instructions. Eventually, Lu Jun sighed deeply. There are no other clues. This must be the truth. Li Qi and Jiang Qin encountered an unidentified spider-like monster while exploring the wild. After being injured, they attracted an elite-level bone-eating vulture, which ultimately led to their deaths. Two students had already lost their lives just days after the start of the senior year at the academy. Lu Jun's expression darkened. At this rate, who will dare to apply to become a beast master next year? He glanced at the dying bone-eating vulture and calculated. This creature's core, flesh, stomach sac, and head can all be sold as materials, worth at least $1 million. That should serve as compensation for the parents of these two kids. Becoming a beast master meant accepting an unspoken rule. Deaths during wild exploration were not the school's responsibility. Both the senior year division and Beastmaster universities advise students to team up with trusted partners for safety. However, if someone truly wanted to harm you, staying within the school's walls wasn't a long-term solution either. Lu Jun lightly tapped the back of the Bayou Yaoclaw crane, his expression complex. Let's head back. Leave these items by the lake where you rest. I'll arrange for someone to retrieve them. Sensing the beast's hesitation, Lu Jun weighed his options. Leaving the remains in the wild would lead to them being eaten by monsters. Taking them to the school would be inappropriate, as seeing their partner's remains might disturb the students. Neither the new recruit training camp nor the roadside seemed suitable. After much thought, the lake where the crane resided appeared to be the best choice. The Bayou Yaoclaw crane let out a reluctant cry but eventually rode the wind, carrying the remains and transporting Lu Jun back to the senior year division. After dropping off its master, it flew off, taking the items to its resting place. Lastly, here is the classification system for this world. The level of a beast is determined by its elemental nature rather than its skills. Criteria for evaluation are indicated in parentheses. A beast master's rank depends on the highest tier beast they have contracted, with a maximum of 6 creatures allowed per person. Beasts can only be replaced during the initial stage, and only if the original beast has died. In this setting, there is no such thing as cross-tier combat. For instance, an elite-level creature facing off against a lord-level one would be doomed, as the tiers represent fundamental differences in the essence of life. Standing at the foot of the office building, Lu Jun rubbed his face in frustration. This incident involved 2 students, Li Qi, whose father was the elite squad leader of Beast Tamers at Tianya Security's Bayun City branch and was reportedly on the verge of breaking through to a higher rank, and Jiang Qin, whose parents both held managerial positions at the same company. The fact that these 2 close friends met with tragedy just days after the school term began left Lu Jun at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, on his way to the Shirley district, Lu Jun spotted Li Li and Wang Hui already heading back to school and making their way to the office building, sparing him the trouble of searching further. Shaking his head, Lu Jun began sending out notifications to others. The immediate priority was to reassure the class monitors and assistant monitors of the remaining 3 classes. Although it was not unusual for students at beast taming schools to encounter fatal accidents in the wild, having such an incident occur so early in the term would undoubtedly impact future enrollment. It might even prompt more students to transfer to the senior beast taming programs in other cities. While such accidents were nearly impossible to completely avoid given the unpredictable nature of wild creatures, Lu Jun suppressed his anger after finishing the messages and silently resolved to take Defy to hunt down the elite-level monsters that preyed on humans once this matter was settled. Meanwhile, in the office upstairs, 4 individuals were resting with their eyes closed. Hearing the door open, they assumed Lu Jun had returned. However, when they opened their eyes, they saw a panting Wang Hui and Li Li instead. Before Zhao Guang could finish speaking, Wang Hui, her face flushed, grabbed a disposable cup from the table and gulped down water. Gulp, gulp, phew, that was exhausting, Wang Hui said as she set the cup down, only to notice Zhao Guang's expression. What? Did you already use this cup? No wonder it tasted a bit off. But I was too tired to care. Don't mind me. Zhao Guang exchanged a helpless glance with Su Ming. Seeing Wang Hui casually defuse the awkwardness, he decided to let it go. Once Li Li caught her breath, she asked, Did you all encounter an elite-level monster too? Where's the class monitor of Class 4? When we entered the forest, we saw them following behind Wang Hui and me. Her words immediately heightened the alertness of the 4 boys in the room. Following you? What's going on? Wang Jinbao squinted as he asked. Wang Hui picked up the explanation. Those 2 were supposed to head into the city, but when they heard us mention going into the wild, they decided to tag along. Since they're still not here, they'll have to report this to the instructor. Their intentions aren't exactly pure. Lily nodded in agreement. That's true. But we managed to lose them when we entered the forest. Hearing Li Li and Wang Hui's account, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao exchanged a knowing glance. Instead of feeling more uneasy, a sense of calm settled over them, even accompanied by a faint feeling of justification. Shaken them off? What happened? I just came upstairs and heard you mention this. Did you run into Li Qi and his group? Lu Jun's sudden appearance made the 4 boys immediately straighten their backs. The 2 girls recounted the entire incident in detail, and Lu Jun's expression shifted as he listened. While he didn't know much about Wang Hui, Lu Jun was very familiar with Li Li, having watched her grow up. As her late father's close comrade, he knew that this girl, who had always lived in the shadow of her exceptional older brother, never lied. After hearing their explanation, Lu Jun nodded and said, "All right, I understand. You 2 can head back for now." Just as Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were preparing to leave with their contracted beasts, Lu Jun suddenly called after them. The 2 hesitated for a moment before turning back, clearly uneasy. "Is there something else, Instructor Lu?" Su Ming asked, trying to sound composed. Lu Jun's gaze shifted between Debao and the black scorpion. "Your white shadow cat doesn't seem too willing to stay in its beast space. What about your black scorpion, Wang Jinbao? Is it the same?" "It ran off too quickly, and I forgot." Wang Jinbao stammered after a brief pause. Lu Jun raised an eyebrow, a flicker of anger crossing his face. "Go and fill in all the holes your black scorpion dug around the school." Realizing it was just about this, Wang Jinbao exhaled in relief. "Got it, he'll take care of it now." After the 6 of them left, Lu Jun slowly sat down in his office chair and picked up a paper cup of water. However, as he took a sip, he noticed something off about the taste. It was both foul and oddly fragrant. Suspicious, he examined the cup and decided against drinking it for now. About 2 hours later, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. "Come in," Lu Jun said without looking up from the files he was reviewing. The door opened, and 2 middle-aged men stepped inside. One wore glasses and had a refined demeanor, while the other had a scarred face. Both had reddened eyes. "Headmaster Lu, what happened to our children?" one of them asked. Lu Jun was silent for a moment, his own eyes tinged with red. Li Qi and Jiang Qin were injured by a monster during their wilderness exploration. The scent of blood attracted an elite-level bone-eating vulture. He handed over a file. "These are the remains recovered from the vulture. DNA testing has confirmed they belong to them." The 2 fathers appeared as if struck by lightning, staring at the file in stunned silence. Finally, Jiang Qin's father, the one wearing glasses, spoke with a trembling voice, his eyes red with anguish. "Who is responsible for this?" Faced with such a question, Lu Jun remained silent. Situations like this were not something he could easily attribute to mere bad luck. No matter what intentions the perpetrator had in following Li Li and Wang Hui, the 2 young girls, the person is already dead. What more can we investigate? Lu Jun spoke with a hint of helplessness as he faced the 2 fathers grieving the loss of their children. "Both of you work for Tinya Security Company. Accidents during outdoor expeditions like this happen countless times around the world every day. As the principal, I am equally heartbroken by the loss of our students." Jiang Qin's father froze in place. Beside him, Li Qi's father, a sturdy man, suddenly said, "Could it be robbery and murder?" The moment those words were spoken, Jiang Qin's father's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly tugged at Li Qi's father's arm. Lu Jun's eyes instantly sharpened like an eagle's, fixing on Li Qi's father. Realizing his slip, Li Qi's father quickly explained, "I'm a security professional. It's just a reflexive thought." Lu Jun lowered his gaze and, after a brief moment of silence, nodded solemnly. "I will thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure the truth comes to light. Please go back and wait for updates." "No need to see us off," Jiang Qin's father interjected hurriedly. "Principal Lu, you'd better stay here and keep those beasts in line. We can find our way back." He repeated, "We can manage ourselves," twice, his demeanor unnaturally stiff. As the 2 men departed, Lu Jun watched them thoughtfully. A student on their first outdoor exploration, and the immediate suspicion is robbery and murder? And then there was Jiang Qin's father's overly deliberate behavior. Lu Jun took out his phone. "Run a check on Jiang Sheng and Li Li from Tinya Security's Baiyun City branch." Meanwhile, Su Ming returned to his dorm to check on the refinement progress of the mountain soil stone man's core. Seeing the core, which had only slightly softened after being soaked in wind-seeking tree sap for most of the day, he shook his head. A sudden pang of hunger made his stomach growl. As he was about to ask Debeo if he wanted to order food together, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. That kid is even more particular about cleanliness than I am, Su Ming thought with amusement. Just then, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, Wang Jinbao slipped in quickly, accompanied by his black scorpion. Su Ming joked, already finished filling in all the holes your scorpion dug around campus? Of course, Wang Jinbao said smugly, nudging the black scorpion at his feet. With the digging skills of the black scorpion you helped cultivate, filling a few holes is a piece of cake. But I'm here to tell you that things might be locked down for a while. It looks like we won't be able to head out into the wild anytime soon. Su Ming nodded and accepted the task. I'll make sure to investigate thoroughly, he said. After all, 2 students have died. They'll stay at school for the time being, keep an eye on the news, and maybe take on some online gigs in the meantime. Online gigs? Wang Jinbao frowned and asked. You mean posting your breeder info online? Exactly. Let's see if anyone's interested or places an order. Su Ming shrugged. Who would complain about making more money? He turned to Wang Jinbao. By the way, aren't you hungry? Wang Jinbao studied Su Ming for a moment. Of course I'm hungry, but I just came to check on how you're doing. If there's nothing else, he'll head out. Let me know if you need anything. After watching Wang Jinbao leave, Su Ming focused on browsing the web. Not long after, the Bai Yuyao Claw Crane delivered the meal he had ordered. Meow. Debeo walked out of the bathroom. Master, do you want to take a bath? Su Ming, slurping his noodles, glanced back. I'll bathe after I finish eating. You should rest. You've had a tiring day outside. By the time Su Ming finished his only meal of the day, the sky had already grown dark. He scrolled through his phone for a bit before resting with Debeo. Time quietly slipped into a new week. The incident involving Li Qi and Jiang Qin had spread throughout the school. Rumor had it that the two were eaten by a monster while teaming up in the wild. Even their remains had to be personally retrieved by the principal. What shocked everyone even more was that when their fathers came to the school to claim the bodies, the principal noticed something suspicious. Upon investigation, it was revealed that both Li Qi and Jiang Qin, one being a team leader and the other a member of the management, had been abusing their positions to commit murder and robbery. They were ultimately sent to serve as cannon fodder in a death squad. On Monday morning, Su Ming woke up early to prepare the materials for the evolution serum for the blood-eyed rabbit. Today was the delivery date. Since Qian Yuanyue had trusted him enough to pay 1.3 million upfront, he was determined to fulfill his promise and deliver on time. He retrieved a cylindrical, earth-colored, jelly-like substance from a large pot, formed by fusing the core of a mountain stone man with the sap of the wind-summoning tree. After creating an opening on top, he added a paste made from 200-year beast blood fruits, followed by placing an elite-grade wind-chasing tiger core into the mixture. At this point, the substance seemed to undergo a dramatic chemical reaction. The jelly began to rapidly dissolve from the inside, flowing toward the wind-chasing tiger core. The core, originally the size of a baby's fist, quickly expanded, growing noticeably larger in the blink of an eye. Holding the final ingredient of blood jade radish in his hand, Su Ming silently observed the process. When the wind-chasing tiger core stopped expanding, the dissolution also ceased, and energy, like silk, wrapped around the core. The once earth-colored jelly had now turned white. Su Ming extracted the juice from the blood jade radish and drizzled it over the core's surface. Suddenly, with a crisp, crack sound, like an eggshell breaking, the energy silk encasing the core split and fell away, revealing the core inside. Almost done. Now we just need to wait 10 minutes, Su Ming said, glancing at his phone. There was still an hour before class, and a message from Qian Yuanyue had already arrived half an hour ago, saying she was on her way. Debeo, who had been observing the entire process, squatted beside Su Ming, twitching his nose with a puzzled expression. Meow? Why doesn't it smell good at all? Su Ming, who was scrolling through his phone, glanced down at Debeo, who had voiced its confusion, and couldn't help but laugh. Patiently, he explained to his pet. The core of the stone monster is basically energy-infused mud. The wind-chasing tiger's core is pure wind element. The sap of the wind-summoning tree and the blood jade radish are both plant-based. As for the 100-year beast blood fruit, despite its name, it doesn't actually have a bloody smell. So it's normal that you can't detect any appetizing aroma. Debeo tilted its head and pouted. Meow, master, what about mine? I want to eat too. Su Ming instinctively checked Debeo's stats panel. Beast companion, white shadow cat. Talent, elite level. Level 8. Abilities, swift speed, fearful gaze. Evolution condition, encyclopedia entry. A result of experimental mutation, this creature is cruel in nature but absolutely loyal to its owner. It has a strong territorial instinct, an intense desire to attack, and employs brutal hunting methods. Already level 8? Su Ming was a bit surprised, guessing it must have leveled up while he was asleep last night. He stroked Debeo's chin, listening to its contented purring. Since you've reached level 8, I'll prepare another dose of ferocious growth serum for you later. Debeo's eyes lit up instantly, and it licked Su Ming's palm. Meow, master. You're the best. Master, why don't you trade with that fat guy? It won't cost us anything. You're quite clever. Su Ming chuckled thoughtfully. But Wang Jinbao's black scorpion has already used 3 doses of growth serum, and it ate even more than you did last time in the wild. It might already be level 10 by now. As he spoke, Su Ming carefully packed the refined pills. What was supposed to be a liquid for evolution had unexpectedly solidified into pill form. The path of beast evolution really is profound. He gave Debeo, who seemed lost in thought, a light pat. Come on, if we head out now, we should run into Qianye. Debeo trailed behind, firing off questions. Meow? Is that scorpion really level 10? Meow, master, what level am I now? Meow. Am I going to lose to it? Seeing Debeo's anxious expression, Su Ming couldn't hold back a laugh. Don't worry. Once we give you the growth serum today, you'll probably reach level 9 after eating it. Besides, we don't even know for sure if the black scorpion is really level 10. That was just a guess. Meow. Master, you're the best. Debeo happily circled around Su Ming in excitement. As they made their way towards the school gate, they ran into Wang Chuanfa, who reminded them, hey, class is starting soon. Su Ming, make sure you don't leave campus. Su Ming was surprised by the brief response. He had expected to be asked for more details. Instead, the other person simply nodded, grabbed their bag, and left without another word. This only solidified Su Ming's suspicions. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. Spicy Rabbit Head, I'm at your school gate. Where are you? The message was from Qianye. I'm almost there. Su Ming quickly replied and sped up his pace toward the school gate. From a distance, he could already see Qianye waiting by the car, with the scarlet-eyed rabbit nervously rubbing its paws beside her. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late, Su Ming said, handing over a package. This is the evolution serum for the scarlet-eyed rabbit. If you need, I can stay with you throughout the process, and I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. His tone shifted from hesitant to resolute, leaving Qianye slightly puzzled. The scarlet-eyed rabbit, seeing the evolution item in hand, eagerly approached, its breathing noticeably quickening. Don't you have classes today? It's Monday, Qianye reminded him. Su Ming opened his mouth to respond but was silenced by a single look from her. All right then, Su Ming relented and instead focused on giving instructions. Remember, don't chew it, swallow it whole, then drink 1 liter of water. The hind legs will hurt during the process, that's normal. If there's any issue, contact me immediately. With that, he turned and walked away. Qianye's concern about his classes caught him off guard. After all, she had reached out to him through Lu Ting, but it was Wang Jinbao's recommendation that ultimately convinced her to place the order. Shaking his head, Su Ming decided to concentrate on his upcoming classes. As long as they followed his instructions, everything should go smoothly. Let's do it here. This road doesn't get much traffic, Qianye said to the scarlet-eyed rabbit. Go grab water from the car. When she opened the package, her eyes widened in astonishment. The tricolored pill was nearly the size of her fist, its green, earthy yellow, and blood-red hues intertwining in a mesmerizing glow. If not for the shimmering surface, she might have suspected she was being scammed. This was the first time she'd seen an evolution item of this design. Fine, I'll trust little gold nugget this once, she murmured to herself. By then, the scarlet-eyed rabbit had fetched a 5-liter bottle of water from the trunk. Spotting the pill in Qianye's hand, it immediately opened its mouth wide, clearly remembering Su Ming's warning. No chewing. With a loud gulp, the pill was swallowed. The scarlet-eyed rabbit quickly tore open the bottle and began drinking water in large gulps. Qianye noticed a faint tricolored glow matching the pill's colors enveloping its body. Before long, the rabbit started grimacing in pain. Through their mental link, Qianye instinctively glanced at the rabbit's hind legs. The mismatched legs were beginning to transform, and the sight made her heart clench with unease. Qianye instinctively took a step back, putting some distance between herself and the blood-eyed rabbit. Through their mental connection, she could vividly feel the intense agony the rabbit was enduring, especially in its hind legs. It was as if the bones, fascia, flesh, and marrow beneath its skin were being crushed and restructured by an invisible force. Her initial worry quickly transformed into resolve as she grasped the significance of this pain. Hang in there, she silently encouraged the blood-eyed rabbit. This is correcting the congenital genetic defect in your hind legs. You must hold on, no matter what, and don't pass out. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already returned to the classroom and just settled into his seat. Wang Jinbao immediately leaned over, his voice filled with urgency. How did it go? Did you deliver the item? Do you think the blood-eyed rabbit can make it through? Su Ming paused briefly, his expression slightly stiff, and replied in a calm tone. I really hope her blood-eyed rabbit can endure and complete this evolution. This type of evolution, which alters congenital defects, is different from ordinary evolution. If it doesn't make it, its hind legs will be completely crippled. After a moment's hesitation, he added. I've already warned Qianyaya. The key is to ensure the blood-eyed rabbit doesn't fall asleep during the process. Even if she has to use a knife to keep it awake, it's essential for the evolution to succeed. Wang Jinbao shuddered at the thought. Does that mean my black scorpion will have to go through the same kind of suffering? Huh. Su Ming shot him a surprised glance. Insect-type evolutions are more like molting. Although I've never prepared evolution fluids for creatures like that, it definitely won't be as painful. Don't worry. Their conversation, though moderate in volume, soon caught the attention of nearby classmates. Someone couldn't resist chiming in. Su Ming, did you get certified as a junior breeder? Su Ming and Wang Jinbao exchanged a glance before standing up in unison to address the curious students in the back row. Straightening his posture, Su Ming said seriously, that's right. Last week, I passed the junior breeder exam in under an hour and am now a member of the Bayun City Breeders Association. If anyone needs help mixing cultivation fluids or crafting evolution fluids, I can offer discounts as your class monitor. And if any mistakes during the process lead to material loss, they'll fully compensate you. Wang Jinbao cleared his throat at the right moment and picked up where Su Ming left off. My black scorpion reached level 10 thanks to the cultivation fluids Su Ming prepared, and it's set to break through to the elite stage in a couple of days, officially making me a beast master. He paused briefly before adding, additionally, our Duobao materials group can supply a wide range of materials. If anyone has extra monster blood or flesh materials to sell, you can come to us as well. I, Wang Jinbao, am willing to vouch for Su Ming's qualifications and abilities as a nurturer. Wang Jinbao stood up and declared in a loud and clear voice. Su Ming immediately stood as well, presenting his achievements to the entire class. So far, I have completed the preparation of an evolution fluid, 2 nutrient solution adjustments, and a customized evolution. Speaking of this customized evolution, the client is currently waiting at the school gate with their beast, ready for the evolution. As he spoke, he took out his official work ID and primary nurturer certification issued by the Nurturer Association from his pocket. The classroom erupted into a buzz of excitement. The students spoke over one another, their voices filled with astonishment. Didn't he just get certified last week? And now he's already landed a big customized evolution job? I scanned the QR code. The certification is legit. All the other records can be verified too, except for the ongoing custom evolution. This is incredible. Meanwhile, I'm still struggling with basic beast nurturing. Standing at the classroom door, the homeroom teacher, Wang Chuanfa, listened to the commotion inside. He already knew Su Ming had earned his primary nurturer certification and had been genuinely happy for the student. Thinking back to the tightly wrapped package Su Ming carried this morning, he realized it must have been the evolution fluid for the client. An idea sparked in Wang Chuanfa's mind, and he decided to support his student. Striding into the classroom, he locked eyes with Wang Jinbao and Su Ming, who had just sat down. Both students were startled, thinking to themselves, so the teacher was eavesdropping outside. Since everyone is so curious, Wang Chuanfa said, scanning the class, why don't we all go to the school gate and see for ourselves? After all, seeing is believing. He deliberately added, Wang Jinbao, Su Ming, remember what you just said about offering discounts to your classmates. Both of you, get up. We heading to the gate. The turn of events completely caught Wang Jinbao and Su Ming off guard. Su Ming, you're really about to strike it rich now. Wang Jinbao said excitedly, tugging at Su Ming's sleeve, only to be met with a warning glare from Debao, who scared him into quickly pulling his hand back. Is your white shadow cat actually jealous of a guy? Wang Jinbao muttered helplessly, glancing at Debao. Su Ming laughed and explained, it's called being protective. But as for getting rich, the real cost lies in the materials for the nutrient solutions. The labor for refining them doesn't actually make much. Wang Jinbao grinned knowingly. I figured you'd say that. But remember, when you're customizing evolution routes for higher level beasts, you have to charge a premium. Even if the price is several times the material cost, it's not unreasonable. Customization is where nurturers make the big money. Su Ming fell into deep thought after hearing Wang Jinbao's words. Indeed, the evolution requirements for high-level monsters implied a greater willingness to invest. For people at that level, money might have long become mere numbers in a game, and transactions might even require other means. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly emitted a rapid notification sound. Quick, check your phone. Is the evolution complete? Wang Jinbao asked nervously. Evolution complete? That fast? Su Ming glanced at the time. It had only been about 10 minutes. With suspicion, he unlocked his phone, and the message that appeared made his pupils contract sharply. Mala Rabbit Head. No way, my blood-eyed rabbit is about to faint from the pain. Mala Rabbit Head. I stabbed it with the knife in my car, and the blade got bent, but not a single hair fell off. What should I do next? Su Ming's heart tightened. Qianyaya was probably on the verge of tears by now. He realized with frustration, damn it, I almost forgot. Small caliber bullets can't even penetrate the skin of an 18th level blood-eyed rabbit. How could a knife possibly work? Noticing the change in Su Ming's expression, Wang Jinbao's face also shifted. What's wrong? The knife can't pierce the blood-eyed rabbit's body, so it can't create external stimulation. At this rate, the evolution might fail, Su Ming explained quickly. Failure would not only cripple the blood-eyed rabbit's hind legs, but also damage Wang Jinbao's reputation and client trust. Without hesitation, Su Ming squatted down and patted Debao's head. Debao, head to the school gate immediately. Use your claws to scratch the blood-eyed rabbit's face. The skin there is thinner. Make sure it stays conscious. Meow. Debao responded with a cry. Don't worry, they'll complete the task, master. With that, it bolted away like an arrow. Watching Debao's retreating figure, Wang Jinbao voiced his concern. Can Debao handle it? Maybe we should just get Wang Chuanfa to help. His beast should have no problem. Su Ming pondered for a moment before striding forward, with Wang Jinbao following closely behind. At this moment, Wang Chuanfa noticed their unusual behavior and frowned slightly. What's going on with you two? You look off. His first thought was that these two kids had been bragging in class, but on second thought, one was a certified junior cultivator who had joined the association, and the other was a bona fide rich second-generation. There seemed to be no need for them to boast. Su Ming quickly organized his thoughts and explained the situation in under a minute. After listening, Wang Chuanfa paused briefly. Oh, I see. I thought you two were bragging in class. Don't worry about this, it's just about keeping the beast from fainting. Piece of cake. Let's go. No rush. Seeing that Wang Chuanfa wasn't taking any further action, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming were both stunned. Old Wang, aren't you going to release your beast? Wang Jinbao asked hesitantly. Wang Chuanfa looked at them in surprise. Release my beast? It's been out this whole time, waiting at the school gate. Didn't you notice? I already gave it instructions through the contract earlier. Just follow me. It's all under control. Su Ming stood at the school gate, pacing back and forth several times, his brows tightly knitted. What puzzled him the most was the delayed appearance of the elusive guide map. In their current predicament, the only close combat force they could rely on was his white shadow cat. Nearby, Qin Yaya was on the verge of tears, her eyes brimming as she stared at the blood-eyed rabbit, which twitched on the ground from time to time. Despite her efforts, the blade in her hand, now dull and chipped, continued stabbing the rabbit's body, to no avail. Don't pass out, blood-eyed rabbit. Just hold on a little longer, and you'll complete your evolution, she cried out, her voice choked with emotion. Just as she was about to lose all hope, a sudden gust of wind swept through, forcing her to squint. Amid the blur, she caught a glimpse of a white flash, and she noticed the blood-eyed rabbit's eyes seemed to widen slightly. Wait, are you the white shadow cat? The one Xiao Jin Yuanbao mentioned? Did Su Ming send you here? Qian Yaya asked urgently. The Bao turned back and glanced at her coldly, responding with a simple, meow. Extending its sharp claws from its paws, the Bao unhesitatingly swiped at the blood-eyed rabbit's face. However, the attack only left a few faint white marks, dislodging a bit of fur, without even drawing blood. The Bao's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning its own strength. Seeing the blood-eyed rabbit react, Qian Ye quickly explained. Su Ming customized materials with the mountain Earthstone man's core for the evolution. The energy of the evolution pill is already seeping out onto its surface. Please, don't stop. Although De Bao felt this task was far from easy, it pushed Qian Ye aside and began furiously slapping the blood-eyed rabbit's face with both paws. The results were minor, but it managed to keep the rabbit teetering on the edge of consciousness. At that moment, a section of the road unexpectedly came to life. It uncoiled itself, transforming into a massive pure white serpent over 10 meters long and about a meter thick, slowly slithering toward them. De Bao's fur stood on end instantly. Its body tensed as it leaped into the air, letting out an alarmed cry. Meow? What is this ominous presence? When the giant snake reached the car, it raised its body and peered over from the far side, sending a bone-chilling sensation directly into Qian Ye's soul. Her entire body froze in place, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Sharing similar monstrous traits, De Bao felt the overwhelming aura even more acutely, the sheer intensity leaving it deeply shaken. De Bao tried to assume a battle stance, but found itself completely immobilized under the oppressive aura unique to a war-class beast. Its spirit was crushed. Internally, it cursed Lu Jun's earth armor bear furiously, blaming it for failing to notice the massive snake at the school gate in time. Qian Ye, having regained her composure, tentatively asked, "Are you Mr. Wang's contracted beast? I remember him mentioning that his beast is a giant white snake." The serpent, seemingly aware that its sudden appearance had frightened the human and feline in front of it, quickly retracted its intimidating presence. The moment the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, De Bao immediately began to clamor. Meow? Just wait until my master evolves me. I'll make sure you lose every single scale. The giant snake ignored De Bao's provocation and instead used its tail to gently lift the blood-eyed rabbit from the ground. rhythmically tightening and releasing its grip to administer aid. This simple action yielded quick results, as the blood-eyed rabbit's eyes soon began to blink rhythmically, finally putting Qianye's anxious heart at ease. However, when she turned to look at Dabao, she was startled. The white shadow cat not only continued cursing under its breath, but also assumed a crouched, predatory stance, emitting a low growl from its throat, a telltale sign of a hunting posture, something Qianye, familiar with feline predators, recognized immediately. Wait, white shadow cat, don't act rashly, Qianye shouted urgently. That's your master's homeroom teacher's contracted beast, and it's here to help us. Besides, you're only at the follower level, while it's a war-class beast, 2 entire tiers above you. If it accidentally uses too much force. Hearing this, Dabao froze in place, staring wide-eyed at Qianye. Meow? My master can command me, but who do you think you are to boss me around? Seeing that the white shadow cat seemed to shift its aggression toward her, Qianye quickly stepped back. Just as she was about to call Su Ming for help, Wang Chuanfa arrived with the students from Class 1. Su Ming's attention was immediately drawn to the enormous white snake, leaving him momentarily stunned. Has this massive creature been at the school gate all along? No way, he muttered to himself. Beside him, Wang Jinbao was equally puzzled. My black scorpion digs around the school gate every day and never noticed it. That's so strange. At that moment, Su Ming's gaze froze, his pupils narrowing into pinpoint. She had spotted a subtle bump on the snake's head. If not for his exceptionally sharp eyesight, this detail might have gone completely unnoticed. Su Ming glanced at the beast encyclopedia in his hand, and detailed information appeared before his eyes. White shackle serpent. Rarity level, 29, battle element prime. Attribute, water affinity, water elemental capability. Evolution requirements, detailed list. Encyclopedia description. Rare water type beast with doubled combat power in aquatic environments. Non-toxic but possesses extraordinary biting force, constriction ability, and muscular strength, easily overpowering non-water type beasts of the same rank. Special note. Has the potential to evolve into a Jiao, but the failure rate is extremely high and results in death. A successful evolution is marked by the appearance of a small bump on its head, followed by a period of slow growth. Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. The overseas case of evolving into a hellhound was already shocking enough. But Mr. Wang, you actually, did it succeed in becoming a Jiao? Wang Chuanfa gave a bitter smile at the comment. Succeeded? Far from it. It failed. But compared to others that died outright, my white shackle serpent was lucky to survive. The downside is that its growth over 6 months now isn't even comparable to what it used to achieve in a single month. Has it ever communicated with you about its condition? Su Ming pressed on. Communicate. Wang Chuanfa's expression turned peculiar. It doesn't even understand its own situation. You noticed the small bump on its head, didn't you? Seeing Su Ming nod, he continued. There are quite a few tamers like me in this situation. Some are overly impatient and directly pierce the bump on their beasts' heads, which leads to instant death. Others believe it's the final stage of evolving into a Jiao and even volunteer their beasts for experiments with breeders. Unfortunately, all attempts have ended in failure. Su Ming fell into deep thought. It seemed that due to numerous failed experiments, people had already regarded this state as a failed, incomplete evolution. As he carefully examined the evolution material list for the white shackle serpent, he couldn't help but gasp. Level 31 minimum requirement. 100-year beast blood fruits. Lord level water and ice elemental serpent cores, 1 of each. 1 kilogram of Lord level dragon saliva crystal. 10 liters of heavenly profound water. 1 kilogram each of blood from water and ice elemental beasts. 100 grams of water lingji. Just the beast blood fruits alone would cost 10 million credits, and the other materials were astronomically expensive, particularly the unheard-of Lord-level dragon saliva crystal, which would likely start at 20 million. No wonder no one had managed to complete this evolution. These requirements were utterly outrageous. While Su Ming was still immersed in shock, Wang Chunfa's voice brought him back to reality. How's the blood-eyed rabbit doing? Su Ming noticed the blood-eyed rabbit occasionally showing signs of difficulty breathing, causing him to frown. I've noticed it seems to have some trouble breathing. Shouldn't you tone down the beast's power a bit? Wang Chun was momentarily stunned and carefully observed the state of the blood-eyed rabbit. Just as Su Ming had said, the rabbit's eyes were indeed fluctuating in size. Be gentle with your strength. Don't cause any problems. Wang Chun reminded. The white venom boa gave him a helpless look. As a level 29 battle beast, it took some effort to precisely control its strength to aid an 18-level blood-eyed rabbit. It adjusted its force accordingly, and the previously semi-conscious rabbit began to let out pained cries. Wait, is this evolution? Really? It looks more like CPR to me. Murmurs of discussion rose from the surrounding crowd. Well, we're not beast trainers, and the ways beasts evolve are inherently bizarre. I heard someone abroad fed their beast an evolution serum and threw it into lava to turn it into a hellhound. Why don't you give that a try? Forget it. Let's see if this works first. The result is what matters. More than half an hour passed. During this time, Su Ming remained entirely focused on observing the blood-eyed rabbit's changes, paying no attention to the chatter around him. It's about time. Teacher Wang, have your beast put the rabbit down? Su Ming said. Wang Chun nodded in agreement. The white venom boa carefully placed the blood-eyed rabbit on the ground with its tail. The rabbit immediately curled into a ball, and the yellow sheen on its body was noticeably deeper than that of the other 3 rabbits. The crowd eagerly moved closer to observe. After all, witnessing a beast's evolution firsthand was a rare opportunity. Just as they expected the blood-eyed rabbit to stand up, the ground suddenly began to tremble. What's going on? Am I imagining this, or is the ground really shaking? This is so strange. Why is this happening? Amid the chaotic murmurs, Wang Chun blinked, watching the now-moving blood-eyed rabbit as he let out a surprised huh? Qian Ye looked puzzled, and Wang Jinbao instinctively moved closer to Su Ming. Su Ming, what's happening? You don't seem surprised at all, though you know something? Wang Jinbao asked. Su Ming, still focused on the blood-eyed rabbit's stats panel, nodded slightly. The panel displayed Beast, Rockburst Moon Palace. Talent, Rare Grade. Level 21 Battle Beast Elemental Type. Abilities, Earth Power, Mighty Strength. Evolution Conditions. Evolved from a mutated blood-eyed rabbit, sacrificing sharp claws and claw control skills in exchange for enhanced strength and muscle development. Significant improvements in limb attack speed and hind leg power. After evolution, the blood-eyed rabbit utilizes the energy from evolution items and genetic modifications. Su Ming began explaining, leaping 3 levels in one go, straight to level 21 and into the battle commander class. Su Ming's voice carried an undeniable excitement. The elemental reaction just now was caused by the advancement, nothing serious. Wang Jinbao blinked in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. What level? Say that again? Seeing his reaction, Su Ming immediately raised his volume and explained clearly, the blood-eyed rabbit just jumped from level 18 to level 21, entering the battle commander class. The elemental reaction in the surroundings was triggered by this. This statement caused quite a stir among the onlookers. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Someone murmured, in the past 100 years since the resurgence of spiritual energy, I've never heard of anyone advancing 3 levels in one go. Is this really evolution through cultivation? Not some DNA replacement. Qian Ye suddenly rushed over, her face beaming with joy. That's amazing. Thank you, Su Ming, and you too, little golden treasure. As she spoke, she unexpectedly gave Wang Jinbao a hug, catching him off guard just as he was about to high-five Su Ming in celebration. At that moment, the explosive rock moonlight beast flashed in front of Su Ming and let out a soft chirp. Su Ming carefully observed it and explained. Its voice has become deeper. That's normal. It's now called the explosive rock moonlight beast. Doesn't that sound great? Yes, it does. Qian Ye nodded enthusiastically, pulling out her phone to make a payment. Su Ming quickly waved his hand. There's no second charge for this. But then he added with a grin, however, if you want to share your joy. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and opened his payment QR code. Without hesitation, Qian Ye transferred 200,000 credit points. Oh, by the way, Qian Ye asked, can you help me calculate the cost of the cultivation liquid for the explosive rock moonlight beast? And also for this one. Before she could finish, a massive butterfly with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters appeared out of thin air above the crowd. My illusory rainbow butterfly. The system immediately displayed the illusory rainbow butterfly's information. Beast level exceptional talent, level 24 battle commander element, possessing dual abilities of darkness and wind. This rare creature must be cultivated from a young age, as taming an adult is nearly impossible. Its most terrifying ability lies in its capacity to fill a 1-kilometer radius with deadly toxic scales within a minute, guaranteeing fatality for lower-level beasts. Su Ming stared at the data, his mouth agape. No wonder Qian Ye was so generous. Just this one illusory rainbow butterfly released into the school's wilderness, it could decimate the entire area in less than a day. This thing was practically a money-printing machine. Wang Chuanfa was momentarily stunned when he saw the illusionary rainbow butterfly, but soon his face lit up with a delighted smile. Your scattered scale butterfly has evolved into an illusionary rainbow butterfly? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Qian Yuan blinked in slight confusion. I did tell you, but when I sent the message, it showed that you weren't on my friend list. This response caused Su Ming and Wang Jinbao to burst into laughter, while Wang Chuanfa smiled awkwardly and quickly added, well, Yuan, could you reapply later? There's something I'd like to ask for your help with. Please remember to reapply, okay? Although she wasn't sure what the matter was, seeing Wang Chunfa's serious demeanor, Qian Yuan nodded in agreement. All right, I'll remember. After agreeing to this, Qian Yuanyuan immediately turned to Su Ming, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Can you check how much the cultivation fluid for my two beasts will cost? Let's calculate it based on a monthly package. A monthly package? Su Ming cleared his throat. Well, we're also friends, and I have classes to teach. Let me think it over and send you a message later. You can bring the materials along when the time comes. As he spoke, he carefully examined the two beasts, noting down the materials and techniques required for the cultivation fluid from his guidebook. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll take my leave now. I don't want to interrupt your class with little Jinbao and the others. Before leaving, Qian Yuanyuan couldn't help but glance again at the drastically transformed explosive rock moon palace, particularly its powerful hind legs. She thought to herself, Lu Ting really recommended a gem of a cultivation master to me. If I had clung to those outdated ideas, my blood-eyed rabbit might not have evolved yet. Explosive rock moon palace, let's go. Squeak. The explosive rock moon palace responded, giving Su Ming a gentle hug before thumping its chest with force. This scene made the nearby Debao blade cry out in protest. Meow? What do you mean by having something important to ask? Am I, Debao, not capable enough? The explosive rock moon palace glanced down at Debao with disdain before leaping to the car. Having grown significantly larger after its evolution, with more robust muscles, it could only fit into the trunk as the back seat was now too cramped. Qian Yuanyuan's departure was just the beginning. Wang Chuanfa noticed the eager looks in his students' eyes. With years of teaching experience, he immediately saw through their thoughts. All right, this class will be self-study. I have some other matters to attend to. With that, he left the classroom. As soon as he stepped out, the students swarmed around Su Ming. Su Ming, can you take a look at my poison featherbird? How much would it cost if you prepared the cultivation fluid? Faced with the enthusiastic questions, Su Ming didn't answer directly but instead asked, What's your budget? This question immediately cooled the fervor in the room, leaving a brief moment of silence. This reaction was exactly what Su Ming and Wang Jinbao had anticipated. Momentary enthusiasm often falters in the face of reality. Clearing his throat, Su Ming said, Hey, erase the deal. Call your families and discuss it with them. The cost of materials and preparing cultivation fluid isn't cheap. It could be as little as a few thousand credits or as much as tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jinbao quickly chimed in to back up his friend. After all, Su Ming earned money from the formula, while he profited from the materials. Wang Chuanfa quickly had the white sha boa continue its disguise, then strode purposefully toward the office building, heading straight for the principal's office. He pushed the door open and saw Lu Jun, who was anxiously ruffling his hair. Heh. Wang Chuanfa couldn't help but chuckle. Baldy, have you lost your mind? How can you laugh at a time like this? Lu Jun snapped, clearly irritated by the laugh. If we don't deal with that lake's overlord, you and I are both done for. Think of something useful. Instead of getting angry, Wang Chuanfa laughed even harder. Guess who I met today, Qianye? Qianye? You mean Qian Yushan's daughter? Lu Jun immediately sat up straight, clearly on high alert. What about her? Wang Chuanfa smirked slyly. She happens to have a battle commander level illusory rainbow butterfly, the kind that can control its scale powder to sink into the water. Lu Jun's expression instantly turned more ingratiating. Do you have her contact information? Wang Chuanfa pulled out his phone to check, but realized he hadn't received her friend request yet. Feeling slightly awkward, he explained. She said she'd add me when she got home, so just wait a bit. Then, he elaborated on the plan. We'll have her scatter the powder into the lake, directing it into the monster's nose and mouth. Anything below battle commander level will die outright, and even a battle commander level creature will be seriously injured. Under those conditions, do you think that Overlord can stay calm? After a moment of thought, Lu Jun nodded. It's worth a shot. There are just two things we need to focus on, Wang Chuanfa continued analyzing. First, we have to protect Qianye's illusory rainbow butterfly in case the Overlord retaliates mid-plan. Second, we need to figure out how to keep that beast from escaping. You know, an Overlord-level monster core is a rare treasurite, might even help my white boa evolve into an Overlord-level creature. The two agreed to offer Qianye enough benefits to secure the monster core. After a brief silence, Wang Chuanfa cautiously suggested, How about letting Su Ming take a look at your beast? That kid's skills as a breeder are top-notch. Seeing Lu Jun's interest piqued, Wang Chuanfa continued, Today, he took on Qianye's request to customize the evolution of her blood-eyed rabbit. Not only did he fix its species flaw, but he also boosted it straight from level 18 to level 21 battle commander. Who knows? My white boa might actually have a chance to evolve into a flood dragon in his hands. Lu Jun fell into deep thought. Currently, they only had two Overlord-level beasts on their side. A level 35 Earth Armor Bear and a level 31 White Jade Radiant Claw Crane. To take on the lake's Overlord, they would need even more preparation. This setup might not be enough, Su Ming thought to himself. Even with the toxic ability of the battle-class Radiant Butterfly, Launching an assault across such a large gap in enemy territory was unlikely to guarantee success. On top of that, if the opponent decided to hole up like a turtle, things would get even trickier. At that moment, Lu Jun suddenly realized something. So, you're basically leading the charge in skipping class as the homeroom teacher, huh? However, his tone softened as he chuckled. Oh well, it's just one cultural class. Giving the students a chance to improve their abilities is far more important. But next time, let me know in advance when you plan something like this. Wang Chuanfa glanced at his phone and casually gave an okay gesture. Meanwhile, in another room, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were meticulously reviewing their orders. These were lists of clients planning to purchase materials and custom-made cultivation fluids from them. Let me see. Wang Jinbao calculated carefully. 7 orders. Factoring in the discounts, I can sell my materials for about 850,000 credits. He then turned to Su Ming, who was lazily petting a cat. What's the cost on your end for the preparation? Without looking up, Su Ming replied, cultivation fluids for servant-level beasts are straightforward 50,000 credits each. 7 orders would be 350,000. Each batch can yield 2 to 3 portions, so it's way cheaper than the market price. You scrambled the material sequence, right? Wang Jinbao asked as he sent the finalized materials list to the company staff. Of course I did, Su Ming replied with a sly smile. Even if someone gets greedy, it won't work. If they try following my listed proportions, their beast is guaranteed to be poisoned to death. The two exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware of the subtle precautions in place. 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Su Ming was focused on preparing cultivation fluids in his remodeled dorm room. These were for his classmates, Lu Jun, Wang Chuanfa, and others. During this period, both his and Wang Jinbao's beasts had already broken through to level 11. Earlier that morning, the two had taken time off to visit the city and obtain their intermediate beast master certificates. After all, the elite tier was where a beast master's true journey began, as the most critical aspect of this stage was evolution. Thanks to Lu Jun's arrangements, Su Ming's dorm kitchen had been significantly expanded. The wall between the original kitchen and an unused storage room had been removed, transforming the space into a spacious work area. This change was necessary, as the increasing number of people seeking his cultivation fluids had made the original setup insufficient. As Su Ming focused intently on monitoring the various boilers, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Hello?
Jinbao.
I'm downstairs at the dorm. Get ready to open the door, I've got everything you asked for. Got it. Take your time. After hanging up, Su Ming turned to his beast, Dabao, whose eager eyes glimmered with anticipation. He couldn't help but reach out to stroke its head. Can't wait, huh? Don't worry. Today's the day you'll complete your evolution. Meow. Dabao let out an excited cry. After breaking through to the elite tier, its size had doubled, now reaching nearly 3 meters in length. Su Ming estimated that after this evolution, its size would increase even further. The basic information about the white shadow cat, Dabao, was clearly displayed. Its innate attributes were elite, a level 11 wind element elite, equipped with the abilities of extreme speed and fear-inducing gaze. To evolve it, several key materials were required. A century-old windgrass, an elite-grade wind element core, a century-old beast blood fruit, as well as the heart and spinal marrow of an elite-grade bloodthirsty tiger. Due to a mutation during its cultivation, the white shadow cat had developed a cruel temperament, but it remained absolutely loyal to its owner, with a strong sense of territory and a fierce hunting instinct. As Su Ming was deep in thought, the door suddenly opened on its own. Huh, I was just about to knock, but why did the door open by itself? Wang Jinbao walked in, looking puzzled and carrying several bags. I didn't actually close it, just left it ajar. Su Ming replied with a roll of his eyes, stepping forward to take the bags from Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao's gaze fell onto Bao, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, Su Ming, since we're both now intermediate beast tamers, have you thought about contracting a second beast? Su Ming froze for a moment at the question. Becoming an intermediate beast tamer meant that the initial beast had already reached the elite level and had begun to provide feedback to its owner. At this point, the initial beast couldn't be replaced, and a basic form of spiritual communication could be established with it. A second beast, huh? Su Ming showed a helpless expression. No rush. I want to cultivate Dabao to the warrior leader level first. Just advancing from elite to warrior leader level will cost a fortune. Wang Jinbao glanced at Dabao and nodded silently. This white shadow cat was clearly quite possessive. It was better not to say too much. I'm planning to wait until my black scorpion evolves before contracting another beast. When the time comes, I'll need your expertise to help me make the right choice. Sure. I've already transferred the money to you, make sure to check, Su Ming replied. Got it. I need to head home for now. Tomorrow, we'll bring over a few selected beasts for you to take a look at. After seeing Wang Jinbao out, Su Ming turned his attention to the items in the bags under Dabao's eager gaze. The first item was the century-old beast blood fruit. According to the illustrated guide, This fruit was produced by a mutated spiritual plant influenced by the corpses and blood of monsters. Feeding it to monsters could accelerate its ripening. This discovery surprised Su Ming, as the information slightly differed from the official website's description. Meow smells so good, master. I want to eat it. Dabao stared longingly at the fruit. This isn't for you to snack on, it's for your evolution. Be patient, Su Ming said, giving its head a light pat. Although Dabao obediently sat down, the drool dripping from its mouth betrayed its true thoughts. Next was an exquisite box containing a pale green bee, the elite-grade wind element core. This core, formed within the body of an elite-grade monster, could serve both as an accessory and as a material for evolution. After a quick inspection, Su Ming safely stored it away and opened the final box, revealing the century-old windgrass, a spiritual herb that naturally grew along windy mountain streams. As for the remaining bloody materials, they were mainly used to extract the essence of the bloodthirsty tiger, leaving only worthless residue afterward. Everything's ready. Time to start, Su Ming said, heading straight for the kitchen, with Dabao following closely behind. After checking the cultivation solution he was preparing, he set up a new pot to begin making the evolution liquid for Dabao. Su Ming carefully observed the ingredients in the pot and began preparing the evolution solution step by step. First, he mashed the windgrass into a paste and cautiously added it to the heart and spinal marrow of the bloodthirsty tiger, mixing them thoroughly. He then poured in an appropriate amount of water, bringing it to a boil before adding the inner core to fully catalyze the materials in the pot. After 25 minutes, he placed a whole century beast blood fruit into the mixture, finishing by adding enough water to submerge all the ingredients. Dabao followed each step meticulously, while Su Ming, after covering the pot with a lid, turned to check on the other cultivation solutions. Before long, he labeled and neatly arranged 3 tubes of completed cultivation solution on the shelf. Unlike Su Ming, who multitasked with precision, Dabao's attention was entirely focused on its evolution solution. Its round, big eyes sparkled with anticipation. Meow? Master, is it ready yet? Not yet. It'll take a little longer, Su Ming replied after glancing back to check. A minute later. Meow? Is it done now? Su Ming, busy adding ingredients to other cultivation solutions, sighed slightly in his heart. Not yet. Meow. How much longer will it take? This question made Su Ming pause to think. It'll still take some time, but don't worry, you'll definitely evolve today. Dabao fell silent but kept following Su Ming's movements with eager eyes. When Su Ming returned to add more ingredients to its evolution solution, Dabao became visibly more excited. Half an hour later, all the cultivation solutions were completed and neatly arranged, except for Dabao's evolution solution, which was in its final stage. Dabao, unable to contain its excitement, climbed onto the table, resting its head on its paws, and stared intently. Meow smells so good, meow. Master, will I look cooler after I evolve? Su Ming, carefully drawing the crimson liquid into a test tube, thought for a moment. Probably? I'm not sure, but you'll definitely be stronger. Dabao blinked, then shrugged it off. As long as I'm stronger, being cool doesn't seem that important. Wearing professional gloves, Su Ming held the test tube up to the light for inspection. The liquid was a perfect crimson, clear, and transparent, free of impurities, an indication of flawless refinement. This was the ideal state of energy extracted from spiritual plants, flesh, and inner cores through water as a medium. I'd say this boiler isn't any worse than specialized equipment. With the right technique, the results can be just as good, Su Ming remarked with a smile while checking the temperature with a thermometer. 87 degrees, still a bit too high. Perfect timing. They'll deliver these cultivation solutions to my classmates downstairs and finish your evolution when I get back. Su Ming gently stroked Dabao, who was staring unblinkingly at the solution, feeling a wave of nostalgia for how quickly time had passed. He packed the cultivation solutions into a case, gave Dabao's fur a quick ruffle, and left with the box. Even after Su Ming had left, Dabao remained fixated on the tube of evolution solution. Meow. Faced with the 87-degree evolutionary liquid, Dabao hesitated visibly. It cautiously extended its head to test the waters, only to quickly pull back, its eyes flickering with a mix of reluctance and determination. Finally, Dabao tentatively stuck out its tongue and gave the liquid a small lick. Meow. Dabao exclaimed in surprise. This time, the temperature was completely different from the previous meat paste. Alarmed, it quickly lifted a paw to soothe its scalded tongue. Su Ming hadn't explained beforehand that the previous cultivation liquid had cooled faster on the surface, allowing Dabao to lap it in layers with breaks in between, keeping the temperature manageable. However, this liquid evolutionary solution was an entirely different story. Dabao soon devised a solution. Skillfully turning on the kitchen faucet, it cooled its tongue under the running water before returning to lick the test tube again. Repeating this process several times, Dabao ensured the liquid's temperature had lowered enough. Then, unable to wait any longer, it grabbed the test tube, bit off the stopper, and tilted its head back to gulp down the evolutionary liquid in one go. The moment the liquid hit its stomach, a fierce burning sensation spread throughout DeBeo's body. Its clear feline eyes instantly became clouded with a crimson hue, and a low, guttural growl escaped its throat. Spitting the empty test tube into the sink, DeBeo leapt to the floor, lying flat against the ground. A crimson energy began seeping from DeBeo's body, even tinting its fur with a reddish glow. Alongside the crackling sound of shifting bones, its body started to grow noticeably larger. Concerned about damaging the kitchen, DeBeo quickly darted outside, sprawling on the ground with its limbs stretched out wide as the heat radiating from its body intensified. A wave of overwhelming drowsiness hit, but remembering the blood-eyed rabbit's ordeal, DeBeo dared not fall asleep. It bit down hard on the nearest table leg, holding on for dear life. About 10 minutes later, Su Ming returned from his errand. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a room filled with thick white mist and a glowing red figure on the floor, accompanied by a sound resembling wood being sawed. "Meow, master. I'm so sleepy, but I don't dare to sleep," DeBeo weakly murmured. Su Ming chuckled and tugged lightly at DeBeo's face. "Sneaky little thing. Your evolution isn't the same as the blood-eyed rabbit's. It's safe for you to sleep. That situation was a one-time exception." Hearing this, DeBeo's eyes widened in surprise. But before Su Ming could say anything more, the cat collapsed into a deep sleep. Glancing at the thoroughly chewed-up table leg, Su Ming sighed. The air was thick with a metallic scent, so he decided to ventilate the room. According to the guidebook, DeBeo's evolution would continue until evening, a process quite unlike that of other companion beasts. Looking at the peacefully sleeping DeBeo and the ruined table, Su Ming quietly poured himself a glass of water, sat down on the sofa, and pulled out his phone to browse the news. In these unusual times, keeping up with the news had become the best way to pass the time, offering a glimpse into the state of the world, especially now that the oceans had become forbidden zones. Just as he was about to look for an interesting video, a thought flashed through his mind about an account he had followed earlier. Is the Eagle Nation still pushing forward with their exploration? He recalled the news of a king-level beastmaster's death. If they're continuing, the lineup this time must be even more formidable. Out of curiosity, Su Ming quickly found the account. To his surprise, there was indeed an update. The Eagle Nation had gone all out, dispatching an epic-level beastmaster to uncover the truth behind the disappearance of the previous two teams. Su Ming spat out a mouthful of water, drenching the evolving DeBeo in the process. He wanted to wipe it off but decided against it, considering DeBeo was in the middle of its evolution. An epic-level beastmaster? His eyes widened in disbelief. Has the Eagle Nation gone mad? Skipping over the Grandmaster level and jumping straight to epic? As the backbone of any major nation, the power of an epic-level beastmaster was almost unimaginable. To put it into perspective, during a beast tide led by an emperor-level monster, a single epic-level beastmaster could annihilate the entire tide along with the emperor-level creature using just one of their beasts. What shocked Su Ming even more was the inclusion of a newly posted video, uploaded just a minute ago. Wait a second, aren't emperor-level monsters supposed to generate strong magnetic fields that render all electronic devices useless? How did they even record this? The video was shot from a bird's eye perspective, clearly taken from high above. On the ocean's surface, a massive shadow could be seen floating, its exact size difficult to determine. However, it was evident that the shadow was propelling a ship forward. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the beast. Beast, Heavenly Sea Leviathan. Talent, Epic level. Level, 71 Emperor level. Element, Water. Abilities, Mastery of Water Elemental Laws, Water Elemental Domain. Bestiary description. Originally a blue whale before the spiritual energy revival, it is now a pioneer of the oceans. Its colossal body spans hundreds of meters, dominating uncharted seas with no known weaknesses. Its attack methods are highly unpredictable. In the video, the shadow, which had been moving slowly, suddenly picked up speed, creating waves that soared 100 meters high. The sheer force of its movement was astonishing, and if it were to unleash its elemental powers, the destruction would be unimaginable. Even more terrifying, the seawater within a radius of several dozen nautical miles around the Heavenly Sea Leviathan had already reached a boiling point. Massive columns of water shot skyward, densely packed and powerful, staining the ocean's surface an ominous shade of crimson. A colossal fish-like creature was hurled into the air by the force of the water. The moment Su Ming caught a clear glimpse of its true form, a shiver ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. It was a deep green, octopus-like monstrosity, but its number of tentacles far exceeded anything natural. Its main body resembled a grotesque, tentacle-covered head, with each appendage branching into countless smaller tendrils, all peppered with countless black dots. The most horrifying feature, however, was its head entirely covered in a mass of brownish eyes that gleamed with an unsettling, malevolent light. The system instantly identified the creature. Sea Demon Ghoul Squid, level 63 Royal Class Elemental Being, proficient in advanced water element manipulation. This terrifying entity had mutated through the consumption of an unknown substance, evolving into its current form. It was known for shredding and devouring anything that surfaced on the ocean, particularly favoring the corpses of larger creatures. Its mouth housed millions of razor-sharp teeth, capable of wrestling with monsters twice its size. Even its toxic ink, laced with deadly neurotoxins, had a peculiar side effect, being surprisingly useful in human medicine. As the Sea Demon Ghoul Squid was flung skyward, another presence emerged from the depths of the ocean. Rising slowly from the water, the heavenly sea behemoth revealed itself. Its massive, sleek body shimmered in a ghostly blue hue. It had piercing, vertical pupil eyes and whisker-like appendages hanging near its mouth, which opened to reveal rows upon rows of pale, razor-sharp teeth. Despite its immense size, its frame was unusually lean, stirring within Su Ming a strange sense of familiarity, though he couldn't place why. Faced with the overwhelming presence of a higher life form, the Sea Demon Ghoul Squid instinctively attempted to flee. A massive waterspout formed on the surface as the creature tried to retreat into the ocean's depths. The heavenly sea behemoth observed silently, making no move to intercept. Yet, as its body began to emit faint blue glimmers, the surrounding space was gradually bathed in an otherworldly, cerulean glow, as though it had become the very heart of this realm. In an instant, the turbulent ocean grew eerily calm. The waterspout connecting sky and sea was inexplicably redirected, flowing straight into the open maw of the heavenly sea behemoth. The blue glimmers from its body pierced the water, entering the Sea Demon Ghoul Squid with uncanny precision. These lights forcibly extracted a dark, inky substance from within the creature, its venomous ink. Deprived of its toxic essence, the squid's vitality drained away in an instant. Lifeless, it was devoured whole by the heavenly sea behemoth. Witnessing this awe-inspiring and harrowing scene, Su Ming fell into deep thought. Despite both being water-based creatures, a level 63 royal class monster was utterly powerless against the overwhelming might of an imperial class being, as helpless as a child before a commanding parent. The culprit turned out to be the Sea Demon Ghoul Squid shown in the video, a marine monster notorious for its aggression toward anything on the surface of the ocean. After reading the last line of text, Su Ming took a deep breath. As he was still processing what he read, the sky had unknowingly darkened. At that moment, Dabao, right in front of him, began to change. The crimson energy entwining Dabao's body started to gradually withdraw, as if returning to its core. Su Ming watched the scene for a few moments before awkwardly shifting his gaze to the now pitch-black window. Only after Dabao had fully absorbed the red mist did Su Ming turn his attention back. What he saw left him stunned. Contrary to his expectations of an increase in size, Dabao had actually shrunk. Now, excluding its tail, Dabao measured about 3 meters in length, and with the tail included, it was approximately 4.5 meters. The most striking change, however, was its paws. The fur around them and a portion upward had turned crimson, and even the claws were tinged with the same hue. There was also a blood-red mark that appeared on its forehead. While Su Ming couldn't decipher its meaning, he found it to be remarkably aesthetic. The tip of Dabao's tail had sprouted patches of red fur, and its previously stark white coat had softened into a natural white. Overall, it no longer looked simply handsome but now exuded an eerie and otherworldly beauty. Su Ming couldn't help but comment, "What's going on here? My male cat has evolved into something that looks more like a female cat." Still, he had to admit that this new form was undeniably more striking, though its current sprawled-out posture was far from graceful. As Su Ming circled Dabao to inspect these physical changes and prepared to check its stats panel, he suddenly noticed something unusual about its tail. Gently brushing it aside, he was shocked to discover that Dabao now had 2 tails instead of 1. This realization left Su Ming utterly bewildered. After all, while wild monsters existed in the explosive Rock Moon Palace, an evolved form like the White Shadow Cat was unheard of. It had never been documented anywhere in the world. Ever since signing the contract with Dabao, Su Ming had been fervently studying everything about White Shadow Cats, leading to a rapid improvement in his knowledge of related subjects, as he often delved into information about other monsters along the way. The stats panel displayed: Beast, Blood Shadow Cat Demon. Talent, Exceptional Grade, 13 Elite. Elements, Wind. Abilities include Bloodthirst and Soul Eye. Evolution requirements: must reach level 31 Lord Tier, and requires 1 Fire Element Lord Tier Monster Core, 1 Lord Tier Blazing Fire Earth Dragon Core, 4 Fire Obsidian Stones, and 1 liter of Earth Fire Liquid. The bestiary description shocked Su Ming even further. The Cat Demon is a mythical creature of legend, said to grow an additional tail every 100 years of cultivation, with a maximum of 9 tails. Upon reaching 9 tails, it is believed to ascend to a divine rank. In reality, each major realm breakthrough results in the growth of 1 more tail. However, Cat demons are known for their ferocious and bloodthirsty nature, and the blood shadow cat demon is the most vicious among them. According to lore, no cat demon has ever lived long enough to grow a second tail. This information left Su Ming even more astounded than Dabao's previous talent and level upgrades. A cat demon? 2 tails? Su Ming stared at the pet in front of him, which had just completed its evolution, feeling a mix of emotions, confusion, and disbelief. Dabao's transformation not only meant that he had raised a creature of legend, but also hinted that the mythical beings like demons, spirits, dragons, and phoenixes might actually exist. Why am I overthinking this? I should just get some sleep. Su Ming shook his head, trying to clear his jumbled thoughts. As for whether Dabao would attract attention due to his unusual traits, Su Ming wasn't too concerned. After all, there were already 3-tailed cats out there, so 2 tails wouldn't be too conspicuous. The stories of cat demons were merely something he'd overheard from his classmates, and as a student in this field, it was natural to be intrigued by such topics. At the moment, Dabao, though fully evolved, was still sound asleep. Su Ming decided to wash up and head to bed himself. The next morning, as Su Ming lay in a deep sleep, he felt a tickling sensation on his nose. Though his eyes remained closed, he instantly guessed the culprit Dabao. After all, had experienced this before. This time, causing mischief seemed quite literal. The moment he opened his eyes, Su Ming grabbed the 2 tails swishing in front of his face. Meow? Master, you're awake? A crisp, melodious voice greeted him, even more pleasant than before. Dabao, your voice seems nicer now. Are you satisfied with this evolution? Before he could finish his sentence, Dabao pounced on him, pinning him down and enthusiastically licking his face. Meow satisfied, so satisfied. Master Meow. Master, do you think my tails are beautiful? Beautiful, very beautiful. I noticed last night after your evolution you've become prettier and stronger too. Just as the pair were enjoying their affectionate moment, Su Ming's phone suddenly rang. In Dabao's now crimson eyes, a flash of hostility appeared, which Su Ming, reaching for his phone, caught sight of. I think I understand why cat demons don't live past 2 tails. Su Ming muttered, rubbing Dabao's face. With that look in your eyes, who'd survive you without me keeping you in check? And about that evolution serum yesterday, you drank it without me around. What if you randomly eat something and end up killing yourself? Dabao, looking aggrieved, let Su Ming squish his face and softly admitted fault. Meow, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Seeing that the caller was Wang Jinbao, Su Ming suddenly remembered that his friend was bringing a new beast for him to check out today. Hello? Su Ming, I'm downstairs at your dorm. Get up already, I've brought the monster. Alright, just come up. The door's unlocked. After hanging up, Su Ming got up to wash. Before leaving the room, he specifically warned Dabao, I'm going to freshen up. Don't go scaring the new beast Wang Jinbao brought over, okay? Meow got it. As the sound of running water came from the bathroom, Dabao's docile expression shifted. His crimson eyes glinted with a strange, eerie light. Meow? A new monster? Let me see what kind of underling that little Jinbao has brought me this time. Dabao leisurely strolled to the back of the door and lay down, its 2 tails gently swaying rhythmically behind it. It stared intently at the door, its tongue lightly licking its lips as it patiently waited. Before long, there was a clear knock at the door. As soon as the door opened, a black scorpion darted inside swiftly, followed closely by Wang Jinbao. Su Ming, are you just getting up and washing up? Wang Jinbao's words trailed off as his gaze landed on the unusual big cat at the door. This cat size was clearly beyond what Dabao, even at the elite tier, should be. What was even more astonishing was that it had 2 tails. Are you Dabao? Evolved just yesterday? Wang Jinbao recalled the materials he had personally delivered the day before and, seeing Dabao's current appearance, couldn't help but rub his hands together. Wow, this is incredible. Look at those claws, the tails, and the red fur on its forehead. Even its eyes are a striking crimson red. Su Ming really knows his way around evolution. Dabao paid no attention to the compliments, its focus entirely drawn to the visitor behind Wang Jinbao. It was a centipede, about 60 centimeters long, its entire body fiery red with distinctive patterns running along its back from head to tail. The moment Dabao's gaze landed on it, the centipede, which had been confidently surveying the room with its antennae twitching, immediately shrank back. It quickly coiled around Wang Jinbao's calf, trembling, its head retreating into its body. Weren't you acting all bold at my house? Why are you cowering in front of Dabao? Get down. Wang Jinbao said helplessly. The centipede had been given to him by Qian Yuanyue and had been raised by humans since it was young, so it wasn't afraid of people. But now, even Wang Jinbao didn't dare to pull it off with his hands, as the contract hadn't been signed yet. Dabao disdainfully swiped its tail, and the centipede instantly went limp as if its power had been cut off, lying on the ground belly up. Meow? This is the new beast you found? What trash? Dabao scoffed, turning to head toward the living room. It's not even as bold as the black scorpion that once dared to bare its claws at me. The black scorpion followed closely behind, letting out confused hisses. Meow. Tell your master to come to mine for a custom evolution. It'll only cost 8 to 10 million, Dabao said casually. The black scorpion immediately relayed this through the spiritual contract to Wang Jinbao. Hearing the price, Wang Jinbao's mouth twitched. Wow, 8 to 10 million right off the bat? Do you think I'm an ATM? At that moment, Su Ming came out of the bathroom, drying his face. You're here? Is this the creature your family prepared for you? Yeah, Qian Yuanyue sent it. Wang Jinbao replied. Can you give me an estimate of its value on the market? Oh, and while you're at it, how about a custom evolution for my black scorpion too? Su Ming looked a bit surprised. Qian Yuanyue sent it? And you're asking me for an estimate? A custom evolution is doable, though. I'm a businessman. Just tell me roughly how much it's worth, Wang Jinbao said bluntly. Su Ming didn't reply immediately, but turned to look at the centipede that was still playing dead. So, you like insects? Alright, let me show you something. As Su Ming moved closer to the centipede, Dabao quickly stepped to his side, staying alert. The information about the strange creature in front of them appeared. Monster Red Flame Black Striped Centipede. Trait Feigned Death. Level Rare Level 4. Ability Fire Venom. Description: a hybrid of the Red Flame Centipede and the Black Striped Centipede, inheriting the fire venom of the former and the robust physique of the latter. Skilled at luring prey by playing dead. Primary diet includes bird and rodent-like monsters. Typically resides in high-temperature soils. Well, what do you think? Wang Jinbao asked. Su Ming was silent for a moment, giving Wang Jinbao a complicated look. This expression made Wang Jinbao uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it really valuable? Maybe 8 to 10 million, Su Ming replied. Creatures with elite-level traits are worth tens of thousands. Exceptional level traits can go for over $1 million. Rare level traits like this could fetch several million on the market. That high? Wang Jinbao exclaimed in shock. Are you serious? Su Ming shook his head. I can't say for sure, but its traits are indeed impressive. You should just form a contract with it. This thing has strong close combat capabilities. But Wang Jinbao grew suspicious. Why would that woman give me such a good monster? Something feels off. Seeing Wang Jinbao's reaction, Su Ming fell silent. He had met naive girls before, but he hadn't expected a man to be so innocent. Just form the contract first. Worry about everything else later. Wang Jinbao nodded. True. If something this valuable is handed to me for free, of course he'll take it. Just as he extended his finger toward the centipede's mouth, Su Ming grabbed his hand. Before Wang Jinbao could ask why, his finger was nicked by something sharp. The cut appeared so fast that he didn't even feel any pain. This thing has fire venom. If you let it bite you directly, you'll be in excruciating pain, Su Ming warned. Oh, right. Okay, go ahead, Wang Jinbao said, placing his finger near the centipede's mouth. The centipede immediately stopped playing dead, clamping its mandibles around his finger and beginning to suck. A minute later, Wang Jinbao's face turned pale as he began reciting the contract incantation. Bound by shared will, sealed in blood, Su Ming quickly retreated with Dabao, and the black scorpion also moved away. As the chant echoed, a ring of crimson light enveloped Wang Jinbao and the centipede, with mysterious runes flickering within the glow. From this moment on, you and I shall share life and death, support one another, and move forward together. As Wang Jinbao finished speaking, he slowly withdrew his palm. The red circle and runes on the ground began to shift, gradually becoming complete. At that moment, the scarlet fire-black, striped centipede spat out a thick glob of blood onto the contract formation. The formation instantly lit up to its peak brightness, eventually transforming into a dazzling light that poured into both Wang Jinbao and the centipede. After the contract was successfully sealed, Wang Jinbao, pale-faced, swayed as he stood up. Instinctively, he reached out to steady himself on the table, only to find it had been badly damaged. Puzzled, he examined the bite marks on the table legs and turned to ask, Su Ming, why does this table look like something's been gnawing on it? Su Ming didn't respond immediately. Instead, he focused on operating the tablet by the door. Oh, that was my Dabao yesterday. Speaking of which, Dabao told me your black scorpion is looking for a tailored evolution, right? It won't cost tens of millions, just 1.5 million will do. Wang Jinbao, who had just sat down and was still regaining his strength, felt his legs go weak at the mention of the number. That harsh? Huh? Su Ming glanced at the stunned Wang Jinbao and calmly confirmed a new furniture order on the screen. Not too bad. Your family's not exactly short on money. They'll make sure the custom evolution is top-notch, guaranteed to exceed your expectations. If it weren't for our friendship, I wouldn't go to such lengths for anyone else. The black scorpion, busy educating the new member nearby, immediately snapped its pincers and shoved the attentive scarlet fire-black striped centipede aside upon hearing this. It quickly scuttled over to Wang Jinbao. Through their mental connection, Wang Jinbao clearly heard the scorpion's hissing sounds, causing his mouth to twitch. What a super discount. You fool. Stay out of business matters from now on. Despite his words, Wang Jinbao promptly pulled out his phone and transferred the money to Su Ming. Considering their close bond and recalling the cautionary tales of Qin Yeye, he was confident that Su Ming wasn't the type to overcharge someone he knew well. They were brothers who had been through life and death together. They'll have my family send over the materials. By the way, didn't you mention something about evolution during the culture class a few weeks ago on Monday? Su Ming glanced at the black scorpion and nodded. Yeah, I asked you then whether you wanted a custom or public approach. He then listed the required materials. 1 elite level poison core, 1 portion of soul-breaking grass, 1 elite level molted shell from a scorpion-type monster, 1 elite level blood venom frog toxin sac, 1 century-old beast blood fruit, and 10 pounds of toxic swamp mud. As Wang Jinbao jotted this down, he pressed further. And what about the cultivation fluid materials for the scarlet fire black striped centipede? How much will that cost? Su Ming thought for a moment. This time, the cultivation will be a complimentary service as part of the custom evolution. My cultivation plan mainly focuses on enhancing its fire poison and the hardness of its exoskeleton, as well as sharpening its mouthparts and legs. Accustomed to Su Ming's professional standards, Wang Jinbao nodded calmly. They'll give you the contact info for one of my family's employees. You can coordinate material needs and accounting directly with them. This suggestion caught Su Ming slightly off guard. After a brief hesitation, he nodded in agreement. All right, they'll add them. By the way, this is the cultivation fluid for the homeroom teachers and principal's beasts. Honestly, with 2 lords and 1 top-tier battle leader, I'm not sure if it'll be enough. Su Ming picked up the bag from the coffee table and handed it to Wang Jinbao. Since you're free right now, could you deliver this for me? Wang Jinbao was momentarily stunned, then rubbed his hands together with a smile. Sure, I'll take care of it right away. By the way, how long will it take for my black scorpion's evolution fluid? Pick it up tomorrow, Su Ming replied after a brief pause. One is for external use and the other for internal use. Make sure to follow my instructions. Wang Jinbao made an okay gesture and turned around, calling out, Scorpion, centipede, let's deliver the medicine. Before he finished speaking, the fiery black-striped centipede had already nimbly climbed onto the black scorpion's back, curling up near its tail. After Wang Jinbao left and the door closed, Dabeo looked at Su Ming with a puzzled expression. Meow? Why doesn't the master deliver it himself? Su Ming explained softly, the Breeder Association is already my official backer, but Wang Jinbao's family company is still a private enterprise. Sending him to interact with the officials benefits both his company and us. Besides, he added meaningfully, looking at Dabeo, didn't you want to eat the centennial beast blood fruit? Someone will deliver it soon. Realizing this, Dabeo meowed excitedly and started circling around Su Ming. Meanwhile, Wang Jinbao, carrying the bag with the cultivation fluid, arrived at the office building. Noticing that the grade director, Wang Chuanfa, wasn't in his office, he headed straight to the principal's office on the top floor. Although he heard voices on the staircase, it became unusually quiet when he reached the top. Pushing open the slightly ajar door, he saw Principal Lu Jun and Wang Chuanfa seated in a chair and on the sofa respectively. Lu Jun's gaze immediately locked onto the bag in Wang Jinbao's hand. Is that the cultivation fluid for our beasts? Yes, Su Ming is still working on the fluids for the other students and asked me to deliver these. Lu Jun and Wang Chuanfa exchanged a knowing look. After a moment, Lu Jun nodded and said, thank you. By the way, what level beast master is your father now? Advanced beast master. His strongest beast is level 30. Lu Jun frowned. That's too low. He needs to find a way to improve. That level can't handle significant responsibilities. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly before taking his leave. After he left, Lu Jun lit a cigarette and sighed. That chubby kid is much smarter than his father. Wang Chuanfa reached out for a cigarette, and Lu Jun rolled his eyes as he tossed him a pack. No kidding, Wang Chuanfa said with a grin as he lit one. At first, I thought only Su Ming had a bright future. Who knew he'd bring Wang Jinbao's entire family along for the ride? Ha, these businessmen sure have a sharp nose for opportunities, Lu Jun remarked, glancing at Wang Chuanfa, who seemed particularly pleased. They've even caught wind of the government's plans to recruit regional leaders in material supplies. Even if Wang Jinbao doesn't show up, I was planning to have someone notify Wang Duobao anyway, Lu Jun said as he stubbed out his cigarette. After all, his family runs the largest materials company in Baiyun City. What about Qianyi? Is she free tonight? She is, Wang Chuanfa replied curtly, pressing his cigarette, but into the ashtray. Just make sure the perimeter is secured. Fewer people around at night. So even if there's some chatter in the city, we can brush it off. Lu Jun nodded. The cultivation fluid isn't needed now. Time to move out. Put all the beasts into their beast spacewell travel light and head to the lake on the city's eastern edge. He glanced at his watch. It's just past 4. Notify Qianyeye to prepare. We'll make our move at midnight. Right now, The lake is quiet, which gives us the perfect chance to catch that beast off guard. He paused. We might need your white snake to act as bait by the lake, to lure that beast out. I won't take action until it shows itself. Wang Chuanfa nodded solemnly. Understood. I know how to prioritize. Let's go. On the way, Lu Jun contacted a subordinate. Have teams 1 through 4 set up a perimeter around Bayun Lake in the east. Turn back any Beast Tamers trying to leave the city. Just tell them we're running a Beast Tide simulation drill, and no Beast Tamers are allowed in the wild to avoid accidents. If Qian Yeya arrives early, let her through. Don't stop her. Yes, sir. Consider it done, came the firm response from the other end of the line. Lu Jun turned to Wang Chuanfa, who was driving. How did things go with Qian Yeya? If the plan works, will she be willing to give up the Lord-level inner core to us? That girl doesn't want anything, Wang Chuanfa said, rubbing his face. Honestly, it makes me feel a bit guilty. Nothing at all? Lu Jun's eyes lit up. The best favors are the ones that come at no cost. Let's see what she's after when the time comes. The two fell silent, focusing on their journey to Bayun Lake. Meanwhile, Su Ming had just returned to his dorm after collecting a pile of materials from one of Wang Jinbeo's employees. Dabao, catch, he called out, tossing a bright red fruit into the air. It arced gracefully before being caught by a redanned white striped tail. Meow, thank you, master, Dabao chirped, biting into the beast blood fruit. Crimson juice dripped from the corners of its mouth. Su Ming waited for Dabao to finish eating before heading to the kitchen to prepare both external and internal remedies. He took a large, empty shell from a box and placed it into a pot, then poured in a thick, black, mud-like substance. Finally, he added water to cover the materials and began heating them. Once the external remedy was underway, he turned his attention to the internal one. Using tweezers, he carefully picked up the venom sac of a blood-poisoned frog and placed it into a measuring cup. He layered it with severing grass on top, sealed the cup, and began heating it. For Su Ming, the entire production process felt like preparing a special dish. Meanwhile, in the living room, Dabao had already finished eating the beast blood fruit, quickly cleaned the floor, and returned to his room to rest. This century-old beast blood fruit was indeed a highly practical hard spiritual plant, most commonly used to directly feed beasts, enhancing their strength and vitality. In the kitchen, Su Ming, wearing a gas mask, was in the final stages of adjusting and bottling. Once everything was ready, he grabbed the still warm, foul-smelling, purple-black reagent and a box, heading toward the bedroom. Wang Jinbao, open the door. Your black scorpion evolution liquid is ready, Su Ming called out, and the door was immediately flung open. Wang Jinbao, rubbing his hands excitedly, welcomed him in, with the black scorpion sticking closely to his side. Hiss, hiss, the black scorpion let out a sound. Su Ming handed the reagent and the box to Wang Jinbao, glancing around as he spoke. This stuff smells terrible. You'd better take the night off and go home. Open all your windows to ventilate and come back tomorrow. With that, he walked straight to the coffee table and dragged it aside. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao gestured to the black scorpion, which immediately scurried over. The red flame black-striped centipede on the sofa seemed a bit unaccustomed to its new environment. Su Ming glanced at it and reminded, you'll need to take this guy too, or it'll cause trouble. The box is for external application. It's highly toxic. My boiler won't work anymore. I'll need to replace it. Make sure you wear proper protective gear and apply it evenly on the black scorpion. Huh, do I have to use it now? Didn't you say it's very toxic? Wang Jinbao hesitated. Su Ming opened the box and measured the amount in front of the black scorpion, nodding. The evolution liquid is toxic, but not the stuff for external use. Apply it thoroughly, then leave the reagent for the scorpion to consume. Just take the centipede back with you and let the black scorpion handle the rest on its own. With that, he hurriedly left. Does this external mud smell bad? I don't smell anything. But this evolution liquid looks like trouble, Wang Jinbao muttered, only to be met with the black scorpion's dissatisfied hissing. He quickly appeased it. It's good stuff for you. When he put on protective gloves and scooped out a handful of black, gooey mud from the box, he realized how naive his earlier thoughts had been. Ugh, oh no. Standing outside the door, Su Ming heard the reaction and shook his head helplessly. There's no helping it. The more effective the solution, the harder it is to endure. Just tough it out. Meanwhile, the atmosphere over the east side of Bayun City was heavy with tension. Have all the Beast Tamers outside the city been called back? Reporting. All Beast Tamers who left the city through proper procedures have been located and persuaded to return. Lu Jun nodded slightly. Teams 1 and 2 must strictly guard the city exits tonight. Ensure the city patrols intensify their night shifts. Nothing can go wrong tonight, not even the smallest issue. Understood. Principal Lu, how much longer until we begin? Qian Yeya asked while grooming explosive Rock Moon Palace, glancing up at Lu Jun, who was busy organizing the team. Ever since Su Ming helped the blood-eyed rabbit evolve, The transformation of this explosive rock moon palace had been nothing short of astonishing. It no longer needed the coordination of the illusory butterfly to enhance its accuracy, and its mobility had improved significantly. While its speed wasn't top tier, it was a far cry from its previously sluggish demeanor. Most impressive, however, were its strength and defensive capabilities when facing opponents of the same level that lacked physical combat expertise. A single well-placed punch could prove fatal. Seeing the bright smile on Qian Ye's face, Lu Jun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. You've really cheered up since the blood-eyed rabbit successfully evolved. Almost ready, just 2 or 3 more hours, Lu Jun replied before asking, how long will you stay here before heading back to Shanghai? Qian Ye immediately picked up on the subtle probing in his tone. As the child of a family involved in the monster cub business, she was well aware that Lu Jun's seemingly casual question carried a deeper purpose. They'll leave after a while, she said bluntly. You know, university breaks are 1 or 2 months long. But this isn't really what you want to ask, is it, Principal Lu? Lu Jun didn't respond right away. Instead, he gently rubbed his hands together, lowered his gaze slightly, and his expression grew thoughtful. Yeah, be honest with me. In this plan, you're the core, yet you're not asking for anything in return. This puts not just me, but even your former homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, in an awkward position. Why don't you tell me what's on your mind? Let me hear it and sort things out. Qian Ye seized the opportunity to steer the conversation skillfully. It's nothing major, really. I just heard that my family is planning to consolidate beast taming material suppliers across regions, similar to how we previously worked with breeders and monster merchants. I thought about it and realized that here in Baiyun City, there's only the Wang family running a materials business, right? To her surprise, Lu Jun's reaction was completely unexpected. His expression remained calm and composed. There was no hesitation, no conflict, no surprise, and certainly no displeased frown. His lack of visible reaction was entirely beyond her expectations. I understand, Lu Jun said thoughtfully. This isn't a small matter. I'll consider it carefully when I get back. If it's feasible, they'll help you submit a proposal. For now, let's focus on tonight's plan and not let other concerns distract us. Qian Ye caught the underlying message. This was a negotiation, and its success would depend on the outcome of tonight's operation. She smiled knowingly and gestured upward. The illusory butterfly, hidden in the air, fluttered its wings and gracefully descended. Akai, do you see that level 30 white venom serpent lying by the shore over there? A low voice echoed by the lakeside. When you release the poison powder later, make sure to avoid the spot where it enters the water. It's on our side, don't accidentally harm it. The illusory rainbow butterfly fluttering in the air nodded gently, its 2 antennae quivering slightly in response. Lu Jun observed the scene from the shadows. A girl like Qian Ye, so considerate of her future husband's family, was truly a rarity in these times. This thought left him feeling a touch sentimental. Preparations around White Cloud Lake were in full swing. During the day, the surrounding monsters had already been cleared out. But at night, when most creatures hunted, the patrolling beast masters remained vigilant, carefully scouring the woods for any threats. Moonlight, silver and serene, shimmered on the surface of the lake, casting ripples of light. With a barely perceptible nod from Lu Jun, the white venom serpent by the shore finally stirred. It unleashed the imposing aura of a level 30 battle-class creature before silently slipping into the lake. At the same time, the previously invisible illusory rainbow butterfly revealed itself. Its wings flapped softly, scattering countless transparent toxic scales that glimmered silver under the moonlight as they descended into the water. The butterfly's antennae began to pulse rhythmically, guiding the powder to sink slowly until it spread across the entire lake bed. Watching the plan unfold flawlessly, Lu Jun felt his heartbeat quicken. At this critical moment, the illusory rainbow butterfly was tasked with releasing the poison powder. The white venom serpent acted as bait, and he had to meticulously monitor the lake for any unusual activity. Before long, the corpses of subordinate-level monsters began surfacing one after another, their numbers growing at an alarming rate. Within minutes, the lake was strewn with the lifeless bodies of both subordinate and elite-level creatures. Suddenly, the floating corpses on the lake rippled violently. Looks like the battle-class creatures hiding in the lake can't hold back any longer, Lu Jun muttered, narrowing his eyes. Let me see how many are left in this lake besides the 2 we flushed out recently. A piercing roar, somewhere between a snake's hiss and a beast's growl, shattered the night's silence. The white venom serpent emerged, gripping a 5-meter-long catfish in its jaws. Blood trickled from its bite, staining the surrounding water red. It swiftly tossed its prey onto the shore and rinsed the blood from its mouth with clear water, its snake eyes warily scanning the lake's surface. Suddenly, the serpent spat out a massive water bubble towards the lake before diving back in. The surface churned violently as mud and bubbles surged upward. Moments later, it emerged again, dragging a nearly 7-meter-long lobster with dual-clawed limbs onto the shore. The lobster shell was cracked and battered. a level 22 black blood catfish, and a level 27 four-clawed iron arm lobster. Lu Jun calculated silently. There are more beasts lurking at the bottom of this lake than I expected. He glanced at his watch, estimating the time. At this rate, the lake's lord will surface within the hour. As the toxic scales scattered continuously in the air, more and more aquatic monster corpses began to surface on the lake. Along the forested shoreline, the Beastmasters stood guard at their designated positions, ensuring no monsters could sneak onto land and escape. 2 additional warlord-level monster corpses were added to those previously discovered, bringing the total to 4. For a single lake, this number of warlord-level monsters was already significant, particularly if there was a potential leader among them. The white venom boa had just dragged the ironclaw armored shrimp onto the shore and was about to continue exploring the lake bed. However, the moment its head touched the water, an intense sense of danger caused it to instinctively leap backward. Almost simultaneously, a massive turtle, measuring 8 meters in length, burst out of the water and clamped its jaws onto the white venom boa's tail, attempting to drag it back into the lake. A piercing screech tore through the night sky as the bones in the white venom boa's tail were instantly crushed, sending blood and scales flying everywhere. The sight made Wang Chunfa's heart tighten. It really is a turtle. A black armored silver turtle? Get it for me. Lu Jun commanded sharply. In response, the Jade Radiance Talon crane soared out of the Beastmaster space into the night. A dazzling azure totem formed in the sky above the forest as its sharp talons aimed directly for the black-armored silver turtle's tail. The previously calm night wind suddenly turned violent, flipping the turtle onto the shore. Immediately, an earthy yellow magic circle appeared on the ground, and sharp earthen spikes erupted, pinning the black-armored silver turtle's limbs precisely. Forced to release the white venom boa, the turtle attempted to roll over but was firmly restrained by the spikes. Seeing his beast's tail mangled and bleeding profusely, Wang Chunfa quickly recalled it into his Beastmaster space. Qian Yaya also withdrew her illusory rainbow butterflies, which had caused significant devastation in the lake. At this moment, the overturned black-armored silver turtle noticed the Jade Radiance Talon crane diving down from the sky and immediately commanded the lake water to shoot up in columns as a counterattack. Lu Jun's gaze sharpened as he ordered, "Don't let it stay near the lake." The spikes on the turtle's back suddenly extended, and as it flipped itself over and landed on its feet, a massive bear paw struck it, sending it flying into the forest. The earth armor bear let out a thunderous roar that shook the ground, toppling nearby trees and clearing a vast muddy clearing in an instant. At the center of the clearing, the black-armored silver turtle, dazed and disoriented, swayed its head. Clearly, the earth armor bear's strike had been anything but gentle. The level 31 lord was indeed the one who had hidden at the bottom of the lake years ago and broken through by defeating a battle-tier creature. Lu Jun gleaned this information through his spiritual link with his beast, and immediately understood the origin of this monster. The black-armored silver turtle quickly regained its composure. Facing the charging earth armor bear, it let out a deep, resonant growl. The confrontation between these 2 lore-tier monsters was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, the white jade talon crane in the sky keenly noticed streams of water gathering on the turtle's shell and let out a sharp warning cry. Hearing the alert from its old comrade, the earth armor bear immediately adjusted its charge strategy. It swiftly manipulated the earth to form a barrier in front of it and slammed its massive paws onto the ground. The earth trembled, and a thick wall of soil rose up. The black-armored silver turtle, however, had anticipated this. The water element gathered on its shell instantly transformed into sharp arrows, shooting toward the earth armor bear, aiming to wound it before the earthen wall fully formed. Damn it, thousand-year turtle, 10th the sandier tortoise, always so cunning. Lu Jun spat as he observed the scene. The torrent of water came with unstoppable force, leaving the earth armor bear no room to evade. At the critical moment, the white jade talon crane swooped down with a flurry of sharp wind blades, slicing through the incoming water arrows and forming a protective wind barrier in front of the earth armor bear. Having its plan foiled, the earth armor bear seethed with rage, its eyes glowing red. It immediately summoned surrounding soil to coat its entire body, causing its size to swell. With the earth element's reinforcement, its charging speed became even faster than before. As the black-armored silver turtle raised its head to observe the white jade talon crane, the agile bird seized the opportunity. In a lightning-fast dive, its sharp talons clutched onto the turtle's left hind leg, tearing away a chunk of bone as it ascended into the air. The sudden, excruciating pain left the black-armored silver turtle unable to evade. Its left hind leg gave out entirely. Although it quickly stopped the bleeding, the moment of advantage had already slipped away. Feeling the tremors of the ground, it hastily opened its mouth to unleash a 2-meter-wide jet of water in retaliation. The earth armor bear roared thunderously, and the earthen armor covering its body disintegrated in an instant, coalescing into a massive clump of soil that hurtled toward the water jet. Not only did the earthen mass withstand the water's force, but it also struck the black-armored silver turtle's mouth with precision, shaking its head violently. As the turtle attempted to recover, a sharp stone spear erupted from the ground, piercing through its lower jaw and forcing its head upward. Unbeknownst to it, the earth armor bear had already leaped into the air. Its spiked, stone-coated fist was poised to strike with immense force. For a lower-tier monster with the intelligence of a young human, this scene spelled certain doom. The black-armored silver turtle struggled to flip itself over, but the white jade talon crane once again intervened, tearing out the bone of its right forelimb. Roar! With an earth-shaking bellow, the earth armor bear's spiked fist descended from the sky, slamming into the ground with such force that the entire battlefield trembled. Roar! With an earth-shaking bellow from the earth armor bear, the ground within 100-meter radius trembled violently. Countless sharp, dark gray stone spikes burst from the earth, piercing through the limbs of the silver-armored turtle with precision. At the same time, a massive stone fist, brimming with immense force, descended from above, slamming heavily onto the turtle's head. At the moment of impact, the stone spike lodged in the turtle's lower jaw snapped with a sharp crack. However, more sharp spikes immediately replaced it, relentlessly penetrating its flesh. The force of the stone fist's impact caused the ground to cave in, creating a crater several meters deep and spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from the turtle's head. Crimson blood flowed endlessly from the silver-armored turtle's head, and the stench of iron filled the air, carried swiftly by the howling wind. Watching from a distance, Lu Jun gasped in shock. Even a punch infused with so much wind element couldn't kill it? Truly a tough old turtlet's head's been smashed through, and it's still alive. The earth armor bear was also taken aback by its opponent's resilience. This was the most stubborn foe it had ever encountered. Despite blood pouring from its head and jaw, the silver-armored turtle managed to manipulate the water element within its body to staunch the bleeding, its limbs still struggling to escape. The earth armor bear found the turtle's survival instincts infuriating. Opening its massive jaws, it clamped down viciously on its opponent's neck and began tearing. Meanwhile, the white jade talon crane swooped down from the sky, severing the turtle's tail with its sharp claws and carrying it high into the air. With a resounding tear, the silver-armored turtle's final struggle came to an abrupt end, its limbs collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Blood gushed from its severed neck in a crimson spray. The earth armor bear spat out the turtle's head and signaled to the white jade talon crane in the sky. The crane promptly descended, using its sharp talons to carve open the turtle's head, extracting the inner core before swiftly flying toward Wang Chuanfa's location. According to Lu Jun's plan, the core was to be delivered immediately to the white venom snake to aid in its breakthrough to the Lord level. If there were any leftovers, the turtle's other organs would also be prioritized for the white venom snake. Although the white venom snake, as a battle leader, could easily defeat opponents of the same level, it struggled against the newly ascended Lord-level silver armored turtle. Without the timely intervention of the Lord-level white jade talon crane, the snake might have ended up as prey instead. In battles where lower-level creatures faced higher-level ones of the same attribute, the former was often severely suppressed. While the white jade talon crane delivered the core, the earth armor bear began dismantling the silver-armored turtle's corpse. Using stone spikes condensed from earth elements, along with its sharp claws and fangs, it methodically tore apart the remains. The turtle's tough shell could be crafted into defensive structures, serving both as protection for the territory and as a deterrent. The earth armor bear mused to itself that with this addition, it could afford to leave its den less often in the future. The Xuanjia silver turtle, measuring 8 meters in length, has a shell that occupies 6 meters of its body length and spans 5 meters wide. Its massive form hanging in the camp undoubtedly becomes a striking sight. The earth armor bear stomped the ground, instantly raising a platform to securely hold the freshly dismantled spoils. Carefully controlling the platform, it carried the haul back along the same path. By the lake, Lu Jun confirmed through his mental link that the Lord-level Xuanjia silver turtle had been fully dismantled, and he felt a wave of relief. This lake was only a few dozen miles from the city, and if the giant turtle had been allowed to grow unchecked, it could have caused a catastrophic flood in the future. Without hesitation, he sent a message to the group chat. Everyone on duty tonight, pork rice with an extra chicken leg is on me. The chat exploded with excitement, and waves of praise like, "You're so generous, Commander," filled the feed. As Lu Jun chuckled at the messages, Qian Yeye approached him. "Principal Lu, now that everything's settled, I'll head home first so my family won't worry." Lu Jun nodded in agreement and turned to leave. This left Qian Yeye feeling slightly helpless, as she had hoped to confirm the situation further. However, judging by Lu Jun's attitude, her request seemed to have been approved. "Little Goldie, you better thank your big sister properly," she murmured softly. Meanwhile, Wang Chuanfa was anxiously inspecting the gruesome wound on his beast's tail, where flesh and blood were torn apart, and fresh blood continued to flow. This was the suppressive effect of a high-tier beast of the same element overpowering a lower-tier one. After being injured by the higher-tier beast's elemental attack, the lower-tier beast's elemental abilities would weaken significantly for a short period. Suddenly, the cry of a crane echoed through the air. Wang Chuanfa's eyes lit up. It worked. The inner core is here. The white venom boa raised its head just in time to see a fist-sized, water-blue orb descending toward it. It opened its mouth and caught the orb immediately. Wang Chuanfa quickly stepped back to observe. As soon as the inner core entered its body, the bleeding from the white venom boa's tail stopped, and the concentrated water element began rapidly healing the wound. Coiling itself into a circle, its pristine white body started to emit a faint blue glow. At that moment, a disturbance came from the forest. The ground trembled slightly, trees mysteriously parted to the sides, and a blood-stained stone platform slowly emerged. Following closely behind was the earth armor bear. Upon seeing the glowing white venom boa, a glint of interest flashed in its eyes. It then plopped down, grabbed a Xuanjia silver turtle leg from the stone platform, and began devouring it with gusto. Above, the jade claw crane let out a sharp cry as it started patrolling the surroundings. The commotion, combined with the fall of a lord-level creature, had spread the scent of blood far and wide. In such conditions, the appearance of a new ruler to assert dominance aligned perfectly with the monster world's rule of a new king rising by slaying the old one. The jade claw crane circled its claimed territory, carefully searching for any remaining threats or hidden lords. Before long, Lu Jun arrived at Wang Chuanfa's side. Observing the white venom boa's condition, a smile spread across his face. Now we've got a real chance. Even if it doesn't break through to lord level this time, it'll reach level 31 within a month or two. I still haven't used the white snake cultivation liquid that Su Ming gave me. I'll give it a try when I get back. Wang Chuanfa thought to himself as he stared at the white Sha python lying on the ground. Lu Jun noticed the concern in Wang Chuanfa's eyes and asked, "Are you planning to stay here overnight or head back?" "What kind of question is that?" "Of course, I'm staying with my white snake. How could I possibly leave it?" Wang Chuanfa replied without hesitation. Lu Jun sighed. "Have you ever thought about contracting a second beast? Relying on just this one white snake often leaves you short-handed. Think about it, just the cost of evolving this white snake from its first stage to now has far exceeded that of other beasts of the same level. Take Su Ming's cultivation liquid this time, for example. The materials and expenses alone went over $1 million. Once it breaks through to the lord level, it'll be time to consider a second beast." Wang Chuanfa fell into deep thought. It was true ever since the white snake evolved at level 14. After growing a bump on its head, the cultivation cost had been several times higher than other beasts of the same grade. Back then, he had accumulated significant debt to raise it. If not for Lu Jun, his loyal brother who had stood by him through thick and thin, the debt collectors might have come knocking. Now that his financial situation had improved, it was indeed time to think about a second beast. "All right, let's pick a good day and visit Xianye's shop. If that doesn't work out, we'll take a trip into the wild," Wang Chuanfa finally decided. Lu Jun gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. "Sounds good. I'll go with you when the time comes." Suddenly, as if remembering something, Wang Chuanfa said, "Oh, right. Today's Tuesday. Aren't you skipping school, principal?" Meanwhile, Su Ming, in the third-year dormitory, opened a door to see Black Scorpion running out of Wang Jinbeo's room. After its recent cultivation, the beast's spines had become neatly aligned, its pincers thicker and more robust, with the tips now a dark purple hue though still not as deep as its tail stinger. Excluding the tail, its body length had reached 4 meters, and when standing upright, it was shoulder to shoulder with Daba. Beast information. Black Blood Ghost Scorpion. Talent. Exceptional. Level. 13 Elite. Elements. Earth. Poison. Abilities. Venom. Earth movement. Traits. Strong territorial instincts. Significantly enhanced venom. Ghost face pattern on its abdomen. Secretes dark red, sweet-smelling toxic blood. Moves underground with ease. Spines release venom. Leaves barren ground in its wake. Pincers capable of injecting poison. Looking at the black scorpion paying him a late-night visit, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. "So, are you here to show off after evolving? Or is there something else?" To his surprise, the black scorpion shook its head and began conversing with Daba instead. Daba, who had initially looked annoyed, suddenly lit up with excitement after hearing what Black Scorpion had to say. Dabao's sudden change in attitude puzzled Su Ming. While he was wondering what exactly Black Scorpion had said to Dabao, Dabao let out a few soft meow sounds. "It said it hopes you can teach it how to make the cultivation liquid and to call its owner to pay up," Dabao translated. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. This Black Scorpion was indeed quite amusing and entertaining. Even though it was already the middle of the night, Su Ming decided to give Wang Jinbao a call. He assumed it might take a few tries to get through since most people would be asleep at this hour. However, to his surprise, The call was picked up almost immediately. You're not asleep? Su Ming asked, slightly surprised. I was, but my dad woke me up with a whip. Wang Jinbao replied with a hint of annoyance in his voice. He said I had to pour tea for Qianyeye. Just as I finished pouring, my parents and Qianyeye went into the study to talk. I have no idea why she would come to my house this late. And I got whipped for nothing. Anyway, why are you calling this late? Su Ming was silent for a moment after hearing this. Qianyeye visiting Wang Jinbao's house in the middle of the night and having a private discussion with his parents? Could they be planning a surprise marriage arrangement for Wang Jinbao? Surely not. Shaking off these thoughts, Su Ming got to the point. Your black scorpion has completed its evolution. It came knocking on my dorm room door just now, waking both me and Bao. It wants you to prepare the materials and money, so I can make the cultivation liquid for it. But you can skip the payment, just bring the materials. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of rustling clothes. Got it. I'll head to the company to get the materials right now. Send me the list of what's needed. Oh, and take a video of my black scorpion so I can see what it looks like now, Wang Jinbao said, his tone noticeably more hurried. He then shouted in the direction of the study. Mom, Dad, my black scorpion has evolved. I'm heading to school. With that, he hung up. Su Ming turned to the black scorpion and started recording a video. Just show off your appearance naturally, no need to use any abilities or skills, alright? The black scorpion let out a soft hiss to indicate its understanding. Meanwhile, back at the Wang family villa, Wang Jinbao's father, Wang Duobao, stared after his son's hasty departure, momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, the front door had already closed. That brat. So rudicant, he see we're in the middle of a discussion? Wang Duobao grumbled angrily. Sitting nearby, Qianyeye chuckled and tried to smooth things over. Uncle, don't be upset. He probably just got a message from Su Ming, saying his contracted beast has completed its evolution. Su Ming? Wang Duobao frowned in thought. When did that kid make new friends? And honestly, with his constant showboating, how does he even have friends? Feeling a bit awkward, Qianyeye forced a smile and said, well, about that, uncle, let me explain. Wang Duobao scratched his balding head while listening in disbelief to Qianyeye's explanation. So you're saying that the evolution of the blood-eyed rabbit was also due to Su Ming's evolutionary serum? His eyes flashed with surprise. The blood-eyed rabbit evolving into a blast rock moon palace is a rare case, even among master-level breeders. A look of satisfaction spread across his face. It seems Su Ming is very talented. No wonder that little rascal has been so motivated lately. Truly comforting. Sitting nearby, Wang's mother caught onto the key points of the conversation, her face lighting up with an understanding smile. Over the years, being around Wang Duobao, she had picked up some skill in reading people. In this era of spiritual energy revival, mere businessmen who only knew how to make money were as defenseless as fish on a chopping block, lacking any real competitiveness. Yeah, Wang's mother suddenly recalled something. Jinbao mentioned this when he came back today. He told me to hurry up and help the heavy armor rhino break through to the Lord level and evolve. Is that brat hinting that I should go find Su Ming? Qianyeye thought for a moment before nodding in confirmation. Yes, Su Ming's abilities are indeed impressive. Even the Ouyang family has started trying to recruit him. They want to leverage his talent in breeding to enhance the influence of the Breeders' Guild. She analyzed concisely. In a small place like Bayun City, the influence of the Breeders' Association as an official organization is far less significant than in larger cities. If someone as young and capable as Su Ming joins, it will definitely change the situation. Listening to Qianyeye's analysis, Wang's mother gently patted her hand with a beaming smile. Once you and Jinbao graduate from university, we can get down to serious matters. Then the four elders in our two families can finally enjoy some peace and happiness. These words brought a blush to Qianyeye's cheeks. Meanwhile, Wang Duobao's thoughts had shifted to the issue of beast taming. He recalled the days of his youth, fighting alongside his peers in the wilderness, and how his beast had sustained lasting injuries to save him. It was this hard-earned experience that had allowed him to hold his own in Bayun City, not through technique, but through sheer grit and survival. Having figured out the key to the matter, Wang Duobao made a gesture for silence and took out his phone to make a call. The study fell silent, save for his low voice. If this works, my brothers who went through life and death with me will finally have some good days ahead. When that happens, I'll have plenty to brag about. Qianyeye and Wang's mother exchanged a knowing look and laughed so hard they couldn't stop. Meanwhile, in the senior high school division, Wang Jinbao was standing behind Su Ming, massaging his shoulders as he spoke. Thanks for the hard work. Staying up late just to prepare the breeding serum for my beast. Su Ming glanced up at him, rolled his eyes, and shrugged off his hands. Then, he pointed at Dabao, who had already transformed with vertical pupils and was glaring intently at Wang Jinbao. Upon being reminded, Wang Jinbao gave an awkward smile. Well, I was just too happy, you know? Besides, it's already 5 a.m., and your master is still willing to stay up late to prepare the cultivation fluid for my black scorpion. Can't I be a little excited and celebrate with your master? Dabao let out a disdainful snort, flicked its tail, and swept Wang Jinbao's little centipede to the side before lazily returning to its cozy nest. Su Ming shook his head at the scene. Only you, Wang Jinbao. If it were anyone else, Dabao would have already shown its claws. It's not that late. I usually sleep around 8 or 9. Today, I'll just treat it as an early morning. Go back to your dorm for now. Come back in an hour with breakfast. Wang Jinbao made an okay gesture, cheerfully leading his 2 contracted beasts away. So awesome, so powerful. I can't wait to see you wreak havoc on the battlefield. The black scorpion raised its pincers skillfully, echoing its master's excitement. Once the door closed, Dabao immediately darted out of the room and snatched the beast blood fruit from the bag. No, no, no. Su Ming quickly grabbed Dabao by the chin. This beast blood fruit wasn't secretly kept for us this time. I actually need it later. We already ate a 100-year-old one yesterday. We can't eat the materials other people need for their cultivation. Reluctantly, Dabao loosened its grip, licked its lips, and let out a puzzled meow. So, when can we sneak some again? Su Ming carried the bag toward the kitchen. We'll see. Cultivation fluid ingredients are nowhere near the same level as evolution materials. For evolution, you can just make up an excuse. Dabao nodded in a daze, lying nearby to watch Su Ming prepare the cultivation fluid. 40 minutes later, 2 vials of black scorpion cultivation fluid were ready. Just as Su Ming was about to lie on the couch and scroll through his phone while waiting for Wang Jinbao to pick them up, a rapid knock sounded at the door. Su Ming gestured for Dabao to open it. Dabao's white-handed tail deftly hooked the door handle. Wang Jinbao burst in, shouting excitedly, Su Ming, hurry. Your big fortune has arrived. What do you mean? Su Ming asked, holding the cultivation fluid with a puzzled look. Qin Yeye told my dad about you. He just called me and wants you to take a look at his contracted beast's conditions. Su Ming froze for a moment, thinking to himself how reliable Qin Yeye was. Wang Jinbao's father's contracted beasts were at least at the war chief level. This truly could be considered a stroke of fortune. The 2 quickly set off for Wang Jinbao's house. On the way, Wang Jinbao explained the situation with his father's beasts in detail, leaving Su Ming with an increasingly peculiar expression. So, this is what you mean by fatherly love and filial duty? Your dad even told you about his black market dealings back in the day? So, let me get this straight, your father's war chief level Heavenly Snow Wolf died in that fight, and the remaining heavy armored Rhino and Black Ghost Tiger were severely injured, leaving them with chronic conditions? And they've been stuck at level 30 ever since? Riding in Wang Jinbao's car, Su Ming quickly arrived at Wang Jinbao's home while the early morning light and sparse traffic made for a smooth journey. What greeted him was an imposing and grand estate. A 5-meter gate stood majestically, beyond which lay a meticulously landscaped garden and lawn, stretching back 700 to 800 meters to a standalone 3-story villa. As Su Ming took in the luxurious scenery, his attention was suddenly drawn to 2 massive creatures lying on the lawn, their watchful eyes fixed on the approaching vehicle. Slowly, they began to rise. One of them was a giant rhinoceros clad in heavy black armor, measuring 8 meters in length and 5 meters in height at the shoulder. Its jet black horn, though partially broken, still extended 2 meters. With each breath, its armored plates quivered slightly in rhythm. What stood out most was the anomaly on its chest where the strongest armor should have been. There was instead a massive, grotesque scar, completely unprotected. Beside the armored rhinoceros stood a pure black tiger, over 5 meters long and just over 3 meters tall at the shoulder. This black ghost tiger had lost its tail, and one of its eyes was permanently shut, marked by a deep, shocking scar likely the result of a brutal battle where the eye had been gouged out. Compared to the rhinoceros, its defenses were clearly weaker. Its body was riddled with scars of various sizes, and some areas even lacked flesh, leaving behind sunken, pale scars where the skin had healed. After the car came to a stop, Wang Jinbao sighed and said, "Yeah, when I was a kid, they were on the verge of breaking through to the next level. Now they're stuck here, unable to make any progress. My father's pride and joy was his snow wolf. He used to boast about its rare talent after a few drinks, but unfortunately, it died in the wild. Its remains are buried in that raised mound behind them, but even its body wasn't spared." Hearing this, Su Ming felt a mix of emotions. As Wang Jinbao's closest friend, he understood that running a large business required a certain ruthlessness, but at this moment, all he wanted was to stand by Wang Jinbao's side. Just then, Wang Jinbao's father, Wang Duobao, approached with a warm smile. "Ah, Xiaosu, you're here. Would you like to come inside for some tea first?" Looking at the face so strikingly similar to Wang Jinbao's, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. "Thank you, Uncle Wang, but let's take a look at the beasts first. We can chat and have tea later," Su Ming politely declined. Wang Duobao nodded approvingly at Su Ming's professionalism. "All right then, Xiaosu, go ahead. Where do you want to start? I'll have the old fellows cooperate with you." Su Ming nodded silently and shifted his gaze to the heavily armored rhino in front of him, whose heart-guarding scales were missing. Let's start with the armored rhino. Just make sure it doesn't resist. This examination might cause some discomfort. Wang Duobao stood to the side and gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. The armored rhino immediately lay down obediently. Seeing this, the black ghost tiger approached, but it halted in its tracks after receiving a warning glance from Wang Duobao. Su Ming crouched down to examine the wound where the rhino's heart-guarding scales were missing. The skin emitted a foul stench, but showed no signs of festering. As a veterinarian, Su Ming recognized it at once as a sign of vascular necrosis, which the body couldn't heal on its own. The location of the injury, directly over the heart, made it clear that it was caused by severe trauma during battle. What was even more concerning was the state of the rhino's heavy armor, which was riddled with dents and completely incapable of self-repair. Uncle Wang, there are two problems, Su Ming said solemnly as he straightened up. First, the armored rhino can no longer provide the nutrients needed to repair its armor. Second, its heart and internal organs have sustained severe and lasting damage. He paused briefly before continuing. We could attempt to push it to break through to the Lord level, utilizing the life force surge during the breakthrough to repair its injuries. However, even if it succeeds, it might not fully recover. And after this, it must never evolve again. Doing so would be fatal. These words left everyone present stunned. The black ghost tiger glared furiously, but Dabeo stepped forward and returned the glare with equal ferocity. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, the armored rhino took the initiative to position itself between Su Ming and the black ghost tiger. Sorry, Xiao Su, Wang Duobao asked softly. So you're saying there's still a chance for a breakthrough? It just can't evolve anymore, right? Seeing the hopeful looks in everyone's eyes, Su Ming explained in detail, that's correct. But the breakthrough carries the risk of failure. The damage to its internal organs is likely due to delayed treatment, leading to ongoing functional decline. Even if it successfully breaks through, it would essentially be defying the odds. He hesitated before adding, given its current condition, it probably won't live for more than a few years. Hearing this, Wang Duobao's eyes instantly reddened. He looked up at the sky and murmured, all right. A moment later, he grasped Su Ming's hand tightly. Whatever materials are needed, whatever the cost, just tell me. Your uncle has the money, and I'll have everything prepared right away. After a brief moment of thought, Su Ming listed the requirements. 2 tons of goldstone soil, 10 liters of bone marrow blood, 10 hundred-year-old beast blood fruits, 1 lord-level core each of gold and earth attributes, a set of spinal marrow and heart, 1 pound of 1,000-year-old blood spirit ganoderma, and 1 liter of earth core essence. The cost will be 5 million. The 5 million offer caught Su Ming by surprise. It was the highest amount he had ever been offered. And this money wasn't even for custom evolution, but solely for nurturing and ensuring that the heavy armored rhino could push past its limits. Without even pausing to think, Wang Duobao nodded in agreement upon hearing the offer. All right, take a look at my black ghost tiger's condition as well. I'll send over the materials together when the time comes. Hey brat, did you jot down your Uncle Rhino's materials? Wang Duobao barked, turning to his son. Wang Jinbao rolled his eyes impatiently and nodded repeatedly. Do you ever talk about anything but nonsense? Su Ming, go ahead. Let me know if you need the beasts to cooperate, Wang Duobao said. Su Ming glanced at Wang Jinbao, then leaned down and gently patted the black ghost tiger. Don't be so tense, Dabo. The black ghost tiger's stats immediately appeared before him. Talent, exceptional grade. Battle power, 30. Primary elements, darkness, wind. Ability, phantom shadow. Bestiary description. The undisputed king of the forest, known to roam deep mountains and dense woods. Its roar echoes through the wilderness, making every woodland creature submit to its might. It moves with layered afterimages, indistinguishable from reality, making it a top-tier assassin, especially in darkness. Even when it's full, it hunts the creatures in its territory purely for sport. Su Ming approached the black ghost tiger without the slightest fear of its displeasure. Lie down. I said lie down, not sit. Black tiger, do as he says, Wang Duobao immediately commanded. Once the black ghost tiger lay down, Su Ming finally got a clear look at the large purplish-black scar running across half its belly. It seemed to have resulted from an ambush by a beast like the black scorpion attacking from underground. Initially, Su Ming had thought this tiger's condition might be better than the heavy armored rhinos, but now it was clear the situation wasn't optimistic. Fortunately, its heartbeat was still strong, indicating that its heart, a critical organ, remained in good condition and could withstand the transformation of evolution. This was a better sign than the heavy armored rhino, whose internal organs were so damaged that evolution would guarantee its death, even if it reached the Lord level. As Su Ming examined the tail, he discovered that it had been severed cleanly at the base. The scars on its rear suggested it had been forcibly torn off during a fight. Finally, he moved to the tiger's head. Open that closed eye. This time, The black ghost tiger wised up and followed the command without waiting for Wang Duobao to intervene. As Su Ming had suspected, the eye socket was completely dark. Its eyeball was nowhere to be found. The discovery made him pause and thought, what if evolution triggered complications in its brain? Little Su, that I couldn't be saved at the time. To avoid affecting its recovery, we removed it through standard procedures, Wang Duobao explained. Removed through proper methods? That's acceptable, Su Ming said, letting out a small sigh of relief. It can still try to evolve after a breakthrough, but it'll likely only get one shot. If it succeeds, it can continue progressing. If it fails, it'll be the same as the heavy armored rhino. Evolution will no longer be an option. Upon hearing that there was still a beast capable of evolving, Wang Duobao's tense nerves relaxed, and a relieved smile spread across his face. To him, the heavy armored rhino and the black ghost tiger were not just contract beasts, but also brothers who had fought alongside him through life and death. It was these two companions who had helped him achieve his current status and identity. To save the heavy armored rhino, he had once spent 1 billion credit points without hesitation to hire a king-level healing beastmaster. Similarly, when the black ghost tiger fell ill, he sought the same master and paid tens of millions. Although this expenditure was painful at the time, it wasn't enough to truly harm him financially, especially now. The news that his old companions might be cured and live normal lives brought him joy greater than any celebration. Xiao Su, list the materials and have Wang Jinbao take note, Wang Duobao instructed. Su Ming nodded, tugging at the corner of the large black cat's mouth in front of him with some disdain. This big-head cat has such a foul mouth, no sense of personal hygiene at all, he muttered before listing the materials. 500-year beast blood fruits, 5 wind and rain fruits, 5 Tianshan fruits, 2 liters of core essence, 1 wind attribute lord-level monster core, 5 liters of lifeblood, and 1 whole stalk of 100-year-old blood jade Ganoderma. The cost for this cultivation liquid is the same as the one for the heavy armored rhino, 5 million. Wang Duobao listened silently and gave Wang Jinbao a meaningful glance. A second later, Su Ming's phone buzzed with a payment notification. 10 million credits received. Bring the materials over first, Su Ming said, suppressing his inner excitement. Jinbao, get a few large pots ready. We'll do it right here in the courtyard. Pots. The suggestion left Qian Yeye, Wang Duobao, and Wang's mother stunned. They couldn't understand why large pots were needed to prepare cultivation liquid. Although Wang Jinbao grasped Su Ming's intent, he hesitated. Isn't this inappropriate? Doing it here in the courtyard, with so many people around? It's fine, Su Ming explained. This cultivation liquid isn't just for nurturing, it can also heal injuries. But if the dosage isn't precise, it could cause massive internal bleeding and death within seconds. Each beast requires a unique amount based on its condition, so copying the formula without understanding it would only harm the beasts. This explanation served both as a clarification and a gesture of trust toward the Wang family. Xiao Su, the fact that you're willing to do this shows you trust me, Wang Duobao said, turning to his wife. And I, in turn, would never let this information leak. Even if it did, it wouldn't be of any use. Wang's mother understood immediately. She pulled out her phone to instruct the household staff to stay inside the villa and surrender all electronic devices. As for anyone unwilling to cooperate, Su Ming's expression made it clear, and considering Wang Duobao's rise to power, it was evident those individuals and their families might end up as fertilizer in the courtyard. This scene only reinforced Su Ming's belief. To become a successful businessman in this circle, especially a monopolistic local powerhouse, one must have an iron fist. Xiao Su, Wang Duobao said, rubbing his hands together in a symbolic gesture while peering at Su Ming with curiosity. The materials are on their way, but what's the deal with the big pots? This is the first time I've heard of cultivation liquid involving something like that. Here, the author apologizes to the readers for the revisions made to the ending of chapter 62. About an hour had passed when a large, enclosed truck slowly drove into Wang Jinbao's estate. Wang Jinbao's sharp eyes caught sight of the driver the moment he stepped out of the truck, and he quickly walked over to greet him. Stay inside the villa. Wait until I call you to come out, Wang Jinbao said sternly. Hand over all your phones and electronic devices. Don't do anything you shouldn't. Understood? The middle-aged man, who had worked for the Wang family for over 20 years, promptly pulled his phone out of his pocket without hesitation. He knew Wang Jinbao's temperament all too well. So long as he followed the rules, not only would he remain safe, but had also make a good profit. Understood, young master. I know the rules. Wang Jinbao took the phone, his expression unreadable, and gave a slight nod to signal the man to leave. Internally, he was pleased. Seasoned employees were reliable and quick to understand instructions, unlike the foolish rookie from last time, who was astonishingly incompetent. Su Ming stepped forward to help Wang Jinbao unload items and a large boiler from the truck. A few iron boxes filled with a material called goldstone soil were still left on board. What should we do with this goldstone soil? Wang Jinbao asked, patting one of the iron boxes before turning to Su Ming for guidance. If you know how to handle it, just tip the box over and dump it out, Su Ming explained. Even if the box breaks and the contents spill, it's fine. It's meant to be used as an external treatment for the armored rhino. Without hesitation, Wang Jinbao climbed into the truck and began working skillfully. Got it. Just a small truck, no problem at all. While Wang Jinbao unloaded the cargo, Su Ming began preparing the boiler. After surveying the area, he turned to Wang Jinbao, who had just finished unloading. Jinbao, go get a water hose, make sure it's clean. Wang Jinbao immediately ran off, his quick response bringing tears to Wang Jinbao's mother's eyes. She turned to her husband. Honey, you and your old buddies used to be like this too, didn't you? Wang Duobao, who had been lost in thought, showed a trace of sorrow on his face. Yes, we were. But now, some of them have passed on, leaving before me. Oldly was the last one left, and even his final beast didn't make it through yesterday. He told me when I contacted him earlier today. He sighed. If it weren't for the support of those brothers, I wouldn't be where I am now. Seeing this rascal make such a capable friend like Su Minjit makes me, as his father, proud. Qian Yaya quietly stood by Wang Jinbao's mother, holding her hand and softly wiping away her tears as the couple reminisced about the past. Su Ming glanced at Wang Jinbao, who was drenched in sweat, and shook his head. Having such a huge yard at home isn't always a good thing. Wang Jinbao nodded in agreement, exhaling in frustration. When someone told me that before, I'd have cursed them out. Now I believe it. Do you need me to help? No need, Su Ming replied. Go direct your rhino uncle to dismantle those iron boxes of goldstone soil. Once it lies down on them, it mustn't move, fall asleep, or relieve itself. Otherwise, we'll need to bring in another 2 tons of the stuff. Wang Jinbao clicked his tongue, while Su Ming had already started working. Meanwhile, Wang Duobao and his family headed toward the armored rhino and the black ghost tiger. Trust was mutual. Su Ming trusted the Wang family, and they weren't about to let him down. Though Wang Duobao had risen to power through ruthless means, he was ultimately a man of sentiment. He could see the genuine camaraderie between his son and Su Ming, a friendship that reminded him of his own younger self. With the future daughter-in-law's words of praise, Wang Duobao felt exceptionally satisfied with his son's judgment, even slightly self-conscious about his own. As the monopolist of Baiyun City's materials industry for 2 decades, money had long since become nothing more than meaningless numbers to him. At this moment, De Bao lay lazily at Su Ming's feet, drooling slowly from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the black ghost tiger was crouched in front of Wang Duobao, also drooling. The scene couldn't help but remind one of the similarities among feline creatures. 2 hours slipped by quietly as Su Ming and Wang Jinbao took turns stirring the mixture in the large boiler. Thanks to their persistent efforts, the originally thick paste gradually thinned into a more liquid consistency. Wait, Su Ming, what's going on here? Why does this paste look like rice porridge now? Wang Jinbao asked, glancing over at Su Ming, who was resting and scrolling through his phone. Isn't it obvious? Su Ming answered without lifting his head. The materials are reacting with each other, just like what we learned in high school chemistry. Anyway, just take it to your Uncle Rhino. Make sure he doesn't leave the Jinsure earth mat. Wang Jinbao's lips twitched at Su Ming's response. Can you not call him that? My dad says it, and now you're saying it too. Also, this pot doesn't even have wheels. How am I supposed to move it? Su Ming, who was preparing a new batch for the black ghost tiger, paused and nodded thoughtfully. You're right. Let your Uncle Black Tiger help move it. Oh, and, he added, remember to tell your dad there'll be a reaction after drinking something that's painful, itchy, and oddly satisfying at the same time. Wang Jinbao stopped in his tracks, curiosity piqued. Painful, itchy, and satisfying? What kind of feeling is that? Su Ming glanced at him while crushing fruits into a paste. Kind of like the feeling of a belt stir-frying meat. Wang Jinbao opened his mouth to say something but ultimately left without a word. Soon after, under his persuasion, the black ghost tiger approached, carefully gripping the edge of the pot with its mouth and carrying it back. Su Ming silently thanked the heavens that the pot had a lid. Otherwise, if the armored rhino ended up drinking black ghost tiger's saliva, it might just mess with the medicine's effects. Sure enough, when the black ghost tiger set the pot down, a stream of drool dripped from its mouth, leaving Wang Duobao momentarily speechless. Qian Ye quickly stepped in to explain. When my blood-eyed rabbit evolved, it went through unbearable pain, but it succeeded in the end. Black ghost tiger, you'll need to make sure the armored rhino stays awake through this. The black ghost tiger sniffed the liquid in the pot, letting out a soft grunt. The smell is unique, sometimes fragrant, sometimes fishy, the armored rhino commented. Don't worry, I've got it. I'm not some stubborn old fool. With that, it opened its massive jaws, clamped onto the pot's rim, and tipped it back, gulping down the concoction in one go. It even licked the bottom of the pot clean with its tongue. As the pot clanged to the ground, the armored rhino's eyes instantly turned blood red. Within seconds, The gene-sure earth beneath it began to react strangely, as if magnetically pulled toward its skin and battered armor, adhering tightly as though these lifeless materials had suddenly been given life. The golden earth and metallic stones surged upward like flowing water, instantly cloaking the heavy-armored rhino's dark gray armor in a shimmering golden coat. This miraculous substance not only covered the entire armor, but also seeped into its flesh, even affecting the broken horn. The heavy-armored rhino stood silently, watching the strange scene unfold. Though it couldn't comprehend what was happening, an unbearable itch spread throughout its body as the golden material expanded. It let out a low, agonized growl, a sound that Wang Duobao caught immediately. Feeling itchy and can't stand it, huh? Wang Duobao blurted out, then turned to the black ghost tiger and shouted, "Quick, Black Tiger, hold your big brother down. Don't let it move." The black ghost tiger, which had been drooling moments ago, immediately snapped out of its greed and sprang up to pin down the rhino's broken horn. In the distance, Su Ming observed the scene quietly and commented softly, "First comes the itching, then the pain, and finally relief. If it can't endure the itching, the horn's recovery will definitely be affected. Let's see how it handles the next 2 stages." Half an hour later, the rhino suddenly lost strength, and its head slammed heavily into the ground. The sight made Wang Duobao panic, but Wang Jinbao quickly explained, "The second stage is starting. It just needs to push through this." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a foul-smelling black liquid began to ooze from the rhino's mouth. The black ghost tiger, repulsed by the stench, immediately backed away. Soon after, the skin on the rhino's chest split open, and more of the black liquid poured out, filling the courtyard with an overwhelming odor. The intense pain left the rhino unable to even roar as the necrotic black blood was slowly expelled from its body. Wang Jinbao, having prepared for this, retrieved a gas mask from the truck's cab and put it on. Just as he was feeling smug about his foresight, he felt a blow to the back of his head. His mask was snatched away, and he looked up to see his father glaring at him. "You're too young to be wearing a mask," Wang Duobao scolded. "Go escort your mom and Yaya back to the villa. See if Xiaosu needs any help, and stop standing around here." He then approached the heavy-armored rhino and spoke softly, "Old friend, I know this is painful, but you have to hold on. We've got another 100 years or so to live together." Meanwhile, Su Ming was focused on checking the thermometer. Despite the pervasive stench, his Dabao adeptly used wind elements attached to its tail, fanning away the odor at intervals. When someone asked why there was no smell on his side, Su Ming rolled his eyes, checked the thermometer and timer, and placed the blood jade fungus into the container. He responded flatly, "Maybe you've just gotten used to smelling awful things." Inside the boiler, a mystical vortex suddenly emerged, formed by the merging energies of various spiritual plants. Su Ming seized the moment and poured the prepared earth core essence into it. Instantly, a strong, earthy stench spread through the air, causing Wang Jinbao to wrinkle his nose. However, before he could say anything, the pungent odor was completely absorbed by Dabao. Su Ming swiftly turned off the heat source and removed the thermometer and timer from the side of the boiler. "Wait an hour, then let Uncle Black Tiger come and eat," he said, turning to Wang Jinbao. "The second phase of the heavy-armored rhino's recovery is almost complete, but there's something you need to be aware of. Its pitch-black horn won't fully regenerate. At most, it will recover about 2/3 of its original state, even if it advances to the Lord level." He paused for a moment before continuing, "You have to understand, the heavy-armored rhino's strongest defense isn't its heavy armor or the heart-guarding plate on its chest, it's that horn. Breaking it is no small feat. Even 2 or 3 beasts of the same rank would struggle to accomplish it. Your father was truly ruthless back then." "I understand," Wang Jinbao replied, following Su Ming's gaze. The heavy-armored rhino, though its head was still resting on the ground, let out contented snorts. "This is the final stage, right?" "That's right," Su Ming confirmed with a nod. "Now, go inform Uncle Black Tiger to get ready to eat. Oh, and be careful with the black blood that just oozed out from the heavy-armored rhino. That's necrotic blood it couldn't expel earlier, and it's toxic. Over the next couple of days, make sure to clean up the blackened soil and plants in the surrounding area to prevent the poison from spreading." Wang Jinbao, worried he might forget, quickly took out his phone to jot everything down. Just then, Su Ming's phone rang. "Beep beep, beep beep. Who's calling at this hour?" Su Ming muttered, glancing at the time, Wednesday, just before lunchtime. Seeing that the caller ID displayed his homeroom teacher's name, he immediately perked up. "Hello? Teacher Wang? Has your beast broken through to the Lord level?" "Yes, but..." Wang Chuanfa's voice carried a hint of apology. "Su Ming, it seems the cultivation liquid you prepared might have been wasted." This left both Su Ming and Wang Jinbao momentarily stunned. Wang Jinbao blurted out instinctively, "Wasn't it prepared in full doses? That huge snake should have consumed it all at once. How could it be wasted?" On the other end of the call, Wang Chuanfa explained, well, my white snake went out for a bit last night and broke through to the Lord level on its own before returning. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao instantly understood the issue. The energy required for a breakthrough to the Lord level far exceeds that of the warrior level. The cultivation liquid, specifically prepared for a warrior level breakthrough, would have little to no effect on a white venom python that had already advanced to the Lord level. It was a bittersweet realization. Good news that the beast had reached the Lord level, but bad news that the painstakingly prepared cultivation liquid was now practically useless. On the other end of the line, Wang Chuanfa, hearing the sudden silence, wasn't surprised. He inwardly regretted his decision, thinking, if only I had held back last night. Now I've wasted $1 million for nothing. A mere 1 million? That's nothing. The money from those corpses last night was just pocket change, Wang Chuanfa said with a hint of smugness in his voice. The most important thing is that my beast has broken through to the Lord level and gained a chance for a second evolution. Su Ming, I heard Wang Jinbao's voice just now. Is that kid next to you? Are you at school right now? Let your teacher take a look at how much it would cost to cultivate my white serpent. Wang Jinbao blinked at these words and turned to Su Ming with a suggestion. Why don't we head over first? We've already taken care of everything. After a moment of thought, Su Ming shook his head. I'm visiting Jinbao's house right now. I might return to school later. I'll help the teacher check it out then. All right, no rush. You guys carry on. I'll hang up now. After the call ended, Wang Jinbao quietly noted Su Ming's decision. So, his beast has reached the Lord level. Do you think he'll come to you for a custom evolution? Wang Jinbao asked. Custom evolution? The term made Su Ming pause and thought. For anyone else, he would have been eager to assist, but Wang Chunfa's case made him wary. A Lord-level white snake had only one evolutionary path, turning into a Jiao. And what did that mean? Although Su Ming hadn't personally experienced the mythological frenzy of the past, he knew all too well that the emergence of a Jiao within the Dragon Kingdom would trigger a storm capable of tearing everything apart. Even an Emperor-level Beastmaster might not be able to control the situation, Su Ming reflected grimly. This is no time to play the part of someone who loves dragons without understanding their danger. When that time comes, Wang Chuanfa and his beast will undoubtedly be taken away together, their fate uncertain. They'd likely spend the rest of their days in a laboratory. And me? Faced with endless torture and interrogation, I might as well end it myself. I don't have that kind of ability, Su Ming said, shaking his head. Right now, the best I can do is mix cultivation fluids for Lord-level beasts or prepare evolution formulas for elite-level ones. My greatest achievement so far has been evolving a blood-eyed rabbit into the rare explosive rock moon palace. Progress has to be steady step by step. There's no room for overreaching. Wang Jinbao nodded. So, when the time comes, should I find someone else to evolve my dad's black ghost tiger? Su Ming hesitated briefly before decisively agreeing. His current best record was preparing cultivation fluids for Lord-level beasts and helping an 18th-level elite beast leap directly to the champion level. That level of accomplishment could be attributed to natural talent. There were plenty of geniuses more gifted than him, and such feats would merely earn him some recognition. But if a newcomer like him managed to refine evolution fluids for a Lord-level beast and succeeded, it would be an entirely different matter. The implications would be explosive. At the very least, he might become a target for foreign spies, facing assassination or kidnapping. It would only be a matter of which faction acted faster. Such high-stakes risks were not something he could afford to take. As for cultivation fluids, distinguishing between genuine and fake was tricky. With the right coordination, one could even claim to have prepared fluids for an Emperor-level beast, as long as the Beastmaster confirmed it. Whether or not it was effective, well, who besides those directly involved would ever know the truth? While browsing the internet, Su Ming often came across people putting on a show. But evolution was different. It brought about such significant changes that anyone could notice them at a glance. This stark contrast made Su Ming realize that, at this stage, he wasn't ready to design evolution routes for Lord-tier beasts. For now, it wasn't a business opportunity he could tap into. Speaking of evolution and cultivation, a question suddenly occurred to Su Ming. He turned to Wang Jinbao, who was intently examining the boiler, and asked, Jinbao, since your dad has such a wide network of connections, why did he need to rely on a king-tier beastmaster to monopolize the market? Hearing this, Wang Jinbao gave a wry smile and shook his head. You're overthinking it. If my dad really had those kinds of connections, I would have already made a name for myself in a small place like Bayun City, living the life of a top-tier rich second generation. That king-tier beastmaster is actually Zhao Guang's parents' teacher and works as a director at the Beast Hospital in the Magic City. Back then, my dad had to shamelessly ask Zhao Guang's parents to help make the connection. He continued to explain, king-tier beastmasters rarely lack money, especially those who advanced using healing-type beasts. As long as a beast has even a sliver of life left, they can bring it back. Basically, they're top-tier moneymakers. Of course, it depends on the injured beast level. And all of this was over a decade ago. Now, their status and influence are hard to predict. Hearing this, Su Ming was taken aback. He had initially speculated that Zhao Guang's family background was no weaker than Wang Jinbao's, but he hadn't expected it to be a complete dominance in comparison. Just how vast would the network of a king-tier healing beastmaster be? In today's terms, it was an unfathomable resource. Wang Jinbao paused for a moment, his tone tinged with resignation. Do you think my family wanted to get involved in politics and business for no reason? It's all about building connections. He then mentioned Ouyang Li. His father is the president of the Baiyun City Cultivators Association. He's been learning cultivation techniques since he was a kid. A while back, he became an intermediate cultivator. My dad found out about it while casually chatting during a drinking session. Ouyang Li's planning to make a big impression during the upcoming major exam to bring honor to his grandmaster. As he spoke, Wang Jinbao's tone grew increasingly somber. His grandmaster is said to be the vice president of the Cultivators Association in the Magic City, a master-tier cultivator rumored to be on the verge of advancing to epic tier. Whether that's true or not is hard to say, but one thing's for sure: after the major exam, both Ouyang Li and Zhao Guang will head to the Magic City for further training. Seeing the shock on Su Ming's face, Wang Jinbao smiled bitterly and continued, "You think that's the end of it? The most outrageous one is Li Li. Her family only moved here 5 years ago. Her father is the city lord of Baiyun City. But no one knows who her father's teacher is, or even what his beast is. Not even Li Li herself has ever seen it. However, one thing is certain. Li Li's brother is at least a lower-tier beastmaster. She told us herself after witnessing it with her own eyes." Wang Jinbao shook his head and sighed. It's obvious they're here in this small town just to gain some credentials. Once the major exam is over, their family will definitely move on, and Li Li's future is practically paved with gold. My dad, back in the day, only knew how to fight and never understood the importance of connections. If Head managed to latch onto just one of these powerhouses, I wouldn't have to be worrying about this now. After hearing all this, Su Ming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He had thought he was already doing quite well, but the family backgrounds and connections of these privileged kids far exceeded anything he could have imagined. Su Ming listened quietly as Wang Jinbao revealed these hidden truths, feeling deeply shaken inside. Compared to the high-level connections Wang Jinbao had just mentioned, his own family's rise to prominence seemed rather insignificant. No wonder Wang Jinbao was so insistent on transitioning from private enterprise to official business, a surefire way to build influential networks. Director of the State Hospital, the City Lord's mentor, Vice President of the Beast Trainer Association in the Magic City, Su Ming silently recited these titles in his mind. Each one belonged to a powerful and influential beast trainer. In this era of spiritual energy revival, beast trainers were everything. Unlike in the past, society now operated under a simple rule: survival of the fittest. People scrambled to pursue strength, aiming for power, wealth, and a revered social standing. Su Ming recalled an article he had once read online, describing the struggles university graduates faced when job hunting before the era of spiritual energy revival. Now, as long as one had the courage, anyone could make a living in the wilderness. Of course, this path was fraught with both opportunities and dangers. The profession of a beast trainer perfectly embodied the brutal law of the jungle. Thinking of the pioneers who had ventured into the wild, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. How had humanity managed to withstand those terrifying beast tides during those years? How did they push back wave after wave of powerful beasts into the depths of the wilderness? He looked down at Dabeo by his feet, gently stroking its fur. "It's about time. Let's have Uncle Tiger eat this thing, and then we can head out. Today's Wednesday, and since you've advanced to the elite level, why not explore the wilderness? I've heard there's a river at the edge of the 10-mile district, and there are elite-level monsters on the other side. Shall we check it out?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jinbao immediately turned and walked toward the Black Ghost Tiger. "Hold on, let me give Uncle Tiger his medicine first, and then we'll go together." Dabeo, hearing about the trip to the wilderness, instantly became excited, circling Su Ming and letting out joyful cries. "Meow? Meow. Yes, we're going to face some elites. You've mastered the power of wind now, haven't you? Show me what you can do. I haven't seen it yet." Dabeo stopped in its tracks and positioned itself in front of a spare boiler. It glanced back at Su Ming. "Meow. Master, watch this." Raising one of its front paws, Dabeo made a gentle downward swipe. Despite the paw being several centimeters away from the boiler, the massive boiler over a meter in diameter was instantly sliced in half, the cut so smooth it gleamed like a mirror. Su Ming observed the scene carefully, analyzing it in his mind. With this ability, Dabeo could execute faster kill-and-drag tactics while maintaining a safe distance during attacks. Its combat potential had undergone a dramatic transformation. While Su Ming was analyzing the situation, Dabeo's performance was far from over. It walked over to the split-open boiler, and with a sudden vibration of its tail, it struck the boiler with a fierce whip. Clang! A deafening sound echoed, and the several centimeter-thick boiler crumpled instantly, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and flew dozens of meters away. "Is this air compression?" Su Ming stood frozen in shock. Nearby, the black ghost tiger that had accompanied Wang Jinbao narrowed its eyes slightly, observing the small white beast with a thoughtful expression. Sensing the gaze from behind, Dabeo was visibly annoyed. It turned its head and glared ferociously at the black ghost tiger, letting out a low, warning growl from its throat. Dabeo. Su Ming, snapping out of his daze, called out. Meow, master. He's staring at me. Staring at you? Su Ming looked at the black ghost tiger in confusion. Wang Jinbao quickly explained. I remember my uncle Tiger didn't have this kind of ability when he first broke through to the elite level. Maybe he's just surprised by how talented your Dabeo is. The black ghost tiger nodded in an almost human-like manner before turning its attention to its specially prepared cultivation liquid. However, as soon as it finished drinking, it collapsed to the ground, letting out painful howls. The two men quickly retreated with their respective beasts in alarm. Hearing the commotion, Wang Duobao rushed over in a hurry. Su Ming was completely puzzled. Something didn't add up. While it was true that cultivation liquids could cause some pain, the black ghost tiger's reaction seemed far more intense than what its injuries or the potion's potency should have caused. Dabeo, equally perplexed, stared at the black ghost tiger being comforted by Wang Duobao. For such a big creature, was drinking a tonic really that unbearable? Wang Jinbao smacked his lips in exasperation. Listen carefully. Oh, don't cry. Don't cry. I'll be over soon. Hearing this, Su Ming shook his head vigorously, trying to erase the image from his mind. Let's go. Get in the car. I can't wait to head out into the wild. Meow. Dabeo let out a disdainful cry, and even Wang Jinbao could hear the mockery in its tone. But he thought to himself, it's not his fault if his dad and Uncle Tiger are embarrassing themselves. What does it have to do with him? The two of them got into the car with their beasts, and only then did Su Ming and Dabeo feel their mood lighten. By the way, Su Ming, Wang Jinbao said as he drove, there are a few special bags in the glove compartment in front of the passenger seat. I put them there this morning. Don't forget to grab them when we get out. Special bags? They're for storing monster materials. For minion-level monsters, the materials aren't worth much, maybe a few thousand at best. But for elite-level ones, it's a different story. Their inner cores alone can sell for around 100,000. Some unique monsters have organs or other parts that are worth about the same. I'm not great with words, but trust me, those bags are very useful. Must been expensive, huh? Not too bad. They'll park the car near the perimeter line later. No point wasting time going back to school. Got it. During the ride, the black scorpion chatted casually with Dabeo, its tail still coiled around the crimson fire-patterned centipede. The centipede didn't dare make a sound throughout the conversation. The reason it was even allowed to move around outside was that Wang Jinbao and Su Ming had come to a realization. At their current level, they couldn't instantly summon their beasts from their beast space. So, it was better to let their beasts stay outside. After all, no one was going to make a fuss about it. We've arrived. Time to get out. As soon as the car came to a stop, Wang Jinbao shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring, moving so quickly that Su Ming barely had time to react. Watching Wang Jinbao's eagerness, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This guy was even more impatient than him to test out the newly evolved strength of their beasts. Su Ming reached out to open the front compartment and took out the silver-colored bag Wang Jinbao had mentioned earlier. The bag was about the size of a soccer ball, with a built-in tightening mechanism at the opening, simple in design without any unnecessary straps. It looked vaguely familiar, but Su Ming couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He grabbed it and followed Wang Jinbao out of the car. Wang Jinbao had already recalled his crimson fire black-striped centipede into his beast space, considering that the area they were heading to had elite-level monsters. This precaution would help avoid any unexpected incidents for the little creature. When he turned around and saw Su Ming holding several spatial bags, his eyes widened in disbelief. One is enough. There's no need to bring so many. Just one. Su Ming suddenly realized his mistake and quickly put the extras back in the car. No wonder the bag looked familiar. It was something he'd glimpsed in a news ad earlier. The black blood scorpion let out a soft hiss and gestured with its pincers before burrowing into the ground. There were multiple burrow entrances here, all dug by the scorpion on their previous visit. Let's go. Wang Jinbao said excitedly, leading the way forward. Though they were still in the same forest, their beasts had now advanced to the elite tier. In this beginner's zone spanning 10 miles, they no longer needed to be overly cautious. By nature, lower-tier monsters would instinctively avoid higher-tier creatures. They hadn't walked far when Dabeo suddenly curled its tail around Su Ming, who was jogging behind, and hoisted him onto its back. Meow, sit tight, master. Dabeo's about to speed up. Before Su Ming could react, the powerful wind rushing past his face nearly distorted his facial muscles. Luckily, Dabeo's tail was securely wrapped around him. Otherwise, he might have been thrown off. Wang Jinbao froze in place, watching Su Ming and Dabeo's figures vanish in an instant. He stood there, momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, a A tail burst out of the ground and coiled around his waist. Hearing the black scorpion's message through their mental link, Wang Jinbao's expression changed. Wait, I won't crash into a tree and die, right? No sooner had he spoken than he was hoisted up and whisked forward at a speed rivaling Debao's. Above, the humans sped through the air. Below, the beasts weaved through the terrain. Within minutes, they reached the stream near the boundary. When Su Ming looked up and saw the river ahead, he couldn't help but marvel. Whoa, that was fast. Thanks, Debao. Just as he was about to dismount, Debao took the opportunity to lick his face and let out a gentle meow. Su Ming had just dismounted from the cat when he suddenly heard a strange noise. Turning around, he saw Wang Jinbao being dragged toward him at an alarming speed by something. Based on his experience, Su Ming immediately realized it was the tail of the black scorpion pulling Wang Jinbao along. At this speed, a collision would undoubtedly reduce a person to pieces. Meow. Debao let out a soft cry. Su Ming gently stroked the black scorpion's head, fully understanding that this was just for the sake of traveling quickly. After all, the black scorpion's speed underground was several times faster than on the surface. In no time, Wang Jinbao was brought to Su Ming's side by the black scorpion. Seeing Wang Jinbao's pale face, Su Ming was momentarily at a loss for words and could only say, "Let's take a break." Before his words had fully settled, Wang Jinbao, just released by the black scorpion, began trembling uncontrollably. Su Ming quickly stepped forward to support him. Wow, you have no idea. I felt like I was flying just now. That was insane. Wang Jinbao stammered, his lips quivering. Su Ming could empathize. His first ride on Debao had left him just as disheveled, with his mouth full of wind until he learned to stay low. But Wang Jinbao had it worse. He had endured the full brunt of the rushing wind the entire way. Suddenly, Debao, who had been sniffing around the lakeside, turned his head sharply toward the two men who were talking. Meow, master. The big white snake is here. The big white snake? Su Ming's words had barely left his mouth when a massive white snake emerged from the lake, flicking its tongue as it fixed its gaze on them. On its head was a particularly conspicuous bump. The system instantly displayed the snake's information. Beast, white Sha snake. Rarity, rare. Level, level 31 Lord. Element, water. Ability, water element affinity. The bestiary explained that upon reaching the Lord rank, the bump on its head would grow larger with each level, though the growth rate would gradually slow. However, its chances of evolving would increase, reaching the highest success rate for transformation into a flood dragon at level 39. Is this old Wang's white Sha snake? It's already at the Lord rank? Wang Jinbao scrutinized the faint blue glow emanating from the white Sha snake's body. Looks like the faculty of Baiyun City's High School Division 3 isn't too shabby. We've got 3 Lord-level beasts here. The white Sha snake hissed at Su Ming, lowering its head to the shore. Debao, a bit displeased, relayed the message. It says it'll help us cross the river and retreat to the shore if we encounter something we can't handle. Su Ming chuckled and scratched Debao's chin. All right, we'll rely on it for now. The two of them, along with their respective beasts, climbed onto the broad back of the white Sha snake. After advancing to the Lord rank, the white Sha snake's body had grown not only more robust but also significantly longer. Initially worried about slipping, Su Ming was surprised to find his footing remarkably stable, as if some invisible force was anchoring them in place. A closer look revealed that the moisture around the edges of their shoes was the key. It kept them securely balanced on the snake's back. Even more astonishingly, as the white Sha snake glided through the water, the lake's surface remained perfectly undisturbed, as though the snake were floating above it. So this is the element control ability of a Lord-level beast? To achieve such precision, Su Ming marveled inwardly. On the lake, about 60 to 70 meters wide, the massive white Shaba snake swiftly carried the two passengers toward the opposite shore. As soon as they reached land, the snake, having recently broken through to the Lord level, silently slipped back into the water. Su Ming knew very well that the white Shaba snake had been stationed here, rather than at the school gate, because Wang Chuanfa and his team had anticipated that students might try to come this way. This area is mostly filled with elite-tier monsters. We need to stay behind and keep out of sight, Su Ming remarked, looking toward the forest on the opposite bank, which appeared even denser than the one in the 10-mile zone. His gaze lingered on the long river dividing the two shores, prompting him to wonder. If this landscape was artificially created, it would be nearly impossible for a Lord-level being to achieve such a feat. Could it have been the work of a domain lord? The very thought sent a chill down his spine. Some things only became more terrifying the more you thought about them. Wang Jinbao nodded in agreement. Exactly. Even when my black scorpion was about to break into the elite tier, its movements were already becoming too fast for me to follow. Let alone know if you pitted its past self against its current form, the old black scorpion would be completely outmatched. Su Ming nodded silently. As their beasts grew stronger, beast masters themselves seemed to become increasingly irrelevant, their role reduced to little more than caretakers. Fortunately, Su Ming had his guidebook ability. It didn't take long before he instinctively reached out, one hand grabbing Dabao's tail, the other stopping Wang Jinbao. "Don't move," Su Ming said in a low voice. "Look 20 meters ahead, at that tree trunk. The one with the darker, brownish hue." Wang Jinbao glanced around in confusion. "Aren't all these trees pretty much the same? Wait, you're not saying that Turtle tree is a monster, are you? What kind of level would that even be?" Dabao, alert and scanning the surroundings, found nothing unusual. It flicked its tail against Su Ming's leg and gave a questioning meow. After consulting the guidebook, Su Ming's scalp tingled with unease. The entry read, "Monster, poison rot tree. Talent, elite grade, level 15 elite. Element, wood, poison. Abilities, camouflage, venom. Characteristics, these monsters inhabit forests and can alter their bark's color to blend seamlessly with surrounding trees. They emit no detectable aura when still, making them natural-born assassins. Their roots contain potent venom and are capable of movement and attack. Poison rot trees are social creatures. Spotting one usually signifies the presence of a larger group nearby. If your strongest beast is not at least a full tier above the first one encountered, it's strongly advised to avoid engagement. Even trees are forming teams these days," Su Ming muttered under his breath. "If someone accidentally walked over there, they'd probably get poisoned into a pretzel in seconds." "Poison rot tree?" Wang Jinbao's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Such a shame. I've heard merchants say finding even one of these could make you rich. Too bad we're in no position to handle them." Su Ming didn't argue. It was true, an entire grove of same-tier poison rot trees could be worth a fortune. The inner cores alone would fetch an impressive price. But that was only if you managed to survive long enough to collect them. Su Ming glanced down at Dabao, who was eagerly gearing up, and flicked its forehead without hesitation. "This thing doesn't show up alone. There are at least a dozen or more. We can't take on that many at once. Let's go around." Dabao rubbed its head where it had been flicked and, upon hearing about the number of enemies, immediately turned to leave. Their retreat did not alert the monster group in the area. Poison rot trees, while social creatures, typically adopted a sit-and-wait hunting strategy. However, what made them truly fearsome was their ability to coordinate attacks and even distribute spoils based on contribution. If one were to attack rashly, they might face a single tree at first, but within moments, dozens could swarm in. Facing so many elite-level opponents would mean certain death, no matter how strong one was. After taking a detour and ensuring that no poison rot trees were visible on their radar, Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. "We can relax now. No more poison rot trees in sight. Let's continue as normal." "Ugh, disgusting." Wang Jinbao spat on the ground. "No wonder you're so good at nurturing creatures, reading all those books and all. But I never thought the monsters here would be so cunning. They just sit there, motionless like turtles." Before he could finish speaking, a white insect web suddenly shot out from the tree canopy. Fortunately, Dabao intercepted it in time. Wang Jinbao's eyes widened. "Another one from above?" In contrast, Su Ming remained calm. "Don't worry about it. It's just a tree caterpillar. I saw it earlier. These creatures aren't aggressive. They just eat leaves." Wang Jinbao was about to vent his frustration when his expression suddenly changed. "Huh. Wait, where's Black Scorpion going? What's wrong?" Su Ming asked quickly. "Did your Black Scorpion sense something?" "I'm not sure. It suddenly said it needed to leave and burrowed forward underground. I can still feel it moving ahead." Su Ming thought for a moment. Could it have sensed a spiritual plant underground and gone to dig it up? Wang Jinbao's face darkened at the suggestion. "If that's the case, it's going hungry for a day. We've got plenty of stuff at home. Why does it act like it struck gold every time we're out here?" Just as he finished speaking, he exclaimed excitedly, "It's back. Let's see what treasure it brought me this time." The ground suddenly cracked open, and Black Scorpion emerged, carrying a smooth, jet black, football-sized object. It proudly raised its pincers to show off. "Is that an egg?" Wang Jinbao was stunned. The system immediately displayed the information. Monster, jungle monitor lizard egg. Talent, elite level. Companion ability, great strength. Description: this species boasts immense bite force and strength. They lay eggs in sparse forested areas and practice monogamy, producing one egg per year. Jungle monitor lizards are fiercely protective of their offspring and can track them by scent over 100 miles. Su Ming was surprised that he could see the egg's attributes. But after reading the description, he couldn't help but laugh. "Wow, Jinbao, your Black Scorpion just found you 2 new dads." "Huh, what? What do you mean?" Although Wang Jinbao sounded puzzled, his hands moved quickly as he took the storage pouch Su Ming handed over and swiftly stored the large egg inside. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Su Ming raised an eyebrow and smirked. "What's the point of your little act? That's a jungle monitor lizard's egg. These creatures are fiercely protective of their young and can track scents for miles. The last trace of this eggs sent N's Harriery about to face two living, breathing green-skinned tanks. Miles. Wang Jinbao found this utterly absurd for the first time. A lizard that can track its young for miles? That's ridiculous. Just then, Dabeo, who had been sticking close to Su Ming, raised the corners of its mouth in a mocking smirk. It deliberately patted the black scorpion on the head with its paw and let out a sarcastic meow. You're done for. Little golden nugget is skipping your meals for a day. This sentence sent the triumphant black scorpion into a panic, and it began flailing around, trying to explain itself to Wang Jinbao. Seeing his black scorpion's embarrassed state, Wang Jinbao softened. He lightly kicked its pincers with his foot. All right, it's fine. What's done is done. It's just an egg, right? Let's see what its parents are made of. But next time, let me know before you act. Otherwise, skipping a meal or two will be the least of your worries. Su Ming silently observed the scene from the side. Run away? Sure, losing to a group of elites is one thing, but if they couldn't even handle a Tuntuo fight, they might as well go home and hit the books. Suddenly, a deafening rumble accompanied by the sound of trees crashing to the ground startled Wang Jinbao, who was in the middle of scolding the black scorpion. He froze in place and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. No way, are there really green skin tanks? Before he could finish his sentence, two massive green skin lizards, each 5 meters long and 3 meters tall at the shoulder, charged into view. Their bloodshot eyes glared fiercely as they let out earth-shaking roars. The stench they carried was overwhelming, causing both men to wrinkle their noses. Meow? How dare you? Dabeo, enraged by the roar, instantly had its eyes glow red and disappeared in a flash. Wang Jinbao, seeing this, quickly urged the still-stunned black scorpion, don't just stand there. Get to work. The black scorpion immediately darted underground in a streak. Su Ming calmly assessed the two jungle monitor lizards. One's level 15, the other's level 13. Shouldn't be too much trouble. Just as he finished speaking, a massive claw the size of a fan came sweeping toward him. Su Ming rolled swiftly to dodge it, and the once roaring lizard let out a pained howl instead. Meow. Big rat, are you yelling? Dabeo's comment left Su Ming scratching his head in confusion. Lizards and rats were clearly not the same thing. At that moment, one of the jungle monitor lizards suddenly had its front limbs severed. Its mate, enraged at the sight, dug its claws deep into the ground and hurled a large chunk of earth at Dabeo. Although it missed its target, the clump of dirt struck a nearby tree, sending it crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the black scorpion burst out from underground, its dark purple pincers clamping down viciously on the uninjured lizard's hind leg. After delivering the blow, it quickly retreated back into the ground. Blood, tinted crimson, flowed from the wound. But an eerie transformation occurred in an instant. The blood began to take on a purplish hue, quickly darkening to jet black. The inky blackness spread rapidly along the jungle monitor lizard's body, staining its vibrant green, patterned skin a deep purple before finally settling into a foreboding black. The leg injected with venom instantly lost its strength, causing the massive creature to collapse to one side. Pale purple saliva dripped from its mouth, and even its blood-red eyes took on a violet sheen. Within mere seconds, the enormous beast crumpled to the ground, its body convulsing violently. Each spasm only hastened the venom's spread. Wait, this venom is that deadly? Just one stab and it's done for? Wang Jinbao's shocked voice came from behind. Su Ming instinctively rubbed his nose, about to reply, when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Yeah, impressive, right? Wait, something's wrong. Why is it coming at us now? Despite being poisoned and losing one of its forelimbs, the massive creature's charge showed no signs of slowing. Unlike their previous encounter with the venomous bird-eating spider, this time, the two decided to hold their ground. Their battle creatures had already demonstrated remarkable efficiency in neutralizing threats. At the moment, Black Scorpion lay in wait, hidden in the soil just 5 meters ahead. The one-armed monitor lizard roared in fury but was unable to locate Dabeo's position. Wounds continued to appear on its body, each one slicing through its flesh with surgical precision, stopping just short of the bone. The once green-scaled lizard was now drenched in blood. Driven by the agony of losing its offspring and mate, it seemed to disregard the pain entirely, plunging its remaining forepaw into the dirt in a frenzied attempt to charge at Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. Meow. Such a bold rat. Dabeo, who had been toying with the opponent moments ago, narrowed its pupils to slits and leapt onto the giant lizard's head. As the lizard raised its claw to strike, Dabeo's twin tails began vibrating at high frequency, delivering a powerful blow to its skull. It was as if a watermelon had been smashed with a sledgehammer. The monitor lizard's head burst open instantly, with shards of bone and blood splattering everywhere. A piece of shattered skull even landed at the feet of Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. The massive, headless body swayed twice before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Dabeo, meanwhile, landed gracefully on the ground, leisurely licking its paws. Meow master, am I amazing or what? Amazing, amazing. Su Ming nodded repeatedly, recalling the single-tail attack he'd witnessed in Wang Jinbao's courtyard. The power of the double-tail strike had clearly reached a whole new level. Wang Jinbao, however, was secretly astonished. In his understanding, feline creatures were supposed to excel in agility, operating like assassins. Yet here was Dabeo, displaying a nearly warrior-like ferocity. After a moment of reflection, the two turned their attention to the most valuable spoils of the battle, the monster's inner core. Meow master, here I come. Before Dabao's voice had even faded, its figure disappeared like a flash of lightning before Su Ming's eyes. Before he could react, the white shadow of the cat had already returned, holding two jade-green inner cores in its mouth. Su Ming took the cores and frowned slightly. Two? Instinctively, he glanced at the jungle monitor lizard that had been poisoned to death by the black scorpion. Its skull had been pried open, and the black scorpion was halfway inside, rummaging around for something. Wang Jinbao was walking toward the black scorpion and, upon seeing this scene, also showed a puzzled expression. The black scorpion hissed, seemingly expressing its frustration at not finding its target. It then dove its entire body into the lizard's skull and emerged from the underside, near its neck. Man and scorpion exchanged awkward glances, creating an oddly silent moment. Ahem, Jinbao. Su Ming rubbed the bridge of his nose, slightly embarrassed. My Dabao already took that jungle monitor lizard's inner core. Wang Jinbao's mouth twitched. I knew it. I was wondering why there wasn't one. I've got to say, your white shadow cat's speed after evolving is insane. It's like a combo move in a video game. Just whoosh, whoosh. Hearing the praise, Dabao lifted its head proudly but quickly sidled up to Su Ming again, clearly more concerned about its master's approval. All right, it's about mealtime, Wang Jinbao said, pulling out an egg from his storage pouch. How about we cook something? What do you think of this lizard egg? I've heard monster eggs are really delicious. Back home, we could never bring ourselves to eat something like this. Your family's so rich, and you couldn't even eat an egg? Su Ming asked, surprised. Save where you can, spend where you should. Waste money, and you'll just get extra dishes to eat, Wang Jinbao said, smacking his lips. Extra dishes? Su Ming chuckled. All right, let's eat this egg today. But jungle monitor lizard eggs, are they worth much? Not really, just 20 or 30,000. The problem is the quantity. Usually, no one buys them, and those who can afford them don't really need them. As Wang Jinbao spoke, he lit a fire with a lighter and skillfully set up a small cooking stove. Once the egg started roasting, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Let it cook for a while. Meanwhile, let's skewer some meat. The cat and the scorpion divided their tasks perfectly. Dabao focused on the meat, while the black scorpion feasted on the internal organs. After the two beasts had finished eating, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao moved to another spot with their skewered meat. Wang Jinbao instructed the black scorpion to dig a hole and build a mud stove. As the two men roasted meat and the egg, they chatted leisurely. The atmosphere was harmonious until Su Ming suddenly furrowed his brows. In the next instant, Dabao, lying beside him, abruptly raised its head and dashed toward the left front direction with lightning speed. Howl! Meow! How dare you! The unexpected commotion made the black scorpion dive into the ground to hide. The sudden voices caught both Su Ming and Wang Jinbao completely off guard. What? A leopard? Wang Jinbao shot to his feet, his brows furrowed tightly. They were already 100 meters away from the two lizard corpses, yet this beast chose to chase after them instead of taking the ready-made meal. Through his mental link, he quickly marked the position where Dabeo was charging for Black Scorpion to follow. But when he turned to look at Su Ming, the serious expression on his face made Wang Jinbao's heart sink. The system immediately displayed the information about the beast. Monster, Sha Leopard. Ability, Elite level. Level, 12 Elite. Element, Wind affinity. Traits, Speed, Stealth. Habitat, Dry forests. Characteristics, Remarkable speed, exceptional stealth abilities, highly skilled at tracking. Behavior, extremely vigilant, only eats prey it hunts itself, particularly enjoys hunting arboreal creatures. This thing thinks we're tree monkeys, Wang Jinbao said grimly. Tell Dabeo to move aside, and he'll have Black Scorpion release its poison. Poison? Su Ming blinked, quickly relaying the command through their mental link. Dabeo immediately retreated, sweeping away obstacles with its tail to give the two of them a clear view of the enemy. It was a massive beast, for meters long, with a pitch-black body devoid of any spots or patterns. As Dabeo withdrew, it didn't pursue but instead kept a wary eye on them. This creature really is cautious, Wang Jinbao muttered. Just as he spoke, the ground beneath the Sha leopard suddenly collapsed. Although it reacted swiftly, leaping to the side, It quickly realized something was wrong when it saw Black Scorpion lunging toward it instead of retreating underground. As the Sha leopard prepared to retreat, Black Scorpion unleashed a thick cloud of dark purple toxic mist from the barbs on its body, covering an area of 4 to 5 meters. Despite the Sha leopard's quick reflexes, its left side and hindquarters were still engulfed by the poisonous cloud. A piercing howl echoed as Black Scorpion seized the opportunity, driving its stinger precisely into the beast's abdomen. In a matter of 2 minutes, the Sha leopard's flesh and skin disintegrated under the potent venom, leaving behind nothing but a puddle of black liquid and fragmented black bones. Though visibly exhausted, Black Scorpion still managed to drag the beast's elemental core back with its pincers. Hiss, well done. You've earned yourself an extra meal tonight, Wang Jinbao praised, but he hesitated as he eyed the wind element core coated in venom. How are we supposed to pick this up? Without hesitation, Black Scorpion pressed the core into the ground. The surrounding soil quickly turned black, and once the spread halted, it retrieved the now pristine core. Wang Jinbao gave a thumbs up and carefully stored the core in his pouch. Watching this, Su Ming fell into thought. Black Scorpion's venom was so corrosive that it could dissolve flesh and bones, yet the elemental core remained completely unscathed. Could it be that the unique nature of elemental energy, as a manifestation of the world's forces, made it immune to external toxins? Elements truly are fascinating, he murmured softly. As the surface of the skewers and roasted eggs developed fine cracks, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao quickly extinguished the fire. Once the temperature cooled down, they carefully peeled off the eggshells. Wang Jinbao eagerly leaned in and took a deep sniff, but his face showed a hint of disappointment. Using simple tree branches as chopsticks, the two began tasting the roasted monster eggs. More flavorful than a regular egg, with a hint of sweetness, but not as extraordinary as the rumors claimed. Su Ming gave an objective assessment, and Wang Jinbao nodded in agreement. I heard employees hyping it up recently. Thought these monster eggs would be some rare delicacy, Wang Jinbao remarked. Although it doesn't live up to the legend, it's definitely better than ordinary eggs. After filling their stomachs, the two continued on their journey with their beasts. They deliberately avoided the area where they had previously hunted the jungle monitor lizards. Those massive carcasses would inevitably attract wild creatures vying for them, especially those below the elite tier. The area across the river was different from the 10-mile zone. Here, there were not only servant-level monsters, but also elite tier beings. Without human intervention, these creatures could break into the city and wreak havoc at any time. Meow? Master, do you smell that? Debao suddenly asked. Su Ming paused, turning to Wang Jinbao. Do you smell anything? Wang Jinbao sniffed the air hard, looking puzzled. Nope. Only your Debao seems to notice something. The black scorpion emerged from the ground, shaking its body to indicate it didn't sense anything either. Debao, what kind of smell is it? Su Ming pressed. Debao let out a contented smile. Meow. I can't describe it, it just smells really good. Seeing Debao's reaction, Su Ming immediately understood. It must be a mutated catnip-type spiritual plant. Lead the way and we'll pick some. Meow. Sure. Debao responded excitedly. Wang Jinbao scratched his head and asked, do cats still like catnip these days? Not all of them, Su Ming explained. Since the revival of spiritual energy, all animals' habits have changed somewhat. Take Debao, for instance. No house cat used to be this bloodthirsty. But as beasts grow stronger, these instincts can be controlled. I've never even bought catnip for Daboid, almost slipped my mind. Speaking of catnip-like spiritual plants, Wang Jinbao said thoughtfully, the most valuable one has to be the tiger leaf. Starting from 1 leaf up to 9, the price doubles with each additional leaf. Do you think it could be that? At the mention of tiger leaf, a flicker of surprise and anticipation flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Debao, who had been eagerly leading the way, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His fur bristled as he crouched low, alert and cautious. This abrupt change immediately put Su Ming and Wang Jinbao, who were following behind, on edge, their nerves tensing up in response. Meow, Debao softly warned. There's a strong scent of blood ahead. Something's fighting. Hearing this, Su Ming instantly realized the situation was far from ordinary. Coupled with Debao's unusual behavior and the sounds of fighting coming from ahead, the conclusion was clear. Debao must have caught the scent of an incredibly rare spiritual plant. And now, fierce creatures were battling over it, leaving the area drenched in blood. Su Ming, what's Debao saying? Wang Jinbao asked in a hushed voice. Su Ming lightly patted Wang Jinbao on the shoulder and whispered, let's sneak over and take a look. Debao has found a highly valuable spiritual plant, and there are monsters fighting over it to the death. Wang Jinbao nodded repeatedly. All right, let's move in quietly. The 2 men and 1 cat advanced stealthily, making their way forward. Soon, the sounds of violent clashes and weak roars became audible. Peering through the gaps in the bushes, they finally saw the scene before them. In a clearing, A massive tiger over 5 meters long was struggling to lick its wounds. This golden fang saber tiger, with its golden fur streaked with black patterns, was now in a pitiful state. One of its enormous golden fangs had broken and protruded at an odd angle. A large patch of its fur had been torn away, its nose appeared to be bitten off, and one of its limbs was fractured, leaving it sprawled on the ground. Lying before the severely injured golden fang saber tiger was the corpse of a silver-gray bear. This steel-pawed iron bear, though slightly smaller at just over 4 meters long, had a clear cause of death. A broken golden fang was embedded straight into its skull. Not far behind the golden fang saber tiger, in the clearing, grew a peculiar plant. Standing over a meter tall, its roots and stem were a vibrant orange, covered in intricate black patterns. Most strikingly, despite its long stem, the plant bore no flowers. Instead, at its top were 3 large, golden yellow leaves, each as wide as a fan. System prompt: Golden fang saber tiger severely injured. Talent: Elite grade. Level: 16 elite. Element: Metal. Ability: Tremendous strength. Traits: Golden fur with black patterns, visually striking. Golden saber teeth with extreme piercing power. Exceptional sharpness of teeth and claws. Highly sensitive. Relatively low speed and agility. Vengeful temperament. Steel-pawed iron bear deceased. Talent: Elite grade. Level: 13 elite. Element: Metal. Ability: Steel bones, tremendous strength. Traits: Silver-gray metallic fur. Extremely high defense. Incredible strength. Weak cranial defense. Gentle temperament. Fond of honey infused with spiritual energy. Spirit plant guide: Tiger trifoliate. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, the tiger trifoliate, a unique spirit plant, only grows on the remains of feline monsters. It forms as a result of fungi, attaching to the bones and undergoing mutation. The number of leaves directly corresponds to the rank of the fallen feline warriors in the area. 1 leaf represents a first rank, while 3 leaves signify the death of a high-ranking feline warrior. This spirit plant can significantly enhance a monster's overall abilities and is particularly suitable for consumption by feline monsters. Intense standoff. A deep tiger's roar erupted from the throat of the golden fang saber tiger. Its glowing golden eyes slowly turned to where Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were positioned. The moment its gaze swept over them, Debao darted out like an arrow released from the bowstring. Roar. Meow. The heavily injured golden fang saber tiger suddenly stood up, fixing its gaze on the white figure charging toward it. Despite its injuries limiting its mobility, it did not retreat. In a critical instant, the tiger swung its head, and its remaining golden fang clashed with the incoming white light. Sparks flew as the sound of metal colliding echoed deafeningly. Debao pulled back, staring at its opponent in confusion. Meow? It can block with its teeth? The tiger's roars continued. Although the golden fang saber tiger managed to deflect Debao's attack, new wounds appeared around its face and lips. Su Ming's pupils contracted as he analyzed the situation silently. That remaining golden fang not only helped it avoid a fatal blow but also allowed it to precisely track Debao's movements. Even in its severely injured state, its reaction speed was almost on par with Debao's. This tiger is this fast even after being injured so badly? How did that bear manage to put it in this condition? Wang Jinbao muttered in disbelief, especially as he noticed the golden fang saber tiger, missing one of its front limbs, still daring to counterattack after deflecting the strike. Su Ming explained, that was the steel palm iron bear. Its defense is incredible, and it fought recklessly, trading blows to inflict these severe injuries on the tiger. He hadn't expected the severely wounded golden fang saber tiger to display such an intense desire for revenge, willing to fight to the death on the spot. Have your black scorpion focus its attacks on its 2 intact hind legs, Su Ming instructed urgently. If disabling one front leg isn't enough, then take out one of its hind legs. I'll have Debao distract it without attacking directly to create an opening for your black scorpion. Wang Jinbao nodded solemnly. The two of them quickly communicated their strategy to their respective beasts via mental link. Debao, who had been crouching, suddenly stood upright and swiftly retreated. The golden fang saber tiger's gaze remained fixed on it. Just as it prepared to move and pursue, the tiger made an unexpected move. It leaped backward, slamming its remaining front paw downward with immense force. Just as the golden-toothed sword tiger's paw was about to hit the ground, the black scorpion burst out from the soil. Its sharp pincers collided directly with the tiger's paw. The paw was pierced, and venom flowed into the wound. But the sheer force of the strike still sent the black scorpion crashing back underground. Hiss! The black scorpion's anguished cry made Wang Jinbao's eyes turn bloodshot with fury. At this critical moment, Debao seized the opportunity and darted like lightning behind the golden-toothed sword tiger. Its tail was severed with a clean cut, followed by both hind legs being sliced off at the base, sending fountains of blood spraying into the air. Roar! The deafening tiger's roar echoed through the forest. The immense pain and severe injuries brought the ferocious beast crashing to the ground. The paw that had struck the black scorpion was beginning to turn black as the venom rapidly spread through its body. Nicely done, Su Ming. Wang Jinbao exclaimed in admiration, his eyes fixed on the gushing blood. How's your black scorpion? Su Ming asked urgently, all the while directing Debao to keep a close eye on the gravely injured tiger. It's fine. Luckily, it broke through the ground with its pincers raised, so the impact wasn't too severe. Just a bit of a dent in its head, Wang Jinbao replied, leaving Su Ming momentarily speechless. Sorry. Huh. What's there to apologize for? That beast reacted so fast. If we didn't create an opening, we'd both be dead by now, Wang Jinbao said casually. In the wild, injuries are inevitable. A dented head is nothing. We'll have Zhao Guang's father take a look once we're back. For now, let's just wait for this beast to die. The venom has already taken hold. Su Ming stared at Wang Jinbao for a moment before nodding slowly. All right. Ahead, Debao kept its unwavering gaze fixed on the golden-toothed sword tiger. The venom had spread through its entire forelimb. The tiger's roars grew weaker, and its once fierce eyes gradually lost their glint. Despite its desperate attempts to stand, its crippled hind legs and poisoned forelimb rendered it incapable of supporting its massive body. Meow? Is it dead? Debao asked uncertainly. This was the first opponent it had encountered that could withstand its attacks and endure so much damage before finally falling. After confirming that the golden-toothed sword tiger's status panel showed it as deceased, Su Ming instructed Wang Jinbao to summon the black scorpion for an injury check. As the black scorpion emerged from the ground, Su Ming crouched down to examine it carefully. Its pincers bore minor cracks, and its head was only slightly dented just as Wang Jinbao had described. The bulk of the impact had been absorbed by the pincers, sparing it from more serious injuries. When we get back, I'll prepare a special nutrient solution for your black scorpion. Once it levels up and molts, the injuries to its pincers and head should heal, Su Ming assured. That's so convenient. Now I don't even have to spend money to see a doctor. This nutrient solution is really cost-effective, Wang Jinbao said, his eyes gleaming with excitement and his face lit up with a broad grin. Su Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at Wang Jinbao's smug expression. What you're saying only applies to your black scorpion. Its shedding and growth during upgrades or evolution is a unique trait of certain insect-type monsters. For other monsters, if you need to see a doctor, you still have to see one. Wang Jinbao merely chuckled silently and led Su Ming to a towering plant known as the tiger triple leaf. This rare spiritual plant stood impressively tall, almost 1.8 meters, nearly eye level with them. Gazing at the precious tiger triple leaf, Wang Jinbao looked so thrilled that he seemed on the verge of drooling. Tiger triple leaf, Wang Jinbao murmured, as though admiring a priceless treasure. This extraordinarily rare spiritual plant, I know its origins and effects like the back of my hand. Its formation requires the corpse of a battle-tier tiger beast. The bones and flesh must decay in the soil, combined with the action of specific fungi. This thing is truly priceless. Su Ming was surprised by Wang Jinbao's knowledge. He had always known Wang Jinbao to care only about the market prices of materials, not their growth conditions or background. Is it really that valuable? Su Ming asked. Clearing his throat, Wang Jinbao explained, a single tiger leaf costs a few $1,000s and is relatively common. By the time it grows into 2 leaves, it's worth tens of thousands. Starting from tiger double leaf, it becomes increasingly rare on the market due to its significant benefits for beast tamers and monsters. As for tiger triple leaf, it's priced at $2 million, but no one really sells it. The actual transaction price is often much higher. Wang Jinbao's tone turned serious as he continued. The best in the world is the tiger 7 leaf. There are only 2 of them, standing nearly 4 meters tall. They grew from the corpses of a pair of emperor-tier tiger monsters. Seeing Su Ming deep in thought, Wang Jinbao added, this is something my father mentioned. He heard it from others. It dates back to that incident 10 years ago when someone stole a flaming sky warden tiger cub from a church. The tiger couple caused a beast tide and were ultimately killed by an epic-tier Beast Tamer from the Eagle Nation. Those 2 tiger 7 leaves were later auctioned off by a mysterious figure in exchange for an emperor-tier monster core. Su Ming took the golden fong saber tiger core Wang Jinbao handed him but suddenly frowned. Wait a minute. That doesn't add up. If that's true, wouldn't the corpses of the emperor-tier monsters have been taken away? How could they have been left in the soil to grow tiger 7 leaves? Hearing this question, Wang Jinbao's expression turned unusually serious. During that catastrophic beast tide, a mythical level creature indeed made its appearance. The crisis was eventually resolved through negotiations led by a legendary Beast Tamer from the Eagle Kingdom. However, the creature's remains and its core were left behind at the site. Unwilling to let go of such valuable spoils, the Beast Tamer secretly returned to retrieve them. During his return, he not only discovered the rare tiger 7 leaf, but also killed a sovereign-level creature guarding it. Yet, The cost of his actions was severe. His primary contracted beast mysteriously died on the journey back, causing his strength to plummet from the legendary level to the master level. Wang Jinbao's story left Su Ming utterly shocked. These intricate details had never been reported in the news. She had only heard fragments of the incident. If the rumors Wang Jinbao's father had heard were true, the death of the Beast Tamer's primary creature might have been tied to the negotiations with the mythical level beast. Upon reflection, it made sense. The mythical creature likely sought to reclaim the body of its kin. Not only did the tamer attempt to steal it, but he also killed a sovereign-level guardian. Such actions were akin to courting death. A life for a life, with the Beast Tamer's primary creature used as compensation, seemed a plausible explanation. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the beast tides led by mythical creatures had been unprecedented, and humanity had gone to great lengths to avoid conflicts with beings of such caliber. Perhaps a lesson learned from this very incident. How do we harvest this tiger 3-leaf? Is there a specific method? Su Ming turned to Wang Jinbao for advice. A hint of pride appeared on Wang Jinbao's face. Don't worry. I've already sent the black scorpion down to dig it up. This plant grows from bones, so you have to take out the deepest bone, along with it. That's the only way. Any other method would cause the tiger leaf to wither and decay instantly. The black scorpion just told me that it's already broken off the spine on both sides and is preparing to dig it out. Before he could finish speaking, the ground began to bulge. The tiger 3-leaf was pushed to the surface, and Debeo watched curiously from the side. Soon, its pale yellow roots emerged, followed by a large segment of spine from which the tiger 3-leaf had sprouted. Hiss! The black scorpion let out a sound as Wang Jinbao quickly opened a bag and carefully wrapped the entire tiger 3-leaf. Let's go, hurry. Wang Jinbao urged. Leave the corpse here. It might grow a tiger 2-leaf. Oh right, we need to take that intact golden fang too. After the black scorpion removed the golden fang along with part of the upper jawbone, the two hurriedly retraced their steps under Debeo's lead. By the time they reached the lakeside, the sky was already nearing dusk. Along the way, the forest echoed with the sounds of battles clearly. The nocturnal hunting activities of the beasts had begun. Once they arrived at the lake, their tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. A lord-level beast resided here, deterring most creatures from approaching, except under unusual circumstances like the skeletal vultures from before. This tiger 3-leaf is best eaten raw. Let's split it evenly, Wang Jinbao suggested. As for the roots, I hear they can be used as materials. We'll sell them and split the profit. All right, Su Ming agreed just as the white venom python slithered out of the lake. Its gaze lingered on the black scorpion for a moment, as if harboring some hidden intent. In the dormitory of the senior year division, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were standing with their respective beasts, forming a circle around the tiger trifoliate on the ground. Debeo's eyes were fixed intently on the rare plant, drooling uncontrollably. Even the usually composed black scorpion was showing a covetous expression. This precious tiger trifoliate had a significant enhancing effect on all monsters, especially feline ones. Su Ming, do you think we could turn this into a cultivation serum for an extra boost? I'll provide the materials, Wang Jinbao suggested. Su Ming looked up and exchanged a glance with Wang Jinbao, falling into thought. Not sure. This kind of rare, universally effective material would need to follow the formula for basic cultivation serums. The problem is finding complementary ingredients. The only thing I can think of is a 100-year-old beast blood fruit. I can't think of anything else that matches the tiger trifoliate's level. Does your family have any other suitable materials? Wang Jinbao scratched his head. I have no idea. My old man keeps all the really good stuff a secret. I don't even know what our company's prized treasure is. Just then, Wang Jinbao's phone rang. It's my dad calling. Probably finished his breakthrough. Hold on. After answering the call, Wang Jinbao's face lit up with a smile. He began questioning his father. Do we have any spiritual plants that all monsters can consume? The kind with big effects and a high price tag. After a brief pause, he added, don't play dumb. I know there's a basement and a big safe at home. Su Ming and I got our hands on a tiger trifoliate today, and I want to mix up some premium serum with it. When the call ended, Wang Jinbao flashed an OK sign to Su Ming. Su Ming watched this scene in silence. This guy had actually broken into his dad's safe before? At this point, the beasts, now at the elite tier, could understand human language. Debeo glanced at Wang Jinbao, then turned to Black Scorpion. Meow. Hiss. Black Scorpion replied smugly. Meow? You broke in? Couldn't open it? Hiss. Black Scorpion raised its pincers proudly, only to have Wang Jinbao smack it on the head. You idiot. Why do you have to spill everything? Wang Jinbao scolded, though Black Scorpion seemed even more pleased with itself. Although Su Ming couldn't understand Black Scorpion's words, the mental link with Debeo helped him piece together the story, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, Wang Jinbao's phone rang again. The goods are here. Let's go check them out. The group made their way to the school gate, where a pitch-black cargo truck was parked. A suited employee wearing sunglasses and gloves stood respectfully by the vehicle. Upon seeing Wang Jinbao, he immediately bowed and walked toward the truck's rear doors. As soon as the doors opened, a massive black tiger leapt out, startling both Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. This was none other than the black ghost tiger owned by Wang Jinbao's father. It had successfully advanced to the Lord tier and was holding a specially designed iron box in its mouth. Meow. Dabao let out a dissatisfied cry, habitually questioning the situation before it. It noticed Su Ming's frightened expression, and a surge of anger rose within it. However, the black ghost tiger merely cast Dabao a fleeting glance before casually placing the box it held in its mouth in front of the two. Idiot. Su Ming lightly tapped Dabao's head, his tone stern. Haven't I told you before? If you come across someone you can't beat, no matter how angry you are, you have to endure it. Pride is temporary, but don't throw your life away for it. Seeing Dabao's aggrieved gaze, Su Ming chose to ignore it this time. As a blood shadow cat demon, Dabao's innate instincts only intensified its ruthlessness and recklessness. While its willingness to stand up for him moved and comforted Su Ming, such potentially life-threatening behavior was absolutely unacceptable. The black ghost tiger had refrained from acting out of familiarity and Wang Duobao's instructions, but if it had been a stranger, such tolerance would have been unimaginable. Did you hear me? Su Ming asked seriously. Dabao looked up at its master, momentarily recalling the time they first met, when it had scratched him. That was the last time it had seen such a stern expression on Su Ming's face. Meow, I understand, Dabao responded softly. Nearby, Wang Jinbao, with the help of Black Scorpion's translation, began reprimanding his own beast as well. Learn from this. Don't act so shamelessly again. And you two there better not be a next time. The black ghost tiger, watching the two inexplicably scolding their respective beasts, grew impatient and urged them on with a growl. Roar. Su Ming paused, then turned to Wang Jinbao. Weren't you itching to crack open that safe earlier? Go ahead, satisfy your little curiosity. The moment Su Ming finished speaking, Wang Jinbao could feel the intense gaze of the black ghost tiger on him, but he remained unfazed. We're all on the same side here. What's the harm in taking a look at our own stuff? He said as he strode forward, crouched down, and decisively opened the box. But the next second, Wang Jinbao froze entirely, his hand hovering over the box lid, unable to move. Seeing this, Su Ming, puzzled, stepped closer. What could possibly shock you like this? When Su Ming saw the contents of the box, he too was stunned. Inside, 5 types of exquisitely packaged items were neatly arranged in layers. Jade spirit bone, the spinal bone of a king-level monster that had absorbed spiritual energy over the years, crystallizing into a rare treasure. It could significantly enhance the overall attributes and levels of monsters below the king level. Heaven Soulgrass, a mutated seed formed from the death of Lord level or higher plant-type monsters, capable of boosting a monster's mental abilities and reflexes. Silver Blood Willow core, the heartwood of the heavenly Silver Willow, a Lord-level monster. This 1 in 10,000 rarity contains silver sap and was far more valuable than a monster's inner core. It not only greatly enhanced the levels of plant-type monsters, but also had the potential to help Lord-level plant monsters break through the Domain Lord barrier. The more Su Ming looked, the more astonished he became. No wonder Wang Jinbao had been so fixated on the safe. Every single item in this box was an unparalleled treasure. Su Ming carefully examined the items in the box, immediately understanding their purpose. The arrangement of the contents was clearly a deliberate test, starting with the Jade Spirit Bone of the highest value and gradually decreasing to the Blood Chi Demon Root and the Heart Spirit Fruit, materials comparable in worth to the Tiger 3 Leaf. Without hesitation, he took the last 2 items. As a cultivator, he knew these materials could be combined using universal formulas. This was precisely why the profession of a cultivator, though difficult to master, guaranteed a stable livelihood once learned. Governments across nations actively supported the development of cultivation talent, even making some foundational knowledge publicly available. After all, with such a large population, fostering more talent was always beneficial. Just these 2, Su Ming said as he closed the box and tightened the knob. The black ghost tiger immediately picked up the box, turned around, and carried it back to the trunk of the car. Ever since it had advanced to the Lord level, the scars on its body, though not completely gone, had become much less prominent, clearly a sign that many internal injuries were healed during its breakthrough. As the car drove away, Wang Jinbao finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Those are some valuable items. Why didn't you take more? That Jade Spirit Bone alone would have been great. You could grind it into powder and drink it with water. Su Ming stared at him in disbelief before sighing helplessly. You're truly something else. First of all, what tools would we even use to grind it? Even if we managed to turn it into powder, do you think the boiler could handle that kind of energy? Our beasts would probably explode from the overload. Wang Jinbao was momentarily speechless. You're right. I was just focused on snagging some of my old man's good stuff. All right then, once you're done mixing it, bring some to my dorm. It's getting late, I'm going to grab dinner. After returning to his dorm, Su Ming immediately got to work. DeBeo didn't follow him into the kitchen but instead sprawled out on the cool tiles in the living room, occasionally opening and closing its tired eyes. Su Ming began by cutting up the tiger 3-leaf, blending it with the bone and water to create a puree, and then poured the mixture into the boiler to heat. Some time passed, and an enticing aroma began to fill the air. DeBeo, who had been dozing off, perked up instantly and trotted eagerly into the kitchen. Su Ming was inspecting 3 freshly prepared vials of cultivation liquid, preparing to set aside 2 to deliver to Wang Jinbao. Hungry? Su Ming asked with a smile as DeBeo entered. Drink this vial of cultivation liquid, and then you can rest. We have the day off Tomarono fieldwork. DeBeo tilted its head, its gaze shifting between the 2 vials in Su Ming's hands and the one on the counter. It let out a puzzled meow, as if questioning why they couldn't keep an extra vial. No way, Su Ming replied firmly. Most of the materials came from someone else. We only contributed about 20%. Getting 1 vial is already more than enough. Besides, I'm not planning to keep the tens of thousands we earned from today's hunt. Meow? DeBeo looked even more confused, waiting for Su Ming to explain further. Most of the materials came from Wang Jinbao's family, including half of the tiger's trifoliate. Without the other 2 ingredients, the cultivation liquid wouldn't be possible, Su Ming said seriously. For us right now, tens of thousands is a small amount. Trying to save a little here, and there can lead to bigger losses. Do you understand? The bao sat on the ground, staring blankly at Su Ming, clearly unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. Su Ming simply patted its head gently before turning around and walking out the door. Even with the remarkable guidebook in his possession, Su Ming knew this didn't mean he could rise to the top effortlessly like a protagonist in a novel. As someone from humble beginnings, he wouldn't have even secured the initial funding so quickly without Wang Jinbao's help. In this society built on relationships, ignorance in many areas is forgivable, but greed for petty gains will inevitably lead to failure. After all, no one likes a person who is always looking for small advantages, and such a person is destined to achieve nothing significant. After delivering the cultivation liquid, Su Ming promptly fed DeBao its designated dose. Soon, DeBao wobbled back into the room and collapsed into its nest, falling fast asleep. When Su Ming noticed the status bar displaying energy overflow, he became thoughtful. It seemed that using materials more than 1 tier higher might pose a risk. After dinner, with some time to spare, Su Ming casually scrolled through the news. While browsing, a local headline caught his attention. The president of the Baiyun City Breeder Association, Ouyang Li's father had recently been promoted to a master-level breeder. At that moment, he realized that the profile he'd posted on the forum had been highlighted as a featured post by the Baiyun City Breeder Association. This brought in a flood of private messages. Skimming through the offers, most of which were around 70 to 80,000, Su Ming ignored these less than sincere inquiries. However, one message from a user named One Hit Kill caught his eye. How much for a custom evolution of a level 19 elite skeleton wolf? The message surprised Su Ming. Although a century had passed since the revival of spiritual energy, and various creatures had long become part of daily life, monsters with spiritual attributes like skeletons or zombies were still not particularly popular in Longwa. Such creatures were more appreciated abroad. More importantly, the evolution and cultivation of these types of monsters were far more challenging than usual. Seeing the mention of level 19, Su Ming immediately understood that the sender was likely turning to him out of desperation. He quickly replied, Evil Silver Gradient, level 19? Bring your beast to Baiyun City High Division 3 tomorrow. But let me warn you in advance, the starting price for a custom evolution of a level 19 spiritual attribute monster is 1.5 million. After sending the message, Su Ming went to rest. Meanwhile, at the western edge of Baiyun City, near Baiyun Lake, a young man leaned anxiously against a skeleton wolf about 4 meters long, its eye sockets flickering with blue flames. Hey, do you think I can help you evolve? Everyone else is too scared to take on the challenge. They have no guts, he murmured. Hopefully, this guy Lu Ting and Qianye recommended will come through. The skeletal wolf let out a sound, deep and sharp, resembling the hiss of a gas leak mixed with the crackling of erupting flames. Hearing the noise, Chu Ingjun instinctively reached out to pet his cat, only to feel the cold, hard touch of bare bones. The sensation triggered memories of the past, and his eyes clouded with a layer of sorrow. Sensing its master's shift in mood, the skeletal wolf made no unnecessary movements. It simply lay quietly by his side, offering silent companionship. Suddenly, the notification sound from his phone broke the silence. Who could it be this late? Chu Ingjun wondered. Lu Ting? Or Qianye? Probably Lu Ting. He forced a faint smile, but froze when he saw the message was from the Beast Breeder Forum. Evil Silver Shaded, level 19. Bring your beast to Baiyun City's High School Division 3 tomorrow. But I have to warn you, for a level 19 spirit-type monster, a custom evolution starts at 1.5 million. After reading the message, Chu Ingjun's pupils contracted sharply, and his heartbeat quickened. The skeletal wolf nudged his arm gently. He actually agreed. Chu Yingjun exclaimed, excitement surging through him. He quickly typed a reply. Want it kill, no problem. I'll come find you at first light tomorrow. Is that okay? Staring at the unresponsive screen, he realized, right, it's late. He must already be asleep. I was too impatient. Alang, let's head into the city. We'll go to Division 3 first thing in the morning. The skeletal wolf rose swiftly, grabbed Chu Yingjun by the collar, and effortlessly tossed him onto its back. It then bolted toward the city, leaving trails of ghostly blue flames with each step, scorching the ground black. The next morning, Su Ming woke up with a yawn, noticing that Debeo was still sound asleep. As usual, he checked on Debeo's condition. Level 14 breakthrough, still in an energy overflow state? Looks like it can directly reach level 15. Just as he prepared to wash up, his phone buzzed on the bedside table. A message read, "One hit kill. I'm already at the door. Did you get enough rest?" Is this the person from last night who wanted to customize the skeletal wolf? Su Ming glanced at the time. It was just past 7. Scrolling up through the chat history, he saw the other person had started messaging him every 10 minutes since 6 o'clock, with a total of 8 messages accumulated. This situation left Su Ming momentarily stunned, but he quickly understood the urgency. A level 19 beast must evolve promptly. If it hits level 20, it will miss the opportunity to evolve into the elite tier. At level 20, the beast's energy automatically prepares for the next major tier breakthrough, and using an evolution serum at that point could lead to regression or self-destruction, with almost zero chance of success. Furthermore, once a beast reaches the warlord stage, missing the first evolution opportunity means it will almost certainly lose the ability to evolve in the Futurian irreversible consequence. Of course, some exceptionally skilled beast trainers do have the ability to turn the tide, but the costs involved are often astronomical. That morning, Su Ming skipped breakfast, hurriedly changed into his clothes, and rushed out the door. Before he even reached the school gates, he noticed an extraordinary scene from afar. A skeletal wolf stood motionless, its hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames. In front of the wolf, a young man paced back and forth anxiously. Suddenly, the skeletal wolf nudged its owner lightly. The young man looked up, caught sight of Su Ming approaching, and froze for a moment before asking urgently, "Are you evil Silver Gradient?" Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement, though his gaze remained fixed on the skeletal wolf. He carefully examined the beast's information. Talent, rare epic element. Attributes, spirit, fire. Abilities, steel bone, spirit terror. Evolution conditions, undetermined. The description in the beast encyclopedia was chilling. An unidentified wolf-like creature reborn after death, its temperament turning bloodthirsty and combative, leaving ghostly flames in its wake. These creatures were especially ruthless toward lower-ranked enemies. Their ghost fire-infused eyes could instill indescribable terror in opponents. Once bonded with a master, they would remain eternally loyal, fighting until their last breath. Chu Yingjun noticed Su Ming furrowing his brows more deeply as he circled the skeletal wolf for a closer look. This only made Chu increasingly uneasy. Su Ming soon identified the issue. The parentheses next to its talent indicated downgrade, correct? And as for its rank, it seems it should have broken through but was artificially suppressed. He paused thoughtfully before continuing. Did you use something like soul-suppressing grass? Chu Yingjun's expression froze instantly at these words. The skeletal wolf seemed to understand the conversation, nudging its owner gently as if expressing a hopeful expectation. Su Ming caught this subtle detail. He thought to himself, this wasn't just a matter of someone investing in him, it was an opportunity for him to invest in someone else. The risks were considerable, but the potential rewards were irresistible. An epic-grade beast was not something an average family could ever hope to possess. Rare talents were already 1 in 10,000 among their kind, while epic-level talents occurred only once in 100,000. Even Wang Jinbeo's strongest beast, the snowy heavenly wolf, was merely of rare grade. Seeing Chu Yingjun assume he was being rejected and preparing to leave with the skeletal wolf, Su Ming called out to him, "I can give it a try. The cost is 3 million. However, it'll only handle the refinement of the evolution liquid. You'll need to gather the materials yourself." Hope immediately rekindled in Chu Yingjun's eyes. 3 million is no problem. As long as my beast can evolve, I can transfer the money right now. Just tell me what materials you need. But Su Ming shook his head. I'm only responsible for the refinement process. I can't guarantee success. You're fully aware of your beast condition. This attempt is essentially a gamble on whether your beast can successfully evolve. Hearing this, Chu Yingjun's expression twisted with determination. Gritting his teeth, he said firmly, opportunities like this don't come twice. He'll take the gamble. Seeing the resolute determination in the other man's eyes, Su Ming decisively pulled out his phone and displayed a QR code. He reminded him solemnly once again, the chances of failure in evolution are very high. Considering the level, I can only do my best to ensure the quality of the evolution fluid. But given the condition of your beast, it really comes down to fate. Fate? If there's one thing I, Chewing June, don't believe in, it's fate. The man showed no signs of discouragement. Instead, his enthusiasm surged. Beside him, the skeletal wolf seemed to sense its master's emotions and immediately struck a pose, howling at the moon like a celestial wolf. Seeing this, a glint of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Glancing at the notification of 3 million yuan arriving in his account, he slowly nodded and said, "You'll need some time to decide on the materials for your beast. I'll give you an answer before tonight. Also, you must immediately stop using soul-suppressing grass. It hinders evolution, and the dosage you've already given will have a suppressive effect for some time." Understood? Chu Yingjun nodded silently and, without any concern that Su Ming might run off with his money, turned and left. His reaction left Su Ming slightly surprised. Just which influential family was this guy from? It seemed like this investment might not be a bad one after all. Back in his dorm room, Su Ming had barely started eating his breakfast when a familiar knock came at the door. Opening it, he wasn't surprised to see Wang Jinbao standing there, his face alight with excitement. "Su Ming, guess what I discovered this morning?" he asked eagerly. Hearing his heavy breathing, Su Ming glanced at him and said flatly, "Your black scorpion molted while you were asleep, didn't it?" "It's probably still in the middle of molting and hasn't woken up yet." Wang Jinbao froze for a moment, then smacked his forehead with a laugh. "Right, and didn't your Debao drink that potion too? It broke through a level, right? Still sleeping, I bet?" "Yeah, probably breaking through 2 levels," Su Ming replied. "The 2 doses of potion should be enough for your black scorpion to jump 4 levels at the very least. If you're lucky, breaking through 5 levels isn't out of the question." This was exactly what Wang Jinbao wanted to hear, and he nodded enthusiastically. Yes, keep talking like that. I like it." Su Ming rolled his eyes, but Wang Jinbao quickly grew serious. "How about this, we team up and trick my old man into thinking we've got some top-notch goods again, so we can get more materials from him? This stuff works wonders." Su Ming, who was eating noodles, almost choked. "You're unbelievable. Stop with these little schemes. Don't let your excitement cloud your judgment. Think it through carefully." Wang Jinbao fell silent for a moment, seemingly reflecting on Su Ming's words. "You're right. Advancing too quickly can lead to an unstable foundation. Oh, by the way, my old man sent me a message last night, asking me to invite you over for a family dinner today as a thank you. Once we're done eating, we'll pack up." Without even thinking, Su Ming shook his head and declined. "I've already taken the payment. I shouldn't accept any additional thanks. Besides, the tiger leaf you provided pales in comparison to the materials your father offered. In the end, I'm the one who got the better deal. Please convey my gratitude to your father, but I've just taken a custom order, so I won't be able to make it." Hearing Su Ming mention a new order, Wang Jinbao suddenly understood. "All right, they'll head back later then. If my black scorpion wakes up and knocks on the door like last time, please give it some meat to fill its stomach," Wang Jinbao said, then hesitated and asked, "By the way, can my red fire black-striped centipede drink that cultivation liquid from yesterday?" Hearing this, Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. "Of course it can. Why not? After drinking it, it'll just lie there quietly, not making a sound. It's still young. It can't progress that quickly. Take it slow, no rush." Thinking of Chewingju and Skeleton Wolf, Su Ming suddenly asked, "Hey, do you know where I can find spirit-type monsters?" "Spirit-type monsters?" Wang Jinbao's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you planning to contract a spirit-type monster as your second pet?" Although spirit-types do pair well with cat and dog-like beasts, there's none for sale in Baiyun City or the surrounding areas. If you want to try your luck, you'd have to check graveyards or burial sites. Or I could ask Qian Yu. Her family deals in monster trading, so she might have some connections. No. Su Ming waved his hands quickly, though his eyes lit up unconsciously. "I was just curious because the beast of someone I met today was spirit type. That's all." Wang Jinbao suddenly understood and gave Su Ming a thumbs up before taking his leave. Su Ming lay back on the sofa, scrolling through the news as he pondered. The lack of spirit-type monster trades around Baiyun City further confirmed that Chu Yingjun wasn't a local and likely had an unusual background. According to his research, spirit-type monsters only emerge in places thick with death energy, requiring a combination of abundant death energy and spiritual energy to form. Even more unsettling was the fact that certain cults would perform live human sacrifices to obtain powerful humanoid spirit-type monsters. The thought left Su Ming silent. He hadn't expected that contracting a spirit-type monster could potentially label someone as a cultist. Setting these thoughts aside for now, Su Ming sent Chu Yingjun the materials list for the Skeleton Wolf's Evolution Serum. Evolution Material 156 from the Illustrated Guide. Evil Silver Gradient requiring 1 stalk of ghostly blue soul nurturing grass, an essence of a battle tier spirit attribute monster, a core of a battle tier fire attribute monster, 100 liters of Incho water, a portion of battle tier blood soul essence, 50 pounds of battle tier monster flesh, 30 pounds of internal organs, and a portion of human soul soil. After sending the message, Su Ming let out a long sigh of relief. No wonder no one wanted to prepare cultivation or evolution serums for spirit-type monsters. The names of these materials alone were ominous. If not for the guide, he wouldn't have even known these things existed. Especially the last ingredient, human soul soil, just the name sounded far from legitimate. Meanwhile, on the outskirts west of Bayun City, Chu Yingjun, who was processing the core of an elite tier monster, heard his phone notification. He immediately set down his work to check the message. At first, he smiled. As expected, Lu Ting and Qian Ye's recommendation was reliable, but when his eyes landed on the last ingredient, his expression froze. No wonder people avoid my skeleton wolf like the plague. So this is the issue. Human soul soil. This material was all too familiar to Chu Yingjun. In his understanding, it was typically used for undead creatures like zombies and rarely applied to skeletal monsters. Even though some skeletal monsters might require it during their evolution, in this era, where could one possibly find the soul soil of a suicide victim? Chu Yingjun tilted his head back and gazed at the sky, taking a deep breath, his mind torn in conflict. For him, other materials like blood soul essence were no issue, but human soul soil was a semi-restricted material under global regulation. It was only released in small quantities when countries executed condemned beast masters. Finding it on short notice would be no easy task, and his skeletal wolf would undoubtedly evolve to the battle leader stage before they could acquire it. I'm out here in the wild, Chu Yingjun murmured to himself, then slapped his cheeks forcefully. Should he take the risk to obtain the material, or give up on the skeletal wolf's evolution? When there had been no hope before, though it was painful, he could only settle. But now that there was hope, he found himself in such a dilemma. The skeletal wolf, sensing its master's torment, let out a low, mournful whine to comfort him. That sound solidified Chu Yingjun's resolve. Life and death are the same gamble. If I don't try, I might as well waste away for eternity. Alung saved my life back then, and now it has the chance to grow stronger. How could I not do everything in my power? Alung, let's go. Into the forest we'll find someone. Hearing this, the skeletal wolf promptly picked up Chu Yingjun and tossed him onto its back. With ghostly blue flames flickering around its form as it sprinted, it quickly vanished into the forest. It always understood its master's intentions perfectly. Just moments ago, when Chu Yingjun was hesitating, it had wanted to take him back to the city. But now that his decision was made, it acted without hesitation. To the west of White Cloud City lay a forest. Ever since it had been sealed off for a night during a previous event, the number of monsters there had noticeably dwindled. More and more beast masters had begun camping in the wild, either traveling in groups or hiring bodyguards for safety. It was a way to stay secure while potentially reaping unexpected rewards. In one small campsite, 3 middle-aged men sat around a campfire, their faces heavy with worry. Why are there fewer and fewer monsters these days? Even elite tier ones are getting scarce, the chubby man grumbled in frustration. We're 3 mid-level beastmasters. Be glad we have enough to eat. Stop being so picky, the skinny man responded impatiently, pointing northwest. About 200 miles that way are some mountains, completely uninhabited. You won't just find elites there, you'll come across battle leaders and even lords. In places where no one dares to go, the spiritual plants are bound to be far more abundant than in areas frequented by people. The one-eyed burly man silently took a skewer of roasted meat from the fire, refraining from joining the conversation. The night was deep, and the campfire at the edge of the campsite cast the shadows of 3 figures. The thin man was trying to persuade the fat man. That's enough. It's late at night in the wild. Stop arguing. You'd better not even think about that place. Just earn some money honestly and enjoy a carefree life. The fat man smacked his lips, curiosity written all over his face. Recently, the western part of the city has been locked down, and there are noticeably fewer monsters around here. The eastern side is where the High 3 division is, and we can't go there. The north and south are official roads constantly patrolled by inspectors with thunderhounds clearing out the monsters. Anything above the elite level doesn't stand a chance. Hearing this, the thin man exchanged a glance with the one-eyed man and sighed lightly. Tell me about it. Even though we're earning less, life goes on just the same. The one-eyed man turned to the fat man and said, You're on watch tonight. The thin man and I are going to rest. The fat man nodded. All right, hand me the beer. I'll grill some meat and eat slowly. I'll call you guys to switch shifts halfway through the night. The thin man rolled his eyes, dropped his backpack and muttered, You're gonna eat yourself to death. But just then, the thin man froze, narrowing his eyes into slits. Someone's coming, and they're heading straight for us. No sign of any beast companion. The fat man and the one-eyed man immediately put down what they were doing, recalled their resting beast companions, and stood up on alert. Should we just take them out? The one-eyed man suggested. Thin man, doesn't your beast companion have stealth? This situation is making me nervous. The thin man thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to command his beast to attack, a sharp pain pierced his mind. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious on the spot. In the dim firelight, the fat man and the one-eyed man saw blood pooling around the thin man. The fat man's pupils contracted. The thin man's beast companion is dead? This is the backlash from a broken mental link. Sensing danger, the one-eyed man's gaze turned ruthless, and he immediately turned to flee. Without their only teammate capable of reconnaissance, staying would be suicide. The fat man froze in place, accompanied only by his 5-meter-long serpent companion. Events were unfolding too quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the trio was reduced to one. The one-eyed man ran desperately, his bird companion gliding through the low forest canopy to guide him. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves broke the silence. No, they're targeting my beast. Before he could finish, a piercing bird cry tore through the night sky. The mental link severed, and the agonizing backlash caused him to spit blood and collapse unconscious. It was unclear how much time had passed when a handsome young man emerged, walking slowly. A skeletal wolf with blue flames flickering across its body followed at his side. Twirling 2 differently colored cores in his hand, the young man spoke coldly, abandoning your comrades to save yourself, you deserved this. Under the eerie glow of ghostly blue flames, the one-eyed man's corpse was hung on a tree branch. His shadow flickered in the firelight for a brief moment before falling still. The night remained as dark as ever, but beneath its veil, it was far from tranquil. Time passed, and 2 days later, Su Ming sat at the table, eating a steaming bowl of braised pork rice while puzzling over his pet, Dabao. The creature had already reached level 15, and the excess energy had dissipated, yet it remained in a deep sleep. He couldn't help but wonder, was the tiger trifoliate herb in the nutrient solution particularly effective on feline-type creatures, allowing further growth? Or was it simply enjoying an exceptionally good nap? Just as he was lost in thought, his phone buzzed. It was a message from One Hit Kill. I've prepared all the materials and brought them to the entrance of the senior year department. Come pick them up. Su Ming was surprised at the efficiency. He had only made the request 2 evenings ago, and everything was ready already. But how was he going to carry 80 pounds of meat? Then, he recalled last night when the hungry black scorpion had knocked on his door. Since Wang Jinbao was home now, why not have Black Scorpion help? Its tail could easily hook onto and transport the materials. Without hesitation, Su Ming acted on his idea. He walked to Wang Jinbao's dorm room and knocked lightly. With a faint clinking sound, the door opened, revealing Black Scorpion staring at him with its pincers raised. Still hungry, huh? Come on, your and Dabao's food has arrived. Follow me to the school gate to pick it up, but don't make a sound. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Scorpion eagerly crawled out of the room, shutting the door with a flick of its tail and letting out an excited hissing sound. Although Su Ming couldn't understand Black Scorpion's noises, he guessed it was asking about Dabao. After a brief explanation, the two headed to the senior year department entrance. This time, unlike before, Chu Yingjun had heavy dark circles under his eyes. Beside his skeletal wolf were several large black bags, emitting a strong stench that could be smelled from dozens of meters away. As Su Ming approached, the overwhelming odor caught him off guard. It was far more intense than he'd expected. You're here? Chu Yingjuan's voice lacked its usual enthusiasm and clarity, now hoarse and subdued. I brought the materials. How long will it take to refine the evolution solution? If everything goes smoothly, tomorrow. If not, the day after. The materials need to be processed first. Chu Yingjun nodded silently. Just like last time. He said nothing more and prepared to leave, only adding, let me know when it's ready. Watching Chu Yingjun and his skeletal wolf disappear into the distance, Su Ming couldn't help but grow curious about the pungent stench. He made a mental note to prepare a gas mask next time. Black Scorpion. Come on, pick these up. Unexpectedly, Black Scorpion let out a sharp screech, its massive pincers pointing at one of the black bags. Unsure whether it was eager to eat or had discovered something unusual, Su Ming stepped closer to investigate. The moment he opened the bag, the overpowering stench nearly knocked him out. Covering his nose, he finally got a clear look at what was inside. Su Ming stared at the dark brown, mud-like substance in front of him. Human soul soil. The strange material aroused his suspicion, especially given the intense reaction from the Black Scorpion. It was clear that this wasn't something that could be explained by ordinary flesh and blood. Black Scorpion, let's try a simple communication method, Su Ming said cautiously, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. If I'm right, stab your tail into the ground. If I'm wrong, flick your tail. This materiality has something to do with humans, doesn't it? The moment he finished speaking, the Black Scorpion unhesitatingly drove its tail into the ground. This action made Su Ming fall into deep thought. Chu Yingjun's pale complexion was likely not just a result of sleep deprivation. There might be a far darker story hidden behind it. The phrase, a moonless night, perfect for murder, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Forget it. This isn't something I should judge, Su Ming muttered, shaking his head. The name human soul soil already speaks volumes. He recalled the brief mentions of spiritual creatures in his first and second year classes, silently grateful for his own caution. Let's go upstairs. This time, the black scorpion cooperated surprisingly well, using its long tail to easily lift the bag and follow steadily behind. Once back in his dorm room, Su Ming no longer had any appetite. He took out 30 pounds of first-year beast innards he had prepared in advance and placed them in front of the black scorpion. This is for you. Take your time, but remember, stay out of the kitchen, he said, pointing deliberately toward the kitchen. After a moment, the black scorpion suddenly drove its tail into the tile floor. Su Ming's eyes widened, and he eventually sighed in resignation. Well, the repair costs are covered by the school, so do as you please. Hearing the black scorpion's slightly guilty hiss, Su Ming reassured it, it's fine, just one tile. At least you didn't pierce all the way through. He then rolled up his sleeves and headed into the kitchen to get to work. While the black scorpion began devouring its meal with gusto, the unique sounds of its feeding echoing through the living room. Su Ming started processing the soul blood paste, carefully separating the translucent white tendons within. However, as he turned over the materials, the familiar patterns combined with the putrid smell gave him an ominous feeling. This should be tissue from the head of a zombie-type creature. The white parts are fascia, right? Su Ming muttered, his lips twitching in discomfort. Even so, he remained focused on sorting the materials. Over an hour later, he finished processing the soul blood paste, twisted the ghostly blue soul-nurturing grass into a rope, and, following the instructions in his guidebook, shaped it into a cylindrical form before placing it in a drying machine. Next came the preparation of the external mud mixture. The icy cold water sealed in a specialized plastic bag felt strange, unlike ordinary cold water. As Su Ming touched it through the bag, his expression grew increasingly complicated. He recalled the chilling sensation that shot up his spine to the back of his head earlier when handling the essence of a spiritual-type creature. That memory alone was enough to make him abandon the idea of taming any spiritual-type monsters. The materials gave him a strong sense of unease. It felt less like he was crafting an evolution serum and more like he was preparing offerings for some dark ritual. The sensation was so overwhelming that, if the author were present, they might have performed a virtual bow of submission. Su Ming deftly used a siphon to draw the icy cold water from the plastic bag into the boiler. In an instant, a visible chill spread across the surface, forming a thin layer of frost. After a moment of silence, he dropped a spirit essence into the boiler. The frigid water began to freeze rapidly. Just as it was about to completely solidify, he tossed a fire element inner core into the pot. The reaction inside the boiler was immediate and intense. The fiery inner core started spinning at high speed, surrounded by encroaching blue-white energy. Witnessing the volatile interaction, Su Ming quickly placed the lid on the boiler. It was clear that this external application didn't require heating and couldn't withstand it either. Time ticked by slowly. Su Ming pinched his nose with a pair of tongs, his eyes fixed on the clock. At the critical moment, he opened the boiler and swiftly poured in a bag of human soul soil. A cacophony of flames bursting and water swirling erupted from within, gradually morphing into the sound of thick mud being stirred. He quickly sealed the lid again, focusing intently on the boiler's changes. The outer wall of the boiler alternated between freezing and thawing. This peculiar cycle convinced Su Ming that the refinement process was successful. Yet, even at this stage, he couldn't afford to leave. He had to remain vigilant, ready to uncover the lid as soon as the faint rustling sound inside ceased. At that moment, a hissing sound came from the living room, followed by the sound of a door closing. It was evident that the black scorpion had returned after finishing its meal. Feeling a pang of hunger himself, Su Ming grabbed his unfinished lunch and sat by the exhaust fan to eat. Without realizing it, the sky outside began to darken. As he waited idly by the boiler, a peculiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The bow broke through again? Straight to level 16? Skipped 3 levels at once? This unexpected discovery widened Su Ming's eyes. He had only anticipated getting close to level 16, but to directly reach it was beyond his expectations. Soon after, footsteps echoed from the living room. Meow? Meow? Master, where are you? I'm starving. Why does the house smell so bad? Meow. Master, are you eating poop? The absurd remark instantly shattered Su Ming's good mood. I'm in the kitchen. There's 50 pounds of meat prepared for you in the living room. Eat that if you're hungry, Su Ming replied, leaning against the wall. He silently thanked himself for installing high-powered exhaust fans during the kitchen renovation. Without them, the stench would have been unbearable. Meow. Fine then, master. You carry on, came the response, followed by the sound of flesh being torn apart. During his vigil over the boiler, Su Ming didn't dare to even glance at his phone, afraid of missing the critical moment to release the pressure. If he failed to open the lid on time, the energy would seep back into the materials, rendering all his efforts futile. As night fully descended, the rustling noise from the boiler gradually faded and finally stopped. Su Ming promptly removed the lid, releasing a plume of blue-white gas that was swiftly sucked away by the ventilation system. The stench in the air finally subsided to a tolerable level. Meanwhile, the specially crafted incense he had placed in the drying machine earlier was now ready. It had turned a dark red color, emitting a faintly metallic, bloody scent. Su Ming opened the kitchen door, finally ready to enjoy the long-awaited dinner. As he stepped into the living room, Debeo, who had been waiting, immediately ran over joyfully, affectionately rubbing against his leg. Well, all the work is done, Su Ming said as he patted Debeo's head while tidying up the feeding area for Debeo and Heisia. He then started ordering food. By the way, Debeo, I might need your help tomorrow to carry a big bucket of clay about 50 pounds. Debeo obediently lay at Su Ming's feet, his tail wagging happily, occasionally brushing against Su Ming's leg. Meow, that's a piece of cake, Debeo said confidently, lifting his head proudly with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, making Su Ming burst into laughter. Meow meow. Next time I see that golden-toothed tiger, I'll take it down, Debeo declared with confidence. Just then, the delivery arrived. Su Ming took the dinner from the hands of the jade talon crane and said with a smile, haha, confidence is a good thing. Knowing that his owner hadn't eaten yet, Debeo quietly curled up beside his leg. While enjoying his noodles, Su Ming sent a message to Chu Yingjun, evil silver tabby, the materials for your beast's evolution are ready. Come pick them up tomorrow. Not long after he sent the message, his phone chimed with a notification. One hit kill. I'm already at the entrance of the senior department. Can I pick it up now? Can you bring it down? Su Ming's eyes widened when he saw the message was already waiting at the door. Although he could understand Chu Yingjun's urgency regarding his skeletal wolf, it was already late at night. After a moment of thought, Su Ming replied, evil silver tabby. All right, I'll bring 2 beasts down with me and guide you on how to use it. Spirit-type monsters evolve quickly, but since it's at level 19, the process will be quite intense. Be prepared. One hit kill. No problem, that's to be expected. Su Ming sped up his eating, patted Debeo on the head, and headed toward Wang Jinbao's dorm room with him. Debeo seemed a bit reluctant. Meow, master. I can handle this on my own. Going alone is risky. It's late, and we need to be cautious. Plus, that big boiler won't be easy to carry with just your tail. Heisia can strap it to his back and keep it stable with his tail, so it doesn't tip over when going downstairs. Hearing this explanation, Debeo's eyes lit up, and his meowing became cheerful. Meow, so we're just looking for some muscle. Master really cares for me. Su Ming didn't respond. After knocking on the dorm door, Heisia opened it and immediately started chatting enthusiastically with Debeo. Following Debeo's instructions, Heisia hoisted the boiler onto his back and followed them downstairs, while Su Ming carried the prepared incense. However, when they reached the school gate, Su Ming was puzzled by the scene before him. Chu Yingjun seemed to be surrounded by people. As they got closer, he realized that the ones surrounding him were a group of soldiers, and Chu Yingjun was cooperating with them to take down some notes. Chu Yingjun, right? What brings you to the senior third-year division? The soldier on duty asked sternly, his sharp gaze occasionally shifting to the beast accompanying Chu. There was a clear hint of vigilance in his tone. Apologies. I arranged for a student from this division to prepare a beast evolution solution for me. He just messaged me saying he's on his way to deliver it. I'm certainly not a suspicious individual, Chu Yingjun explained. The soldier in charge of record-keeping gave him a scrutinizing look. All right, we'll wait with you. You have 10 minutes to urge him to hurry up. No need. I'm here. Su Ming rushed over after overhearing the conversation. Sorry for the trouble I've caused you all. The 3 soldiers turned in unison, their eyes scanning Su Ming and the 2 beasts accompanying him. Their attention lingered particularly on the large barrel strapped to the back of the black scorpion. You're Su Ming, the class monitor of Class 1, right? We know you're a beast cultivator, but let me remind you it's best not to deliver evolution materials at night. I hope you understand our duties. Standing at attention, Su Ming nodded solemnly. Understood. After taking some photographs, the soldiers left quickly. Chu Yingjun turned to Su Ming apologetically. Sorry for dragging you into this. It's human nature, Su Ming replied, shaking his head. Everyone wants to evolve their beasts as soon as possible, especially in your situation. I get it. Since it's night, let's head to the edge of the woods. I'll show you how to use the evolution materials. Without further conversation, the 2 walked toward the perimeter. Su Ming stepped over the barricade and raised the rope higher to allow the black scorpion to carry the boiler through. Chu Yingjun and his skeletal wolf followed closely behind. After walking about 20 meters, Su Ming stopped. The bow quickly brought over a pile of branches, while the black scorpion set the boiler down. Su Ming gestured for Chu Yingjun to inspect the contents of the boiler. Spread the black sludge inside evenly over your beast's bones. Don't forget the eye sockets. A thin layer will do. Though puzzled by the unfamiliar refining device, Chu Ingjun followed the instructions. As he leaned in to scoop out the sludge, a powerful stench hit him like a brick wall. Ugh hug. First time smelling it? Pretty intense, huh? Su Ming stepped back knowingly, watching as Chu Ingjun pressed on with the task. Nearly an hour later, with reddened eyes and exhaustion etched on his face, Chu slumped to the ground. What's next? Su Ming pointed to the pile of branches that Dabao had brought. Have your beast ignite it, and then stay still. Oh, and you should step back. Once the skeletal wolf lights the fire, it shouldn't move either. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, a wisp of ghostly blue flame flickered out from the skeletal wolf and landed on the pile of branches, setting it ablaze. Only then did Su Ming slowly approach. Su Ming carefully placed the incense stick over the fire to light it. As the tip of the incense began to emit a faint red glow, he held his breath, covered his nose and mouth, and precisely inserted the incense into the ground, 30 centimeters in front of the skeletal wolf. He then quickly stepped back. Chu Ingjun watched the entire process intently. As a beast tamer accustomed to flesh-based creatures evolving through evolution serums or other food, the skeletal creature's method of evolution was entirely unexpected for him. The moment the incense tip touched the soil, the previously faint flame suddenly grew brighter. Thick red smoke spiraled upward, wrapping around the skeletal wolf like a crimson ribbon. Let's step back and watch, Su Ming said, pulling the still-stunned Chu Ingjun further away. Keep your skeletal wolf still. This process will burn its soul, it just has to endure it. Chu Ingjun immediately relayed the command to the skeletal wolf through their mental link. Soon, the thin layer of dirt on the skeletal wolf's body seemed to come alive, shifting and moving across its bony frame. The sound of grinding bones filled the air, accompanied by the wolf's eerie, chilling howls. This is nothing yet. The real ordeal hasn't started, just wait until the bones start falling off, Su Ming said calmly, noticing Chu Ingjun's uneasy expression. As soon as he finished speaking, the grinding noise intensified, resembling the sound of a saw cutting through something solid. The red smoke grew thicker, and the incense burned visibly faster. The skeletal wolf trembled violently, its unsettling cries growing louder, but it remained firmly in place. Is this evolution? It looks more like torture, Chu Ingjun asked worriedly. Two sudden cat meows interrupted his thoughts. Meow? Meow. What are you saying? My master's creations always work. Okay? Relax. It's been 2 minutes, and no ribs have fallen yet. That's a good sign, Su Ming reassured him. The reason it looks so painful is due to its level. Before he could finish his sentence, he added, here we goth bones are starting to fall. Sure enough, the skeletal wolf's ribs began to drop, one after another, from the first to the fifth. Watching this, Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. As the grinding noise gradually subsided, he remarked, it's almost over. The evolution was a success. I'm heading back now. Chu Ingjun rubbed his head, which was still buzzing from the skeletal wolf's advancement to the combat leader rank. His worry finally eased. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and transferred 1 million to Su Ming. Su Ming simply raised an eyebrow at the unexpected windfall but said nothing. Thanks for your hard work, and sorry for the trouble. Consider this my compensation. If you ever need my help with anything, just reach out, Chu Ingjun said, then added, but, if it's not about fighting, maybe don't count on me for now, I'm not much help otherwise. Su Ming froze for a moment, and just then, the skeleton wolf completed its evolution. A deep, guttural growl echoed through the air, louder than before and sending chills down one's spine. The system promptly displayed the detailed information of the evolved creature. Beast Companion, Blue Flame Bone Wolf. Talent, Epic Level. Level, 23 Elite. Element, Psionic. Special Abilities, Spirit Flame, Soul Seize. The bestiary description indicated that this creature could freely unleash ghostly blue flames, capable of burning both physical objects and the souls of living beings. Its silver bones were described as indestructible, making it nearly invincible among creatures of the same level. The Blue Flame Bone Wolf was said to feed on the souls of living beings, which not only enhanced its own power but also benefited its owner. Most importantly, this type of monster was known for its high loyalty, never retreating in battle and excelling in all aspects. Though the skeleton wolf's size hadn't changed after evolving, its formerly white bones had transformed into a gleaming silver. Its fangs had increased in number and appeared sharper than ever. The most striking change, however, was in its eyes. What were once two flickering blue flames had now formed into actual eyeballs, with the whites of its eyes still glowing faintly with an eerie blue fire. At that moment, the skeleton wolf let out a low growl. Chu Ingjun quickly translated for Su Ming. It's thanking you for giving it the gift of rebirth. This gratitude, Chu Ingjun will remember forever as well. Back to epic level talent, and its level has jumped straight to 23, Su Ming thought in amazement. The growth rate of high talent monsters is truly astonishing. Alright, they'll remember your words. Su Ming agreed without hesitation this time. If I ever face an opponent I can't handle or need assistance in a fight, he'll definitely come to you. Although he hadn't yet seen Chu Yingjun's beast in actual combat, the bestiary description alone was enough to inspire awe. Especially the ability to scorch the souls of living beings, it was practically the ultimate interrogation tool. Su Ming was certain this ability would prove invaluable in the future. Hearing this, Chu Yingjun beamed with joy. He instinctively extended his hand but then hesitated, laughing awkwardly as he said, "Sorry, my hand's a bit dirty." Just as he was about to retract it, Su Ming reached out and shook it firmly. "Looking forward to working together. By the way, if your beast ever needs nurturing items," Su Ming joked, "it might be more fitting to call them nurturing incense or nurturing soil, since it doesn't eat regular food. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." Chu Yingjun nodded solemnly. "Understood. I won't let slip a single word I shouldn't." With a smile, Su Ming nodded back and left with Debeo and the Black Scorpion. Chu Yingjun watched them until they disappeared from sight, then suddenly jumped up in excitement. "Woohoo! A wolf, you finally evolved. I was about to lose my mind waiting." He hugged the blue flame bone wolf's skull, crying and patting its bony face. After wiping his tears, Chu Yingjun swung himself onto the wolf's back. "We can't enter the wilderness around the high 3rd division, and evolving here is already against the rules. Let's head to the forest on the western side to test your new powers." Before leaving, Chu Yingjun noticed the boiler nearby. The blue flame bone wolf immediately understood and spat a ghostly blue flame, reducing the boiler to ashes. "All right, we're good now. Let's go." The blue flame bone wolf twisted its body gracefully and vanished into the night. After Chu Yingjun left, Lu Jun emerged from the forest with a few soldiers. He glanced down at a specialized information device, rubbing his hair as he muttered to himself, "Wang Jinbao's investment instincts are already sharp, but I never thought Su Ming's judgment would surpass his." Turning around, Lu Jun addressed the soldiers behind him with a stern expression. "What happened tonight? None of you saw it. And you definitely didn't see anyone visiting Division 3. Understood?" "Yes, sir," the soldiers replied in unison. One of them hesitated before asking, "That kid rode such an eye-catching wolf into the city. Won't someone notice?" "They won't." Lu Jun shook his head, explaining, "I checked the surveillance. When he approaches the city, he stores his beast in the beast space. Even though he's here for training under orders from above, he still knows the rules." He paused briefly. "Keep patrolling. I'll take my beast to check the situation further out. If you run into trouble, head to the lakeside in the 10-mile district. That bald lord resides in the lake." The 3 soldiers couldn't help but chuckle. "Captain, we each have 2 battle beasts. It won't come to that." "Confidence is good." Lu Jun shot them a glare. "For beast cultivation fluid, you can have Su Ming prepare it. His skills are top-notch." The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. One of the team leaders pondered for a moment before saying, "Su Ming should already be an intermediate Beast Tamer by now, probably close to advanced. Ouyang Li just got his advanced Beast Tamer certificate today. His cultivation fluid may be pricey, but the results are undeniably excellent. This year, Division 3 has produced 2 talented cultivators with solid combat abilities. Our year-end bonuses are bound to increase." Another soldier chimed in, with the others nodding in approval. Seeing that they were still chatting, Lu Jun impatiently kicked one of them. "Enough with the chatter. Don't you have work to do?" The 3 men immediately turned and darted into the forest, their swift movements almost comical. Shaking his head, Lu Jun called out to his 4-tusked mountain boar. He mounted the beast, patting it on the back. "Let's go find your big brother." The boar let out a low growl in response and charged ahead, crashing through trees and undergrowth with ease. Meanwhile, Su Ming strolled along the road, staring blankly at the balance on his phone. "Over 20 million? Is this the power of being a cultivator?" he mused aloud. He was overwhelmed with emotion. In the past, even 20,000 would have thrilled him to the point of sleeplessness. Now, with fees ranging from tens of thousands to millions, he found himself becoming numb to the wealth. The money felt endless, especially with Wang Jinbao offering him discounted materials. Su Ming didn't charge Wang for cultivating fluids either, though custom evolutions were a different matter altogether. Su Ming was checking his phone balance when a powerful gust of wind suddenly roared past him, causing him to stumble forward a couple of steps. "Was that a giant rat that just dashed by?" he muttered instinctively. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a familiar blue flamite was unmistakably Chu Yingjun and his blue flame bone wolf. Debeo, sensing his master's slight unease, immediately bared its teeth in displeasure, its sharp fangs glinting menacingly. Su Ming chuckled lightly. "Oh, feisty, aren't you?" He crouched down and gently scratched Debeo's chin, a small gesture that instantly soothed the creature. "All right, Debeo, let it go." Their beast just evolved its normal to feel a little proud. "We're at the school gate now. Let's head back to the dorm." Turning to the black scorpion beside him, Su Ming added, Thanks for your help, Black Scorpion. The creature responded with a slight movement of its pincers. Noticing the dense, sharp bristles covering its body, Su Ming wisely decided against trying to pet it. Back at the dorm, Su Ming quickly freshened up and lay down to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, though Wang Jinbao himself hadn't returned to school yet, employees from his family's company had already delivered premium battle-grade meat for Debao and Black Scorpion. While slurping his noodles, Su Ming checked the messages Wang Jinbao had sent. Learning that Wang had been taken to a neighboring city by his father for business negotiations, Su Ming was a little surprised but found it reasonable. Before long, Wang Jinbao initiated a video call. The screen displayed a seaside view, and Su Ming immediately recognized the location by High City, below Baiyun Castle. Hey, Su Ming, can you see the video? Look at this water, doesn't it seem less blue? The camera wobbled before focusing on some strange creatures along the shore. The video showed a pitch-black, hairy ball about 40 centimeters in diameter, motionless and curled up tightly. Suddenly, a long leg kicked it, and the black sphere unfurled, revealing itself to be a crab. The system promptly displayed information. Creature, black hair crab, talent, ordinary, level 1, servant ability, none, evolution conditions, none, description. A timid creature that curls into a ball to hide. Its dense black hair hinders its mobility, but its pincers are exceptionally strong. Watching the crab snap its claws aggressively and chase after Wang Jinbao in the shaky video, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Go ahead, keep messing with it. If it clamps onto your leg, you might as well start shopping for a prosthetic. Relax, this little furball can't catch me, Wang Jinbao replied dismissively. Looks like he'll be stuck here in Beihai City for at least 10 days or so. I've already taken leave from the senior year department. Don't miss me too much while I'm gone. Su Ming was about to roll his eyes when he saw Wang Jinbao pick up another object from the beach, a large, blue and white spherical creature about the size of a human head. It was semi-transparent like jelly, and seaweed could be faintly seen floating inside. Wang placed it on the sand and started poking it repeatedly. Su Ming, look, a local specialty. This little guy's pretty cute. Huh? It even has eyes, looks like it's sleeping. Sea slime is a low-level, servant-class monster with ordinary abilities. While it lacks strong offensive power, its extreme adaptability makes it a creature with untapped potential. Its most notable trait is its love of sleep, and once disturbed, it becomes violently aggressive. Sea slime? This is my first time seeing one, Su Ming warned. You'd better not provoke it. If it gets woken up, it'll go berserk. Before Su Ming's words even faded, Wang Jinbao had already poked the sea slime. Through the camera, Su Ming clearly saw the creature's body start to wobble. Its tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and its brow furrowed, revealing a clear expression of anger. Gore. The sea slime let out a low growl. Wow, this little guy is actually mad, Wang Jinbao exclaimed. Although he was initially playful, Wang Jinbao instinctively stepped back. In the next instant, the sea slime locked onto his position and launched itself into the air. With a loud thud, it landed on the beach, leaving a small crater, leaping over a meter in a single bound. After a brief pause, it continued its charge toward Wang Jinbao. You know, this little guy is actually pretty entertaining, Wang Jinbao said, laughing as he dodged. He casually picked up a rock and tossed it at the creature. However, this only seemed to intensify the sea slime's aggression. Its movements became faster and its attacks more forceful. Sensing something was off, Su Ming shouted urgently, "Stop messing around and get away from it. Something's not right with this sea slime." Caught off guard by Su Ming's tone, Wang Jinbao hesitated for a moment but decided to trust him. He quickly ran more than 10 meters away. What happened next left them both stunned. The sea slime suddenly leaped over 4 meters, landing with such force that it shattered a nearby rock. Holy crap! This little thing is actually that cunning? Wang Jinbao cursed. If I hadn't listened to you, I might have been smashed to death. The scene piqued Su Ming's interest. In his understanding, slimes were usually weak, squishy creatures that could be easily subdued. But this sea slime demonstrated incredible strength and intelligence. The sound of thud, thud, thud grew increasingly rapid as the sea slime's attacks became more relentless. Serves you right for being so reckless, Su Ming quipped, watching the shaky footage from the camera. With Black Scorpion not around, you totally deserve to be chased down. Suddenly, the sea slime halted its movements and began trembling. Huh, why did it stop? Wang Jinbao adjusted his phone to focus on the creature. Its body convulsed intensely, deflating like a squashed rubber ball before slowly returning to its original shape. Panting heavily, Wang Jinbao picked up another rock and hurled it at the creature. Huh, I knew it. It's exhausted. I was wondering how long something that small could keep jumping. Listening to Wang Jinbao's labored breathing over the phone, Su Ming shook his head. Stop gloating and take a look at yourself. By the way, you left your Black Scorpion at school. Where's that red fire black striped snake of yours? There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. I got carried away and forgot about it. You're really something else, Su Ming sighed deeply. Su Ming shook his head and said, I'll take the main road tomorrow and ride about to find you. I don't have classes these days, so I'll bring the black scorpion over to you as well. Come to find me? Wang Jinbao raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion on his face. Did you see something valuable through my phone camera? Let me see what's around here. Seeing Wang Jinbao's reaction, Su Ming couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. This guy was still the same any mention of money or anything remotely related, and his sharp instincts would immediately kick in. Sure, take your time looking, Su Ming said, not stopping him, watching as Wang Jinbao started searching around like a treasure hunter. Suddenly, the phone camera froze for a few seconds, then moved stiffly before finally focusing on a panting sea slime. Wait, Su Ming? Wang Jinbao took a deep breath. Are you interested in this thing? A slime? Seriously? If you contract that, wouldn't Dabao tear it apart? If you're looking for toys for Dabao, there's no need to waste a contract slot. There are plenty of pet toys for cats on the market. I can have someone from the company deliver them to you right now. Hearing Wang Jinbao's increasingly agitated tone, Su Ming calmly explained, I'm not planning to contract this slime. I just think slimes as a species might have been overlooked by us humans. Think about it. What's your impression of slimes? Or rather, most people's impression? Aside from being resilient, they aren't considered aggressive, right? At least not for beast taming. Wang Jinbao was silent for a moment. He casually picked up a large stone and hurled it at the sea slime, sending it flying. You're right. My impression of slimes is pretty much what you described. But it's not like no one's ever tried contracting them. The problem is, they melt as soon as they're roasted. It's a waste. Su Ming didn't respond. Meanwhile, Dabao, lying by his feet, wagged its two tails restlessly, clearly feeling uneasy. Master wants to contract a new beast? A slime? What's that? Xiao Jin said it's a ball? Could it be a toy Master found just for me? Dabao glanced curiously at the sea slime while sneaking peeks at Su Ming, who was still on the call. You're really coming tomorrow? Wang Jinbao asked again. Yeah, mainly to deliver the black scorpion to you. I'll stay for a few days and then head back. All right, see you tomorrow. As soon as the call ended, Dabao immediately stood up. Meow? Master wants to contract a new beast? Su Ming froze for a moment, looking down to meet Dabao's focused gaze. For some reason, he felt a bit guilty. It's just a thought. I'm more interested in going there for fun. I haven't decided whether to contract a slime or note. It just seems intriguing. Feeling Su Ming's hand stroking its fur, Dabao's mood instantly improved. It even rubbed its head against his palm. Meow, I want to try playing with that slime toy too. After finalizing his plans, Su Ming specifically visited the black scorpion next door to inform it. Hearing the news, the black scorpion excitedly spun in circles on the spot. Back in his dorm, Su Ming lay on the sofa, petting his cat with one hand while scrolling through the news with the other, only to realize it had been a while since anything had piqued his interest. Su Ming was casually refreshing the webpage when a groundbreaking piece of news caught his eye. The Magic City Beast Tamer Association had announced the successful discovery of a dragon's evolution path. The headline left him momentarily stunned. The world was still reeling from the mythological frenzy sparked by the hellhound abroad, and now, a legendary dragon had seemingly become reality. Almost instinctively, Su Ming clicked into the news article. The video displayed a line of beast tamers in specialized uniforms, their faces alight with emotions so intense that some seemed on the verge of tears. Su Ming focused on the credentials pinned to their chests. All were master-level tamers, and among them was even a grandmaster. The camera lingered on the name tag of the grandmaster-level tamer, Su Yiming. Using the pause button, Su Ming carefully identified the others. His heartbeat quickened. Had they truly unlocked the evolution path of a dragon? And who was the fortunate tamer to command such a mythical creature? Unable to wait for the speech to begin, Su Ming dragged the progress bar forward. The screen revealed an unexpected sight. A massive white serpent over 20 meters long. A single black horn protruded from its head, and its elongated, sculpted features bore a vague resemblance to a dragon. However, the creature's condition was troubling. It appeared lethargic, its eyes void of vitality, and its scales dull and ashen. If not for the occasional blink and the confirmation from the beast index that it was alive, it could easily have been mistaken for a lifeless specimen. Su Ming immediately pulled up its index information. Beast White Fiend Serpent Blood Exhaustion. Talent Exceptional. Level 34 Lord. Element Ice, Water. Abilities Water Element Affinity, Ice Element Affinity. Evolution conditions unable to evolve or be nurtured due to blood exhaustion. Index description: a serpent that has evolved into a white fiend serpent, one step away from transforming into a true dragon. A dominant predator in aquatic environments, its combat power surges dramatically in water, requiring overwhelming numbers to subdue it. Special warning: during its evolution, the white fiend serpent must channel a significant amount of bone marrow and blood into its head horn. A lack of proper supplements during the process will result in blood exhaustion, leaving it with only 1 month to live. As Su Ming absorbed this information, his pupils constricted sharply. Nearby, Debeo, his companion, noticed his unusual reaction and curiously leaned over to peek at the phone screen. In the next instant, Debeo's eyes narrowed into slits. Meow? Master, what is that thing? It looks terrifying. Debeo's voice quivered with unease. Su Ming exhaled deeply as his gaze lingered on the blood exhaustion label in the beast index. This is a dying snake. A snake that will be dead in 30 days. Su Ming muttered thoughtfully as he watched a video of the white Basha serpent on his phone's news app. Beside him, Debeo's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise upon hearing this, but the expression quickly faded into calmness. Su Ming continued to watch the video, which showed the white Basha serpent eating amidst the jeers and cheers of the surrounding crowd, until he eventually exited the news app. Looking up at the window, he noticed the twilight had already taken over the sky. It was only then that Su Ming realized he had been scrolling through his phone since midday, completely forgetting to eat lunch. He quickly got up to order takeout and made sure to order a portion for Debeo as well. This time, the meal didn't include monster meat. It seemed the military personnel were only responsible for inspecting the area within the 10-mile district, leaving the other side of the river outside their jurisdiction. After dinner, Su Ming lay on his bed. Despite feeling like he had wasted the day, he also thought he'd gained some useful information, which made it feel somewhat productive. He patted Debeo, who was curled up on the smaller bed nearby, and soon drifted off to sleep. By 5 a.m. the next morning, Su Ming was already fully geared up, standing at the school gate and checking the route to Baiyun City. We'll need to take the southern official road, he said to his contracted beasts. Hey Xia, remember to keep your claws down once we're in the city. Debeo, don't stare at other people's pet beasts, it might scare them. Meow. Debeo responded, got it, master. Those pet beasts don't taste good anyway. Hiss. Hey Xia also signaled its understanding. Su Ming paused for a moment, feeling like something sounded off, but the morning chill clouded his thoughts. He patted the warm fur beneath him. Debeo, did you just say something? Meow? I didn't say anything, master. Maybe you misheard? Debeo replied innocently. Scratching his head, Su Ming decided not to dwell on it. He leaned against Debeo's soft fur, savoring the warmth. Let's head out. Stop when we reach the city center. Meow. Debeo gave a light cry, swished its twin tails, and dashed forward with Su Ming on its back. Xia followed closely, skimming along the roadside dirt. They soon arrived in the city. The streets were quiet at this early hour, with only a few modified taxis parked along the roadside. These taxis were a product of the post-spiritual energy resurgence, converted from small trucks to transport both people and pet beasts. Driver, to the southern part of the city. Open the door, Su Ming called out. On it. Get in from this side. The middle-aged driver, who had been fiddling with his phone, pressed a button on the console to open the rear door. He glanced at Su Ming's beasts and said, 2, right? It's a long way to the south. 500 per beast. No charge for you. Any issues with that? Su Ming carefully observed the driver, whose weathered face carried a certain rugged charm. No problem, that works. Great, buckle up. The driver chuckled as he started the car. Once Su Ming saw the vehicle heading in the correct direction on the map, he decided to strike up a conversation to pass the time. Driver, you don't seem like a local. Ah, the driver replied with a wry smile. I actually grew up here. Left for work when I was younger, but after losing my job, I came back. Bought a second-hand car to make a living. Nothing compared to you, though 2 beasts under your command. You're a mid-level beast tamer, aren't you? Su Ming glanced at the middle-aged driver and responded with a soft accompanied by a faint smile. The driver, unfazed by the lukewarm response, smiled briefly and focused on driving. The morning light was faint as the sun slowly rose, and the road ahead became clearer. Sitting in the car, Su Ming suddenly noticed a peculiar scent coming from the driver, a mix of familiarity and strangeness. After a moment of thought, he guessed it might be the lingering smell from frequently transporting pet beasts, a scent he often encountered in his apartment building's hallway. Young man, we're here. There's a checkpoint ahead, and only elite-level beast tamers are allowed through. You'll have to get off here, the driver said as the car came to a steady stop. After paying the fare, Su Ming stepped out with Debeo and Black Scorpion. The driver promptly turned the car around and left. Approaching the city gate, Su Ming was stopped by the guards, who carefully inspected his Beast Tamer credentials before granting him passage. If you're bringing beasts with you, make sure to stick to the open ground, one of the guards advised. Open ground? Su Ming muttered under his breath as he led his 2 beasts through the archway. It was his first time leaving the city, and the sight before him left him in awe. The road leading south from the city was over 30 meters wide, flanked on both sides by open spaces several hundred meters wide, stretching as far as the eye could see. The open grounds were teeming with wind thunder dogs, all at least elite level, with a few even reaching the battle commander rank. What puzzled Su Ming was the sheer number of winged thunder dogs compared to the relatively few guards. Consulting his beast encyclopedia, he discovered that most of these dogs were classified as monsters rather than tamed beasts. He surmised that they were likely bred by the state and managed jointly by the guards and specialized caretakers. Yet, a deeper question soon arose in Su Ming's mind. With a journey spanning over 200 miles, elite and battle commander level winged thunder dogs alone couldn't possibly provide comprehensive protection. This implied either several lord-level monsters patrolled the area or a domain-level beast had already claimed the territory. The thought that this might be linked to Li Li's father's beast left Su Ming marveling in quiet astonishment. Debeo, follow the GPS directions carefully and stay on the official road. Black Scorpion, you keep pace with Debeo from underground, Su Ming instructed. Debeo wagged its tail in acknowledgement, signaling for Su Ming to climb on its back, while Black Scorpion burrowed into the ground, ready to follow. Meow. Got it, master, Debeo responded. As Su Ming mounted Debeo, the group began their journey. Along the way, Debeo used its elemental powers to shield Su Ming from the wind, making it feel as though he were lying on a moving bed warm and comfortable. Before he realized it, drowsiness took over. Su Ming weakly placed his phone securely on Debeo's head, lazily gesturing the direction for it to move forward. At the city's exit, traffic bustled with activity, citizens driving out of the city and others like Su Ming, riding their beasts. Some soared through the skies, while others sped along the open spaces beside the roads. Above them, an unusual cloud floated in the sky, drifting lazily back and forth while splitting into smaller wisps that dispersed outward. About an hour later, Su Ming was awakened by a mental nudge from Debeo through their psychic link. He sat up groggily, rubbing his eyes. Huh, we're here already, he muttered, slapping his cheeks lightly to wake himself up. The process of entering Baihai City was almost identical to when he had left Baiyun City. Beep beep, beep beep. Wang Jin Bao, Black Scorpion, your master is calling. Hiss hiss. The Black Scorpion, which had been tirelessly plowing through the dirt to keep up with them, perked up with excitement at the mention of its master. Hello? Su Ming, are you there yet? Yeah, I just arrived. Send me your location, and I'll bring Black Scorpion over. When Su Ming received Wang Jinbao's location, he froze for a moment, blinking in disbelief. A beach? Going to the seaside first thing in the morning? Though puzzled, he hailed a car without hesitation. Half an hour later, Su Ming arrived at the beach, only to be met with a sight that left him both amused and exasperated. On the vast stretch of sand, a lone figure was tirelessly picking up objects and flinging them away. Nearby, a few black-clad individuals with upright postures patrolled the beach with their beasts. The sight of Wang Jinbao in this state instantly dampened the Black Scorpion's earlier enthusiasm. Hiss hiss. Debeo turned to glance at the Black Scorpion and remarked, Meow, silly or not, he's still your master. Hearing this, the Black Scorpion immediately drooped, a stark contrast to its earlier excitement. All right, let's go. Su Ming chuckled at Debeo's comment, shaking his head. Though this beach was considered one of the most dangerous places within the human city, it was paradoxically quite safe in a certain sense. The coastline was lined with towering iron detection spikes, their range covering up to 10 nautical miles. Any monster of warlord level or above would trigger an immediate alarm. A kilometer or two inland, just beyond the beach, was the inspection bureau Su Ming had passed on his way here. Most of the creatures coming ashore from the sea were low-level servant-class monsters. After learning about the negotiations between human beastmasters and mythological-level monsters that Wang Jinbao had mentioned, Su Ming felt that the current tranquil scene might reflect the success of such efforts. After all, if these creatures could understand human speech, mutual understanding and peaceful coexistence would be the most logical path forward. As Su Ming approached Wang Jinbao, he noticed several small islands scattered along the shoreline. Some appeared to have buildings on them, and the surrounding detection spikes were more densely positioned than elsewhere. Hey, you're here. Had breakfast yet? I asked one of the company staff to grab some. They'll bring it over soon. Wang Jinbao greeted him warmly, walking toward the Black Scorpion. Noticing its lackluster demeanor, he frowned in confusion and unceremoniously nudged one of its pincers with his foot. What's wrong with it? Why so down? Su Ming told me you were all excited earlier. Wang Jinbao, with a puzzled look, nudged He Xie and furrowed his brows. Hey, what's going on here? Hearing this, Su Ming turned his head, his eyes landing on the target Wang Jinbao had just struck a semi-transparent sea slime, slowly wriggling. Maybe He Xie thinks you've lost your mind, messing around with a blob of snot for fun? Is that so? Wang Jinbao's eyes widened in surprise, then he lowered his head to examine He Xie. Seeing that He Xie neither denied nor refuted the claim, but instead seemed to agree, Wang Jinbao was momentarily speechless, his expression frozen. Eventually, he decided to drop the topic and instead pointed at the wriggling sea slime to explain to Su Ming, look, this is a sea slime. They show up in heaps every day. Practically no sea creatures want to eat these things, except for those with needle-like mouthparts. Are you seriously considering contracting this thing as your second beast companion? At this moment, DeBeo also reacted, looking at Su Ming with a bewildered expression. Meow? Master, are you really going to contract a blob of slime as your beast? Enough. Su Ming took a deep breath. Don't follow Wang Jinbao's nonsense. I'm just curious about slimes as a species. But if I remember correctly, the sticky liquid that oozes out when a slime is cut open has good healing properties for human wounds, right? Wang Jinbao nodded in agreement. That's true, but these things are everywhere. Nobody wants them to be worthless. Su Ming nodded silently, his gaze shifting toward a few small islands in the distance. Wang Jinbao noticed and brightened up. Thinking of checking out those islands? The smaller one is part of Beihai City's high school division for seniors. See those big iron poles? The areas marked by those poles are relatively safe, with at most some elite-tier monsters. Those yachts and ships docked there spray the waters with excrement from battle chief and lore-tier monsters during their voyages, but it only works near the coast. Beyond the poles, it's no longer effective, so that big island must be one of Beihai City's wilderness zones, right? Kind of like the ones we have in Baiyun City? Su Ming asked. You're thinking of going? Wang Jinbao hesitated unexpectedly, which immediately made Su Ming sense something unusual. Normally, when it came to exploring the wild, Wang Jinbao was always more enthusiastic than him. Noticing Su Ming's suspicion, Wang Jinbao explained, I only got here yesterday, but I heard that the island has battle chief tier monsters, and some lore tier ones even lay eggs there. Although it's technically a wilderness zone, because of these conditions, almost no one from Beihai City goes there. Only official patrols visit periodically. Su Ming nodded slowly after hearing this. It seemed that finding a suitable second beast companion this time wouldn't be feasible. Seeing Su Ming's thoughtfulness, Wang Jinbao seemed to guess what he was thinking and suggested, let's go. I'll call my dad to come along. With my uncle who accompanying us, going ashore won't be an issue. Besides, my dad just became a master-tier Beast Tamer and can now contract a fourth beast. He mainly came here because there's a master-level breeder in this area of Baiyun City. Wang Jinbao proposed a new idea. Instead of wasting time arguing with your old man for the evolution liquid, why not take Uncle Hu and head straight to the island for treasure hunting? The monsters and resources on that island are far richer than those in Baiyun City, and aside from official personnel, no one usually goes there. Su Ming considered his words for a moment and realized it made sense. Since they were already here, why not give it a shot? You're right. Make the call. Wang Jinbao immediately pulled out his phone, dialing as he gestured for Su Ming to follow. Meanwhile, DeBeo stopped playing around with the black scorpion and lightly rubbed against Su Ming's leg, looking up and asking, Meow? Master, where are we going now? Probably to find a boat. Uncle Hu is pretty big, after all, Su Ming replied. Not long after, Wang Duobao arrived at the scene. He glanced at the distance between the beach and the island, nodded silently, and said, this route is usually used to ferry local students to the senior high division on the island. But since you want to go, let Black Tiger take you across. Take us across? Su Ming was momentarily confused, but Wang Jinbao gave him a knowing pat on the shoulder. I knew you hadn't done this before. You're in for a treat. Su Ming froze for a moment. The only time he'd seen a Lord-level elemental application was on Wang Chuanfa's White Fiend Serpent. Spanning several nautical miles equivalent to over 10 miles on land, could a massive tiger really run across that distance? As a dark green magic array appeared on the ground, the black ghost tiger leapt out. Wang Duobao's face lit up with a smile as he instructed, Old Black, take these kids to the island for some fun. I've heard there's a Lord-level monster there. No one except official personnel ever goes near it. If things go south, retreat immediately with everyone and your beast. The black ghost tiger nodded in acknowledgement, then turned toward the island and crouched low. Woohoo! Wang Jinbao exclaimed excitedly, climbing up the tiger's foreleg with practiced ease. Come on, Su Ming, let's sit up front for the best view. DeBeo and the scorpion can sit in the back. Standing before the nearly 9-meter-long black tiger, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was his first time riding someone else's Lord-level beast. With Wang Jinbao's help, he managed to climb onto the tiger's back. DeBeo, though reluctant, followed closely, sticking right next to Su Ming. The black scorpion, on the other hand, had no trouble at all. Its claws easily latched onto the black ghost tiger's fur, climbing up without even pulling out a single strand. Once everyone was settled, the black ghost tiger rose to its feet, nodded toward Wang Duobao, and shot off like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, Su Ming felt his heart nearly stop. The speed was far beyond anything he had imagined. Riding DeBeo had felt like driving a sports car, but this was like flying on a jet. The sheer velocity and the visual impact were breathtaking. The island, originally 6 or 7 nautical miles away, was rapidly approaching before their very eyes. What shocked him even more was the lack of wind resistance while riding on the tiger's back. There was only a slight swaying motion. This massive creature could run directly on the surface of the sea, defying everything Su Ming thought he knew. In that moment, he truly grasped the astonishing elemental mastery of a lord-level beast. The black demon tiger carried Su Ming and Wang Jinbao, reaching the mysterious island within minutes. Their arrival startled a flock of birds resting at the edge of the forest, causing them to flutter their wings and scatter in all directions. The tiger did not rush to let the two dismount, but instead vigilantly scanned the surroundings, carefully sniffing the air. After confirming there was no danger, it slowly crouched down and let out a low growl. What did it say? Su Ming asked Wang Jinbao, puzzled. Wang Jinbao nodded seriously and explained, Uncle Tiger said it will follow us. Although there's the scent of a ruler on this island, there doesn't seem to be any actual ruler present. Hearing this, Su Ming's tense nerves eased slightly. The absence of a ruler meant significantly reduced danger, though he was still perplexed by the occasional visits of official personnel to this place. Master, there are lots of strange creatures on the sand. Dabeo suddenly alerted. Su Ming turned to look and saw that, just as Dabeo had said, the beach was scattered with sea slimes and wuxia crabs, though they were all subordinate-level creatures. Before he could finish consulting the guidebook, Dabeo had already started feasting on the crabs, thoroughly enjoying himself. Nearby, the black demon tiger yawned lazily, resembling a benevolent elder. Dabeo, stop eating for now, Su Ming suggested. Let's explore the island. I've heard islands like this have unique ecosystems, with many things you'd never find on land. Exactly. Wang Jinbao chimed in excitedly. I was just wondering what treasures might be inside. The two of them, along with their beasts, ventured into the forest, with the black demon tiger silently following at a distance. The forest air was fresh and invigorating, lifting everyone's spirits. The black scorpion was especially thrilled, digging holes all around and darting in and out with uncontainable joy. Hiss hiss. The black scorpion seemed particularly fond of the soil here. You like it that much? Should I pack some for you to take back? Wang Jinbao asked incredulously, giving it a playful nudge with his foot. Why don't you just eat the dirt here, fill up, and then leave? The black scorpion paid no mind and happily continued rolling around in the dirt. As they ventured deeper, however, Su Ming noticed something strange. Odd. Aside from the creatures on the beach, there's nothing in the forest, not even a sound. Maybe they're all further in? Wang Jinbao suggested casually. We've only just entered, after all. Besides, the creatures on islands like this tend to be more cautious. Su Ming found this explanation reasonable, but the black demon tiger trailing behind grew increasingly uneasy. As a ruler-level beast, it had a keen sense of its surroundings and had picked up on something unusual. Not only was there no scent of blood in the forest, but even more eerily, apart from the creatures washed ashore by the waves, the entire forest seemed lifeless, completely devoid of any living beings. This discovery left the black demon tiger deeply troubled. The peculiarities of the island raised suspicions. Although there seemed to be no immediate danger and occasional visits from official personnel, the unsettling calm only made things more unnerving. He Guihu shook his head, deciding to follow along for a while longer to observe the situation. If anything unusual arose, he'd immediately lead everyone to retreat. Suddenly, the forest's tranquility was shattered. He Xia, who had been trailing Wang Jinbao and Su Ming underground, enjoying the comfort of the soil, suddenly burst out from beneath the ground, emitting a series of urgent hisses. Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. He Xia anxiously signaled a warning. Calm down, take it slow, Wang Jinbao said, trying to make sense of He Xia's frantic signals. Meanwhile, He Guihu had silently approached, lurking not far behind them, his tiger eyes fixed intently on the pair. Through his communication with He Xia, Wang Jinbao gradually pieced together its discovery. You're saying you accidentally caused a collapse while digging and found an underground passage? And there's a trace of human activity down there? Wang Jinbao and Su Ming exchanged a glance, their expressions tense. Wang Jinbao's atoms apple-bobbed visibly. This doesn't feel right. There's barely any sign of life on the island. Yet there's a man-made tunnel underground? Sweat beaded on Su Ming's forehead as he muttered gravely, it's too late now. From the moment we set foot on this island, we've been watched. The only way to break out of this is to uncover what's really hidden underground. At that moment, He Guihu flared his nostrils, his tiger face twisting into a ferocious expression. What? There's a lord-level monster's corpse underground? Wang Jinbao exclaimed, turning to Su Ming in shock. Could this be some kind of cult altar we've stumbled upon? If that's the case, it might actually make things easier, Su Ming replied firmly. As long as we leave safely with evidence, not only will we be fine, but we might even earn great merit. But with a lord-level monster's corpse already discovered, if we don't figure out the truth, we might not even know how we die. especially on an island that only official personnel seemed to visit. Xie was still seeking praise, but Wang Jinbao looked down at it and took a deep breath. You're proud of yourself? You collapsed the roof of their tunnel. It's only a matter of time before we're discovered. Take us to the entrance. We have no choice but to investigate. The Bao swatted Xie's head with its tail disdainfully. Meow? Are you stupid? You caused trouble and still don't realize it? Only then did Xie grasp the gravity of the situation. It hurriedly took the lead, guiding the group forward. After traveling for about a mile, the terrain began to slope downward, and the trees grew sparser. Surprisingly, in what had previously been a forest devoid of any monstrous presence, they now encountered an array of monster skeletons as they neared a clearing. This was a vast open area, with the ground piled high with countless monster bones. The bones were shattered into fragments, none connected to another, and haphazardly stacked into a bone mountain about 10 meters tall. The black ghost tiger stood in front of the bone mountain, its nostrils flaring as if it had caught a strange scent in the air. This eerie scene sent chills down Wang Jinbao's spine. Slaying countless monsters might not be unusual, but such a massive accumulation of bones was truly horrifying. Su Ming was equally shaken by the terrifying sight, his instincts on high alert. This was no ordinary scene. It was highly likely that someone was cultivating some kind of forbidden spiritual creature here. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a bestiary entry suddenly appeared before him. Beast, blood-drenched bone flower. Talent level, rare mid-level enhancement. Element attributes, 38 Lord Element Spirit, Plant, Evil. Special abilities, blood extraction, bone marrow drainage, super strength, soul devour. The bestiary explained in detail. This creature is an evolved form of the thorn rose, mutated after absorbing a massive amount of monster blood and bones. It gains power and talent by extracting blood and marrow from its prey. This extremely malevolent, bloodthirsty being inevitably brings widespread devastation. Its blood-draining ability can turn an area within 100 miles into a barren wasteland, devoid of life. Although it cannot move independently until it reaches the king-level domain, it hides its main body underground, releasing a special scent to lure other monsters. Someone's really cultivating such a forbidden creature. Su Ming immediately grabbed Wang Jinbao. At that moment, Wang Jinbao exclaimed, Su Ming, look at those red Venus 3 moving. Su Ming's mouth twitched. Those aren't just moving vines. That's a flesh-eating lord-class creature. Remember what your Uncle Tiger said about the bloody scent of a lord? That's coming from it. It uses that scent to lure other monsters, tricking them into thinking there's dying prey here. The smell is coming from underground, and your black scorpion just happened to dig through one of its tunnels. Taking a deep breath, he continued, the underground of this island is probably filled with similar tunnels, all designed to spread the bait's scent. There are bad actors among us, Wang Jinbao muttered, stunned. He instinctively sniffed the air. You're right, there's a faint bloody scent here, and it even smells kind of good. Let me snap a photo for evidence. Before he could finish, the vines began to shake violently. Su Ming was about to shout run, when the black ghost tiger grabbed both of them in its jaws, tossing them onto its back. The Bao and the black scorpion quickly leapt onto the tiger as well. Just as they were about to escape, a blood-red vine lashed out like lightning, striking the spot where the black ghost tiger had been standing moments before. Though the attack missed, it left a deep gash in the ground, over 10 meters long. Immediately after, a ghastly white vine appeared, moving even faster than the red one. Wherever it passed, trees withered to ash in an instant. Wang Jinbao, who had been recording video as evidence, watched the white vine closing in rapidly, his heart in his throat. How is this thing so fast? It's almost on us. The black ghost tiger's eyes blazed with fury as it let out an earth-shaking roar. Its body was instantly enveloped in a surge of energy, which then exploded outward. The relentless white vine seemed to be struck by an invisible force, flying backward in an instant. Do you recognize what that thing is? How can its attack be so overwhelming? Wang Jinbao asked urgently. It must have chased us for miles already, hasn't it? Hearing this, Su Ming fell into brief contemplation before shaking his head. I'm not sure. It seems to have a wood attribute, but it feeds on the bones and blood of other creatures. It feels like a combination of wood and spiritual attributes. He silently pondered the possibility of an evil attribute, something even the internet had no information on. It was either deliberately concealed or entirely undiscovered. The latter seemed highly unlikely, so he decided not to mention it for now. The black ghost tiger lashed out with several wind blades, hitting the relentless white vines precisely. Su Ming finally got a clearer look. The monster had numerous root-like vines, mostly red and green, but two stood out, a pure white one and a blood-red one, clearly the most powerful in terms of attack. Suddenly, the running black ghost tiger let out a pained roar, its body trembling violently. The sudden change startled the two riders on its back. Su Ming quickly checked its status and noticed a new label. Mental damage. That white vine has mental attack capabilities. Su Ming realized. Blood began to seep from the tiger's mouth, yet it pushed itself to run even faster, rapidly nearing the island's shoreline. Strangely, the vine abruptly stopped midair. Its tip eerily pointed in their direction, as if it had eyes watching them. The sight sent chills down Su Ming's spine. This creature's last action was deeply unsettling. Jinbao, where's your phone? The one you were using to record? Su Ming suddenly asked, a thought crossing his mind. Wang Jinbao's expression showed a flicker of fear. I was just about to mention that. When Uncle Tiger jolted earlier, my phone fell. I saw something pull it into the ground. Su Ming's heart raced. Now understood why the creature had stopped chasing them. The evidence had been destroyed. Its master must already be aware, and the next step would likely be silencing them for good. Meanwhile, at the shoreline, Wang Duobao, who was fishing, heard the tiger's roar and his face immediately darkened. A massive array of symbols unfolded in an instant, and a heavily armored rhinoceros charged out of the formation. Old Black might be in trouble. Prepare for backup. The nearby patrol officers, startled by the commotion, quickly gathered with their beasts to inquire about the situation. Just as Wang Duobao was about to issue an order, his phone suddenly rang. He intended to ignore it, but the caller ID displayed Little Su, the number he had saved for Su Ming, passed along by Wang Jinbao. Wang Duobao was about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was Xiao Su. On the other end, Su Ming urgently explained the situation. As Wang Duobao listened, he nodded slightly, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. I see, Wang Duobao said in a low voice. Don't you have Li Li's contact? Share this situation with her. At that moment, a patrol officer approached and asked, excuse me, sir, is it your child who had an incident with their beast on that island? What? No. Wang Duobao quickly waved his hand. It's just my beast making noise for no reason. You all can carry on with your work. The officer glanced at the heavily armored rhinoceros behind him, seemingly assessing something. All right, but to avoid unnecessary alarm, please keep your beast under control. Oh, sure. They'll handle it as soon as my kids get back, Wang Duobao replied. The officer nodded and left with his team. Watching them walk away, a sharp, cold expression flashed in Wang Duobao's eyes. Damn it, running into this kind of mess? They even dared to silence someone? Do they think the city lord of Bayun City is a pushover? Not long after, a black ghost tiger appeared running across the water. Wang Duobao felt a slight sense of relief. The patrol officers in the distance also noticed the tiger's arrival, observing from afar, but Wang Duobao ignored their presence entirely. When the black ghost tiger reached the shore, Wang Duobao noticed the blood at the corners of its mouth. His eyes darkened with even greater murderous intent. Control my beast? Not a chance. Did you make the call? Wang Duobao's low voice sent a shiver down Wang Jinbao's spine. I did, Wang Jinbao replied. When Li Li heard about it, she immediately handed the phone to her brother. He said he understood and told us not to worry, assuring us everything would be fine. He even said we'd be credited for this. Dad, what kind of creature is that? Even Su Ming didn't recognize it. He could only guess it was a mix of spirit and wood types, but it seems more than that. Wang Duobao glared at Wang Jinbao. Oh, so you know how to call me dad now? After scolding him, his expression turned serious. I've heard of such creatures before. Do you know why spirit-type creatures aren't popular on the market? It's not all spirit creatures that people dislike, it's specifically creatures like the one you've seen. Spirit creatures aren't necessarily this kind of monster, but this kind of monster is always spirit-based. For those of you without enough strength, encountering something like this is far too dangerous. I won't tell you more about what type it is. You'll find out when you're stronger. Su Ming felt a jolt inside after hearing this. Spirit creatures aren't necessarily evil, but evil ones are always spirit-based? Such creatures are so sinister that the world doesn't even dare to reveal their existence. All right, just call Li Li's family and let them know. Let's move quickly, Wang Duobao urged, his tone hurried. Son, recall your black scorpion into the beast space. We'll ride the black ghost tiger out of the city, Su Ming ordered decisively. Wang Jinbao immediately summoned a rune array, returning the black scorpion to the beast space, though his brows furrowed slightly. Won't this risk exposing us too early? We're already exposed, Su Ming said gravely. From the moment we set foot on the island, that creature in the center has been aware of us. The entire island is its territory. Now I finally understand why some people occasionally dared to approach it. As he spoke, he gave Dabeo a glance, signaling him to mount the black ghost tiger first. At the same time, he quickly pulled out his phone and sent off a few rapid messages. Hurry up, get on, urged Wang Duobao. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao swiftly climbed onto the black ghost tiger's back, while Wang Duobao agilely leaped onto the spot near the tiger's neck. This flurry of movement immediately caught the attention of the patrolling guards. A squad accompanied by beasts quickly closed in, shouting angrily, "What do you think you're doing? Large beasts and summoned creatures are prohibited in the city. Get down now." Wang Duobao ignored them entirely and instead commanded the black ghost tiger, "Don't mind them, old black. Just go. Take the route we came in on." His gaze sharpened. The skies over Baihai City are probably already dark with trouble. After a pause, his tone turned icy. "If anyone blocks the way, take them down quickly if you can fight them. We must leave the city as fast as possible, but don't cause unnecessary deaths." The black ghost tiger nodded slightly before letting out a thunderous roar. Roar! The coastal creature and the wind thunder dogs were instantly paralyzed in place, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, the black ghost tiger became a massive shadow streaking away from the beach. The patrol captain snapped out of his daze, his face darkening as he pulled out his phone to make a call. "Chief, they got away." "Imbecile." A furious voice erupted on the other end. "Couldn't you have restrained that master-level Beast Tamer when they were entering the city? Or have you really started thinking of yourself as just a patrol guard?" "It was my failure," the captain admitted, his expression grim. "And I overheard them mentioning someone named Lily on the call. It seems they're arranging for backup." "Lily, huh?" The voice on the other end sneered coldly. "That's Li Wanjuan's daughter. They're quick thinkers. I'll give them that. Listen up, immediately deploy teams to pursue them and force them to speed up their exit from the city. We'll intercept them outside. Do as I say. Once those who know the truth are dead, everything will be fine." "Understood." After hanging up, the captain promptly dialed another number. Meanwhile, in Baihai City, a massive black tiger carrying several people tore through the streets, leaving chaos in its wake. Panicked onlookers screamed, "What's going on? A lord-level beast rampaging in the city? Who knows? They're done for. Large beasts aren't allowed to cause trouble in the city. If they're caught, the beast will be executed on the spot." The crowd was in disarray, their terror palpable. The pressure from the lord-level beast left smaller pet beasts trembling, many losing control of their bowels. The once pristine streets were now fouled with filth, a chaotic mess. "Stop right there. All of you ahead." Hearing the repeated warnings from behind, Wang Duobao's lips curled into a cold smirk. He knew perfectly well that this was a ploy to force them out of the city, where an ambush surely awaited. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao froze upon hearing this, clearly not expecting such a scheme. "Listen carefully, both of you." Wang Duobao's voice was low and urgent. "Once we're out of the city, I'll throw you off the tiger's back immediately. Su, your beast taming speed is fast enough to catch you both safely. Remember, only follow the main road back, no shortcuts, no running into the woods." "Got it." Su Ming stood there, stunned, while Wang Jinbao's face showed obvious panic. "But what about you? Cut the nonsense. I'll cover for you. Otherwise, none of us will make it. Just do as I say, stick to the main road." "Su, you hear me?" "I got it," Su Ming replied, his conflicted gaze heavy with reluctance. Wang Duobao's eyes locked on the city gate checkpoint ahead, where a barricade was already being raised. His expression grew grimmer. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated, but whether they could make it home safely remained uncertain. "Old Hey, charge. Get ready to toss the kids." The black ghost tiger silently picked up speed and smashed through the checkpoint. In the instant they broke through, a gentle force erupted from the tiger's back, propelling the two children and Debeo into the air. Debeo quickly adjusted its posture, using its two tails to wrap around each of their waists, bolting back the way they had come. "You won't escape." A cold, unfamiliar voice boomed like thunder from the sky. Wang Duobao's pupils contracted as the black ghost tiger beneath him veered sharply to evade. While they avoided the center of the lightning strike, the scattered electric currents still drew blood across the tiger's body. "Father! Uncle Tiger!" Wang Jinbao cried out, his reddened eyes brimming with anguish as he dangled from Debeo's tail. Su Ming snapped his head upward. Floating in the sky was a lone white cloud. He couldn't see the figure, but the enemy was clearly hidden within. His system immediately displayed information about the opponent's beast. Sky Thunder Cloud Beast. Rare grade. Level 32 Lord. Elemental attributes: water, thunder. Ability: weather manipulation. This is a rare mutated variant of a sea slime, resembling a four-legged lizard. It can control water and lightning and alter local weather patterns, disguising itself as a cloud in the sky. Its lightning is particularly effective against demonic creatures and has been falsely regarded as an embodiment of righteousness. Righteousness? What a joke, Su Ming thought bitterly. The mysterious figure in the sky noticed the three small dots, one white and two black, fleeing in the distance, but chose not to pursue them. Instead, their attention remained fixed on Wang Duobao, who had now summoned a second lord-level beast, a heavily armored rhinoceros. A look of pity crossed the figure's face. "Wang Duobao, oh Wang Duobao, why meddle in the affairs of another city? Now look at you, your beasts have just broken through, and you're already about to lose them. Two lords? That should be enough to level up my precious companion by another level or two. Don't you think? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.